My name is Huoda, and I was once a typical bachelor on Earth. My days were like a life of drunkenness and dreams, full of enjoyment, squandering, and doing nothing. I should have been a winner in life, but because of a sudden accident, I traveled to a parallel world and became a poor loser with heavy debts. My friends urged me to pay back the money. The leaders repeatedly increased the fines. I only had $130.39 left in my wallet. What's worse is that the landlord's wife came to collect the rent. Just as everything was about to be thrown onto the street, the magical reminder system suddenly woke up. A voice rang in my ears, "Ding! This woman in front of you is extremely eager for the nourishment of love. You only need to sell a little bit of your sensuality to delay her rent collection date." I was stunned, and suddenly a line of words flashed before my eyes, almost making me jump. I rubbed my eyes, but the words disappeared instantly. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I was hit on the head when I traveled through time, which caused the hallucination? "Boy, what are you doing? Don't think you can get away with rent by pretending to be stupid. I tell you, it's impossible." Zhao Chunmei saw that I suddenly lost my concentration and thought I was pretending to be stupid, trying to win her sympathy and give her a few days' grace period, so she immediately yelled at me. "The woman in front of you is desperate for love. You only need to sell a little bit of your sex appeal to make her postpone the rent payment date." What is this? Why did it appear again? I was panicking and my suspicions grew. It was broad daylight. Was I possessed by a ghost? My original plan to move out disappeared in an instant due to fear, and I thought, there must be something weird about this house. Just when I was about to move out, another line of words popped up in front of me. "The temperature in Jiangqing will suddenly drop at night. If you insist on leaving the rental house, you will 100% freeze to death on the street." Damn, this is too scary. Although I still don't know what's going on, I have to admit that this made me completely give up the idea of moving away. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. I don't want to be hit by a death gift pack just after resurrection. Never mind, let's give it a try. I made up my mind and decided to try the method just suggested. "And Zhao, don't be angry. You are so beautiful and elegant. It would be great if you could have someone caring to take care of you." I said it with a stiff upper lip, feeling a little disgusted myself. Zhao Chunmei was stunned for a moment, then showed an unnatural look and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing Zhao Chunmei's slightly shy expression, I was delighted and said, "Aunt Zhao, I'm telling you the truth. It's not easy for you to be alone. If you have a companion, your life will definitely be better. Although I owe rent now, if you can give me a few more days, I will definitely repay you well." As I said this, I deliberately touched her chubby hand. Zhao Chunmei was a little flustered by my sudden action, and her face flushed. She whispered, "You kid, really?" To my surprise, Zhao Chunmei took my hand and smiled. "Everyone has difficulties. Okay, I'll give you 3 more days. But you have to remember, if you still don't pay the rent after 3 days, you will have to pay it with your body," she added. Hearing this, I was overjoyed and nodded quickly. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao, you are such a good person, I will definitely not let you down." After seeing Zhao Chunmei off, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. With her weight of over 300 pounds, I would never dare to be attracted to her, so I have to find a way to get the rent in the next 3 days. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Novice tutorial. The God-level prompt system has been activated. Ding! The Novice gift package has been distributed. Would the host like to claim it immediately? I had just sent Zhao Chunmei away when the subtitles in front of me flashed again. System? I was stunned for a moment, and then my heart was filled with emotion. Could this be the legendary system? And am I the one destined to receive it? Thinking that I had obtained this magical system like the protagonist in the novel, I almost wanted to kneel down in excitement to thank it. "Host, would you like to claim the Novice gift package immediately?" Before I could react, the system prompt popped up again. "Receive it! Of course I have to receive it!" I was originally troubled by debt, but suddenly I felt that the future was full of hope. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. When I saw this prompt, I couldn't help rubbing my hands, looking forward to the contents of the gift package. Ding! The Novice gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the following items: Genetic Potion *1, Advanced Free Fighting Skills Mastery *1, God Level Romance Strategy *1, God Level Get Rich Strategy *1. Although the Novice gift pack only contains 4 items, each one is just right, as if it was tailor-made for me. As a veteran fan of cool novels, I could see the purpose of these props at a glance. As my mind moved, a detailed introduction to these props immediately appeared before my eyes. Just one glance and I almost jumped up. This is truly the chosen one. Gene Potion. The ingredients, year, and origin are unknown. After taking it, it can instantly change the genetic sequence of your body, allowing you to regain your confidence and become a more confident man. I didn't care about the ingredients and origin of the potion at all. I only paid attention to the second half of the sentence. Become a more confident man. To be honest, I am quite satisfied with my body, but as a normal man, who doesn't want to be more confident? Fortune and fortune are achieved through risk. I drank the genetic potion in one gulp without hesitation. The potion is colorless and tasteless, but it tastes slightly sweet and leaves a long-lasting aftertaste. Then, the system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, host, the gene potion was used successfully. Begin body strengthening. I thought the strengthening would bring severe pain, but in the end it was just a slight numbness in my body, which was surprisingly comfortable. Soon, the system prompted again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the body strengthening is complete. Strength increased by 100%, speed increased by 100%, physical strength increased by 100%, reaction increased by 100%. Congratulations to the host for opening the personal attribute panel. Suddenly, an interface like a game character panel appeared in front of me. Name, Huoda, age 24. Strength 100. Speed 100. Stamina 100. Reaction 100. Important, your attributes are far superior to those of ordinary men. Please keep a low profile and cherish your life. When I saw this prompt, the corners of my mouth twitched. Just now he was happy about his enhancement, but the next second he was a little depressed by the systems. Keep a low profile. Warning. It's like I have invincible martial arts, but I can't show it off at will. It's really annoying. But forget it, life is the most important thing. I don't want to be used as a test subject and sent for a slice research. After getting used to my strength and body, I looked at the next item. Advanced Free Fighting Skills Mastery. After using this, you will become the strongest free fighting master on this planet. Use it! I said without hesitation. Since I was a child, I had dreamed of becoming a handsome and capable fighter. Today, I can finally realize it. Ding! The free fighting technique was used successfully, and the skill infusion was completed. Congratulations to the host for becoming the most capable man on the planet. A strong feeling of pain flashed briefly in my brain, and then a huge amount of knowledge flooded into my mind. In a flash, I mastered the free fighting technique. Every time I threw a punch, it created a gust of wind, which was really impressive. Too strong! Looking at my fist, I almost believe that I can now beat 10 people alone, or even 100 enemies without fear. But that's not all. The following god-level props are definitely even more amazing. However, just when I was excited, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. The god-level romance strategy and the god-level rich strategy are passively triggered and cannot be activated automatically. Damn! When I saw this message, I couldn't help but swear. Although the gene potion and free fighting skills are powerful, what I need most now is to make money. As a result, these 2 god-level props are passively triggered. I was angry, but I knew I couldn't fight against this system. After calming down, I started to think about how to trigger these 2 strategies. Since it is a passive trigger, it means I have to go out. How can I meet a beautiful woman or suddenly become rich if I stay at home? I was hungry, so I decided to go out for a bite to eat. Maybe I would get something unexpected. After making up my mind, I left the rental house immediately. 10 minutes later, I came to a snack street. Although the environment here is a bit poor, the prices are cheap, which is just right for poor people like me. I randomly found a fast food restaurant that looked like it was doing good business and prepared to go in. Suddenly, the system prompts, "This is a black-hearted store, the boss is unscrupulous, using gutter oil and rotten meat. Once consumed, your lifespan will be reduced by 1. Oh my God! I was so scared when I saw this message that I stopped immediately. Fortunately, I had the system, otherwise I might have eaten the food from that black shop. I quickly left 100 meters away, took out my phone and called the reporting hotline. Although I am not a perfect person, I will never tolerate such things. Continuing walking along the snack street, I found that almost every store here had hygiene issues to varying degrees. I report them all without hesitation. What's going on today? Why are there so many Uncle Hats? Do you think it's Uncle Hat? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Food Administration Bureau, the Health Bureau, even they've been dispatched. What happened? I heard someone reported all the shops on this street. Is this true? So many stores have problems? I listened to the discussions around me and was overjoyed. It was such a wonderful feeling to do good things without leaving a name behind. There is a sports lottery store 500 meters ahead. A scratch ticket with a prize of 100,000 will be sold in 10 minutes. The sudden reminder that flashed before my eyes instantly brought me back to reality from my pride. 100,000 in prize money. I was stunned for a moment, then I checked carefully, and it was indeed 100,000 in prize money. For a moment, I almost jumped up with excitement. I remember an hour ago, I was still worried about the fine tomorrow. But now, the money seemed to be within reach. Wait. Soon I realized, since I had money, what was the point of paying fines and going to work? However, this is just the beginning. I haven't bought the lottery ticket yet, and haven't received the prize, but I'm already starting to feel a little elated. 500 meters is not far, and I can reach it in a few quick steps. However, in order not to attract attention, I walked into the lottery shop leisurely. I glanced at my phone and realized that only 5 minutes had passed, and I felt even more relieved. So I hummed a little tune and walked in with brisk steps. Young man, would you like to buy a lottery ticket? The lottery shop owner greeted me warmly as soon as he saw me come in. I nodded slightly and said casually, "Just take a look." "Okay, take a look yourself and call me if you need anything," the boss said and continued to work. I looked around, seemingly nonchalantly, but in fact I was waiting for the system's prompt. The winning scratch ticket is a 10 yuan scratch ticket, which is in the corner of the counter. Sure enough, the system gave another prompt the next second. I immediately walked to the counter and asked, "Boss, do you have any scratch tickets?" "Yes, we have 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and 20 yuan. Which one do you want?" 10 yuan, I think." "How many do you want?" "Can I choose for myself?" "Of course." So the boss took out a thick stack of 10 yuan scratch tickets. I glanced at them and there were probably hundreds of them. With so many scratch tickets, which one was the winner? I couldn't possibly buy all of them. However, the next second, the system gave another prompt. The winning scratch ticket is the 10th one from the top. After confirming the winning scratch ticket location, I felt relieved. So, I took out the only $100 bill I had left and slapped it on the counter. "Boss, give me 10. I picked 10 tickets at random, and the one with a prize of 100,000 was among them. Next, I started scratching the lottery tickets in front of my boss. The first one I won was a no-win. "Young man, don't be discouraged. Maybe the big prize is just around the corner," the boss comforted him. I was happy in my heart. If I buy 10 tickets, there will be one winning one. Isn't that normal? "Thank you, uncle. I believe I will win the jackpot." I smiled confidently. The boss saw my smile and sighed silently. He had seen many young people like me who dreamed of getting rich overnight. Next, I scratched a few more times, but still didn't win. When it came to the 7th ticket, the boss comforted him again. "Don't worry, young man, the next one might win the prize." I nodded slightly, but I was not panicking at all, because I knew that the grand prize was among the remaining few tickets. The 7th one still didn't win. I sighed in disappointment. Seeing this, the boss shook his head helplessly. "This guy has really bad luck. He didn't win after scratching 7 tickets." Finally, the 8th scratch ticket was left. The moment I scratched it, I shouted excitedly, "I won! I won! I won! How much?" Hearing my shout, the boss hurried over, his eyes full of anticipation. I looked at the number on the scratch ticket and said in a trembling voice, 50. "What? 50? There was a hint of disappointment on the boss' face. Although it was a small prize, it was not the big surprise he expected. Not bad, $50. At least half of the investment is recovered. The boss congratulated me with a smile. Thank you, boss, that's a very auspicious word, I replied with a smile. Then I continued to scratch the 9th one, but still didn't win. Finally, only the winning scratch ticket was left, and I started to get nervous. As it scratched, my heart beat faster and faster and my hands began to tremble slightly. Finally, I scratched the last one and shouted excitedly, I won! I won! How much? The boss hurried over to see. When he saw the number on the scratch ticket, he was stunned. 100,000? The lottery shop owner's voice began to tremble. Yes, 100,000. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. I turned to the boss and said, Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have won the prize. Oh, young man, winning the lottery depends on luck and has nothing to do with me. The boss waved his hands, unable to hide the sourness in his tone. After exchanging a few polite words with the boss, I left the lottery shop in excitement. A grand prize of 100,000 yuan is such a huge amount that it cannot be redeemed at a lottery shop. You have to go to a lottery center. As I walked out of the lottery shop, I saw a young couple walking in. Due to the host's interception, a couple missed the grand prize. Seeing the system's prompt, I smiled slightly and said to myself, I'm so sorry. But after this time, I once again felt the power of the system. At this moment, I had the 100,000 yuan prize in my pocket, and I was in a very good mood. It feels so good to have money. I have to give you 2 more chicken legs later. The next day, I slept until the sunlight shone through the windowsill, and the ringing of the phone pulled me out of my slumber. Huoda! Do you still want to do this? Joe Popey's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. You didn't pay yesterday's fine, and you're absent from work again today. Don't think you can avoid the fine by not coming to work. I tell you, you're dreaming. Hurry up and pay the fine. Together with yesterday's 500, the total is 1,000. When I heard this voice, I was immediately furious. Joe Popey, my boss, Joe DeHai, has a very bad reputation. Everyone privately called him Joe Popeye, because he specialized in squeezing money out of his employees, not only by flattering them but also by exploiting the innocent. As far as I can remember, this body of my predecessor also suffered a lot from him. But today, I am determined not to tolerate it anymore, especially since he just won a jackpot of $100,000 last night, and he even dared to ask me to pay the fine. Joe Popey, you are the one who is daydreaming. You want me to pay the fine? I tell you today, I quit. I hung up the phone directly, blocked his number without hesitation, and deleted him in a fit of anger. After hanging up the phone, I felt so relieved. It was so satisfying. Oh my God, it's already past 10. I looked at my phone screen and it was already 10:15, and the lottery center closed at 11:30 a.m. If I couldn't redeem my prize in time, I'd probably go hungry. After winning the grand prize last night, I went on a spending spree. In addition to buying 2 more chicken legs, I also ordered 2 bottles of snow beer. As a result, I only have 20 yuan left in my pocket. Without thinking too much, I jumped out of bed and ran downstairs without even bothering to put on my clothes. As soon as I went downstairs, I ran into Zhao Chunmei unexpectedly. Our eyes met, and her look made my heart tighten. Zhao Chunmei's smile was not normal no matter how you looked at it. A middle-aged woman who has not been nourished by love for a long time sees the prey that is within her reach. If the host does not pay the rent within 3 days, the other party will take tough measures against the host. Holy shit! When I saw this system prompt, I immediately felt terrible. I didn't expect that a joke I made last night would make Zhao Chunmei interested in me and even treat me as her prey. Fortunately, I had money soon, and once the rent was paid, Zhao Chunmei had no excuse to bother me again. Xiaohua, where are you going in such a hurry? Zhao Chunmei's voice was gentle, and you couldn't tell at all that she was a fat woman weighing more than 300 pounds. Her eyes made people shudder. I quickly said perfunctorily, I have something to do. I have to leave quickly. See you later, Aunt Xiao. Be careful on the road and don't forget our agreement yesterday. Her ambiguous look gave me a chill. The other party is already thirsty for the host, so it is recommended that the host remember to lock the doors and windows when sleeping at night. The lottery center is not far from where I live. I took a DD and arrived at my destination in just 10 minutes. It was probably almost noon, and apart from the staff, there was no one in the lottery center to claim the prize. Ding! The specific scene triggers the 7-day strategy to get rich. The strategy has been opened. Please check the details. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a prompt, and I was stunned. Was the system asking me to do something crazy again? Before I could figure it out, a new prompt appeared. Warning! Warning! If the host does not check the strategy in time, his life will be in danger. Please check it immediately. I was stunned for a moment. Did the system really ask me to rob the lottery center? Impossible! I quickly clicked on the guide to see the details. The 7-day get-rich strategy is the only way for the host to make money in the next 7 days. Please cherish it. In 5 minutes, a group of extremely vicious criminals will break into the lottery center to rob. This group of people are wanted fugitives online. If the host leaves now, he will be 100% safe, but he will lose the opportunity to get rich. If the host chooses to stay, there is a certain probability that his life will be in danger, but if he can subdue this group of wanted criminals, he will receive a reward of 1 million yuan. This series of prompts completely stunned me. I came to redeem the prize and encountered a robbery. How can I make 1 million? The system wants me to take risks. But thinking about the 1 million bonus, I decided to take a gamble. After all, wealth and honor come from risk, and the gene potion and free fighting skills that the system had rewarded me with gave me some confidence. I stood quietly in the corner and waited. A few minutes later, a black Jetta stopped in front of the lottery center, and 3 masked men got out. The wanted criminal has a gun in his hand, please be cautious. Seeing their clothes bulging, it was obvious that they were hiding weapons. I quickly called the police and prepared for the upcoming challenge. Duh! 3 robbers walked into the lottery center, immediately pulled out their guns, and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. In an instant, the lottery center fell into silence, and everyone hid in the corner in fear, not daring to move. I stayed calm, quietly took out my phone and pointed it at the 3 people, ready to start the live broadcast. Listen carefully, we brothers are only after money, you better cooperate, otherwise you will meet the king of hell. Now, put all the money in this bag. The 3 men took out guns and began to demand that the money be put into the bag. Although the cash in the lottery center is not as good as that in the bank, it is safer. The bank's security is directly connected to the police station. Once a special situation occurs, the uncle in the hat will be dispatched immediately. But the lottery center is different. The security of the lottery center is not as tight as that of a bank. And no one would think that someone would come to rob the lottery center. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. Even if I killed these robbers, they would never have thought that their robbery plan would be known to me in advance. They would never have thought that I had called the police from the moment they stepped into the lottery center. At this moment, countless police cars were rushing towards the lottery center. Ding! Special scenes trigger God-level romance strategies. Please check the detailed strategies to avoid missing the great opportunity to meet beautiful women. While recording the robber's crime, a system prompt suddenly popped up. What the fuck? A God-level affair? I couldn't help but grumble, my mind full of questions. What kind of affair can be triggered at the scene of a robbery? Are you kidding me? However, just as I was about to turn off this unreliable reminder, the shrill sound of a police car's siren sounded outside. Oh no, there are a lot of policemen outside. One of the robbers heard the sirens, and a look of panic appeared on his face. According to their plan, even if they called the police, it would be impossible for them to arrive so quickly. So he concluded that the police car just happened to pass by. Why are you panicking? Don't act rashly. It's just a police car passing by occasionally. Follow the plan. A group of desperate criminals dancing on the edge of a knife, completely unaware that they will be surrounded by the police in 3 minutes, and unable to escape. After the negotiation breaks down, they will start using guns to threaten the hostages. I stared at the system prompt, feeling panic in my heart and my head buzzing. These robbers even dared to attack the hostages. They are truly so cruel and capable of doing anything. No, I must stop them. At this moment, I no longer cared about the 1 million bonus. All I thought about was how to save these dozens of innocent staff members. Just as I was thinking anxiously, one of the robbers suddenly pushed a girl out from the crowd. "Boss, this girl is so pretty, why don't we take her away later?" the robber said excitedly. "Well, she's good looking. It just so happens that I haven't had enough fun for a while, so I'll bring her along later. When I'm happy, I'll let you guys take advantage of her too." The boss smiled with a vicious look in his eyes. Hearing these words, I clenched the phone in my hand, feeling extremely anxious. 7-day romance strategy. The host will encounter romantic luck within 7 days, and the target person will be automatically unlocked. Be sure to read this strategy carefully to avoid missing the opportunity for a romantic encounter. At this moment, how could I care about any romantic encounter strategy? Just as I was about to turn off this damn prompt, the system voice changed again. Lin Wana, the campus beauty of Jiangqing University, came to the lottery center for internship today. Unexpectedly, she was robbed by robbers. Because of her outstanding appearance, she became the target of the robbers. She longed for a hero to save her. If the host could successfully save her, there would be an 80% chance of winning her heart. If he was injured in the process, the success rate would reach 100%. The campus belle of Jiangqing University? Only then did I understand what had happened. I can't help but sigh. This system is really interesting, it's so interconnected, and it actually dragged me into it. To be honest, Lin Wana is indeed very eye-catching. Just now I just noticed her figure. This tight work clothes outlined her curves perfectly, and coupled with her long beautiful legs, it was hard not to look at her a few more times. However, when I heard that she was the campus beauty of Jiangqing University, I looked at her face more carefully. Even at this critical moment of life and death, Lin Wana's beautiful face was still hard to ignore. Her skin looked particularly delicate in fear, and her eyes showed helplessness and panic, which made people feel distressed. At this time, the robbers were pulling her roughly, and they became even more proud when they heard her trembling plea for mercy. "My little beauty, how could we bear to hurt you? As long as you behave and wait for me to have enough fun, you will be fine." Lin Wana pleaded in a trembling voice in panic, but her voice only seemed to make the robbers more proud. "Come on, help me pack the money, don't let this girl run away." I stared at the situation nervously, calculating the time and thinking about a plan of action. If the robbers didn't have guns, I'm confident I could subdue them quickly, but now, facing 3 guns, the situation is much more complicated. What's worse is that with so many innocent hostages in hand, any small mistake could lead to tragedy. Just as I was thinking, the sound of sirens was getting closer and closer, and the police had surrounded the entire lottery center. "Boss, something's wrong! We are surrounded!" one of the robbers shouted anxiously. "Don't panic! There are only a few policemen, there's nothing to be afraid of." Before he finished speaking, a voice from the loudspeaker came from the police car outside. "Listen, everyone inside. You are surrounded. Release the hostages immediately. Lay down your weapons and surrender." When the hostages saw the police coming outside, they were moved and hope ignited in their hearts. However, the robber leader dragged Lin Wana to the gate and shouted, "Police outside, listen up! Prepare a car and 5 million in cash within 10 minutes, or I will start killing the hostages." At this moment I, who had been lurking in the dark, finally took action. With the police's attention drawn, the robbers completely ignored me in the corner. With the help of the transformation potion, my speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, I was behind one of the robbers, covered his mouth with force, and hit him quickly on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. I knocked him down silently, took his gun, and continued to approach the other robber. At this time, although the hostages saw me, they knew I was there to rescue them, so everyone held their breath and tried not to make any sound. In just a few seconds, I knocked down the second robber. There was only one left, and he was also the most dangerous one because he was still holding the hostage tightly in his hand. However, I didn't know that at the moment I was confronting the robbers, the sniper in the distance had already seen my every move and reported the situation to his superiors. After hearing the news, the command center also felt nervous. But at the moment, the robbers still held hostages, so it was not wise to act rashly. Fortunately, I had become their insider, and everything began to become easier to handle. Su Jun, captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jiangqing Public Security Bureau, was also the on-site commander of the operation. After he saw my movements, he quickly decided to stabilize the robbers first, attract their attention, and create an opportunity for me. "Calm down first and don't hurt the hostages," Su Jun said to the robber through the communication equipment. The robber originally thought that the police would delay time, but he didn't expect that the Jiangqing police would agree to his conditions so quickly, and he couldn't help feeling proud. However, at this moment he saw me through the glass door in front of him. I had approached him quietly. The next moment, I pounced on the robber like a beast. My hand quickly locked onto his wrist holding the gun, and with a sudden twist, with a crisp, click, sound, the robber's wrist was forcibly broken, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Then I quickly grabbed his throat with my other hand, forcing him to let go of Lin Wanner. "Go!" I shouted. Lin Wanner turned around without hesitation and rushed to the exit. Several police officers met her outside and quickly escorted her away from the scene. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but from her pale face and frightened eyes, I could still feel that she had not fully recovered from the shock. However, at this moment, a gunshot pierced the air. Bang! Lin Wanner looked back in horror and saw me lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, her heart seemed to be torn apart. How could I, who had just been so brave and fearless, saving her from danger, suddenly collapse? She couldn't believe her eyes and tried to rush forward, but was held back by the police behind her. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a sniper in the distance accurately shot and killed the robber who tried to shoot again. "Hurry, save people, call an ambulance!" Su Jun immediately ordered. A few minutes later, the remaining hostages were safely rescued and the remaining 2 robbers were arrested. Meanwhile, I was quickly put into an ambulance and rushed to the hospital for surgery. Lin Wanner watched the ambulance go farther and farther away, and her worries and self-blame surged in her heart. This man who risked his life to save her, and she didn't even have time to thank him, and she didn't even know his name. However, even though I was enduring severe pain in the ambulance, my heart was already filled with joy. Just as I was being sent to the ambulance, I happened to hear the police confirm the identities of the 3 robbers. They were the fugitives wanted nationwide. This meant that I would receive a reward of 1 million. In addition, the worry and concern in Lin Wanner's eyes also filled me with joy. From my experience, this one look was enough to show that she had been captured by me. Once I arrived at the hospital, I was rushed into surgery. Fortunately, the bullet did not hit any vital parts and the operation was completed in just over an hour. In the evening, I finally opened my eyes and found myself lying in a single room in the hospital. My shoulder didn't hurt as much as I had imagined, but it felt a little itchy. In fact, I didn't know that my wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thanks to the previous genetic drug transformation, I have acquired extraordinary self-healing abilities. "Are you awake?" The door of the ward suddenly opened gently, and Su Jun walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. "How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell?" I looked at Su Jun in police uniform. Although I didn't know him, I immediately guessed why he came by looking at the police badge on him. Su Jun put the flowers aside and gave me a standard military salute. "Mr. Hua, I am Su Jun, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. First of all, I want to thank you for standing up at the most critical moment, subduing the robbers and protecting the innocent." I waved my hands and smiled modestly. "Captain Su, you are too kind. I just did what I should do." Su Jun's eyes flashed with admiration. "Mr. Hua, not only that, the identities of the 3 robbers have been confirmed. They are wanted criminals nationwide. Your heroic actions helped us successfully capture them, so you can get a reward of 1 million. Here it comes!" I was delighted in my heart, but I remained calm on the surface. "Actually, I didn't do this for the reward, Captain Su. I just did what every person with a sense of justice would do," I responded indifferently. Hearing this, Su Jun admired me even more, but he interrupted me hastily. "Mr. Hua, your heroic act not only saved the hostages, but also helped us catch the robbers, so you deserve this reward. However, the payment is still going through the procedures, and it may take a few days to arrive." "How many days?" I was a little disappointed when I heard the news. I thought I would get the money right away, but I still have to wait. After chatting with me for a few words, Soo-jun got up and left, and at this moment, my system prompt suddenly popped up. A brave old policeman who has worked in the Criminal Investigation Brigade for more than 10 years. After this incident, his superiors have already expressed their intention to promote him, but they are just missing an opportunity. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. This diligent and dedicated public servant was attacked by the robber's accomplices while escorting the robber to prison tomorrow, and finally died gloriously. This sudden reminder made me stunned for a moment. But soon, I extracted several key information from it. First, after this incident, Soo-jun has attracted the attention of his superiors and is only one opportunity away from promotion. Second, the accomplices of the 3 robbers have not been arrested yet, and they will try to break into the prison tomorrow. Third, Soo-jun will die heroically in tomorrow's melee. I took a deep breath and my mind raced. Soon, I realized that the so-called opportunity might come tomorrow. I hurriedly called Soo-jun. "Captain Soo, wait a moment!" Soo-jun, who was walking out of the ward, heard my voice, stopped, looked back at me, and asked in confusion, "Mr. Hua, is there anything else?" I was a little hesitant, and wanted to tell him that the robber had accomplices and planned to break into the prison, but I didn't know how to start. Fortunately, at this moment, the system gave me another hint. This old policeman has rich experience in handling cases. The host only needs to reveal that the robber has an accomplice, and he will naturally take appropriate action. After reading the prompt, I immediately said to Soo-jun, "Captain Soo, I have important information about the robbers." Soo-jun's eyes lit up immediately, and as expected, he immediately retracted his steps and walked back to the bedside. "What information?" I took a deep breath and sorted out my thoughts. "Before at the lottery center, I vaguely heard the 3 robbers talking about meeting up somewhere. I don't remember exactly where, but I'm sure they have accomplices." Although my words were a little vague, they contained the most important information. Hearing the word, accomplice, Soo-jun's brows immediately knitted together, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ho, for the clue." After saying that, he turned around and quickly left the ward. As soon as Soo-jun left, I wanted to take a short rest, but the door of the ward was pushed open again. "Captain Soo, is there anything else?" I thought Soo-jun had come back, but when I looked up, it was Lin Wanner who came in. She was wearing a simple work suit today. Although ordinary, it set off her graceful figure, especially her long legs and the Balenciaga shoes sparkling under the lights, which added a bit of charm and temptation. I was stunned for a moment, almost in a trance, and my heart beat faster involuntarily. Lin Wanner didn't seem to notice my reaction. She walked to the bedside and asked with concern, "Hello, Mr. Hua. I'm Lin Wanner. Thank you for saving me. I came to see you today. How are you feeling?" I smiled and replied, "I'm fine, it's just a minor injury, I just need to rest for a few days. Thank you, Miss Lin, for coming to see me. That's what I should do. If it weren't for you, I might." Lin Wanner's voice suddenly choked up and her eyes became a little moist. Her emotion at that moment shocked me. It was obvious that she was deeply moved by what she had just experienced. When facing the robber's gun, she almost thought she was going to die. If I hadn't stepped forward, she might have been dead. "It's okay, everything is over," I comforted her softly. Lin Wanner looked at me deeply, her eyes flashing with gratitude and respect, as if she wanted to engrave the image of me, her savior, in her heart forever. "Mr. Hua, I really don't know how to thank you." I smiled and waved my hand gently. "This is just what I should do. Miss Lin is so beautiful, but she has encountered misfortune at such a young age." Lin Wanner's face quickly turned red. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her hands nervously twisted together. Although she was a little shy, she was more happy because of my praise. Looking at her shy appearance, my heart beat faster involuntarily. Especially when my eyes accidentally glanced at her graceful figure, I felt my mouth dry and my heart was beating fast. "Ms. Lin, it's getting late. Why don't you go back early?" I quickly broke the awkwardness and said softly. Lin Wanner glanced at me and showed a pleasant smile on her face. "Okay, then I'll go back first and come to see you tomorrow." The two exchanged contact information, and Lin Wanner quietly left the ward. The moment the door closed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, my cell phone rang. Mr. Hua, what would you like to eat tomorrow morning? I'll bring it to you. How about steamed buns and fried dough sticks? Oh no, you just had surgery, you can't eat greasy food. Then I'll bring you preserved egg and lean meat porridge. By the way, I like preserved egg and lean meat porridge the most. The next morning, Lin Wanner came to my ward with a bag of breakfast as promised. She seemed a little hurried and was about to leave. After all, she had to go to work. Looking at her hurried back, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to the system prompt, Lin Wanner is a rich girl, so logically, she doesn't need to work. If that's the case, why did she choose to work at the lottery center? I still didn't understand it, and I was a little confused. But I'm not the kind of person who likes to dwell on it, so since I didn't understand it, I stopped thinking about it. After washing up, I opened the breakfast that Lin Wanner brought and started to enjoy it. The preserved egg and lean meat porridge tasted good and was a pleasant surprise. After breakfast, I started to pay attention to the real-time news. According to the system's prompt, the robbers' accomplices will rob the prison van today. I prayed in my heart. I hope Captain Su can successfully catch these criminals. At noon, there was finally a news update about the robbers' accomplices. At 10 o'clock this morning, the police were attacked by the accomplices of the robbers who were carrying the gunmen of the lottery center yesterday. A fierce gun battle broke out at the scene. The news continued. The police have successfully captured 3 accomplices of the robber, and there were no casualties at the scene. At this time, a prompt suddenly appeared on the system. The police successfully captured the robber's accomplice, and there were no casualties at the scene. Su Jun will be commended for this and promoted to Deputy Director of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. It seems that this prison van hijacking incident has really become an opportunity for Su Jun to get promoted. I stayed in the hospital for 2 days and was finally discharged to the astonishment of the medical staff. They were so surprised because I recovered so quickly. In fact, my injury was completely healed the day after the operation. If I hadn't been afraid of causing trouble, I would have wanted to be discharged from the hospital long ago. Despite this, the doctors and nurses at the hospital still thought my recovery was incredible and said that my physique was indeed unusual. After leaving the hospital, I went straight to the lottery center. After all, I hadn't redeemed my 100,000 yuan prize yet. I was afraid it would expire and become invalid, so I had to deal with it quickly. After arriving at the lottery center, I was quickly recognized by the staff and everyone expressed their gratitude. After all, if I hadn't stepped forward, it would not have been so easy for the employees of the lottery center to escape. Finally, the director of the lottery center personally helped me with the prize redemption procedures and delivered it to my door. Before leaving, I couldn't help but ask a question. Director, is Miss Lin off today? Why didn't I see her? The director was slightly stunned, then replied. Lin Wanner resigned 3 days ago. Resigned? I was a little surprised. After all, Lin Wanner's family was well off and she didn't need to work. Maybe this job was just a way for her to experience life. After leaving the lottery center, I was about to take a taxi to the Public Security Bureau to collect the reward. At this moment, a hurried shout was suddenly heard in the distance. Robbery! Catch the thief! I immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a thief running towards me in a panic, followed by a breathless woman who was shouting anxiously. Robbery! Catch the thief! System prompt. This is an ordinary girl from a poor family, filial and kind. Her bag containing her mother's surgery fee was robbed. If the money is robbed, her mother will not be able to pay for the surgery, and her life will hang by a thread. I couldn't help but smile bitterly when I saw the system prompt. I've only been to this lottery center twice, and I was robbed both times. I don't know if it's my bad luck or the criminal's bad luck. Seeing the thief about to rush in front of me, I didn't think much, and quickly adjusted my state to stop him. Since I encountered such a thing, how could I stand by and watch, especially when the money I stole was my life-saving money? The thief ran away, waving a dagger and shouting, Get out of here! I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me! Seeing the thief holding a knife, many people around took a few steps back to make way for the thief. But I did not retreat. Instead, I stepped forward and tripped the thief without hesitation. The thief immediately lost his balance and fell on his face. The thief was caught off guard, and I seized the opportunity to pounce on him and snatch the dagger and the stolen bag from him. Just as I was about to return the bag to the owner, a police car came speeding and stopped in front of me. The car door opened, and a dashing female police officer quickly got out and shouted, "Stop!" Seeing the dagger in my hand, the policewoman handcuffed me without saying a word. System prompt: this female police officer who has just joined the job hates evil and is determined to solve the case. She encountered a knife robbery on her first mission and is in an extremely excited state. This is bad. I was stunned for a moment, then I realized that this female police officer actually thought I was a thief. "Damn it, you caught the wrong guy. He's the thief. I was just doing what's right." I didn't expect to be caught by mistake. I was speechless. How could this policewoman be so unreliable? "Comrade police officer, don't listen to his nonsense. He is the thief. Look at the knife and bag in his hands." The real thief turned the tables and pointed at me. Policewoman Shinueshi is 24 years old this year. She has just graduated from the police academy and was assigned to work as an office clerk in the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. This was her first time going out on a mission, and she ended up encountering a knife-point robbery. Despite her lack of experience, she had a good eye. The thief had a knife and a bag in his hands, which inevitably made her suspicious. "The physical evidence and witness evidence are all here. What else do you have to say?" she said coldly. Unexpectedly, the thief dared to argue. What surprised me most was that the policewoman actually believed him. So I was handcuffed and put into a police car, even though I was completely wrong. Fortunately, the owner's money was successfully recovered, and my mother's surgery fee was also saved. "Comrade police officer, can I leave now?" When the thief saw me being taken into the police car, he planned to take the opportunity to slip away. However, Shinueshi responded coldly. "Did I let you go? Come back to the police station with me." After that, she then took the thief into the police car and drove us to the police station. Chapter 9: Misunderstanding Resolved, Freedom Regained. Yo! Our female policewoman arrested 2 suspects on her first police call. She's amazing! When Shinueshi brought Huoda and the thief back to the police station, they immediately attracted the attention of a group of police officers. On the first day that Shinueshi reported to the Criminal Investigation Detachment, she clamored to solve major cases and catch criminals. But she was assigned to do logistics work in the Criminal Investigation Brigade for more than 3 months. Today was her first time to go out on a police mission, and I didn't expect that she actually caught 2 people. Soo-jun had just come out of the director's office. He had already learned that he would be promoted to deputy director. He knew very well that the reason he was able to get promoted was all thanks to Huoda's reminder. If Huoda had not reminded the robbers that they had accomplices, he would not have been able to deploy in advance and capture the robbers' accomplices in one fell swoop, and he might even have paid a heavy price. So, Huoda not only helped him advance in his career, but also saved his life in disguise. Just when he was considering whether to treat Huoda to a meal to express his gratitude, he suddenly heard that Shinueshi had caught 2 suspects. Shinueshi comes from a good family and is the daughter of a big shot in the province. So as soon as I graduated, I was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Bureau. Precisely because of her strong background, Soo-jun has always let this young lady handle logistical work in the team. But this young lady is not a content person and is determined to solve the big case. After 3 months of observation, Soo-jun finally agreed to let her go out as a police officer. Unexpectedly, the police caught 2 suspects on their first trip. For a moment, Soo-jun was also full of curiosity about the person captured by Shinueshi. So he quickly walked towards the interrogation room. The other side. In the dark interrogation room, Huoda was handcuffed and secured to a special chair. In front of him were Shinueshi and a civilian police officer with complicated records. Shinueshi interrogated Huoda expressionlessly. "Name?" Huoda knew that he had not committed any crime, so he spoke calmly. "Huoda." Shinueshi. "Gender?" Hearing this, Huoda was amused. "Comrade police officer, aren't my male characteristics obvious enough?" Shinueshi immediately slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "Huoda, I advise you to be honest, explain everything you have done, and strive for leniency. The beautiful policewoman's immediate superior is on the way. He has recognized your identity, and you will be released without charge. To be honest, although Huoda knew he was innocent, he was afraid that this stupid woman would confess under torture. But after seeing the system prompt, I finally felt relieved. So he cooperated with Xinyueshi and said, "My name is Huoda, male, 25 years old, a native of Jiangqing." "That's more like it." Seeing that Huoda finally cooperated honestly, Xinyueshi sat down again. "Tell me, why did you commit robbery in broad daylight? Have you committed any crime before?" "Let me reiterate, I did not rob. I was acting bravely. The real robber was the person you captured with me," Huoda said righteously. "Snort!" Xinyueshi sneered, obviously not believing what Huoda said. "Then tell me, why do you have a knife and a bag in your hands?" Well, this woman has already preconceived that he is the criminal, and she won't believe him even if he tells her the truth. Huoda simply kept silent, closed his eyes and waited for the other party's boss to appear. For a moment, the atmosphere in the interrogation room was extremely tense. Xinyueshi stared at Huoda's calm face with a sharp gaze, anger rising in her heart. In her opinion, Huoda was deliberately provoking her at this moment. "Huoda, do you think we can't convict you if you don't say anything? I'm telling you, with all the evidence, you can't escape." Xinyueshi roared at Huoda like an angry tigress. The next second, Xinyueshi stood up and came in front of Huoda. "What do you want to do?" Seeing Xinyueshi's expression as if she wanted to eat someone, he was really afraid that this woman would lynch him. But at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open and Su-jun strode in. As soon as he entered the room, Su-jun saw Huoda handcuffed to a chair, and the scene of Huoda rescuing the hostages regardless of his own safety suddenly popped up in his mind. He would never believe that Huoda was a suspect in a knife-wielding robbery. "Xinyueshi, what are you doing?" Su-jun roared in anger and immediately walked quickly to Huoda's side. "Captain Su, why are you here?" Xinyueshi was stunned when she saw Su-jun suddenly appear, but then she thought that Su-jun must have heard that she had arrested a knife-wielding robbery suspect on her first day on duty, so he came to congratulate her. However, Xinyueshi did not wait for Su-jun's congratulations, but instead saw Su-jun waiting for her with an angry face. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and she sensed that something was wrong. "Xinyueshi, do you know who you caught?" Su-jun pointed at Huoda, his tone full of blame. Xinyueshi was stunned, looking at Su-jun in confusion, and said, "Captain Su, isn't he the suspect of knife-wielding robbery?" Upon hearing this, Su-jun became furious. "What's the knife-point robbery? Do you know that Mr. Hua is a hero who assisted the police in capturing a wanted criminal 3 days ago? And you arrested him as a criminal." When Xinyueshi heard this, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. She would never have thought that the suspect she had worked so hard to catch would be the hero who helped the police capture the wanted criminal 3 days ago. For a moment, Xinyueshi lowered her head in shame. "Well, Captain Su, can you please let me go first?" Seeing that Su-jun had finished his training but was still not opening his handcuffs, Huoda finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as Su-jun entered the room, he started to scold Xinyueshi, which really vented his anger for him. But the problem was that Su-jun had no foresight at all and didn't notice that he was still handcuffed. "Hurry up and unlock Mr. Hua's handcuffs!" Su-jun yelled at Xinyueshi, and then apologized to Huoda. "Mr. Hua, don't be angry. It's all because I didn't discipline my subordinates well." After regaining his freedom, Huoda rubbed his wrist and said with a smile, "It's okay, just explain it clearly." Seeing that Huoda had no intention of pursuing the matter, Su-jun once again said to Xinyueshi with a stern face, "Why don't you apologize to Mr. Hua quickly?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Hua." Xinyueshi also knew that she had misunderstood Huoda, and her apology was particularly sincere. Afterwards, Xinyueshi retrieved the surveillance video of the scene, and with Huoda's testimony, she quickly figured out what really happened. As the thief committed a serious crime and stole a huge amount of money, he was awarded a 10-year package with free food and accommodation. In the next 10 years, he no longer has to worry about food and drink, and he can even work and earn money there. Chapter 10 System Mall opens, escape from the rental house. "Mr. Hua, thanks to your reminder last time, we were able to catch the accomplices of the robbers. Thank you so much." "Captain Su, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Let's stop being so polite. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Sue from now on. Brother Sue, then my reward. It has been approved by the higher-ups. I believe it will be deposited into your card soon. As soon as Su Jun finished speaking, Huoda felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. I took it out, and saw that it was a message from the bank. The 1 million bounty has been fully deposited into his card. Because it is a bounty, no tax is deducted. In other words, he is now a millionaire. Brother Sue, the bounty has been paid, and I think it's time for dinner. How about I treat you to a meal? Huoda knew that the official procedures were very slow, especially when it came to money. The efficiency was extremely low, not to mention that the money was 1 million yuan. Su Jun must have played an important role in the police transferring the money so quickly. So, Huoda thought about inviting the other party to dinner to express his gratitude. How can I let you treat me? I have to treat you. But I have something else to do, so I'll have to do it next time, Su Jun said with a wry smile. Although the appointment letter has not yet come down, his promotion to deputy director is a foregone conclusion. Before taking office, he has to hand over the work at hand and familiarize himself with the duties of the new position. He will probably be very busy in the next period of time. Seeing Su Jun say this, Huoda no longer insisted. Afterwards, Su Jun personally sent Huoda to the door of the municipal bureau, and the two waved goodbye. Mr. Hua, wait a moment! Just as Huoda was about to leave, Xinyueshi suddenly chased after him. Officer Shin, anything else? Huoda looked at Xinyueshi, whose chest rose and fell slightly due to heavy breathing, and asked in confusion. Although this female police officer acted a bit impulsively, it has to be said that she still has a lot of capital. After seeing Xinyueshi calm down her breathing, Huoda retracted his greedy gaze. Mr. Hua, I'm here to apologize to you. To express my apology, I'd like to treat you to a meal, Xinyueshi said after taking a deep breath. Huoda was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Xinyueshi came out to treat him to a meal. Then he smiled and said, Officer Shin, I have received your apology. As for eating, it is really unnecessary. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Huoda slipped away. Well. Damn it! How dare you reject me? Huoda, you are dead! Looking at Huoda's receding back, Xinyueshi stomped her feet in anger. If it were any other time, if a beautiful woman invited him to dinner, Huoda would definitely accept it with pleasure. But at this moment, he had to reluctantly refuse. Half an hour later, Huoda sneakily found an empty corner, and after making sure that there was no one around, he carefully looked at the message floating in front of him. Just now, when Xinyueshi chased out, the system prompt appeared in front of his eyes again. Different from the previous prompts, the content of the system prompt this time made his eyes light up, and even his heartbeat quickened a bit. Congratulations on completing the God-level strategy and obtaining 50,000 points. The system mall has been opened. I wish you a pleasant experience. Complete intelligence to get corresponding points, which can be used to purchase various props in the system mall, which will help you reach the peak of your life. Complete intelligence for the first time and get an extra item reward, Super Hacker Card. Note, please use this item with caution. Improper use may cause social unrest and panic among citizens. Integral? Mall? After seeing the system prompt in front of him, Huoda was ecstatic. He was already shocked by the functions of the system before, but he didn't expect that there would be a system mall. However, this place is not absolutely safe. Huoda suppressed his excitement and hailed a taxi. Returned to the rental house. As Huoda took out the key, an ambiguous voice sounded behind him. Xiaohua, where have you been these days? I've been waiting for you for so long. Hearing this voice, Huoda shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. He turned around slowly, and what came into his sight was Zhao Chunmei's face, which was covered with thick foundation but could not hide the traces of time. What made Huoda even more disgusted was that Zhao Chunmei was wearing a red suspender nightgown at the moment. Imagine a middle-aged woman weighing about 300 pounds, wearing a bright red suspender nightgown and heavy makeup. That scene is simply unbearable to watch. Fortunately, it was not night time. If it were night time, Huoda would have thought he had encountered a female ghost. Oh, that's not right, Female ghosts don't look so ugly. Aunt Zhao, well, I was hospitalized a few days ago and was just discharged today. As Huoda spoke, he unconsciously backed away, trying to keep a safe distance from Zhao Chunmei, fearing that she would pounce on him if they disagreed. He's in the hospital. Is it serious? Where is he injured? Let Anne have a look. As she spoke, Zhao Chunmei started to work. Wait a moment! Fortunately, Huoda was transformed by genetic drugs and now has great skills, so he avoided Zhao Chunmei in one go. However, when Zhao Chunmei saw that Huoda was so tactless, she immediately said with a gloomy face, Brat, have you forgotten our previous agreement? If you can't pay the rent within 3 days, you will have to pay with your body. Aunt Zhao, it's just rent, I'll pay it. After saying that, Huoda took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money to Zhao Chunmei. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chunmei snorted coldly and said, What do I need from you? What I need is a man who can warm my bed. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Well, Aunt Zhao, the company asked me to go on a business trip, and I have to rush to the airport. I'll transfer the rent to you later. As Huoda spoke, he quickly opened the door, then dodged and hid inside the house. At the same time, he pushed hard to block Zhao Chunmei outside the door. Asshole! You little brat, just wait for me! Zhao Chunmei angrily slammed the door a few times, yelled and cursed for a while, and then left. Only after Huoda confirmed through the peephole on the door that Zhao Chunmei had really left did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was really scared just now, and his little heart is still beating fast. It seems that he can no longer live in this house, otherwise if it is really destroyed by this old woman one day, he won't even have time to cry. So he immediately packed his luggage and sneaked out of the rental house before Zhao Chunmei came back. However, he is not the kind of person who does not abide by principles. When he left, he paid all the rent owed to Zhao Chunmei in one lump sum. Huoda was walking down the street carrying a bag and checked the time. It's too late to find a house, so let's just find a hotel for one night. Thinking of this, Huoda waved to stop a taxi. Master, go to Chienda Hotel. Chapter 11, Group Battle in the Presidential Suite. Chienda Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Jiangqing. It is said that the most expensive presidential suite costs 18,888 per night. After all, Huoda is a millionaire now, so he has to be extravagant. So, after arriving at Chienda Hotel, Huoda decisively booked a presidential suite. Soon after completing the check-in formalities, Huoda followed the lady at the front desk to the presidential suite on the top floor. After receiving the small note from the other party, Huoda watched the other party disappear around the corner of the corridor before opening the door. As soon as you enter the door, a huge floor-to-ceiling window catches your eye. Looking around, you can see half of the city. The familiar taste is back. In his previous life, Huoda often went to high-end hotels and was already familiar with this luxurious environment. He pulled a bottle of 1990 Romanée-Conti from the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass. Then, he took the wine glass to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the Jiangqing city below, took a sip of the red wine in the glass, and the rich aroma of the wine instantly filled his mouth. Cool! Huoda shouted and then drank the red wine in the glass. Then he went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with hot water and started taking a bath. Feeling the temperature of the hot water, Huoda felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. At this time, Huoda remembered that he had only checked half of the system mall before. So I immediately opened the system interface. At this moment he saw that a prop bar option suddenly appeared in the system interface in front of him. After clicking on the prop bar, a black card appeared. There was no writing on it, only a figure wearing a black hat whose face could not be seen clearly. He attached his consciousness to the card, and the purpose of the card instantly appeared before his eyes. Super Hacker Card. After using it, you will become the strongest hacker in the world. No matter what you do on the internet, no one will be able to track your real identity. During use, the income you get through the internet will be strictly encrypted, and no trace of any transaction will be found. The duration of this item after use, 2 hours. Huoda's eyes changed and a shocked expression appeared on his face. This is too outrageous. It's outrageous enough to be the best hacker in the world and not be able to track anything you do. Unexpectedly, all the income obtained through the internet will be strictly encrypted, and no trace of the transaction can be found. Doesn't that mean? At this time, Huoda thought of a very evil thing. There are 1.4 billion people in China. If one withdraws 1 yuan from each person's account, wouldn't he instantly have a wealth of 1.4 billion? However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, he nipped it in the bud. He is a very principled man. What belongs to him is his, and if it doesn't belong to him, he won't take a penny no matter how much it is. This is also an important reason why he was able to start from scratch in his previous life. But then again, this card is only valid for 2 hours, which is really a bit short. But if you think about it carefully, it would be abnormal if such a perverted card didn't have some restrictions. Then, Huoda's consciousness opened the system mall. There are quite a lot of things inside. Gene medicine points, 10,000. After use, it will transform and strengthen the body, making it stronger and more durable. Upper limit of use, 5. Super hacker card points, 50,000. Top level item for hiding virtual identity. Time limit, 2 hours. Universal human skin mask points, 5W. After use, you can change your face, body shape, height, gender and other features at will. Validity period, 12 hours. Random intelligence points, 1,000. After use, a random intelligence will be opened. The content of the intelligence is not limited. Huoda took a quick look and found that there were quite a lot of props in the system mall, and they were all high quality. But unfortunately, there is not much he can afford now. After looking around, Huoda finally exited the system mall without buying anything. As the saying goes, a good knife should be used where it is most useful. Currently, he has limited points and cannot squander them at will. Have to keep it, and use it at the critical moment. Afterwards, he took a bath for a while before coming to the living room in his bathrobe. People who have never stayed in a presidential suite may not know that the presidential suite is actually like a commercial housing. Not only are there bedrooms, but there are also living rooms. The better hotels even have study rooms, gyms, and entertainment rooms. This is the case with the presidential suite at the Chianda Hotel. There are 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a study and an entertainment room, totaling 260 square meters. After taking a bath, Huoda suddenly felt hungry. He then remembered that he had been taken to the police station by Xinyueshi since he came out of the lottery center at noon. He had not eaten anything for the whole day, so he was naturally starving. It's time to eat something. So he ordered the hotel's room delivery service. After a while, the hotel waiter brought a cart of food. Half an hour later, Huoda burped and then leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound that was not suitable for children. At first, he thought he had heard it wrong. After all, this is the presidential suite, so the soundproofing shouldn't be that bad. There are only 2 presidential suites on the top floor, and most people would not be so extravagant as to book a presidential suite when they come to the hotel. But after all, Huoda's body has been transformed by genetic drugs, and his senses have long surpassed those of ordinary people. He listened carefully for a while and made sure that he had not heard wrongly. It seems like there is some kind of inappropriate sports going on next door. And judging from the voices, it seemed like there were more than 2 people. No way, is it so exciting? At the same time, the system prompt appeared in front of Huoda again. A group fight is taking place in the next room, and the actors are well-known online bloggers. Tanhua? I believe many men know what it means. Huoda also liked to watch this kind of movie in his previous life, but this was the first time he encountered it in real life. Although Huoda wanted to be a part of it, he didn't want to be the leading man. Just when he was about to turn a blind eye to the sight and deaf ears and prepare to go back to the bedroom, the prompt in front of him suddenly changed. Half an hour later, the heroine could no longer bear the abuse from the heroes and died suddenly in the house. What? This amount of information is extremely large. Huoda thought there would be several couples next door, but he didn't expect there would be several to one. However, after seeing this message, Huoda decided to call the police. Although I didn't know the other person at all, he was doing the same kind of job. But as the old saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If you encounter this, you cannot just stand by and watch someone die. So Huoda took out his phone and sent a message to Xinyueshi. come to the presidential suite number 6666 on the top floor of Chienda Hotel and I'll give you a gift. He lived in presidential suite number 8888, and presidential suite number 6666 was the one next to him. Not long after the message was sent, Huoda received a reply from Shinyueshi. Shinyueshi's reply was simple, just one word. Roll! Chapter 12. This woman is too good at flirting. Looking at the phone screen, Huoda was stunned for a long time. What's the meaning? Shinyueshi actually told him to get out. He had given her an opportunity to solve a major case with good intentions, but this woman actually told him to get lost. It's true that only my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Huoda called Shinyueshi immediately. But after the phone beeped twice, it hung up. Just when Huoda was about to make a second call, Shinyueshi sent another message. Huoda, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This kind of person? What kind of person? For a moment, Huoda was even more confused. So Huoda quickly edited a message and sent it. You always wanted to solve a big case, didn't you? Come to Chienda Hotel quickly, or someone will die. Sure enough, not long after this message was sent, Shinyueshi took the initiative to call. Huoda, what does the message you just sent me mean? Shinyueshi asked on the phone. Literally, stop talking nonsense and bring people here, Huoda said impatiently. However, Shinyueshi still didn't quite believe Huoda, so she confirmed it again. Are you sure there's a case, not that you want to sleep with me? What? Sleeping Yueshi? So this woman thought that this was the reason why I asked her to come to the hotel so late at night. I went home speechless. His mother opened the door for me, and I was home speechless. Huoda really wanted to say, Miss, who are you? Do you think I'm going to die if I sleep with you? But Huoda explained again. There really is a case. If you don't come, someone will die. Seeing that Huoda didn't seem to be telling a lie, Shinyueshi immediately said, Wait, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Hurry up, my aunt! After saying that, Huoda hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Huoda heard the footsteps coming from the corridor, and immediately opened the door, and saw Shinyueshi and several uncles in hats wearing uniforms. Shh! Keep your voice down! Huoda pointed to the next room. What's going on? Shinyueshi came to Huoda quietly and asked. However, before Huoda could answer, a high-pitched female voice rang out in the quiet corridor. Now, there was no need for Huoda to explain, Shinyueshi knew what was going on. You heard it too. I suspect there's a molestation going on next door. As soon as the words, gathering for fornication, came out, Shinyueshi was stunned on the spot, her face turned red. But soon, she responded. Although group fornication is not a serious crime, if she can catch this group of people, it will also be a reflection of her ability. Thinking of this, Shinyueshi took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and looked at Huoda firmly. Are you sure? Next door is. As for that kind of thing, Shinyueshi, who had never experienced sex, found it difficult to talk about it. However, Huoda also knew what she wanted to say, so he nodded and said in a serious and earnest tone. I am sure that I have listened for a long time before you came, and I am sure that there are at least 4 people in it. Hearing Huoda say that he had been listening for a long time, Shinyueshi immediately showed a look of disgust. But she quickly controlled her emotions and spoke to the uncle in the hat beside her. Go get the hotel manager on duty and prepare to break in the door. After a while, the hotel's duty manager came with a room card. Drop! The door opened, and Shinyueshi and her men rushed in immediately. Although Huoda stood outside the door and did not go in, he still saw the scene inside. Good job. There were actually 7 people inside. 6-1, no wonder someone died. Who can endure this? Not long after, the 7 people were handcuffed and taken away. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Thank you for today. After the arrest operation was over, Shinyueshi thanked Huoda and left the hotel. After returning to the house, without being disturbed by others, Huoda could finally sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the intelligence, perfection, 100%, 10,000 points, 60,000 points remaining, item reward, 1 entry modifier, Huoda, who was just about to fall asleep, lost all sleepiness instantly after seeing this reminder. Entry modifier? What the hell? Huoda opened the system's item column with doubt and checked the introduction. Entry modifier. After use, you can read the target intelligence and modify the modifiable intelligence in the intelligence to achieve the purpose of modifying the target's future behavior. Number of uses, 1. After reading the introduction, Huoda was instantly shocked. Such a pervert! This thing can actually modify the target's future experience. It's simply a powerful weapon for killing and robbing. The more Huoda thought about it, the more excited he became, and he didn't fall asleep until the late night. It was already noon the next day when Huoda woke up. After having lunch at the hotel, he checked out. Although the presidential suite is nice, living in it all the time is not a long-term solution. We still have to find a place to settle down first. But at this time, Huoda was in trouble again. Although he is now a millionaire with more than 1 million in cash, it is far from enough to buy a house in Jiangqing. It is true that Jiangqing is a third-tier city, but the housing prices are not low at all. Even for ordinary needs, it would cost hundreds of thousands. The little money he has is not enough to buy a house. A second-hand house is fine, but the problem is that he doesn't like it. But there are always more solutions than problems. If I can't afford to buy it, can I rent it? After leaving the hotel, Huoda found an agency online. Then I took a taxi to the agency. There are many large and small real estate agencies in Jiangqing. Although the agency he found was not large, it had a good reputation. Sir, would you like to see the house? As soon as I entered the door, a real estate salesperson wearing a black business suit and high heels greeted me with a smile. Huoda looked the other man up and down. She has a pretty face and a tall figure. Her slender legs are wrapped in tight black stockings, making her look long and attractive, which makes Huoda think of the 3 words, long legs. Yes, I want to rent a house. After Huoda retracted his gaze, he said with a smile. The female salesperson did not pay attention to Huoda's greedy look. Instead, she took Huoda into the store, poured him a glass of water herself, and then squatted in front of Huoda with a set of real estate information. From Huoda's perspective, he can just see the beautiful view of the other person's chest. Hiss! Huoda couldn't help but gasp, thinking that no wonder this store has such a good reputation online. It turns out to be so fun. Sir, my name is Yin Tao, you can call me Taozi. What do you need from the house? Yin Tao said this while ruffling her hair. The charm that she exuded inadvertently made Huoda unable to help but look at her a few more times. Fortunately, he had enough self-control, otherwise he would have fallen at this moment. If I need it, the house should be bigger, and it would be best if I could move in right away. Huoda thought for a moment and said. After saying that, looking at the other person's half-squatting posture, he couldn't help but say, You can sit down, isn't it tiring to squat like this? Unexpectedly, Yin Tao suddenly reached out and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, looked at Huoda with a teasing look and said, Brother, you are so considerate, but I think it is easier to communicate with you this way, and don't you like it? As she spoke, Yin Tao stuck out her tongue and pursed her lips, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. Huoda was shocked by the other party's sudden action. He didn't expect that this woman would be so bold. I cried out in my heart. This is too provocative. I can't stand it. Chapter 13. A woman who changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Yin Tao's boldness was beyond Huoda's expectations. But to be honest, the properties she has are still pretty good. With Yin Tao's introduction, Huoda quickly selected several houses. 2 large flats and 1 villa. The large flats are all sea view rooms. One is 140 square meters and the other is 200 square meters. The housing prices are not expensive. A 140 square meter apartment costs a little over 3,000 yuan per month, and a 200 square meter apartment costs a little over 6,000 yuan. Although the villa does not have a sea view, it is surrounded by mountains and water and has a beautiful environment. Moreover, this villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, with a total usable area of more than 1,000 square meters. Unfortunately, it's a bit expensive, with rent of 15,000 yuan a month. But for Huoda, the rent of 15,000 is still acceptable. Just these 3 sets. Take me to see them first. After choosing the house, Huoda stood up and said, "Okay, Mr. Hua, I'll take you to see the house right away." After saying that, Yin Tao stood up. But the next second. Ouch! I don't know if it was because she had been squatting for too long, but Yin Tao screamed as soon as she stood up, staggered, and was about to fall. Fortunately, Huoda was quick-witted and stepped forward quickly to hold her firmly. The other party has been attracted by the smell of money on you and wants to use physical contact to close the deal. If you act now, you will 100% win over the other party. Who would have thought that just renting a house would bring such unexpected gains? Although he was moved, Huoda also knew that it was not an appropriate time to do anything shameful. So, after helping Yin Tao up, he asked with a smile, "Are you okay?" After Yin Tao stood firm, a blush appeared on her face. Smelling the male hormones emanating from Huoda, she lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Hua, I'm fine. Maybe my legs are a little numb from squatting for so long." "That's good. Let's go look at the house," Huoda said with a smile. After the two walked out of the agency, Yin Tao looked at Huoda and asked, "Mr. Hua, where is your car parked?" "Ah? I don't have a car." Huoda was slightly stunned and told the truth. You don't have a car, how are we going to get there?" "I was beaten." "In the taxi." Huoda thought Yin Tao would continue to seduce him, but she changed her attitude and kept a distance from him deliberately, even with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Because you don't have a car, the other party thinks you are a loser who is just trying to show off. The other party no longer believes that you have the money to rent a house. If you do something out of line now, you will 100% get a one-day tour package to the police station. Oh shit! What's going on? Are you falling out now? It's just that I don't have a car, is it necessary to make such a fuss? Although he was very unhappy with Yin Tao's change of attitude, he just wanted to rent a house. As for the rest, he doesn't care at all. Although Yin Tao is pretty, she is far inferior to Lin Wanner. Not to mention that Lin Wanner is the campus belle of Jiangqing University. Her identity as a rich girl alone makes her far superior to Yin Tao. Moreover, it would not be an exaggeration for Lin Wanner to say that she is completely devoted to him now. There is absolutely no need for him to give up Lin Wanner, the daughter of a wealthy family, and instead pursue a real estate saleswoman. Who knows how many people the other person has had sex with? What if I get sick? The more Huoda thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed, and he unconsciously sat to the side. Seeing Huoda's actions, the disgust on Yin Tao's face became more obvious. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became extremely solemn. Fortunately, at this time, the car stopped at the gate of a community called Haitian Wangfu. After getting off the car, Huoda originally wanted to pay, but when he thought of Yin Tao's attitude towards him before and after, he wanted to teach her a lesson. So, Huoda deliberately didn't pay, and walked towards the entrance of the community without looking back after getting off the car. Seeing this, Yin Tao paid the fare with a sullen face and hurriedly caught up with Huoda. As he walked, he was still cursing Huoda in a low voice. "You better rent a house, you loser, or I'll show you how I'll punish you." Yin Tao didn't know that Huoda had excellent hearing, and Huoda heard every word she said just now. Fuck, this woman actually wants to kill him! This made him very unhappy. From beginning to end, he never said anything about whether he was rich or not. Just because he didn't have a car, the woman mistakenly thought he had no money, and then threatened to kill him if he didn't rent a house. This woman has a really dark heart. At this time, Huoda had already begun to think about leaving. But since you're here, why not take a look at the house first? As long as the house is good, you can rent it through other channels even if you don't rent it from this woman. Then, Yin Tao took Huoda to Building 8 in the community. There are only 9 buildings in this community, and each building has 1 apartment per floor. The one we are looking at now is the largest apartment in the community, which is 200 square meters. Yin Tao introduced while pressing the elevator button. There are 20 layers in total, and Yin Tao pressed the 16th layer. Bite! The elevator door opens. What comes into view is a large corridor. Mr. Hua, the moment you step out of the elevator is like walking into your home. This is all the usable area of this house, Yin Tao said. Huoda nodded. He knew about the 1 floor per household policy. The advantage of this apartment type is that it has privacy, and the area on the corridor belongs to the owner. Then, Yin Tao entered the password on the fingerprint lock and brought Huoda into the house. After the house was handed over, the landlord immediately renovated it. All the decoration materials and furniture and appliances were imported. The landlord originally intended to use it as a wedding house, but because of a job transfer abroad, he didn't want to sell it, so he rented it out first. While introducing the house, Yin Tao took Huoda to visit the house. This is a standard room for couples. The agency bought it at a very low price and decorated it with the lowest quality decoration materials. A normal person will feel uncomfortable within 3 months due to excessive formaldehyde, and in severe cases, it may even endanger life. Oh shit! When Huoda saw the system prompt, he was immediately startled. He was just wondering why he smelled an unpleasant odor as soon as he entered the door. At first he thought it was because his sense of smell was too sensitive, but he didn't expect that this house was actually a connecting room with formaldehyde levels seriously exceeding the standard. "Ms. Yin, do you smell a bad smell?" Huoda asked, covering his nose. Hearing this, Yin Tao's face changed, and then she pretended to be calm and walked to the window and opened it, explaining, "Maybe no one has lived here for a long time, so just ventilate it." Huoda originally thought that the other party didn't know that this house was a visiting house, but he clearly caught the change in the other party's expression just now. This proves that the other party knows the inside story of this house. Knowing that this house is a room for couples with excessive formaldehyde, he still dared to rent it out to others. He is really despicable. Fortunately, he has a system. If it were someone else, they would have been caught. At this moment, Huoda had made up his mind that this agency must be punished as it deserved and not be allowed to harm anyone again. Chapter 14: The Cold Landlady. This house looks good, but it smells terrible. Also, I don't really like this decoration style. Why don't we go look at another house? While Huoda was finding faults with the house, he was thinking about how to make the agency receive the punishment it deserved. Because this house uses inferior decoration materials and the waterproofing work is not done well, just turning on the faucet in the bathroom will cause water to leak downstairs, and the resident downstairs happens to be a small leader of the housing authority. Huoda's eyes lit up. Now he had the solution. Can I use the toilet?" Without waiting for Yin Tao to refuse, Huoda walked straight into the bathroom. "Asshole!" Yin Tao wanted to stop Huoda, but Huoda moved too quickly and locked the door as soon as he entered. "Hurry up!" Right away! Right away!" In the bathroom, Huoda responded, then quickly found the floor drain and blocked it. Then, he covered the washbasin drain and turned on the faucet. However, Huoda did not turn the faucet switch to the maximum, but turned it to a more uniform speed. After everything that happened last night, he pressed the flush button on the toilet lid and walked out of the bathroom pretending that he had just finished using the toilet. "Come on, take me to see another house!" To be honest, at this time Yin Tao no longer wanted to take Huoda to continue looking for houses. In her eyes, Huoda was a complete loser, and she was just making fun of him. The increasingly irritable female real estate salesperson does not want to take you to see another house and is thinking about how to get rid of you. Is there such a good thing? In this case, Huoda decided to cooperate with the other party. Then, Huoda took out his cell phone and pretended to receive a call. "Ms. Yin, I'm so sorry, I have something urgent to do, I'm afraid," Huoda said with a troubled expression. Hearing this, Yin Tao was overjoyed. She was still thinking of finding a reason to send Huoda away, but she didn't expect that he had already found a reason himself. It's okay, go ahead and do your work. If you need anything, you can always contact me. That's it for now, see you next time. Goodbye." After the two separated, Huoda did not leave immediately, but continued to stroll around the community while browsing the rental information online. The agency's routine is quite complicated, so he dare not look for an agency again. It is more reliable to contact the landlord directly. The other side. After Yin Tao returned to the company, she went to the boss's office and complained to him. Zhao Dabiao is the boss of the Dajiang agency, and is known as Brother Biao. In his early years, Zhao Dabiao worked as a bricklayer on a construction site. Because he was a righteous man, many brothers followed him. Gradually, he had more and more brothers under him, and his business grew bigger and bigger. Dejiang Agency is one of his many industries. Originally, Zhao Dabiao didn't pay much attention to this company, and only came once a year. But ever since Yin Tao came to work at the agency, Zhao Dabiao has been coming here every few days. After a few interactions, the two naturally got together. "Baby, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Tell me and I'll teach him a lesson for you." Seeing Yin Tao coming in, Zhao Dabiao pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. "Don't mention it. I met a loser today and it really pissed me off." Then, Yin Tao told Zhao Dabiao everything about her meeting with Huoda today. "You know, I paid for the taxi ride. Don't be angry, little darling. Brother Biao will help you teach him a lesson." "How do you want to teach him a lesson?" "Forget it, just consider it my bad luck today. Then I'll buy you a new bag later." "Really? Thank you, Brother Biao. You're the best." "Okay." When she heard about the new bags, Yin Tao immediately smiled and gave a sweet kiss. "This thank you gift is not enough. So what do you want to do? What do you think?" Zhao Dabiao carried Yin Tao directly to the desk and leaned over to kiss her. A moment later, beautiful melody was heard in the office. At the same time, Huoda finally found a rental information on the internet. The other party's house is also in the Haitian Wangfu community, but it's not Building 8, but Building 6. Huoda immediately dialed the other party's number. "Hello, who are you?" After the call was connected, what Huoda didn't expect was that the other party was actually a woman. And judging from the voice, he seems quite young. "Hello, I saw your rental information online, so I called to find out more. I wonder if it's convenient for me to come and see the house now." After hearing that Huoda was here to rent a house, the other party was silent for a while and then said, "Then let's meet at the gate of the community in half an hour." "Okay, no problem." Huoda arrived at the gate of the community and waited for less than half an hour before he saw a white Mercedes-Benz parked at the gate. The next second, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Just as Huoda was about to answer the phone, the passenger window of the Mercedes-Benz rolled down. "Hello, are you looking for a room? This is so beautiful." Having lived two lives, Huoda had seen many beauties, but the beauty of the woman in front of him still shocked him. The woman in front of him had a cold face, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed an indescribable cold temperament. Her nose is straight and has clear lines, which adds a touch of heroic spirit to her. The voice was cold and calm, without any emotion. Different from the sweetness of Lin Wanner and the heroic and coolness of Shinueshi, the cold beauty in front of him is more like a plum blossom in winter, blooming alone, without attracting dust, a pure queen style. Huoda silently compared the three women in his heart, and couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the Creator, who could create such diverse and unique beauty. This also made him look forward to further communication with this cool beauty. After the distraction, Huoda immediately replied, "I called you. Get in the car." Huoda hesitated for a moment, but still got on the passenger seat. After a while, the car stopped downstairs of Building 6. After the two got off the car, Yunyao took Huoda to the 17th floor. Different from the apartment type in Building 8 that Huoda had seen before, all the apartments in this building are 140 square meters, but there is one apartment per floor. "My house was just renovated half a year ago. All the furniture and appliances are brand new. And I haven't lived there for a single day myself. If you like, we can sign the contract at any time. However, we don't accept short-term rentals here. The minimum lease period is 1 year." After visiting the house, Huoda also thought it was good and had the idea of renting it. "The house is indeed nice, but can the rent be a little cheaper?" The price Yunyao offered was the same as that of the agency, but the problem was that the agency would charge a commission, while she, as the landlord, signed the contract directly with the tenant and there was no commission in between. Yunyao smiled and shrugged. "You should know that this community has a good geographical environment. From the balcony, you can see the endless sea. And because housing prices are high, the overall quality of the owners is generally high. I believe you should have learned about the prices here before, right?" Huoda nodded and said, "How about this? 3,500 a month, I'll pay the rent for the whole year in one go." Yu now asked for 3,700 yuan a month and required a deposit of 1 and 3 installments. Although Huoda cut the price by 200, Yi Yunyao could not refuse the offer of paying off a year's rent in one lump sum. After all, few people would pay a year's rent in one go. Okay, then let's do as you say. Yi Yunyao readily agreed to the price offered by Huoda. Firstly, Huoda's proposal was indeed impossible to refuse, and secondly, Huoda didn't look like the kind of person who would do something reckless. Yi Yunyao felt more at ease renting the house to him. Then, Yi Yunyao took out a blank contract from her bag. Just as the two were about to sign the contract, Yi Yunyao suddenly felt a pain in her stomach and broke out in a cold sweat. The next second, Yi Yunyao couldn't bear the pain anymore and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 15. Get a massage and a house for free. Seeing Yi Yunyao suddenly fall to the ground, her face pale and covered in cold sweat, Huoda was startled and hurried forward to check. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Huoda asked anxiously, trying to help Yi Yunyao up. But Yi Yunyao seemed to be in great pain and couldn't move at all. My stomach hurts so bad. Yi Yunyao used up all her strength and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Seeing Yi Yunyao in so much pain, Huoda was extremely worried, his eyes full of anxiety and panic. His brain was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. But he was not a medical student after all, and faced with such a difficult situation, he was helpless for a while. The beauty in front of me is suffering from sudden menstrual cramps during her menstrual period. She can't bear the pain and urgently needs a cup of hot water to warm her stomach. You have dysmenorrhea caused by irregular lifestyle. Just bear with it for now. I'll get some hot water. Having said that, Huoda turned and went into the kitchen. At this moment, Yi Yunyao's face was full of shock. She was sure that she didn't know Huoda before, but how could she know that she had dysmenorrhea? Could this person be a doctor? A few minutes later, Huoda returned to Yi Yunyao with a cup of hot water. But the system prompt appeared again in front of me. It is not difficult to completely relieve pain with hot water. Gentle abdominal massage can effectively relieve dysmenorrhea symptoms. Note that the technique should be gentle and massage in a clockwise direction. After seeing the system prompt, Huoda was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that the system would actually prompt him to give Yi Yunyao a massage, and it was an abdominal massage. Huoda did not propose it to Yi Yunyao immediately. He planned to wait and see what would happen. You should drink some hot water first, it might feel better. Thanks. Yi Yunyao thanked him and took the cup of water handed to her by Huoda. After drinking the hot water in the cup, Yi Yunyao immediately felt the pain eased a little, but it still hurt. Thank you so much, I'm much better now. You're welcome. My name is Huoda. What's your name, miss? My name is Yi Yunyao. Miss Yi, do you need me to take you to the hospital? Seeing that Yi Yunyao's face was a little redder, but her hand was still on her stomach, he suggested sending her to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunyao waved her hand and said, No, it will be fine in a while. By the way, how did you know I had menstrual cramps? Are you a doctor? I'm not a doctor, I just have some knowledge of Chinese medicine. I noticed that you didn't look very well just now, and there was a hint of depression between your brows. Plus, you just said that you had a severe stomachache, so I guessed that it might be dysmenorrhea. From a TCM perspective, dysmenorrhea is often related to factors such as poor blood circulation, stagnation of cold and dampness, and liver depression and qi stagnation. Poor blood circulation can cause obstruction of menstrual blood flow, thus causing pain. Cold and dampness stagnation is caused by the invasion of cold air, which makes menstrual blood stagnate and also causes severe pain, and liver depression and qi stagnation is caused by emotional depression and liver qi stagnation, which affects the normal flow of qi and blood and also causes dysmenorrhea. As Yi Yunyao listened to Huoda's explanation, a hint of surprise and admiration flashed across her eyes. She didn't expect that Huoda, at such a young age, had such a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Hua, which category do you think my situation belongs to? Yi Yunyao asked curiously. She really wanted to know the root cause of her dysmenorrhea. She has suffered from dysmenorrhea for a long time, but the pain has become more and more severe in recent months, even to the point where she cannot move. So she really wants to know what causes her dysmenorrhea so that she can find the right medicine. Huoda hesitated for a moment, then said, Judging from your symptoms just now, you may be suffering from both cold and dampness stagnation and liver qi stagnation. Your constitution may be cold, and you usually like to eat cold food, so you have irregular periods, dysmenorrhea, and uterine coldness. Also, you may have been experiencing mood swings recently and are easily irritated. You need to control your emotions. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunyao's expression instantly froze. She now admires Huoda's medical skills more and more. Because what Huoda said was all right. She usually likes to drink cold drinks, and she has been in a bad mood recently because of work. Moreover, her constitution is indeed cold, and her hands and feet are often cold. Mr. Hua, how do you think I should treat this situation? Out of admiration for Huoda's medical skills, Yi Yunyao unconsciously used the honorific title. Huoda thought for a moment, then said, First of all, you have to keep warm, especially your abdomen and feet. You can't get cold. Secondly, you can try to use some traditional Chinese medicines that warm the meridians and dispel cold, soothe the liver and relieve depression, such as mugwort, safflower, angelica, and chuanxiong. The most important thing is to stay in a good mood and not put too much pressure on yourself. If possible, you can do abdominal massage regularly to effectively relieve pain. Mr. Hua, can you give me a massage? Yi Yunyao said this shyly, but she regretted it as soon as she said it, but she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Huoda took in the expression on Yi Yunyao's face, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. You can, but you need to lift up your clothes. No problem, I can do it. Yi Yunyao didn't hesitate for even a second and agreed immediately. Then go into the room. After saying that, Huoda helped Yi Yunyao to the bedroom. After Yi Yunyao lay down, Huoda signaled her to lift up her shirt. Next second, a white and slender waist without a trace of fat appeared in front of Huoda. Huoda swallowed subconsciously and said while trying to suppress the heat in his heart, Ms. Yi, try to relax your body. I am going to start massaging you. Afterwards, Huoda gently placed his hand on Yi Yunyao's lower abdomen and began to press clockwise as the system prompted. As Huoda's fingers moved slowly, Yi Yunyao suddenly felt the pain eased a little. So comfortable. Yi Yunyao couldn't help but moan. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. After a few minutes, Huoda finished the massage. Okay, Miss Yi, how do you feel? It really doesn't hurt anymore. You're so awesome, Mr. Hua. Yi Yunyao felt it, and found that her stomach really didn't hurt anymore, and said with gratitude on her face. Huoda smiled and said, No, you flatter me. Since you're okay, let's sign the contract. No need to sign. Mr. Hua, you cured me. Consider this house as medical fee. You can stay here as long as you want. Isn't this bad? What's wrong with that? It's decided, Yi Yunyao said without any doubt. At this moment, she seemed to have turned back into the cold and aloof Yi Yunyao. Huoda never expected that just by giving Yi Yunyao a massage, he could get a house for free and even save the rent. Thank you very much. Chapter 16 Its Retribution, The House is Leaking. After separating from Yi Yunyao, Huoda stayed there that night. Just as Yi Yunyao said, this house is fully equipped with furniture and appliances, so there is no problem moving in right away. In the evening, Huoda ordered some takeout, had a simple meal, and returned to her bedroom early. Huoda lay in bed, recalling what had happened during this period. Everything seemed so unreal. But it has to be said that now that he has millions of dollars in his hands and a place to stay, he has barely gained a foothold in this world. You have completed the primary intelligence, completion degree, perfect, bonus points, 10,000, remaining points, 70,000. The system panel suddenly popped up, prompting Huoda that he had completed a piece of primary intelligence and was rewarded with 10,000 points. This should have been done when I was massaging Yi Yunyao in the afternoon, Huoda thought to himself. What made him a little depressed was that he was only rewarded with 10,000 points for completing a piece of basic intelligence. Isn't that a bit too little? I don't know how many points can be rewarded for intermediate intelligence and advanced intelligence. Although he now has 70,000 points remaining, he still cannot afford to squander them. However, Huoda's eyes were now fixed on the first item in the system mall. Random intelligence points, 1,000. He immediately covered it with his own consciousness, and then a product introduction popped up in front of him. This product will randomly open various types of intelligence, including invalid intelligence, primary intelligence, intermediate intelligence, advanced intelligence, special intelligence, and God-level intelligence. The quality of the intelligence depends entirely on luck. Once this product is sold, the points will not be refunded or exchanged. I wish the host good luck. What? After reading the introduction, Huoda was stunned. Isn't this just opening a blind box? Whether it goes well or not depends entirely on luck. This is like a lottery, it's all about probability. The worse it is, the greater the probability of winning. The better it is, the smaller the probability of winning. Just when Huoda was considering whether to take a chance and turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. The other side. Lin Hao returned home after a day's work, dragging his tired body. When he opened the bathroom door and prepared to enjoy a relaxing hot bath, he was completely shocked by the scene before him. There was a large wet mark on the ceiling of the bathroom, and water droplets were dripping down. At this time, a small puddle of water had gathered on the floor of the bathroom, and some areas were even beginning to accumulate water. Oh my God! This is the house I just decorated! Lin Hao stood at the bathroom door with a grim face, and rushed out the next second. Lin Hao came upstairs and knocked hard on the door of room 1603. But after taking pictures for a long time, there was no response. At this moment, Lin Hao's anger reached its peak. He immediately took out his cell phone and called the property manager. After a while, the property manager arrived at the scene. After learning the whole story, the property manager immediately called Yin Tao. Jiahai Shopping Center. Yin Tao had just come out of Jiahai Shopping Center with Zhao Dabiao on one hand and an LV shopping bag on the other. The two were discussing which hotel to go to later when they suddenly received a call from the property manager of Haitian Wangfu. Hello, is this Miss Yin? I am the property manager of Haitian Wangfu. Are you the owner of room 1603, building 8, Haitian Wangfu? Yeah, what's wrong? Although Yin Tao didn't understand why the property manager suddenly called her, she still told the truth. The water pipe in your house may have burst, and it has leaked into the home of the owner of 1503 downstairs. If it is convenient for you, please come and take a look and discuss how to deal with it. What? Yin Tao's expression suddenly changed, and then she said, Okay, I'll go over now. Seeing Yin Tao's mood change after answering the phone, Zhao Dabiao immediately asked, What's wrong? What happened? Yin Tao also said in confusion. The property manager of Haitian Wangfu just called and said that the water pipe in the house 1603 of building 8 seemed to have burst, and the water leaked to the house 1503 downstairs. He wanted me to go over and take a look now. Zhao Dabiao showed a puzzled expression. Why did the water pipe burst when everything was fine? Yin Tao frowned. Yeah, I wonder too, it was fine when I went there this afternoon. You went to Haitian Wang Mansion in the afternoon? Zhao Dabiao exclaimed. Yeah, I took that loser to Haitian Wangfu this afternoon to look at a house. It was building 8, room 1603. At this point, Yin Tao seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that stinky loser who did it? You'll find out when you go and see. Then, the two of them rushed to Haitian Wang Mansion. Half an hour later, the two came to room 1603, building 8, Haitian Wang Mansion. After seeing the two, Lin Hao started to complain. You guys are finally here. Do you know how leaky my house is? I just renovated it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yin Tao quickly apologized and then immediately opened the door. As soon as the door opened, everyone rushed to the bathroom. However, before they could even get to the bathroom, they saw that the floor was already covered in water stains. After opening the bathroom door, they were even more shocked. The entire bathroom was flooded with water, as if it had just experienced a small flood. At this moment, the four of them also saw the faucet that was still spraying water out. This is not a burst pipe, it's clearly because you forgot to turn off the water. This time, Lin Hao was even more furious. What the hell are you doing? Why did you leave without even turning off the faucet? Lin Hao almost roared at Yin Tao and Zhao Dabiao. Yin Tao stepped forward and immediately turned off the faucet, then kept apologizing to Lin Hao. I'm really sorry, don't worry, we will take full responsibility for this matter. It should be repaired and compensation should be paid. Although Lin Hao was still angry, he had to suppress his anger temporarily when he saw Yin Tao's sincere apology. At this time, the property manager on the side immediately said, "Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will ask the cleaner to come and clean it up now." Haitian Wangfu is a well-known wealthy community in Jiangqing. The property management fees are quite high, and naturally the property services are also among the best in Jiangqing. Even though it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, the property manager made a phone call and immediately found 2 cleaning ladies. "Mr. Lin, this is my business card. I am Zhao Dabiao. It's really too late tonight, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll find a renovation company to repair your house tomorrow morning. If you need compensation, just tell me the amount." Zhao Dabiao handed a business card to Lin Hao with a very sincere tone. Of course, being insincere is not acceptable either. After all, they were wrong, and Zhao Dabiao knew very well that the price of Haitianwang Mansion was not low, and the people who could afford to buy a house here were not simple. "No need for compensation, just help me fix the house." Lin Hao was not an unreasonable person. Seeing that Yin Tao and Zhao Dabiao were willing to take the initiative to repair his house, he no longer intended to pursue the matter. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw that the wooden floor of 1603 was deformed and bulged. The walls in the corners also showed signs of loosening, peeling and flaking. Most importantly, he smelled a pungent odor. Before, he didn't notice this because he was too angry. But the various signs that appeared at this moment made him doubt. This house looks like it has just been renovated. Why would this happen? Even if it is soaked in water, it will not be such a serious problem. At this time, Lin Hao accidentally saw the business card Zhao Dabiao gave him. General Manager of Dajiang Agency. Lin Hao already had a vague guess in his heart. Chapter 17. Room hopping is investigated, Huoda is exposed. It must have been that stinky loser who did it. He was the only one who went into the bathroom this afternoon. After everyone left, Yin Tao said viciously, "Do you know the information about that boy?" Zhao Dabiao also spoke in a bad tone and was obviously very angry. This house is originally a connecting house, and the cost of renovation is not high, so it won't cost much to redecorate it. The problem is that the owner of room 1503 downstairs lives in the house himself. Besides, people who can afford the Haitian Wangfu house will definitely spend money on decoration. Of course, the person who made Zhao Dabiao most unhappy was Huoda. Yin Tao shook her head and said, "I don't know. I didn't think the guy wanted to rent a house, so I didn't leave his phone number." Grass! Zhao Dabiao cursed angrily. He felt very unhappy about being tricked and not being able to find anyone to take revenge on. He could only swallow his bitterness in silence. The next day, after Lin Hao arrived at the unit, he immediately reported the room-hopping incident he discovered last night. He works in the housing authority, so his superiors take this very seriously. He immediately ordered people to go to Haitianwang Mansion to search for evidence. 10 o'clock in the morning, Yin Tao found a construction team and went to Haitian Wangfu to renovate the house. Just as the workers were about to start working, a group of uniformed housing authority staff walked in. They looked serious, holding various testing equipment in their hands, and obviously came well prepared. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Yin Tao?" The leading housing authority staff member locked his eyes on Yin Tao in the crowd and asked. Yin Tao was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that someone from the housing authority would suddenly come to her house. At this moment, she had a bad feeling, but she still pretended to be calm and stepped forward and said, "Yes, may I ask what can I do for you?" "We are staff from the housing authority. We have received a report that there may be illegal renovations here. We need to collect evidence and conduct an investigation. Please cooperate." As he spoke, the staff member showed Yin Tao his work ID. Upon hearing this, Yin Tao's expression suddenly changed. Although she didn't know who the bastard had made the report, she was already cursing the other person's ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. However, she was still trying to argue. "It's impossible. How could I have violated the regulations in the renovation? Someone must have deliberately slandered me. We will know if it is illegal renovation once we check." Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Yin Tao immediately called Zhao Dabiao. At the same time, staff from the housing authority began an in-depth inspection of the house. Soon, they discovered some problems. The decoration materials did not comply with the regulations, the circuit modification posed a safety hazard, and even some walls were modified without authorization, affecting the structural safety of the house. Of course, the most important thing is that they detected that this house had serious formaldehyde problems. This series of illegal operations made the staff of the housing authority frown. They immediately began to take photos for evidence, and recorded in detail all the problems they found. By the time Zhao Dubiao arrived, the staff of the housing authority had just finished collecting evidence, and issued an administrative penalty notice to Yin Tao. Ms. Yin Tao, based on our on-site evidence collection, we have confirmed that your house has the following violations, and we are now imposing penalties on you. The penalty is as follows. You are required to remove all illegal renovations within 1 month and be fined 30,000 yuan. What? Remove all illegal renovations and still be fined 30,000 yuan? When Zhao Dabia heard this, he was immediately furious. A fine of 30,000 yuan is nothing, but if all the illegal decorations are removed, wouldn't that mean that all his previous investments would be wasted? The leading housing authority staff member glanced at Zhao Dabiao and said, What? Any objections? If you have any objections, you can file a complaint. However, I advise you to give up this idea. The evidence is irrefutable now. Even if you appeal, you will get nothing. And if I'm not mistaken, this house should be a serial house. Fortunately, it is under an individual's name. If this house is under the name of an agent, the punishment would be more severe than this. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Dabiao immediately stopped talking. Although he has some connections in Jiangqing, his status still makes him unable to have a say in front of official people. Then, Zhao Dabiao immediately changed his expression and said, Don't worry, we will make rectifications within a certain period of time and pay the fines on time. After the staff from the housing authority left, Yin Tao asked doubtfully, Brother Biao, are we really going to knock down everything here? What can I do if I don't knock? Zhao Dabiao snorted coldly and said, Don't let me know who reported it, or I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Brother Biao, don't you think this is a bit strange? First there was a water leak, then the housing authority came to investigate. I always feel like this is a chain of events. Zhao Dabiao narrowed his eyes when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, You are right. This series of events is by no means accidental. Brother Biao, do you think some loser did this? Yin Tao suddenly thought of Huoda, the loser who made her very unhappy. Zhao Dabiao pondered for a moment. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Go check this person's background and see where he comes from. Yin Tao nodded, and then the two of them left. At the same time, Huoda had just gotten up and was about to go out for lunch. As a result, what a coincidence. At the gate of the community, I met Zhao Dabiao and Yin Tao who were about to leave. Brother Biao, he is the brat from yesterday. Yin Tao pointed at Huoda in front and said, Potential danger detected. Zhao Dabiao and Yin Tao have developed strong hostility towards you because of the house leak and the punishment by the housing authority, and are plotting to take extreme measures against you. Please be careful. Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Huoda was suddenly shocked. Are these two people trying to kill me? At this time, Huoda also saw two people walking towards him in the distance. Zhao Dabiao and Yin Tao walked quickly up to Huoda. At this moment, Zhao Dabiao's face was gloomy. He looked at Huoda with a bad face and said viciously, Boy, I know you did all this. Just wait for me. What? What do you mean I did it? Why don't I understand what you are talking about? Although Huoda didn't know Zhao Dabiao, seeing him and Yin Tao together, he thought they were in the same group. Moreover, he didn't expect that the other party would know that he was the one who did it so quickly. However, he was not panicked at all. Your act of stupidity makes the other party even more angry. The other party decides to find someone to kill you no matter whether you did it or not. Zhao Dabiao snorted coldly. Stop pretending here, kid, I'm telling you, if you offend me, I have plenty of ways to kill you. Feeling the hostility from Zhao Dabiao, Huoda knew he couldn't escape and was planning to strike first. But at this moment, Zhao Dabiao's phone suddenly rang. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Huoda. The call came from Zhao Dabiao's mistress. The other party is the mistress of Jiangqing Underground Emperor Deng Chengyan. The two of them got together behind Deng Chengyan's back. You can use Deng Chengyan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Borrowing a knife to kill someone? I like this one. Chapter 18, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. After answering the phone, Zhao Dubiao took Yin Tao away. But he did not forget to find someone to deal with Huoda. So he called his subordinates. Although Huoda knew that Zhao Dubiao was going to deal with him, he was not worried. Instead, he still thought calmly about what to eat for lunch. An hour later, Huoda walked out of Shaxian Hotel. Although he is not short of money now, he still likes the taste of Shaxian restaurant. In his words, the food is large in quantity and filling, and the main focus is on affordability. Just as he was biting a toothpick and passing by a path, suddenly a willing Honghuang van stopped in front of him, blocking his way. The next second, the car door opened. 5 young men armed with sticks got out of the car. Huoda knew without hesitation that this group of people must have been hired by Zhao Dubiao to deal with him. Boy, do you know who we are? The yellow-haired leader looked at Huoda with disdain and asked. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, there was no fear in Huoda's eyes, but instead an inexplicable excitement. He had learned a set of free fighting skills through system rewards, but he had always been troubled by lack of opportunities. Now, isn't the opportunity here? Huoda sneered and said, Zhao Dubiao must have sent you here. You guys can come together. I'm in a hurry. Grass! When Huang Mao heard this, he was immediately furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. So he immediately rushed towards Huoda, waving the baseball bat in his hand. Seeing that their boss had already gone up, the 4 younger brothers behind him also rushed up without hesitation. However, Huoda remained calm and dodged the yellow-haired man's attack easily. Then he seized the opportunity and hit the yellow-haired man's stomach hard with his knee, causing him to bend over in pain. But Huoda's attack did not end there. He grabbed the yellow-haired man's hair with his left hand and slapped him hard in the face with his right hand, making a loud crisp sound. Huoda slapped the yellow-haired man with all his strength, not only causing his face to swell up instantly, but also leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face. Huang Mao only felt a burning pain on his cheeks, and the scene in front of him began to gradually become blurred. Lei, what are you guys doing sitting at the table? Come on! The yellow-haired man roared and signaled his younger brothers to attack together. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A closer look revealed a few knocked-out teeth mixed in. This sudden change made Huang Mao even more angry, and also terrified his younger brothers. They didn't expect that Huoda was so powerful, and his one move caused their boss to suffer a great loss. But they had no time to think at this moment. Several people mustered up their courage, waved their baseball bats, and rushed towards Huoda again. However, Huoda moved flexibly in the alleys like a ghost. Every attack would cause one of them to lose their fighting ability. Before long, all 5 men were beaten down by Huoda. Huoda clapped his hands and said to Huang Mao, Go back and tell Zhao Dubiao that this matter is not over yet. After saying that, Huoda left the alley as if nothing had happened. After returning home, Huoda was thinking about how to take revenge on Zhao Dubiao. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe this could be used. Huoda remembered the super hacker card rewarded by the system. After a while, he came up with a perfect plan to kill someone by borrowing a knife. Then, he couldn't wait to use the super hacker card in the system backpack. Super hacker card is successfully used. You will become the most powerful hacker in the world within 2 hours. During this period, all your operations on the internet will be encrypted. Please surf freely. All of a sudden, a powerful stream of information flooded into Huoda's mind. In a few seconds, he had mastered the most advanced hacking skills in the world. The super hacker card is only valid for 2 hours, so Huoda immediately began to remotely hack into Zhao Dubiao's mobile phone. Soon, he located Zhao Dubiao's current location through his mobile phone. Hilton Hotel Jiangqing, room 8808. This is an executive suite. Coincidentally, there is a computer in the room. What's even more coincidental is that it is an Apple all-in-one computer with a built-in camera. Huoda used hacking techniques to remotely turn on the camera on the computer. Immediately afterwards, an embarrassing scene appeared on the phone. There are 2 people in the picture, one of whom is Zhao Dubiao. The other person was a woman whom Huoda did not know, but he soon learned her identity through the system's prompts. The woman of Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangqing. Seeing the content on the screen, Huoda smiled evilly and pressed the record button. A few minutes later, Huoda finished the recording with satisfaction, then found Zhao Dubiao's contact information on the internet and sent him the short video. The other side. Zhao Dubiao lit a cigarette and entered sage mode. Suddenly, the sound of a text message rang in my ear. He frowned, picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and found that it was an unfamiliar number. What surprised him was that the number on the screen was as long as 18 digits, with some strange symbols in between. Fuck, telecom fraud has become more and more rampant recently. Zhao Dubiao cursed angrily and was about to throw his phone aside when he suddenly realized that this text message was not an ordinary text message. It turned out to be a MMS. The content was a video, and the cover of the video gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Dubiao finally clicked on the MMS. Suddenly, the screen changed. A short video that could be compared to an everyday romance movie immediately appeared on the phone screen. When Zhao Dubiao saw this video, he was shocked. Just as I was about to turn off my phone, a piece of text suddenly appeared on the screen. If you don't want Deng Changyan to see this video, prepare 2 million yuan and transfer it to this account. Then, a bank account number appeared on the screen. Zhao Dubiao's head was buzzing, his face turned pale with fear, and his heart was filled with terror. It was only today that he found out that his mistress was actually Deng Changyan's woman. He had originally planned to cut off contact with this woman after today. But I didn't expect that I was actually recorded. The key is that the other party seems to know everything. It's over! It's over! Thinking of Deng Changyan's horror, Zhao Dubiao broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had some money and a few younger brothers under him, he was no match for Deng Changyan. He is the underground emperor of Jiangqing. He is a real big shot who is involved in both black and white affairs. If Deng Changyan really knew that he had played with his woman, he would not be able to die even if he had 10 lives. No, we must not let Deng Changyan know about this. Zhao Dubiao took a look at the bathroom and confirmed that Deng Changyan's woman was still taking a shower, then immediately transferred 2 million yuan to the designated account. Although 2 million is a lot, it's not something he can't afford. Compared with these 200W, life is obviously more valuable. Chapter 19 Wonderful Short Video. After the transfer was completed, Zhao Dubiao immediately sent a text message back. I have transferred the money to you as you requested. Shouldn't you delete the original video? Logically speaking, this is a case of extortion. But at this moment, Zhao Dubiao was so scared that he didn't dare to call the police. Because once he called the police, he would be confessing his crime and would still be killed by Deng Changyan. All his hopes now rest on this mysterious man keeping his word and deleting the original video after receiving the money. And it was because Huoda was sure of Zhao Dubiao's this that he came up with this insidious trick. At the same time, Huoda at home had also received 2 million yuan from Zhao Dubiao. System, is it true that this money will not be found? Please rest assured, all transaction records have been encrypted in the strictest way, no one will trace you back, and your income is legal and compliant. After seeing the system prompt, Huoda finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Huoda immediately edited another message and sent it. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. I've deleted the video. After seeing the text message, Zhao Dubiao finally felt relieved. But then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes again. He was very upset when he thought about not only losing 2 million yuan in vain but also not even knowing who the other party was. And everything that happened in the past 2 days caused him heavy losses. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Huoda. So he immediately called his subordinate Huang Mao. How's it going? Boss, that guy is too powerful, we are no match for him. Waste, a bunch of waste. Now, Zhao Dubiao became even angrier. Brother Biao, what makes you so angry? Just then, Deng Changyan's woman finally finished her bath and came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Looking at the other person's graceful figure, Zhao Dubiao suddenly felt that he was able to do it again. Zhao Dubiao thought to himself, I've spent 2 million yuan, I must get some interest back. The other side. After receiving the money, Huoda began to work on the next plan. Recording a short video and asking Zhao Dubiao for 2 million yuan was only the first half of the plan. He is now going to carry out the second half of the plan. As he said, he is a man of his words. I said I wouldn't show the video to Deng Changyan, so I won't show it to Deng Changyan. However, this did not prevent him from uploading the short video to the internet for the majority of netizens to watch. Soon, Huoda posted this short video to various hidden websites. And also gave this short video a catchy title. Dating a gangster's woman in a hotel. Once the short video was released, the number of clicks increased rapidly. In less than half an hour, the number of hits exceeded 100,000. River City. Tiangong Entertainment Center. On the surface, this is a business KTV. In fact, this is Deng Changyan's base camp. It is also the largest KTV club in Jiangqing. Because it was daytime, there were not many guests in the club. In a lounge, some of the guys were playing cards, while others were playing games on their phones. Among them was a young man named Ergu, who was watching a movie on his mobile phone. "Oh my god, this girl has an amazing figure! You kid, you're watching a movie in broad daylight again, let me see it too." At this time, another little brother named Shoho came over. "Fuck, you're still talking about me. Don't you want to see it yourself? Why does this woman look so familiar to me? I seem to have seen her somewhere before." "You didn't dream about it, did you? And the male lead was you?" "No, I think I've seen it somewhere. I remember now, this is Big Brother's woman." Following the skinny monkey's exclamation, the entire lounge seemed to have pressed the mute button, and all the sounds suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ergu, and then many people came over. When seeing the woman in the picture, many people recognized her identity. "It's over, it's over! This is a big disaster!" At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open, and a burly man with a scar on his face walked in. He is Deng Changyan's right-hand man and the general manager of Tiangong Entertainment Li Lei. When Li Lei came in, he immediately noticed the strange atmosphere in the room. "What's wrong? Why are you all so flustered?" Li Lei asked, looking around at the crowd. "Brother Lei, take a look at this first." Skinny Monkey snatched Ergu's phone and handed it to Li Lei. "Mysterious." Li Lei took the phone, just took a look at it, his face changed instantly, and he questioned the Skinny Monkey. "What's going on?" Skinny Monkey pushed Ergu in front of Li Lei, and Ergu explained stutteringly. "Brother Lei, I was just watching a movie, and I just clicked on one at random, but I didn't expect." Li Lei finally understood and realized the seriousness of the matter. Then, he picked up Ergu's cell phone and left the lounge. And the other side. Huoda lay leisurely on the sofa, looking at the ever-increasing number of clicks on his mobile phone, with a smug smile on his face. He knew that as the number of views on this video continued to increase, Deng Changyan would definitely see it. Even if Deng Changyan didn't see it in person, someone would send this video to him. By then, Deng Changyan will definitely make Zhao Dubiao, who cheated on him, pay a heavy price. All he needs to do is wait quietly for Deng Changyan to get rid of Zhao Dubiao, and he can get 2 million yuan for free. Just as he expected. At this moment, Li Lei rushed into Deng Changyan's office with Ergu's cell phone. "Brother, something big has happened!" Li Lei looked panicked, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Deng Changyan frowned, stopped what he was doing, looked up at Li Lei and asked, "What's the matter? You look so flustered." Li Lei did not answer, but handed the phone in his hand to Deng Changyan. Deng Changyan took the phone doubtfully and clicked the play button. As the video played, Deng Changyan's face gradually became gloomy. In the picture, his woman and a strange man are. For a while, his face was instantly filled with anger, and he threw his phone to the ground. The phone was instantly smashed into pieces. What is going on?" Deng Changyan's low and angry voice echoed in the office. Li Lei stood aside, not daring to breathe. He knew that any words he said at this moment might trigger Deng Changyan's anger. He could only wait quietly for Deng Changyan's instructions. "Go, find out the identity of this man and where he is now." Deng Changyan suppressed his anger and gave an order to Li Lei. "Yes." Li Lei nodded and left the office. After Li Lei left, Deng Changyan took out his cell phone and called his woman. But the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Deng Changyan called several times and the same thing happened. He was so angry that he smashed his phone into pieces again. Chapter 20. Evildoers will eventually get their due. Advanced intelligence completed. Hilton Hotel Jiangqing, room 8808. My dear, you are amazing today! Hearing the other party's praise, Zhao Dabiao felt unprecedented encouragement. He concentrated and was about to give the other party a deeper and more sincere response. Bang! There was a loud bang. The door of the hotel room was kicked open by someone from outside. Then, a group of people rushed in. Amid the two's horror, Deng Changyan and Li Lei walked in. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, causing the two of them to instantly fall into fear. Bang! When Deng Changyan saw the couple, he slapped the woman in the face. Bitch! How dare you cheat on me? When the woman saw Deng Changyan, she was so frightened that she lost her soul. The woman quickly crawled to Deng Changyan, hugged his thighs and cried. Husband is not what you think. Let me explain. It was him. He forced me to do this. He took the photos to blackmail me. I didn't mean to let you down. The woman's words successfully caught Deng Changyan's attention. After all, Deng Changyan only realized that he was cuckolded after watching that short video. At this time, Zhao Dabiao was already scared to death. He never expected that Deng Changyan would suddenly bring people in. He was very clear about the consequences if Deng Changyan found out about this. But he really couldn't face death calmly. So he immediately knelt in front of Deng Changyan and begged for his forgiveness. Brother Chang, it's my fault. Please spare my life. Spare your life? You cheated on me, and you still want me to spare your life? Who do you think I am, Deng Changyan? Deng Changyan looked at Zhao Dabiao with cold eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Then, Deng Changyan said something to Li Lei. After doing them, I don't want to see these two again. Yes. Deng Changyan left the room without looking back amid the two men's pleas for mercy. After a while, the two people's begging for mercy gradually stopped and then became silent. The next day, after Huoda woke up, he used his mobile phone to check the real-time news of Jiangqing as usual. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. At 6 o'clock this morning, two sea fishing enthusiasts found two bodies on the beach in Jiangqing. The two bodies were a man and a woman. When the bodies were found, they had no clothes on. The police have now intervened in the investigation. If there is any progress in the case, the Jiangqing police will report it as soon as possible. Oh my God, these two died so quickly? Although the photos of the scene were not clear, Huoda recognized the two bodies at a glance. Although two people died, Huoda did not feel any psychological burden at all. In his opinion, these two people deserved to die. When he hacked into Zhao Dabiao's mobile phone yesterday, he discovered a lot of illegal activities he had committed before. Now that he died at the hands of Deng Changyan, he deserved it. Moreover, as the underground emperor of a city, Deng Changyan was not necessarily clean. This is a dog-eat-dog fight between the two. Ding! You have successfully completed the advanced intelligence, and obtained points, 10W, reward, Universal Human Skin Mask 1. Huoda's eyes lit up instantly. Good things really happen one after another. Not only did he solve the problem of Zhao Dabiao and get 2 million yuan for free, but he also completed advanced intelligence and obtained 100,000 points, and even received additional benefits. He had wanted to buy the Universal Human Skin Mask before, but he had never been able to afford it because of his financial constraints. Now, the system gives you one for free. This system is sometimes very considerate. After getting these 100,000 points, his remaining points already reached 170,000. With 170,000 points, he can finally spend them. He couldn't wait to open the system mall, but after seeing the items inside, his heart suddenly sank. It's not that the props sold in the mall are bad, but that he simply can't afford them. 170,000 points were not enough for him to spend. At this moment, the items in the mall have been updated to page 10. But only the products on the first page can be purchased. He has already used the super hacker card, and he already has the item modifier and the universal human skin mask, so there is no need to buy them. All that's left is genetic potions and random intelligence. Well, it seems he still needs to work hard to score points. My mood, which was originally quite good, suddenly became low. But the Great Wall was not built in a day, and you can't become fat in one bite, and there's no need to rush. Huoda's attitude was pretty good. He was just depressed for a while and then put the matter behind him. Now that he has a huge sum of 3 million yuan in his hands, it is time to reward himself. Thinking of this, Huoda went out happily. Half an hour later, Huoda arrived at the door of a footbath shop called Ito. He was just thinking about going in to find a pretty female technician to give him a back massage, but because he arrived too early, the door was not open yet. That's right, which foot massage shop opens at 8 a.m.? There was no choice but for Huoda to change direction and go to the breakfast shop across the street. Have breakfast first, and then wait for the foot massage shop to open. Boss, give me a basket of Xiaolong Bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Perhaps because it was past the morning rush hour, there were not many people in the store at this time, so Huoda found an empty seat and sat down. After a while, the owner of the breakfast shop brought a basket of dumplings and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Unlike others, Huoda has liked drinking sweet soy milk since she was a child. Take a bite and it's the taste of childhood. Boss, your soy milk is really delicious. Huoda looked up at his boss and did not hesitate to praise him. Who would have thought that when I looked up, I discovered that the owner of this breakfast shop was actually a beautiful woman. She was wearing a white apron and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. She had no gorgeous decorations and no exquisite makeup, but her beauty was as warm and dazzling as the first ray of sunshine in the morning. She has a pretty face and her eyes reveal a kind of indifference and tranquility, as if the troubles of time have nothing to do with her. Although she was in a busy breakfast shop, surrounded by noisy voices and busy figures, she was like a lotus that emerged from the mud without being stained, quietly blooming her beauty. Huoda was attracted by the unique temperament she exuded, a beauty that went beyond appearance, a tranquility and beauty that emanated from deep within her heart. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. If you like, please take care of my business in the future, the beautiful boss said to Huoda with a smile. Okay, no problem. Huoda agreed immediately. Even if it's just for the beauty of the boss, he will often patronize this store in the future, not to mention that the buns and soy milk in this store are really delicious. Just as Huoda was enjoying a delicious breakfast, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came into the store. Boss, is it time to pay this month's protection fee? Chapter 21. A pair of miserable father and daughter. Boss, it's time to pay this month's protection fee. The yellow-haired man, with bandages on his hands and leaning on a crutch, walked into the store with 4 younger brothers who also had bandages on their bodies. Although several of them were injured, Baiji's expression changed obviously after seeing them, and her body began to tremble. Didn't you just pay the protection fee last week? Baiji said cautiously. She worked hard every day, getting up early and going to bed late, but only earned a little money a month, and more than half of it was paid as protection money. In the past, you could do business peacefully after paying protection fees. Not only has the price of protection fees increased recently, but now you have to pay protection fees again after only a week. Pooh! The yellow-haired man spat and said in dissatisfaction. Last week, we followed Brother Biao. Now we have changed our base and followed a new big brother. Naturally, the protection fee must be recalculated. But I have no money anymore, and my dad is still in the hospital and needs money for treatment. Please be kind to me. As she said this, Baiji was about to kneel down and kowtow to Huang Mao a few times. But at this moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared and held her tightly. At the same time, a cold voice came to her ears. Don't you think your injuries are bad enough? Where did you come from? How dare you control your master? Before he could finish his words, Huang Mao saw a face that he would never forget. Brother, oh no, hero! Please spare my life, sir. I didn't know you were in charge of this store. Let's get out of here right now. Get out of here right now. Huang Mao and his friends originally followed Zhao Dabiao, but now that Zhao Dabiao is dead, they naturally found a new big brother. So I thought of collecting some protection money to show my respect to the new big brother. But he never expected to meet Huoda here. If I see you guys coming here to collect protection money again next time, I don't mind making you like Zhao Dabiao. Roll! As soon as these words were spoken, the yellow-haired man and his companions were so scared that they ran away immediately. The speed at which he ran didn't seem like he was injured. Mainly because they were really scared. Ordinary people don't know how Zhao Dabiao died, but those younger brothers who used to follow Zhao Dabiao know it very well. However, from the tone of Huoda's voice, it seemed that Zhao Dabiao's death was related to him. The amount of information here is extremely large. Zhao Dabiao died because he offended Deng Chengyan, the underground emperor of Jiangqing. Could it be that Huoda has something to do with Deng Chengyan? Huang Mao and his companions didn't know, nor did they dare to know. They are just ordinary hooligans and dare not talk about these big brothers. Thank you. After Huang Mao and his men left, Baiji looked at Huoda with evasive eyes and said thank you, which made it obvious that she thought Huoda was also a gangster. Seeing Baiji's expression, Huoda guessed a little bit of her inner thoughts, but Huoda didn't want to explain. But he still spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, they won't dare to come to collect protection money anymore. After saying that, Huoda turned around and prepared to go back to eat breakfast. Suddenly, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. A filial girl with a rough fate. Her mother passed away early in life, and now her father is seriously ill. She has shouldered the financial burden of the entire family at a young age. The black-hearted hospital delayed the treatment of the girl's father in order to make money, and also planned to sell her father's human organs after his death. After seeing this prompt, Huoda took back the leg he had just sold and turned to Baiji and said, "Oh, by the way, I just heard you say that your father is seriously ill, right? I happen to know a little bit about Chinese medicine. If you don't mind, take me to see your father. Maybe I can cure your father's illness." In order to dispel the other party's concerns, Huoda spoke again. "My name is Huoda, and I'm not the bad person you think." Baiji looked up at Huoda, seeing that Huoda's eyes were clear and he didn't look like he was lying. She nodded and said, "My name is Baiji. I'll take you to the hospital to see my dad after the store closes." 9 a.m. There were not many people coming to buy breakfast, so Baiji simply closed the door early. After helping to clean up, Huoda and Baiji took a taxi to the hospital. In the car, Baiji had been secretly observing Huoda intentionally or unintentionally. When she thought of the look in Huoda's eyes when he scared away Huang Mao and others, she still felt a little scared. But then she thought about how Huoda helped her clean up, and he didn't seem like a bad person. Moreover, he also knows Chinese medicine. The more Baiji thought about it, the more she felt that Huoda was a bit mysterious, and it seemed that he was hard to see through. Of course Huoda knew that Baiji was secretly observing him, but at this moment he was thinking about how to save Baiji's father. He actually doesn't know any Chinese medicine, all his confidence comes from the system. Although he has not met Baiji's father yet, he believes that the system will be able to find out the cause of the other party's illness. But what he was worried about was what would happen if he found the cause of the disease but didn't find a solution. While they were thinking, they had already arrived at the hospital. Jiangqing First People's Hospital. In an ordinary ward. Baiji's father Bai Yingqiang lives here. Originally, the hospital had issued him a critical illness notice and was preparing to send him to the ICU for treatment, but Bai Yingqiang felt that the cost of one day's treatment in the ICU was too expensive and refused to go, so he continued to stay in the ordinary ward. It was his decision that gave Huoda the opportunity to meet him. Otherwise, if he really went to the ICU, Huoda would not have the chance to see him. "Dad, are you feeling better today?" After entering the ward, Baiji immediately walked to Bai Yongqiang's bed, leaned over and asked softly. In fact, there was no need to ask. Just by looking at Bai Yongqiang's face, Baiji knew that Bai Yongqiang's condition had not improved at all. On the contrary, it was getting worse. And the other side. As soon as Huoda walked into the ward, he saw the system prompt. An elderly man who was in his last moments due to a misdiagnosis by a hospital would die in 24 hours if no intervention was taken. The patient, Bai Yongqiang, suffers from meningioma, which is caused by genetic inheritance. The tumor has already compressed the surrounding brain tissue, nerves, blood vessels, and other structures. The patient has already developed limb weakness, decreased vision, and other symptoms. He needs to undergo surgery immediately. The survival rate after surgery is 5%, and the survival rate without surgery is 0%. My goodness, even with surgery, the survival rate is only 5%. If he doesn't have the surgery, he'll die. For a moment, Huoda didn't know how to start. However, at this moment, a middle-aged doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly came into the ward. The other party was by Yongqiang's attending physician and vice president of the hospital, Liang Wei. As soon as Liang Wei came in, he saw Bai Ji and then went straight to the point. Miss Bai, it's great to have you here. Your father's condition is not optimistic. He needs surgery as soon as possible. If he delays any further, his life may be in danger. But I haven't raised enough money for the surgery, Bai Ji said with a look of wanting to say something but stopping herself. She knew very well that her father's illness could not be delayed any longer. But she had no money to pay for her father's surgery. You don't have to worry about the surgery fee. Our hospital now has a quota for organ donations. As long as you sign this agreement, our hospital can perform the surgery on your father for free. When saying this, Liang Wei looked like he was doing this for your own good. When Bai Ji learned that the hospital could perform surgery on her father for free, she immediately prepared to sign without even looking at the contents of the agreement. Really? That's great, I'll sign it right away. Wait a minute! You can't sign this! Chapter 22 Huoda, do you believe me? Wait a minute! You can't sign this! Just as Bai Ji was about to sign, Huoda stopped her with a loud yell. The reason why Huoda stopped Bai Ji was because he saw the clue in front of him. A doctor with a beastly heart. On the surface, he is a highly respected vice president who saves lives and heals the wounded. However, he is secretly engaged in the business of selling human organs. He knew that Bai Yingqiang would not be able to leave the operating table alive, but he deliberately tricked Bai Ji into signing a voluntary agreement to donate human organs. His purpose was to remove Bai Yingqiang's organs as soon as he died, and then sell them on the black market for huge profits. Who are you? Do you know that the patient is in a critical condition and we cannot afford to lose even a second? Seeing Huoda making trouble, Liang Wei immediately frowned and questioned Huoda, then looked at Bai Ji and kindly advised. Miss Bai, you know your father's illness, you can't afford to delay. Liang Wei didn't know Huoda, but he knew Bai Ji was Bai Yingqiang's daughter. As long as Bai Ji wants to save Bai Yingqiang, she must sign the agreement, otherwise she will have to watch her father die in front of her eyes. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you can't sign this. Huoda walked up to Bai Ji and said firmly. He knew what Liang Wei was planning, and he also wanted to expose Liang Wei's hypocritical face. But he agreed, knowing that words are not enough. Even if he told the other party, they might not admit it, and it might even alert the other party. However, he had already thought of a way to save Bai Yingqiang, so it was naturally impossible for him to let the other party take Bai Yingqiang away. Huoda glanced at the work ID on Liang Wei's chest and asked. President Liang, I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully. What's the problem? If Uncle Bai chooses surgery, how confident are you that he can get off the operating table alive? This? Although he didn't know why Huoda asked this, he still answered truthfully. Less than 10%, but if he doesn't choose surgery, he will definitely die. As a doctor, even if a patient has only a 1% chance of survival, I will still do my best to treat every patient. Liang Wei looks so righteous that people who don't know him might think he is a really good doctor who cares about his patients. But he never imagined that Huoda already knew about the dirty deeds he had done behind his back. At this moment, Bai Ji frowned when she heard that the success rate of the operation was only 10%. It can be said that the success rate is not high. But as Liang Wei said, there is still a 10% chance of success if the operation is performed. If he doesn't have the surgery, Bai Yingqiang will definitely die. For a moment, Bai Ji was also caught in a dilemma. At this time, Liang Wei did not speak, but waited quietly for Bai Ji to make a choice. Because he knew that no matter what, Bai Ji would eventually agree to the surgery. But who knew, at this moment, Huoda said with a smile on his face. Miss Bai, if I say I can cure Uncle Bai 100% without surgery, would you believe me? Really? You can really cure my dad? Baiji suddenly grabbed Huoda's arm excitedly and asked. Without waiting for Huoda to answer, Liang Guowei sneered and said, Humph, how shameless! Little brother, I don't mean to look down on you, but you know that medicine is a rigorous science and you can't cure a disease by just bragging. Miss Bai, you must not be fooled by this kind of charlatan. Huoda ignored Liang Guowei's ridicule and said to Baiji gently, Miss Bai, don't worry, I won't joke about Uncle Bai's life. I am a very good Chinese medicine practitioner. Liang Guowei was even more disdainful when he heard this. Traditional Chinese medicine? Humph, this is the scientific age, and you still believe in those outdated things. Ms. Bai, you have to think carefully. If you miss the best time for treatment, it will be too late to regret. I don't know why. When Baiji heard Huoda say that he had a way to save her father, she believed Huoda from the bottom of her heart. She took a deep breath and said to Liang Guowei, Dean Liang, thank you for your concern, but I still want to consider other treatment options. Although Liang Guowei was dissatisfied, he couldn't force Baiji to sign immediately. He could only pretend to be magnanimous and said, Okay, since you have decided so, I respect your choice. However, I still want to remind you that your father's illness cannot be delayed. After saying that, Liang Guowei left the ward with a look of disdain on his face. Looking at Liang Guowei's departing back, Baiji felt mixed emotions. She turned to look at Huoda, her eyes full of anticipation and gratitude. Huoda, thank you. As long as you can save my father, I. Huoda patted Baiji's shoulder gently and gave her a firm look. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a healthy father. You stay here with him now. I'll go prepare the things needed for treatment. After saying that, Huoda turned around and left the ward with confidence. In fact, Bai Yingqiang's illness is very serious if you say it's serious, but it's not serious either if you say it's not serious. It is serious because, with current medical technology, it is almost impossible to cure. Even if the operation is successful by chance, there will be serious sequelae. But Huoda is different, he has a system. After Huoda walked out of the ward, he turned and walked into the emergency passage. After looking around and making sure there was no one around, he opened the system mall. According to previous suggestions, Bai Yongqiang's meningioma was a lesion caused by genetic genes. Therefore, Huoda thought that the way to treat Bai Yongqiang was to change Bai Yongqiang's genes through genetic drugs and cure the meningioma fundamentally. The only thing he was unsure of now was whether the genetic medicine sold in the system mall could be used by anyone other than him. However, this time, the system seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly popped up a prompt. The genetic medicine sold in the system mall can only be used on the host himself, and cannot be used on others. One sentence directly wiped out Huoda's hope. But then, another prompt popped up. The host can modify the life of others through the entry modifier. Yeah! Why didn't I think of that? Thinking of this, Huoda immediately rushed back to the ward. In the ward. When Baiji saw Huoda coming back so soon, she thought he had left something behind. Just when she was about to ask, Huoda spoke first. Miss Bai, do you believe me? Baiji nodded subconsciously. Seeing this, Huoda said again. Believe me, go through the discharge procedures for Uncle Bai now, and we will go back now. I have found a way to treat Uncle Bai. Okay. I'll go and complete the discharge procedures right away. Baiji didn't waste any words. Since she chose to believe Huoda, she would naturally cooperate with her whole heart. Chapter 23 This is my first kiss, this is also my first kiss. Soon, Baiji completed the discharge procedures for Bai Yongqiang. The three of them took a car back to the Bai family. The father and daughter live in an apartment building built in the 1990s. The area is not large, only about 50 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room and 1 bathroom. Although the house is not big, it is decorated very warmly. It's just that because Bai Yongqiang has been in the hospital for a long time, the room is a little less lively. What should we do next? Looking at Bai Yongqiang lying on the bed, Baiji asked with a worried look on her face. After returning home, Bai Yongqiang's condition worsened and it seemed like he would die at any time. Go and bring me a basin of hot water. Huoda thought about it and made up an excuse to get Baiji away temporarily. After Baiji left, Huoda opened the system backpack and used the entry modifier. Next second, The entry modifier in the backpack disappeared instantly. And a piece of information popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. Entry modifier consumption 1. Target has been locked. Please modify according to the displayed entry, and you are responsible for all consequences. Note: within 2 hours, the host can modify any entry of the target. I wish you a pleasant experience. I didn't expect this powerful weapon could actually save lives. Huoda made a self-deprecating remark and then began to observe Bai Yongqian carefully. Soon, a piece of information different from the previous ones appeared before his eyes. An elderly man on his deathbed, if nothing unexpected happens, will pass away in a few hours. The elderly man who is seriously ill is suffering from pain all the time and has fallen into a long coma. The original information is fixed. At this time, there was an additional edit button behind the information. By clicking the button, you can modify any entry, or even change the content of the entire information. Huoda simply clicked the change button. Then, he modified the information according to what he thought. An elderly person who is healthy and has no diseases falls into a deep sleep due to overwork and will wake up after getting enough rest. The old man is very healthy and has no hidden diseases. He can live to be 100 years old as long as he keeps exercising. After modifying the intelligence, Bai Yongqian's complexion became visibly rosy, and even his breathing became much smoother. At this time, Baiji just came back into the house with a basin of hot water. The water is coming. Your father is fine now. Please wipe his body, Huoda said with a smile. All right? Baiji looked at Huoda in disbelief, and almost dropped the basin of water in her hand out of shock. Don't believe it? You'll know when you see it. Baiji walked to the bedside doubtfully and looked at Bai Yongqian carefully. Really? She found that Bai Yongqian's condition had improved significantly. How is this possible? Baiji muttered to herself, with a gleam of disbelief in her eyes. She quickly put down the basin, gently touched her father's cheek, and felt a hint of warmth. Is my father really well? But why hasn't he woken up yet? Huoda smiled and explained. Don't worry, Uncle Bai is just too tired. He needs to rest for a while. He will wake up naturally when he has rested enough. Baiji felt relieved when she heard this, and her eyes became moist. She excitedly held Huoda's hand and said in a choked voice, Mr. Hua, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Huoda felt the warmth from Baiji's hand and comforted her. Don't say that. Aren't we friends? Friend? Baiji was stunned at first, then she took a deep breath, then mustered up her courage, suddenly stood on tiptoe, lightly touched Huoda's lips, and quickly withdrew her touch like a dragonfly touching the water. After doing all this, she lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed, and she did not dare to look at Huoda. Huoda was also slightly startled by Baiji's sudden action. If you take action now against a girl who loves you, she will be willing to cooperate with you. In other words, even if you do whatever you want to her, she will not be disgusted. Forehead. Now, even if Huoda was slow-witted, he knew what was going on. It was my first kiss. Baiji's words instantly made Huoda excited, and he spoke as if possessed by a ghost. Can you kiss me again? I didn't react just now. Hate. Baiji's cheeks turned even redder. She glared at Huoda shyly and ran out of the room pretending to be angry. Huoda smiled and touched his lips, savoring the sweet kiss just now, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. In a sense, this was also his first kiss. It was his first kiss since coming into this world. After that, Huoda stayed at the Bai family for a while and only left after Bai Yongqian woke up. After Bai Yongqian woke up, he knew that it was Huoda who saved him, and he insisted on asking Huoda to stay for a few drinks to repay him for saving his life. But Huoda understood that the father and daughter needed some space to be alone at this time, so she declined their kindness. After leaving the Bai family, Huoda had lunch at Shaxian Hotel and then strolled back to Heishimuang Mansion. Huoda? It's really you! As soon as Huoda walked into the gate of the community, he heard someone calling his name. When I turned around, it was Lin Wanner. At this moment, Lin Wanner had just gotten out of a red Porsche Panamera that was not photographed. It was obviously a new car that she had just picked up. Huoda is not very familiar with the Porsche brand, but he knows that it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Originally he thought that Lin Wanner just had a little money at home, but now it seems that he was too superficial. He mentioned Pamei right after graduation. This is not just a little money, he is really rich. At this time, Lin Wanner had already walked up to Huoda. After seeing Lin Wanner, Huoda's eyes never left Lin Wanner. Today, Lin Wanner was wearing a tight black suspender skirt with the hems slit all the way to her thighs. As she walked, the beautiful scenery that appeared and disappeared made Huoda feel his blood boiling instantly. Lin Wanner seemed to have noticed Huoda's greedy gaze. Instead of being angry, she seemed a little secretly delighted, as if she was very happy that Huoda was fascinated by her. "Why didn't you tell me you were discharged from the hospital? You didn't even reply to my messages. Do you know how hard I've been looking for you these past few days?" As soon as they met, Lin Wanner began to complain. As he spoke, tears began to well up in his eyes. Huoda was most afraid of women crying, especially in public. "Ms. Lin, don't cry first. I really have something to do these days. I didn't mean to ignore your message," Huoda explained quickly. He did have something to do these days, but it wasn't so busy that he didn't even have time to reply to messages. The main reason why he didn't reply was that he forgot. But can I say this? The answer is obviously no. Fortunately, Lin Wanner didn't feel conflicted. "By the way, why are you here?" Huoda asked curiously. "I live here, and you?" "I live here too. I just moved here after being discharged from the hospital." Hearing that Huoda also lived in Heishuang Mansion, Lin Wanner's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. "Really? That's great, we will be neighbors in the future and can see each other often. Oh, by the way, my grandfather's birthday is in a few days, and he wants to invite you to attend. He wants to thank you in person for saving me." Lin Wanner suddenly remembered and said, "Birthday? Invite me? That's not necessary?" Huoda instinctively wanted to refuse. Ding! Obtain future information. A rich family banquet full of dangers and opportunities. Choosing to attend will bring unexpected gains. Chapter 24, One Wave After Another. "No, you have to go." When Lin Wanner saw Huoda refuse, she immediately put her hands on her hips, looking like she would cry in front of her if she didn't agree. After seeing the information prompted by the system, Huoda was about to agree, so he agreed. "Okay then." Seeing Huoda agreed, Lin Wanner's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. "In that case, please accompany me to the antique market tomorrow. I plan to pick out a birthday present for my grandfather." Huoda thought that he would be fine anyway. And since he had promised Lin Wanner to attend her grandfather's birthday party, he couldn't go empty-handed. He had to show some appreciation. So Huoda nodded and agreed. "Okay, then contact me tomorrow." After that, the two separated. The other side. Liang Guowei was still in the hospital waiting for Bai Ji to come and sign. But he waited and still didn't see Bai Ji until it was almost time to get off work. So he went to the ward to find Bai Ji in person. However, when he arrived at the ward, he was dumbfounded. The bed that originally belonged to Bai Yongqiang has now been occupied by someone else. He hurried to the nurse's station and asked, "Where is the patient named Bai Yongqiang in bed 28? I've been discharged from the hospital." "Discharged from hospital? When did it happen?" "He was discharged from the hospital this morning." "What?" Liang Guowei yelled, and his expression changed instantly. He never thought that Bai Yongqiang would be discharged from the hospital. You have to know that given Bai Yongqiang's current condition, he will definitely not survive tonight if he doesn't have surgery. Could it be that they knew Bai Yongqiang would not survive tonight, so they chose to discharge him from the hospital? Liang Guowei guessed in his heart. But in this way, he lost an opportunity to make money. Moreover, he had already promised the buyer, so now he had to find another way. After Liang Guowei returned to the office, he opened the door and took out an old mobile phone from the drawer. There was only one number in the phone, and Liang Guowei pressed the call button and dialed. After a while, a deep male voice came from the phone. "Is the cargo ready?" "Something went wrong," Liang Guowei explained. "I had already prepared everything, but the patient was suddenly discharged from the hospital." the person on the other end of the phone said impatiently. I don't want to hear any explanation, I want the result. The deposit has been paid, so you must ship the goods on time, otherwise you know the consequences. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Oh shit! Liang Guowei cursed angrily, and then threw his phone heavily into the drawer. Although he was angry, he also knew that the other party was not someone to be trifled with. Just as the other party said, he had already received the deposit, and if he could not ship the goods on time, he would become the goods. After calming down, Liang Guowei immediately turned on his computer to check the recent surgical arrangements, and began to reselect suitable patients. Soon, he saw a suitable patient. Chenfang, male, 27 years old, was admitted to the hospital due to a broken leg while playing basketball and will undergo surgery tomorrow. Liang Guowei chose the other party not only because he was young, but also because he had signed an agreement to voluntarily donate his body after his death. Signing this agreement will save him a lot of trouble. But there is also a problem, that is, the other party only has a broken leg, and the probability of death on the operating table is very small. But these are not a problem. Once the patient is on the operating table, isn't it the doctor who decides his life or death? Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Liang Guowei's lips. Then he called the nurses' station and asked them to notify the patient and his family and prepare for surgery immediately. Jiangqing, Public Security Bureau. Su Jun had just finished a day's work and was preparing to go home. The appointment from above has been issued, and he has become the deputy director of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. The promotion in position did not reduce his workload, but instead made it more than before. Recently, someone died, which made his already busy work even more difficult. Deputy Director, the identities of the two bodies floating on the beach have been confirmed. Just as Su Jun was about to leave, Xinyueshi hurried into the office. Who is it? Su Jun put down the briefcase in his hand and sat back down. Xinyueshi reported as she handed the document in her hand to Su Jun. The man's name was Zhao Dabia. When he was young, he worked on a construction site. Later, he became a foreman. He gathered some hooligans under him. Before his death, he ran an agency, a decoration company, and a construction company. The woman's name is Chenli. She doesn't have a job, but we found out that she worked as a hostess at Tiangong Entertainment a few years ago. Later, she was kept by Deng Changyan. Deng Changyan? Does this matter have anything to do with Deng Changyan? Upon hearing this, Su Jun exclaimed in surprise. He has been a policeman for so many years, so he naturally knows who Deng Changyan is. If this murder case is related to Deng Changyan, then it would not be simple. At present, the evidence we have does not point to Deng Changyan, Xinyueshi said truthfully. Have you found out the relationship between the two deceased? Su Jun asked. Not yet, but we're checking. Although there is no conclusive evidence pointing to Deng Changyan, based on Su Jun's many years of experience in handling cases, the real murderer behind this murder is very likely Deng Changyan. Because only Deng Changyan dared to do this in Jiangqing. But Su Jian knew very well that if it was really Deng Changyan who did it, then they would have no way to bring him to justice. Even if the investigation leads to the other party, he will most likely push one of his subordinates to take the blame. Su Jun rubbed his temples and inexplicably felt a sense of powerlessness. Even though he is now the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, sometimes he is still helpless when faced with murderers at large. Because he knew that these murderers had a powerful umbrella of protection behind them. Until we find out who is the protector behind Deng Changyan, we cannot touch Deng Changyan. Okay, let's first find out the relationship between the two deceased. Su Jun waved his hand and planned to let Xinyueshi go back. But at this moment, his cell phone on the table rang. Deputy Director, something bad has happened. A medical accident has occurred at Jiangqing First People's Hospital, and the family members are making a fuss. I see. I'll be there right away. After Su Jun hung up the phone, he said to Xinyueshi, who hadn't left yet, Come with me to Jiangqing First People's Hospital, something happened. While rushing to Jiangqing First People's Hospital, Su Jun closed his eyes for a while. These days are really weird. Things happened one after another. First, robbers robbed the lottery center in broad daylight. Later, 2 floating corpses appeared on the beach. Now it's a medical accident again, and the family members are making trouble. There really is no peace at all. At the same time, Huoda, who was at home, also saw the short video about the medical accident that occurred in Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Huoda's first reaction was that this medical accident was likely related to human organ trafficking. Chapter 25: Medical Accident or Deliberate Murder. This morning, when Huoda learned that Liang Guowei was secretly engaged in illegal human organ trafficking, he wanted to report this information to Su Jun. However, without solid evidence, he was not sure whether Su Jun would believe him. After all, the police rely on evidence when investigating cases, and it will be of no use even if he speaks eloquently without any evidence. But what Huoda never expected was that something would happen so soon. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. This is not an ordinary medical accident, this is a deliberate murder case, because you took Bai Yongqiang away, making it impossible for Liang Guowei to collect the goods. In order to deliver the goods on time and prevent himself from becoming the goods, Liang Guowei found a substitute. Huoda was simply dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this incident was caused by him. It seems that he saved Bai Yongqiang's life, but indirectly killed another life. For a moment, Huoda's heart was filled with self-blame. But if I could do it again, he would still choose to save Bai Yongqiang. However, he will no longer choose to sit idly by, but will stand up and expose Liang Guowei as soon as possible. But it's too late to say anything now. The dead cannot be resurrected. All he can do now is to do his best to bring Liang Guowei to justice and eliminate this organization that traffics in human organs. It will prevent more people from being harmed and provide justice to all victims, thus comforting their souls in heaven. Thinking of this, Huoda immediately went out and headed straight for Jiangqing First People's Hospital. At this time, Su Jun had already arrived at the scene. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a large group of people gathered at the hospital entrance, holding banners and shouting something. Among them were many elderly people who were crying and shouting while being supported by others. Su Jun hurried forward to understand the situation. What's going on? Deputy Director Su, you are finally here. When Wang Anyuan, the director of the local police station, saw Su Jun, he immediately came forward to report the situation on the scene. But his calling of Deputy Director Su was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The family members present immediately swarmed over and surrounded Su Jun, crying and shouting. Leader, you have to make the decision for us. Leader, please arrest them quickly, they are all murderers. Boss, we only have this one child in our family, and he was supposed to get married next month. Everyone calm down and listen to me. Su Jun waved his hands and shouted loudly, signaling everyone to calm down. After he said it 3 times in a row, the scene gradually quieted down. I understand everyone's feelings, but we will investigate what happened, please trust us. Su Jun assured everyone. After that, he went into the hospital and asked Wang Anyuan about the situation. What's going on? According to the family, the deceased is Chen Fang, a 27-year-old male. He was admitted to the hospital yesterday because of a broken leg caused by playing basketball. He was originally scheduled to have surgery tomorrow morning, but the hospital suddenly called in the evening to say the surgery had been moved up. The operation started at 5:40 p.m. and was supposed to be completed in 2 hours, but it was not completed until 2 hours later. In the meantime, a nurse came out and informed the family of the deceased that the deceased was suffering from aortic bleeding and was being resuscitated. At 9:10 p.m., the doctor came out of the operating room and announced that the deceased had died from excessive blood loss. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple, right? Su Jun vaguely felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Wang Anyu sighed and said, It's really not that simple. Logically, even if the patient dies, the hospital should allow the patient's family to see the patient for the last time. But the hospital refused to allow the patient's family to see the patient. Hearing this, Su Jun frowned instantly. There's no doubt that there's something wrong. At this time, Wang Anyuan continued. Not only that, the hospital won't let our people touch the body, and even the forensic doctor can't perform an autopsy. Upon hearing this, Su Jun was 100% sure that this was not a simple medical accident, and there must be some unknown secret involved. But he couldn't understand why the hospital didn't allow them to touch the corpse. That's because the hospital removed the patient's organs and resold them on the black market. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. At some point, Huoda had come to their side. Huoda, why are you here? Wait, what did you just say? The hospital removed the organs of the deceased and sold them on the black market. How did you know? Sujun and Wang Yuan were shocked when they saw Huoda suddenly appear. But what shocked the two even more was what Huoda had just said. Huoda, everything requires evidence. Are you sure what you just said is true? Whether it's true or not, we just need to do an autopsy to find out, right? Where does Huoda have the evidence? If he had evidence, he would have brought it out long ago, and Qinfang would not have died. But what he said was not wrong. Qinfang's body was the best evidence. In his previous life, Huoda loved watching criminal investigation dramas, especially TV's Forensic Heroes series. There is a classic line in this drama: corpses never lie. As long as we can see Qinfang's body and perform an autopsy, we will know whether what he said is true. But the problem is that we have no access to the bodies of the deceased now, Wang Yuan said helplessly. Hearing this, Huoda smiled and said, This is your police's business. Sujun nodded and said, What Huoda said is correct. Collecting evidence is the job of the police. Director Wang, you should immediately send someone to the hospital to get Qinfang's body back, even if you have to rob it. Yes. Wang Yuan saluted Sujun, responded, and left quickly. By the way, Huoda, how do you know all this? Sujun was very curious about this. He really couldn't figure out why Huoda knew all this. The other party is an experienced criminal policeman. Don't try to fool him. It's best to answer truthfully. Huoda's heart was shocked, and then he began to explain. Here's what happened. I came to this hospital this morning to visit my friend's father, and then I met their vice president. My friend's father's illness was a bit serious and he needed surgery immediately, but she couldn't raise the money for the surgery at the moment. At this time, the vice president asked my friend to sign a voluntary body donation agreement. They said that as long as my friend signed this agreement, the hospital would perform the surgery on my friend's father for free. I saw that the vice president's tone was not right, so I asked my friend to refuse to sign, and immediately arranged for my friend's father to be transferred to another hospital. I didn't expect that something like this would happen that night. I instinctively felt that this matter was a little unusual, so I rushed over immediately. I happened to hear Director Wang reporting to you just now, and then combined with what the vice president said before, I felt that it was related to the trafficking of human organs. At first, Sujun thought Huoda was making it up, but the more he listened, the more he felt it was just a passing fancy. Huoda, I have to say that you really have the potential to be a criminal police. Would you like to consider working in the criminal police team? Sujun asked with a smile. Hearing this, Huoda quickly waved his hand and refused. Brother Su, please don't belittle me. I am not cut out to be a criminal police officer. I just like watching criminal investigation dramas. Anyway, I still want to thank you for providing the police with clues. What the truth of the matter will be depends on the results of the autopsy, said Sujun. Chapter 26. The whole city is arresting Liang Guowei. Director Liang, this is bad. The police outside insist on sending the body for an autopsy. We can't handle this any longer. You have to hold on even if you can't. If something goes wrong, none of us can escape. After saying that, Liang Guowei hung up the phone. The development of things has completely exceeded his expectations and has become uncontrollable. Fortunately, he had sent out the removed organs as soon as possible. Now, as long as he waits for the payment to arrive, he can leave Jiangqing and go abroad as soon as possible to enjoy the happiness of family life with his wife and children. One day a year ago, a mysterious man found him and offered him 1 million yuan to ask him to find a kidney for a kidney transplant. At that time, there happened to be a brain-dead patient who had signed a voluntary agreement to donate his body. Liang Guowei secretly sold one of the brain-dead patient's kidneys to the mysterious man for 1 million yuan. Since then, he began to help the mysterious man collect various human organs. This year, he earned at least tens of millions. Liang Guowei also knew that what he was doing was illegal, and he couldn't help but worry about the day when his crime would be exposed. So, he sent his wife and children abroad early. Originally, he wanted to stop when he earned 100 million yuan and then go abroad to reunite with his wife and children. I never thought that this matter would be exposed so quickly. Of course, he had not anticipated this at all. He never thought that the patient's family would be so radical and even call the police. In fact, if you think about it carefully, how could a simple fracture surgery leave the patient unable to get off the operating table? No normal person would be able to accept this. Bite! At this time, Liang Guo's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw that the payment for the goods had arrived. Then he started packing his things and sneaked out of the office when no one was around. And at the same time, Huoda was in the lobby on the first floor when a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Liang Guo has left the office and is walking towards the underground garage. In 5 minutes he will drive out of the hospital and head straight to the airport. He has already bought a ticket for the fastest departure and plans to flee abroad. Damn, this bastard wants to run away. Brother Su, have you controlled the doctors and nurses who performed the operation on the deceased? Huoda asked casually. Oh no! Su Jun thought to himself that this was not good. He had never thought that a medical accident would lead to a case of human organ trafficking. Therefore, he did not immediately ask people to control all the doctors and nurses involved in the operation. I didn't remember it until Huoda reminded me. Brother Su, hurry up and have someone control them. If they really have problems, they will probably take this opportunity to escape. Okay, I'll go right away. He couldn't tell Liang Guo directly that he was going to run away, so he could only remind Su Jun indirectly. I hope we can catch Liang Guo in time. Looking at Su Jun's receding back, Huoda said silently in his heart. The other side. After receiving a reminder from Huoda, Su Jun immediately arranged for people to control all the doctors and nurses involved in the operation. But soon, he learned some bad news. Vice President Liang, who performed the surgery on Chenfang, has disappeared. Liang Guo's disappearance also made him more certain of Huoda's statement. This medical accident is not as simple as imagined. It is very likely that, as Huoda said, there is a huge mysterious organization that traffics in human organs behind it. Have you checked the surveillance? Did you see Liang Guo leaving? Su Jun thought for a while and asked. If not, it means that Liang Guo is still within the hospital. But the possibility that he left the hospital in disguise cannot be ruled out. Not yet. We checked the surveillance cameras at various intersections of the hospital and did not find Liang Guo's car leaving the hospital. Upon hearing this, Su Jun's already furrowed brows deepened. If Liang Guo drove away in his own car, they would also be able to track Liang Guo's whereabouts through Sky Eye. But now Liang Guo's car is still in the hospital, but he is missing, which is a problem. Because they are not sure whether Liang Guo has left the hospital. Notify everyone to block all highway intersections in Jiangqing and immediately send people to the airport, train station, and bus station to bring Liang Guo back to me. Also, send a group of people to Liang Guo's home. He might come back home. Also, continue to search every corner of the hospital. Don't miss any suspicious places. Su Jun immediately gave the order. As Su Jun's order was issued, tens of thousands of police officers in Jiangqing were mobilized at once. At the same time, Liang Guo just arrived at the parking lot along an internal passage. Search carefully. Deputy Director Su said that we can't miss any suspicious places. We must find Liang Guo. After hearing this, Liang Guo, who was hiding in the dark, immediately realized that he had been exposed. So he hurried back to the inner passage. Only people in the hospital know about this internal passage, and the police will not be able to find it for the time being. But he also knew that this place was not safe and the police would find it sooner or later. No, I have to find a way to leave the hospital. Liang Guo's brain was working rapidly, thinking of ways to leave. It has to be said that when people are in desperate situations, their minds tend to be very sharp. Liang Guo quickly thought of a solution. He carefully avoided the cameras and slipped back to the locker room, where he quickly changed his clothes. Then he secretly went to the first aid station, hoping to leave the hospital when the ambulance went out to pick up the patient. Although the police have blocked all entrances and exits of the hospital, Jiangqing First People's Hospital, as the largest and most authoritative hospital in Jiangqing, cannot completely cut off contact with the outside world. Many emergency patients will still be sent here, and the hospital's ambulances will still be able to go out. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. Liang Guowei had learned that the police were trying their best to arrest him, so he disguised himself and mixed into the ambulance team, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity when the ambulance went out to pick up the patient to leave the hospital. Fuck! This old man really has some brains! After seeing the information, Huoda was also stunned. He originally wanted to go to the morgue to see if there was a chance to touch Chen Fang's body. I was shocked by the unexpected information that popped up. He also knew that it was impossible for the police to completely seal off the hospital. After all, hospitals are places to treat illnesses and save lives, and new patients come in and out every moment. If Liang Guowei really disguised himself, it would be difficult for the police who were not familiar with him to recognize him at the first sight. No, we can't let this old ghost get away. Thinking of this, Jin Xiao hurriedly ran towards the hospital gate. Just at this moment, an ambulance just drove up to the hospital entrance, ready to pick up the patient. Chapter 27, Late Night Pursuit. Liang Guowei is finally caught. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. Liang Guowei was in the ambulance ahead. He was disguised as the driver. The police did not recognize the driver as Liang Guowei. If they let him go, it would be difficult to catch him again. Huoda was startled and quickened his pace again. As he ran, he loudly alerted the police at the entrance. Stop the ambulance! Liang Guowei is in it! At this time, Huoda didn't care whether it would alert the enemy. Since the system says so, it must be like this. Huoda shouted so loudly that not only the police at the entrance heard it, but also Liang Guowei in the car. Liang Guowei didn't know why he was exposed, but he knew that if he didn't run away now, he would be judged by law. So he stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The police officers at the entrance didn't react at all, or they didn't expect Liang Guowei to force his way in. Chase after him! All of a sudden, several police cars rushed after them. Huoda also quickly got into a police car, wanting to chase Liang Guowei. He was not sure whether the police could successfully capture Liang Guowei, but he knew that with his presence, the chances of catching Liang Guowei would be greatly increased. Why are you here? We are on duty. Please get down quickly. Xinyueshi was just about to drive to catch up, but unexpectedly Huoda came up directly. Huoda glared at Xinyueshi and said unhappily, Drive quickly, it will be too late if you don't catch up. Humph, you'd better not hold me back. Xinyueshi also knew that now was not the time to argue with Huoda, but Huoda had just glared at her, which made her very unhappy. So much nonsense, drive! Humph, sit tight. Next second, Xinyueshi drove the police car and started directly. Let Huoda truly experience what it means to be pushed on the back. Xinyueshi's driving skills were very good. Even though she was the last one to start, she soon overtook one police car after another and caught up with the first one. In front, Liang Guowei had already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed of the car soared to 140 miles per hour. Fortunately, it is night now and there are not many vehicles on the road. In addition, the ambulance driven by Liang Guowei had its sirens on, so many drivers chose to avoid it. But when they saw the police car behind the ambulance, many drivers stopped their cars and started talking. What's going on? Did something happen? Why do I feel like these police cars are chasing this ambulance? You know what, there really is someone like him. At this time, Xinyueshi held the steering wheel with one hand and shouted through the loudspeaker in the car with the other hand. Liang Guowei, you can't get away. Turn off the engine and pull over immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. I repeat, you can't get away. Turn off the engine and pull over immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. But how could Liang Guowei just surrender? Not only did he not stop, he accelerated again. Seeing this, Xinyueshi immediately stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Huoda, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stole a glance at the dashboard. Good job. The car's speed is almost reaching 160. If this continues, something terrible will happen. But what Huoda didn't expect was that Xinyueshi was still accelerating at this moment. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You don't want to live anymore, but you're still speeding up? Huoda looked at Xinyueshi and questioned. His body has been modified by genetic drugs, so he doesn't worry about being seriously injured even if he has a car accident. But Shinueshi is different, she is just an ordinary person. In the event of a car crash, it is very likely that the car will be destroyed and people will die. However, as if she didn't hear what Huoda said, Shinueshi stepped on the accelerator again, and the car accelerated again. At this time, Shinueshi looked ahead intently and spoke slowly. I must catch him and can't let him get away. Hearing this, Huoda couldn't help but be moved by Shinueshi's courage and persistence. But at the same time, he also knew that such a chase was extremely dangerous, and could lead to disaster if one was not careful. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, thinking quickly of a solution. There is a dead-end road 10 kilometers ahead. You can drive the other party to the dead end and force them to stop. Huoda, who had no idea at first, immediately called Su Jun after seeing the prompt. Brother Su, I'm Huoda Officer Shin and I are currently hunting down Liang Guowei. I need your cooperation. As soon as the call was connected, Huoda went straight to the point. On the other end of the phone, Su Jun was shocked when he heard that Huoda was actually chasing Liang Guowei with Shinueshi. But he also knew that now was not the time to discuss this, so he asked directly. How do you need my cooperation? You should be able to see where we are now. I need you to get the police to cooperate and drive Liang Guowei to a dead-end road 10 kilometers away and force him to stop the car. Huoda quickly told Su Jun the system's suggestions. After hearing this, Su Jun immediately replied. I will notify them now. You can continue the pursuit, but you must pay attention to safety. The police responded very quickly and soon set up roadblocks at various intersections, forcing Liang Guowei to drive towards a dead end. At first, Liang Guowei did not realize the police's intentions. He just instinctively wanted to avoid being arrested by the police. In addition, he kept looking at the police car chasing him from behind, so he didn't pay attention to where he was driving. Soon, he was forced to the point of being cut off. After Liang Guowei got out of the car, he still wanted to run away, so Shinueshi fired a warning shot. Bang! Liang Guowei, you can't get away. If you don't surrender, I will shoot you. Seeing that Shinueshi really dared to shoot, Liang Guowei was so scared that he dared not move. Then, with the help of Huoda, Shinueshi handcuffed Liang Guowei. When Liang Guowei saw Huoda, he recognized him immediately. Is it you? President Liang, how are you? Huoda gave him a small smile. But in Liang Guowei's eyes, Huoda's smile was like the devil's smile. Not long after, Su Jun arrived with a large group of people. Seeing that Liang Guowei had been controlled, Su Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. There was quite a commotion tonight. If Liang Guowei got away, he would have no way to explain himself. Shaoshin did a great job. After Su Jun praised Shinueshi, he came to Huoda, saluted Huoda solemnly and said, Huoda, thank you. Brother Su, what are you doing? It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. I didn't do anything. This is all thanks to Officer Shin. Shinueshi was a little proud of receiving Su Jun's praise. But when she saw Su Jun thanking Huoda, she suddenly felt a little emotional. Although Huoda contributed some effort, it was not much. It was she who kept chasing Liang Guowei and finally caught him. However, after hearing what Huoda said, she immediately gave Huoda a look that said you are sensible. I have to go back and interrogate Liang Guowei overnight, so I won't send you back. Su Jun looked at Huoda and said something, then turned to look at Shinueshi and said, Shaoshin, you will send Huoda back later. Remember, this is an order. Su Jun was afraid that Shinueshi would not be willing to send Huoda off, so he emphasized it at the end. After Su Jun left with a large force, Shinueshi stomped her feet heavily in anger. At this time, Huoda had already sat in the passenger seat, stuck his head out and said with a smile, Officer Shin, please get in the car and take me back. Remember, this is an order. Roll. Chapter 28, A Mysterious Criminal Organization. Jiangqing police staged a thrilling car chase drama late at night, which instantly caused an uproar on the internet. Many citizens in Jiangqing also uploaded this shocking scene to short video platforms, attracting countless onlookers and discussions. The Jiangqing police responded quickly and disclosed the details of the incident through their official account, allowing the public to get a glimpse of the full picture. Who would have thought that a vice president of a municipal hospital, under the glamorous appearance, was actually involved in the dark trade of human organs? What is even more shocking is that a seemingly ordinary orthopedic surgery took away a young life and brought a promising future to an abrupt end. This incident was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing strong repercussions across the country. The public is outraged, and the internet is filled with calls for severe punishment of the criminals and justice for the victims and their families. This wave of public opinion quickly attracted the attention of the Ministry of Public Security. They immediately issued a red-headed document, strictly ordering the Jiangqing police to solve the case in the shortest possible time. They vowed to eradicate the evil chain of human organ trafficking and bring all criminals involved to justice. At the same time, River City. Inside a luxurious villa with river view. The higher-ups have noticed this. Do they know what to do? A mysterious man leaned back on the sofa, took a puff of his cigar, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and spoke without a trace of emotion. Don't worry, boss. Liang Wei doesn't know who we are. We have always been in contact with him through overseas. The subordinate on the opposite side bowed slightly and responded respectfully. Only dead people don't talk nonsense. The mysterious man took another puff of his cigar, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he continued. For us, Liang Wei is just a chess piece. Now that this chess piece has lost its function, there is no need to keep him. Okay, boss, I know what to do. The subordinate bowed again and prepared to turn around and leave. At this time, the mysterious man called out to his men again. Remember, don't leave any clues. Yes. The next day, 10 a.m. Su Jun stared at the pair of panda eyes and walked out of the interrogation room with a tired body. Last night, he conducted a surprise interrogation of Liang Wei overnight. Liang Wei confessed to the crime of premeditated murder of Chen Fang and trafficking in human organs. But when Su Jun asked him about the organization, Liang Wei knew nothing about it. According to his account, he only communicated with a person named Dr. He knew nothing else. Based on Su Jun's many years of experience in handling cases, the other party must be a criminal group with a very strict organizational structure and high confidentiality among its members. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to dig out all the members behind this criminal group. Su Jun rubbed his tired eyes and thought to himself. He knew that this case had attracted great attention from the country and the people, and that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. He must find a breakthrough as soon as possible, and wipe out this criminal group in one fell swoop. But the problem is that all the clues have been cut off at Liang Wei's side, and there is no way to start. At this time, he thought of Huoda. Last night, it was Huoda's reminder that revealed the secret behind the medical accident. It was also because of Huoda's reminder that they prevented Liang Wei from escaping and finally succeeded in capturing him. Maybe Huoda will have some ideas. With the idea of having one more person and one more idea, Su Jun called Huoda. It was almost 1 o'clock when Huoda got home last night, and he hasn't woken up yet. But a sudden phone call interrupted his sweet dream. Hello? Huoda answered the phone in a daze, without even checking the caller ID. Brother Hua, I am your elder brother Su. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal. I wanted to thank you last time, but I never had the chance. You helped me a lot this time, so I must treat you to a meal to thank you. After hearing this, Huoda became much more sober. He soon realized that Su Jun had other intentions. It seemed like he was inviting us to dinner, but in fact, he was asking for opinions on the case. Thinking of this, Huoda smiled and said, Okay, send me the address and I'll be there in a while. Okay, I'll send you the address, and we'll see you later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Huoda started thinking. Brother Su said last night that he would interrogate Liang Wei overnight. It seems that Liang Wei doesn't know much. He should only be responsible for finding the source of goods. He has no status in this criminal organization and should not even be a member of this organization. The person who can really get in touch with the organization should be the person who contacted him, or the person behind that contact. But this person is not easy to find. I have to say, Huoda's brain is really sharp. After a brief analysis, I got to the point. It is no exaggeration to describe Huoda as someone whose intelligence is almost demonic. The other side. After Su Jun sent his location to Huoda, he prepared to leave the police station. But as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Shinyueshi. "Director Su Fuji, can you take me with you?" Su Jun was stunned when he heard this, and asked in surprise, "What do you mean by taking you with me?" Seeing Su Jun still pretending to be stupid, Shinyueshi immediately said with a pursed mouth, "I heard everything at the door of your office. If you want to treat Huoda to a meal, take me with you, okay?" "Take you with me?" Su Jun looked Shinyueshi up and down, looking embarrassed. "Yes, take me with you, please." Shinyueshi pulled Su Jun's arm and pleaded. He has been working with Shinyueshi for some time. Shinyueshi has always been vigorous and resolute at work and has never regarded herself as a woman. Su Jun couldn't help but laugh when he saw Shinyueshi's rare coquettish look. However, he thought that Shinyueshi and Huoda were of similar age, and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. How about bringing Brother Hua and Xiaoshun together? Once this idea came to Su Jun's mind, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Huoda is young, promising, and has a strong sense of justice. He is a rare young man. Although Shinyueshi usually has a bad temper, she is a flower in the Jiangqing police station. The two of them together are a perfect match. Thinking of this, Su Jun immediately smiled and said, "Okay, then you can come with me. I just happen to have something to talk to you about." "Thank you, Deputy Director Su." Upon hearing this, Shinyueshi immediately smiled brightly. "Deputy Director Su, let me drive, you go lie down in the back for a while." When Su Jun heard this, he was instantly shocked. He still vividly remembered the scene of Shinyueshi racing after Liang Guowei last night. He didn't dare to let this girl drive. So, he hurriedly took 2 steps and got on the driver's seat before Shinyueshi. "It's okay, I'll drive, you don't know the way." Chapter 29, Treating Guests to Dinner and Asking Huoda for Advice. A high seafood stall, a seafood stall that has been operating in Jiangqing for 20 years, has seen its reputation plummet in Jiangqing due to a change of owner, with the quality of seafood becoming worse and worse, and the stall also overcharging customers. Based on Su Junfa's location, Huoda took a taxi and came to a high seafood stall. As soon as he entered the door, Huoda saw the prompt in front of him. He didn't know why Su Jun chose this restaurant, but he knew one thing: Su Jun was probably going to be ripped off tonight. On the way here, Su Jun sent Huoda the box number. So, after entering the door, Huoda went straight to box number 6. But when Huoda arrived at the box, he found that in addition to Su Jun, Shinyueshi also came with him. "Brother Hua, you are finally here, please take a seat." Su Jun's face was full of smiles as he greeted Huoda warmly while asking the waiter to serve the food. "Brother Su, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. There was a bit of a traffic jam on the road," Huoda said after sitting down. At this time, Huoda turned his gaze to Shinyueshi opposite him, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and teased, "Oh, Officer Shin is here too, what a coincidence!" "Snort!" Shinyueshi snorted coldly and did not respond. She knew that Huoda was still angry with her. Last night, Su Jun asked her to send Huoda home, but she was in a hurry to return to the police station to interrogate Liang Guowei with Su Jun, so she sent Huoda to a place where it was easy to get a taxi and left him there. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Su Jun inviting Huoda to dinner to confront him in person. Unexpectedly, this guy Huoda had a weird look on his face as soon as he entered the door, which immediately made her very unhappy. Su Jun, who was standing by, also heard something behind their words, but in his opinion, it was just flirting between 2 young people. This also strengthened his determination to bring the 2 together. Soon, the waiter started serving the food. Su Jun also personally filled Huoda's glass with wine. "Brother Hua, this is my treat. Thank you for helping the Jiangqing police today. I'll drink this cup, you can do whatever you want." After saying that, Su Jun drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Huoda also readily picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. After drinking a glass of white wine, Huoda felt a spicy taste rushing straight to his throat, as if a ball of fire was burning along his throat all the way to his chest. "Brother Hua, you have a good alcohol tolerance." Seeing that Huoda had such a good alcohol tolerance at such a young age, Sujun couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. No, Brother Su, thank you for the compliment. Huoda wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, and a humble smile appeared on his face. In his previous life, he had worked in the mall for many years and had already developed a good drinking capacity. In this life, after the genetic drug transformation, his alcohol tolerance is even better than before. It is no exaggeration to say that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Come on, don't just drink, eat the food. This sweet and sour carp is the signature dish of this restaurant, and this steamed grouper is the signature dish among all the signature dishes. Let me tell you, this store has been open for more than 20 years and is very famous in Jiangqing. While Sujun was introducing the restaurant's specialties, he was inviting Huoda to start eating. Pa, why is the fish so mushy and smells so fishy? She took a bite of the steamed grouper and immediately vomited it out because she couldn't stand the fishy smell of the fish. That's impossible. I've been eating at this restaurant for several years. As he spoke, Sujun also picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. Pooh! Sujun frowned and couldn't help spitting out the fish in his mouth, his face full of surprise and disappointment. This fish is really not fresh. I'll ask the boss to replace it with another one. Sujun didn't expect that the first time he invited Huoda to dinner, he would fail miserably. Huoda had known for a long time that the store had changed owners, and that its ingredients and reputation were no longer as good as before. Even if you change it to a grouper, the final result will be the same. Besides, Sujun invited him to dinner not just for the sake of having a meal. So, he waved his hand to stop Sujun and said, Forget it, Brother Su, just make do with it. I'm not picky about food. After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Well, the fishy smell is indeed quite strong, and the fish meat is not fresh either. But Huoda still forced himself to swallow it, suppressing the discomfort, and then gave Sujun a passable smile. Brother Hua, you don't have to force yourself. Just ask the waiter to change it. This store has a good reputation. Similar situations have occurred before, and the boss always replaced them, said Sujun. Looking at Sujun's ignorant expression, Huodajin said that was in the past. Now they have a new boss, and the old ways are no longer the same. However, Huoda still waved his hand and said, Brother Su, you really don't need it. Seeing that Huoda insisted, Sujun had no choice but to give up. By the way, Brother Su, your invitation to dinner this time shouldn't be just for a simple meal, right? At this time, Huoda took the initiative to clarify the topic. Hearing this, Sujun patted Huoda on the shoulder and laughed. You really can't hide anything from me, Brother Hua. I do have some doubts about Liang Guowei's case and I would like to ask you to analyze it together. When Sujun said this, Xinyueshi, who was standing beside him, was stunned. At first she thought Sujun simply invited Huoda to dinner, but she didn't expect that he wanted Huoda to analyze the case. Who is Sujun? He is known as the best detective in Jiangqing. He is the idol of all young police officers in Jiangqing. Xinyueshi had heard of Sujun's name when she was studying at the police academy, so as soon as she graduated, she used her family's connections and came to the Jiangqing criminal police team to follow Sujun. However, such a senior detective now wants a young man in his early 20s to help him analyze the case. This really subverted her perception. However, neither of them noticed the change in her expression, and instead they continued talking about the case seriously. Brother Hua, this is the case. Last night we conducted a surprise interrogation of Liang Guowei. Liang Guowei has confessed to the 2 charges of premeditated murder and trafficking in human organs, but there is a problem. At this time, Huoda suddenly interrupted Sujun and asked, Brother Su, I think you didn't find out anything about the organization behind Liang Guowei, right? Sujun nodded and said, Well, now all the clues have been cut off from Liang Guowei. We only know that the person who contacted Liang Guowei every time was a man named Doctor. We don't know whether this person is a man or a woman, tall or short, fat or thin, how old he is, or what his nationality is. We don't know how or where to check, so we want to hear your advice. When Sujun said this, his tone revealed a strong sense of frustration. He has been a police officer for so many years and has been involved in several thousand cases, big and small. But this was the first time that he felt from the bottom of his heart that he was extremely incompetent and had no idea how to investigate this case. When Huoda heard this, his brows furrowed and his expression became serious. He anticipated that this case was unusual, but he didn't expect that even Su-jun was helpless. Even Su-jun has no ideas, so what ideas can he have? We can start with Chen Fang's removed organs and investigate the transplant operations that will be performed in the near future across the country, focusing on the rich, especially the wealthy in Jiangqing. The sudden appearance of information made Huoda's eyes light up. Brother Su, I have an idea. Chapter 30 Huoda offers suggestions, new direction of investigation. Brother Su, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's correct. Tell me about it. Chen Fang's organs have already been removed, so we can start from that aspect, Huoda suggested. Su-jun is indeed a veteran criminal policeman. He already had an idea as soon as Huoda gave the opening remarks. You mean to investigate in reverse order based on where these organs are going? Su-jun asked. Huoda nodded and said, That's right. Those who can buy human organs on the black market are definitely not ordinary people. They must be rich or noble. You can start from this point. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Su-jun slapped his thigh and said, Start with the buyer, and then follow the clues to find the culprit. Brother Hua, you are really my lucky star. No, I was just saying it casually. Brother Su, you were just too anxious and didn't think of it for the moment. Even if I didn't say it, you would have thought of it in a few days, Huoda said modestly. No. If you hadn't reminded me, it would probably take me a long time to think of it, Su-jun said. At this time, Shinyueshi on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Can you two stop praising each other commercially? Huoda, you said to start with the buyer, but there are so many rich people in the country, how long will it take to find out? Hearing this, Huoda looked at Shinyueshi as if she were an idiot. Seeing Huoda's disgusted look, Shinyueshi immediately shouted, What kind of look is that? Am I asking wrong? Xiaoxin, have you forgotten why rich people buy human organs? Su-jun also showed an intriguing expression. Why? Isn't it for the transplant surgery? What else can you do? Shinyueshi looked at the two of them in confusion. Yes, you said it was a transplant operation. We only need to focus on those rich people who are sick and need a transplant operation. After Su-jun finished speaking, Shinyueshi suddenly realized. But when she thought about her performance just now, Shinyueshi suddenly felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She kept clamoring about solving a big case, but now that a big case has come, her performance is like this. It's so embarrassing. Brother Su, I think since they used Jiangqing as the source of goods, they are very likely to spread out from Jiangqing. I think we can focus on investigating the wealthy people in Jiangqing, Huoda suggested. That makes sense. I'll arrange for someone to follow this line right away. Then, Su-jun turned to look at Shinyueshi and said, Xiaoxin, contact Xiaozi and the others immediately and focus on investigating the buyer. Okay, I'll call the bureau right away. Huoda watched the two of them quickly get into work mode and nodded secretly in his heart. He knew that with a clear direction of investigation, subsequent investigation work would be more efficient and targeted. After his worries were resolved, Su-jun was in a good mood and clinked glasses with Huoda repeatedly. After Shinyueshi came back from making a phone call, she apologized to Huoda under the influence of alcohol. The dinner ended only after the three of them finished a whole bottle of white wine. Brother Hua, that's all for today. We'll meet again next time we have a chance. Okay, I'll treat you next time. No problem. The two of them came to the store door talking and laughing, and then Huoda went first. However, as soon as he walked out the door, he heard Su-jun's screams. Are you mistaken? A meal costs more than 8,000 yuan. Are you trying to rob me? Hearing Su-jun's screams, Huoda smiled, got into a taxi and drove away. I don't know whether Su-jun paid the bill in the end, but he knows that this store might be coming to an end. It is really a case of him not knowing how to live or die by ripping off the customer even though he is the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. On the way back, Huoda received a call from Lin Wanner. Only then did he remember that he had promised Lin Wanner yesterday that he would accompany her to the antique market to choose gifts. After Huoda got off the car at the gate of the community, he saw a red Pamela parked on the side of the road. Huoda walked over, opened the passenger door, and sat directly in. "It smells so strong. Have you been drinking?" As soon as Huoda got in the car, Lin Wanner smelled an unpleasant odor of alcohol, and immediately opened the car window to dissipate the smell. "Well, I was just at the dinner party. I came here as soon as you called me." Huoda told a little lie, but Lin Wanner fell for it. Hearing that Huoda cared so much about her, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Today, Lin Wanner wore a gray sleeveless top, which was simple and elegant, and perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Paired with a beige short skirt, the skirt is of moderate length, which not only shows her slender legs but also maintains a dignified and decent style. The combination of beige and gray makes the whole outfit look harmonious and high-end. Seeing Lin Wanner's outfit, under the influence of alcohol, Huoda's breathing began to become rapid. An urge to get close to her surged in my heart. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Wanner started the car, and suddenly a push on the back came over him, accompanied by the strong wind outside the window, which finally blew out Huoda's restless heart. Half an hour later, Lin Wanner parked the car at the entrance of an old street. This is the largest antique market in Jiangqing. Every day, many people come here to pick up bargains with the mentality of getting rich overnight. Soon, Lin Wanner took Huoda into the bustling antique market. There are many stalls here, with a wide variety of antiques, jades, calligraphy and paintings, which are dazzling. Lin Wanner moved among the crowd with ease, occasionally stopping to carefully look at the antique calligraphy and paintings in front of a stall. Huoda followed behind her, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted by her elegant and graceful figure. The main reason is that the things here are really not to Huoda's liking. A painting imitating Tang Bohu, actually worth only a few hundred yuan. The artificially synthesized jade pendant only costs 50 yuan. Tang Sankai that is deliberately made old has no collection value. Fake. Fake. Everywhere you look, it's all fake. In Huoda's opinion, instead of looking at these fakes, it is better to appreciate the beauty in front of him. "Huoda, what do you think of this jade pendant?" Lin Wanner picked up a jade pendant that was entirely emerald green, looked at it carefully in the sunlight and asked. Huoda glanced at the jade pendant in Lin Wanner's hand. Next second, information about this jade pendant immediately popped up in front of my eyes. Antique jadeite piece buckle, made of artificial synthetic materials. Although this jadeite piece buckle has a beautiful appearance and a beautiful emerald green color, it is actually made of artificial synthetic materials. Its cost is relatively low. Although the market price can be as high as several thousand yuan, its actual value is far lower than this. It is often used by unscrupulous merchants to deceive consumers. After reviewing the intelligence in front of him, Huoda spoke bluntly. "It's fake. It's a synthetic imitation of an antique jade piece locket. The cost is only a few hundred yuan." "Ah, this is fake. I thought it was real." When Lin Wanner heard Huoda say that the jade pendant was fake, she immediately lost interest. She came here to pick out a birthday present for her grandfather, so how could she give a fake one? "Huoda, are you very knowledgeable about antiques?" Seeing that Huoda could tell the authenticity of the jade pendant at a glance, Lin Wanner immediately looked at Huoda with admiration and asked. Seeing Lin Wanner's eyes, Huoda said proudly, "It's okay, I just like to read some books on this subject." "That's pretty impressive too," Lin Wanner sincerely praised. "It seems that I made a wise choice to ask you to accompany me. You must help me choose a gift that will satisfy Grandpa." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." The two continued to stroll around the antique market casually, and Huoda gave Lin Wanner some advice from time to time to help her identify the authenticity and value of antiques. But at this moment, a sudden voice suddenly interrupted their communication. "Wanner, why are you here? Who is this man?" Chapter 31 Pretending to be Lin Wanner's boyfriend, picking up a jade disc worth tens of millions. "Wanner, why are you here? Who is he?" Huoda and Lin Wanner were chatting excitedly when suddenly a man wearing an Armani suit and sunglasses blocked their way. When she saw the person coming, Lin Wanner's face suddenly changed and she showed an expression of disgust. "Wan Hao, you are meddling too much. Is this your business? Why can't I be here? And who he is none of your business." After saying that, Lin Wanner took Huoda's hand and prepared to walk around Wang Hao. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao slid and stopped the two men again. Boy, let go of your hands. Do you think you can touch Wanner? Huoda could figure out that this man named Wang Hao was most likely Lin Wanner's suitor. However, at this time, Lin Wanner protected Huoda behind her like an old hen and said to Wang Hao, Wang Hao, what do you want to do? Who are you to me? It's not your turn to take care of my affairs. Wang Hao ignored Lin Wanner and continued to point at Huoda's nose and curse. Boy, I don't care who you are, I advise you to stay away from Wanner. She is not someone a poor boy like you can mess with. Facing Wang Hao's rudeness, Huoda hugged Lin Wanner in his arms, stared at Wang Hao and said word by word, I provoked you, what can you do to me? As for who I am, can't you see it with your blind eyes? I'm Wanner's boyfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao's face instantly turned pale and blue, as if he had suffered a great insult. He clenched his fists, his body trembled slightly with anger, and his eyes flashed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you are good! You have successfully angered me, just wait for me. A second-generation rich man who is addicted to women and indulges in excessive sexual activities had an in-depth conversation with a woman who was diagnosed with HIV half an hour ago. Idiot! I advise you to go to the hospital right away. Huoda cursed, then raised his middle finger at him, then hugged Lin Wanner and disappeared into the crowd. Who was that idiot just now? He made me wait like a fool. Puff! When Lin Wanner heard Huoda calling Wang Hao a moron, she laughed out loud. Now that you put it that way, it's quite vivid. But why did you let him go to the hospital? Lin Wanner asked puzzledly. There's something wrong with your brain. Should I go to the hospital? Huoda did not talk about the in-depth communication he had with the women diagnosed with HIV, but just made up an excuse. However, this casual excuse made Lin Wanner laugh again. Afterwards, Lin Wanner introduced Wang Hao's background to Huoda. Just as he guessed, Wang Hao was one of Lin Wanner's many suitors. And he is also the heir of Jiangqing Wang Group. He is considered a well-known figure in the circle of the second generation in Jiangqing. Of course, Huoda didn't take this little Karami seriously at all. Because he is much stronger than Wang Hao and others. Not only did he hug Lin Wanner, he is now holding Lin Wanner's hand. Can they do it? After Huoda and Lin Wanner left, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Brother Huamao, I'm Wang Hao, and I want to ask you for a favor. No problem, Master Wang, just open your mouth. I'm in the antique market now. Bring someone here right now to help me cripple this person. 200,000. I want to cripple both of his hands. Okay, no problem. After Huang Mao hung up the phone, he immediately called out to his brothers. Brothers, it's time to work. The other sighed. After this incident, the relationship between Huoda and Lin Wanner seemed to have undergone a subtle change. The two of them had been holding hands tightly from the beginning, and neither of them showed any intention of letting go. At this time, the two came to a shop called Wanbao Pavilion. You two can take a look at it. Seeing someone coming in, the boss immediately stepped forward and greeted them warmly. In the Wanbao Pavilion, there are coins, jades, calligraphy and paintings, porcelains, and even armor and swords of ancient military generals. No wonder they dare to call it Wanbao Pavilion, it really has something. Then the two of them walked around the store. Song Dynasty Celadon Vase, produced in the Southern Song Dynasty, is a fine product of Longquan kiln, with a value of no less than 3 million. Huoda glanced at the price tag. Wow, 8 million! Huoda immediately gasped. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Then, Huoda's attention was attracted by an exquisite Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. Every man has a martial arts dream when he was a child, and Huoda is no exception. So when he saw the knife, he couldn't move. Huoda stared at the exquisite Tang Dynasty sword with deep interest in his eyes. A replica of a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword, using modern technology, the blade is made of high-quality refined iron, and after special processing, the sharpness and durability have reached an extremely high level. The handle is made of high-quality wood, and the surface is finely ground and polished, which feels comfortable. The value is about 50,000 yuan. Although this sword is a replica, It strives to restore the essence of the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword in terms of appearance and texture. The market price is around 50,000 yuan. Seeing that Huoda was interested in this gun, the boss immediately stepped forward to introduce it to him. Hearing this, Huoda nodded slightly. What the boss said was basically consistent with the information prompted by the system. It can be seen that the owner of this shop is a real person. He is not like most antique shop owners who target those novices who have only a superficial knowledge of antiques. 50,000 is not expensive, and Huoda can afford it now. Just when he wanted to buy this Tang horizontal sword, Lin Wanna shouted from a distance. "Huoda, come and look at this!" Huoda turned around and saw Lin Wanna standing in front of a display cabinet, pointing excitedly at something inside. He walked over curiously, and saw an antique jade bai in the display cabinet. It can be seen with the naked eye that the jade bai is warm and the carving is fine, exuding an extraordinary aura. "This is?" At this time, the boss introduced with a smile. "This is a piece of Hetian jade bai that I just bought some time ago, which is an imitation of the Han Dynasty. Although the carving is exquisite and the jade is of high quality, you can tell from the color of the jade bai that this jade bai is a modern imitation. This Han Dynasty Hetian jade bai is carved from top-grade Hetian jade. Because it has been buried underground for many years, the jade body is intact and looks like a modern imitation. Its real value is as high as 10 million. It is recommended to buy it immediately." 10 million! This piece of Hetian jade is worth 10 million! At this moment, Huoda's heart was already in turmoil. However, he still suppressed his inner excitement, and remained calm on the surface. On the other hand, Lin Wanna immediately lost interest after hearing that it was a fake. "It's fake, I thought it was real! Although it's fake, it's worth tens of thousands just for the craftsmanship. 100 years later, it will be an antique," said the boss with a smile. "What you said seems to make sense," Lin Wanna responded with a smile, but her eyes had already moved away from the Han Dynasty Hetian jade disc, and she had obviously lost interest in it. However, at this time Huoda said, "Boss is right, this jade disc is not valuable now, but in a few decades or even hundreds of years, this jade disc will become an antique and will be worth a lot of money. I think it is worth buying. This little brother is right. If you like it, this amount is for you." As he spoke, the boss gestured with the number 6 and said, "How about 60,000? Okay, 60,000 deal." Huoda didn't even bargain and agreed right away. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. Seeing that Huoda was so straightforward, the boss carefully packed the jade disc and handed it to Huoda. After Huoda took the jade disc, he quickly took Lin Wanna away from Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 32 Mysterious Box. Not long after the two men left, Wang Hao walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Hao went straight to the display cabinet where the Hetian jade bai was placed. Seeing that the display cabinet was empty, Wang Hao hurriedly asked the boss. "Boss, where is the Hetian jade bai?" "Just bought by a little brother." "Bought by someone?" "Master Wang, if you want Hetian jade bai, I have plenty here." As he spoke, the boss took out a few pieces of Hetian jade from the cabinet on the other side. "Who wants these?" "What I want is that piece of Hetian jade bai from the Han Dynasty worth tens of millions," Wang Hao said with disdain. "What did you say? How much is that piece of Hetian jade worth?" "It's worth tens of millions, how come you don't know?" Wang Hao looked at the other person suspiciously, thinking, "Are you acting here with me?" Unexpectedly, the boss suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying, "What a sin! I have been playing with eagles all my life, and I never thought that the old eagle would peck my eyes." Seeing this, Wang Hao sighed and left Wanbao Pavilion. If he knew that the jade disc he liked was bought by Huoda for 60,000 yuan, he would probably not be much better than his boss. After coming out of Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Wanner kept looking at Huoda strangely. She really couldn't understand why Huoda would spend 60,000 yuan to buy a handicraft. And he bought it and ran away so fast. As if he was afraid that someone would catch up with him. Huoda ran for a while with Lin Wanner, and only slowed down after making sure that no one was following them. "Huoda, why are you running away? And why did you spend 60,000 yuan on a handicraft?" Lin Wanner asked the question in her mind breathlessly. Huoda stopped, turned and looked at Lin Wanner. A mysterious smile flashed in his eyes. He gently patted the box in his hand, which contained the Han Dynasty Hetian jade by that he had just bought from Wanbao Pavilion. Wanner, sometimes what you see with your eyes may not be the truth. Then, Huoda slowly explained. If my guess is correct, this jade disc should be real and worth 10 million. How many? 1,000 W. Sure, keep your voice down. Huoda quickly covered Lin Wanner's mouth and signaled her to speak more quietly. Lin Wanner then realized how out of control she had been, but she was still shocked by the price of the jade disc. 1,000 W. This is 1,000 W. Even though she came from a wealthy family and had seen 10 million yuan before, she had never seen an item worth 10 million yuan bought for 60,000 yuan. This is simply making money. Huoda, are you sure? Lin Wanner still couldn't believe it. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake, Huoda said with certainty. He might make a mistake, but the system will never make a mistake. After getting Huoda's repeated affirmation, Lin Wanner also reacted. Then let's go quickly. If the boss reacts, it will be troublesome. I don't know if Lin Wanner has the physique to follow her words. As soon as she finished speaking, the boss of Wanbao Pavilion came after her with his men. Little brother, please stay. Little brother, please stay. Boss, do you have anything else to do? At this time, Huoda looked at the other party with a vigilant face, but secretly thinking about how to deal with possible emergencies in a while. The boss of Wanbao Pavilion put his hands on his hips, adjusted his breathing, and then said with a smile. Little brother, I just thought about it carefully and felt that there might be something wrong with the jade disc. I would like to ask you to take another look at it for me. Hearing this, Huoda sneered in his heart. The other party has learned that the Han Dynasty Hetian jade buy is authentic, and wants to buy it back at a price of 1 million yuan. You want to buy the jade disc back with 1 million? No way! For example, if it's 1 million, he won't sell it even if it's 1,000 million. Huoda held the box tightly in his arms calmly, shook his head and said, Boss, we have already settled the matter. It's not fair for you to do this. Hearing what Huoda said, the boss smiled awkwardly. But that was a Hetian jade buy from the Han Dynasty worth 10 million, but he thought it was a fake and sold it for 60,000. He felt unwilling to accept it no matter how he thought about it. Little brother, let me give you 1 million yuan for your jade disc. How's that? You spent 60,000 yuan to buy it, and you made 940,000 yuan by reselling it. You didn't lose out. The other party directly offered 1 million yuan, trying to buy the Hetian jade buy from Huoda. This old ghost thought that he didn't know the true value of the Hetian jade buy and wanted to take advantage of it. I'm sorry, this is the birthday present I was going to give to my elder. I'm sorry I can't give it up. Besides, this Hetian jade buy is worth more than 1 million. If I'm not mistaken, the real value of this Hetian jade buy should be 10 million. When the owner of Wanbao Pavilion saw that Huoda directly told the real price of the Hetian jade buy, his face suddenly changed. He knew that he could not buy back the Hetian jade buy no matter what. He sighed and said, Forget it, it's just that I made a mistake. I am Wan Yukai. You are so young, but you have such good eyesight. I am ashamed of myself. May I know your name? Huoda smiled slightly and replied in neither humble nor arrogant manner. Boss Wan, you are too kind. I am Huoda, and I just have some knowledge of antiques and cultural relics. When Wan Yukai heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Huoda to be so calm and introverted, and the key is that he has such a deep understanding of antiques. I wonder if Brother Huo is free now? Huoda frowned, wondering what this old guy was planning. As if he had noticed Huoda's hesitation, Wan Yukai quickly explained. It's like this. I have an old item in my shop, and even I can't tell what it is. Since you have such insights into antiques, I would like to invite you to take a look at it. The other party has been impressed by your eyesight. If you help him successfully identify the antique, you will gain a loyal and capable younger brother, and you will get more benefits at that time. Originally, Huoda was going to refuse, but after seeing the information from the system, he immediately changed his mind. Mr. Wan, please. Please. Soon, Huoda and Lin Wanner followed Wan Yukai back to Wanbao Pavilion. However, this time, as soon as they entered the door, Wan Yukai took the two of them to a single room in the backyard. Then Wan Yukai opened the mechanism of the room in front of Huoda and Lin Wanner. A box wrapped in yellow cloth was taken out from the mechanism. The box is made of precious Hainan Wangwali wood, which has not changed color after thousands of years. The real value is 3 million yuan. Oh my god! The box alone is worth 3 million yuan. What kind of valuable things are inside it? Suddenly, Huoda became more and more curious about what was in the box. Chapter 33, A Strange Stone with a Mystery of Its Own. I got this box by chance some time ago. After identification by me and several other old friends, this box is made of the finest Hainan yellow pear wood and should be several hundred years old. According to my estimation, the value of this box should be over 3 million yuan. But the things in this box, I and the other old guys really can't tell the origin. Wan Yukai opened the box while introducing it. What Huoda didn't expect was that there was a strangely shaped stone in the box. Seeing Huoda's puzzled expression, Wan Yukai continued, When I first saw this stone, I also felt a little unbelievable. How could a broken stone be placed in such a precious box? Mr. Wan, can I see this stone? Asked Huoda. Wan Yukai waved his hand and signaled Huoda to look around. Huoda picked up the stone and looked at it carefully. Of course, he was not really looking to see if there was anything special about the stone. He was mainly waiting for the information provided by the system. This is a stone that looks ordinary on the surface, but inside the stone is a priceless treasure. Priceless treasure? Huoda was wondering what the priceless treasure would be, and the system gave the answer the next second. The Emperor's treasure is one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty, and its value is inestimable. After seeing the answer given by the system, Huoda was so scared that his hands shook and he almost lost his grip on the stone. Although he has not studied much history, he still knows some history. The treasure of the Son of Heaven. In this stone is one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty and is a true national treasure. When the Qing dynasty was first founded, there were 29 kinds of imperial seals. In the 11th year of Emperor Qianlong's reign, Emperor Qianlong, based on the record of the number of heaven is 25. In the Book of Changes, hoped that the Qing dynasty could last for 25 generations, so he designated 25 kinds of imperial seals, namely the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty. But why would such a precious cultural relic appear here and be hidden in the stone? If Huoda remembered correctly, the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty should be kept in the Jiaotai Hall of the Forbidden City. Huoda didn't know what unknown secrets were hidden in it, and he didn't want to know. He only knew that once this seal became a reality, it would definitely cause a sensation. Wan Yukai had been observing Huoda's expression. Seeing that he was frowning and lost in thought, Wan Yukai asked, Brother Hua, have you figured out the secret? Hearing this, Huoda came back to his senses and said, Master Wan, if my guess is correct, there must be something else inside this stone. Based on the shape of this stone, I boldly speculate that there must be a precious seal hidden inside. Seal? For a moment, Wan Yukai also fell silent. China has a history of about 5,000 years, and many precious seals have appeared in this long history. The most famous and mysterious one is the Imperial Seal. After the first emperor unified the 6 kingdoms, he ordered Prime Minister Li Si to use the Husher Bai as the raw material to engrave the 8 characters. Received the mandate from heaven, may you live long and prosper, to make the Imperial Seal. This seal is a symbol of imperial legitimacy, and emperors of all dynasties have wanted to obtain it as soon as possible. However, after thousands of years of vicissitudes, the whereabouts of the Imperial Seal has become an eternal mystery. When Wan Yukai heard Huoda say that there might be a seal in the stone, his first reaction was that the seal in the stone was a royal seal. Brother Hua, you're not going to say that what's contained in here is the Imperial Seal, are you? Wan Yukai asked in a trembling voice and a look of shock. When she heard the words, Heirloom Seal of the Realm, even Lin Wanner, who knew little about history, was shocked. Huoda, is this really the Imperial Seal? How is that possible? Huoda shook his head and chuckled. If it is really the Imperial Seal, how could it appear here? Throughout history, the Imperial Seal has been lost several times, and the most recent time it appeared was during the later Tang dynasty of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. In the 3rd year of Qingtai of the later Tang dynasty, which was in 936 AD, the last emperor of the later Tang dynasty, Li Tsongka, led his entire family to burn themselves to death on a tower, and the imperial seal disappeared. Although there have been occasional reports of the reappearance of the imperial seal since then, they have all been proven to be forgeries. Even the imperial seal currently stored in the palace museum has been proven to be a counterfeit by later generations. Wan Yukai smiled awkwardly, thinking that he was overthinking. Then, according to Brother Hua, what is the seal inside? Huoda pretended to be mysterious and said, I wonder if Mr. Wan has ever heard of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty? You mean? Impossible! When Wan Yukai heard about the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty, he was stunned at first, and then he immediately denied it. It's impossible. The 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty are now kept in the Forbidden City. How could they appear here? Nothing is absolute in this world. If you don't believe it, just break the stone and you will know. When Wan Yukai heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But when he saw the expression on Huoda's face, it didn't seem fake, and he thought to himself, could it be that this stone really contains one of the 25 seals of the Qing dynasty? But how did he know that? Seeing Wan Yukai hesitate, Huoda smiled and said, Mr. Wan, believe it or not, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. But I would like to give you a piece of advice. If it is really one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty, I suggest you turn it over to the country. After saying that, he took Lin Wan'er and left Wanbao Pavilion again. The reason why he finally advised Wan Yukai was because the system told him to do so. As for why, he didn't know. But existence is reasonable. There must be a reason why the system does this. After Huoda and the other man left, Wan Yukai stared at the peculiarly shaped stone for a long time, feeling mixed emotions. Huoda's words were like a huge rock pressing heavily on his heart. Should we smash the stone to find out what's going on? Wan Yukai paced back and forth, lost in thought. Finally, he decided to take a gamble. If it was true as Huoda said, he would hand over the seal to the country, otherwise he would keep it as a treasure. Thinking of this, he found a hammer and hit the surface of the stone hard. As the hammer fell again and again, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the stone. Wan Youcai's heartbeat also accelerated. He stared at the stone, looking forward to the answer that would be revealed. Finally, with a crisp crack sound, the stone shattered into pieces. A jade seal with exquisite carvings and intertwined dragon bodies, lifelike, appeared before his eyes. This is the Son of Heaven's treasure, one of the 25 legendary seals of the Qing dynasty. Oh my God! It's actually one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty. At this moment, Wan Yukai seemed to be under a spell of immobilization and could not move. It took him a long time to react, and he quickly called the palace museum. He did not forget the advice that Huoda left behind when he left, and he also knew that it would be more valuable to hand over the seal to the country than to keep it in his own hands. Chapter 34 Lin Wan'er. How can someone have 3 legs? After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Huoda and Lin Wan'er continued to visit the antique market. After learning that the old man of the Lin family liked to collect calligraphy and paintings, Huoda helped Lin Wan'er find an authentic painting by Tang Bohu. Tang Bohu, also known as Tang Yin, is the leader of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan and a famous calligrapher, painter and writer in the Ming dynasty. He is extremely good at landscape painting, figure painting, and flower and bird painting, and his paintings are of great collection value. In the past, there was news that Tang Bohu's viewing the waterfall at Lushan Mountain was sold for $590 million at Sotheby's auction in New York. Of course, the painting that Lin Wan'er bought was not the Lushan waterfall viewing painting, but Tang Bohu's wind bamboo painting, and it was not expensive, costing only 100,000 yuan. Even so, the seller still feels that he has made a profit. If he knew that what he was selling was an authentic work of Tang Bohu, he would probably vomit blood and die. After buying the gifts, the two decided to go back as it was getting late. But at this moment, Wan Hao, Lin Wan'er's former suitor, suddenly brought people to block their way. Boy, you really made me wait so long. Brother Hua Mao is this kid, help me destroy him. Perhaps because there was someone behind him, Wan Hao's attitude was very arrogant. But Huoda was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the old acquaintances around Wan Hao with a smile on his face. Hua Mao and others originally followed Zhao Dabiao, but after Zhao Dabiao got into trouble, they followed a more powerful boss. They thought life would be better than before, but things were not what they expected at all. They were only accepted in name but totally ignored their life or death. In the past, they drank wine and ate meat in big bowls, but now they eat instant noodles every day and can't even afford a sausage. I finally got a job, and unexpectedly I met Huoda. They are pretty unlucky actually. This was the third time they had met Huoda within a week. It seemed like whenever they came out to make some money, they would always run into Huoda. At this moment, Huang Mao was shocked when he saw Huoda's creepy smile, and immediately wanted to run away with his brothers. However, Wang Hao on the side was still shouting arrogantly. "Brother Huang Mao, if you help me cripple one of this kid's legs, I'll give you 200,000. If you have both legs, I'll give you 500,000. Interesting." Huoda wanted to laugh. He slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he looked at Wang Hao with disdain and said, "Why is Mr. Wang so poor? You want to buy my 2 legs for 500,000 yuan?" Wang Hao snorted coldly. "Humph, 500,000 yuan to buy your 2 legs is already a great honor to you. Can a poor guy like you afford 500,000 yuan? Huoda held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. He ignored Wang Hao, turned his head and looked at the yellow-haired man and said calmly, "I'll pay 1 million yuan for his 3 legs. 3 legs? Lin Wanner was a little confused. "Huoda, you must be mistaken. How can someone have 3 legs? When Huoda heard this, he was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. This Lin Wanner is so naive that she doesn't even know that men have 3 legs. On the other hand, Wang Hao, Huang Mao and others were all stunned. They didn't expect Huoda to be so cruel. He not only wanted to cripple Wang Hao's 2 legs, but also his middle leg. This clearly shows that Wang Hao is not allowed to be a man. "Boy, can you come up with 1 million? Although Wang Hao was a little frightened by what Huoda said just now, he quickly realized that Huoda was just a poor loser, and there was no way he could come up with 1 million yuan. The yellow-haired guy on the side also looked embarrassed. He didn't know whether Huoda had 1 million or not, but he knew that Huoda was a ruthless person. If he didn't cripple Wang Hao's 3 legs as he wished, he had no doubt that Huoda would cripple their 3 legs first. At this time, Lin Wanner on the side finally realized what the 3rd leg that Huoda was talking about was. She looked at Huoda in surprise and whispered in his ear, "Wow, you are so bad. You actually want to destroy him." When Wang Hao saw that Huoda and Lin Wanner still looked down upon him, and were having an intimate interaction without paying any attention to others, he instantly became furious and roared at Huang Mao and others beside him. "Yellow hair, why don't you make a move? Are you really waiting for that guy to give you 1 million to destroy me?" At this moment, Huang Mao is in a dilemma. I can only blame myself for listening to Wang Hao and getting involved in this mess. Huang Mao's heart gradually collapsed, and he was in a dilemma. He didn't dare to offend Wang Hao, let alone you. If you can help him deal with Wang Hao, you will gain a group of loyal followers. Originally, Huoda was ready to take action, but now, he changed his mind. Seeing that Huang Mao and the others were hesitant to take action, Huoda thought of adding fuel to the fire. "Master Wang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you look so cowardly and you're imitating gangsters. Stop teasing me. Go home and drink more milk. Don't come out and embarrass yourself." "Really?" Wang Hao was so angry at Huoda's words that his face turned blue. He glared at Huoda fiercely, then turned to Huang Mao and the others and said, "What are you guys still standing there for? Come on! Destroy him!" However, Huang Mao and others still did not take any action. They knew Huoda's strength, and if they really started fighting, it would be hard to say who would be defeated. "What's going on? Come on!" Wang Hao roared. At this time, it was Huoda who said something fair. "Master Wang is really good at calculating. If you don't give people money, you expect them to buy your life." After hearing what Huoda said, Wang Hao really thought that Huang Mao and others did not take action because he did not give them money. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Huang Mao. "I've transferred 50W to you. I'll give you another 50W after the job is done." Ding dong! 500,000 yuan has been credited to Alipay. Not long after, Huang Mao's mobile phone began to ring with the sound of Alipay payment arriving. Now, Huang Mao's face became even uglier. It would have been fine if the money hadn't been collected before, but now that the money has been collected, I have no choice but to take action. Seeing that Huang Mao still looked embarrassed, Huoda hooked his finger and urged. Young Master Wang has given you the money, you have to have some professionalism, come on. Huang Mao made up his mind and thought, the money had been collected anyway, the worst that could happen was that he would just stay in the hospital for a few more days. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed forward with a few of his brothers. After seeing Huang Mao and his men finally move, Huoda pushed Lin Wanner aside and said softly, Don't worry about me, go call the police. Lin Wanner knew that staying would only make things more troublesome, so she immediately ran to the nearby police station to call the police. The antique market is a place where all kinds of people gather, so there is a police station less than 500 meters away from the antique market. Wang Hao also saw Lin Wanner running away, but he didn't care. He just wanted to see Huoda's legs broken with his own eyes. At this time, Huang Mao and others had rushed to Huoda and punched him in the face. But to his surprise, Huoda did not dodge but just blocked it. Asshole, don't you know not to hit someone in the face? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Asshole, why are you apologizing to him? Wang Hao shouted. Yeah. Why should I apologize to him? The yellow-haired man reacted immediately and punched Huoda again, but this punch was no longer aimed at Huoda's face. Huoda did not block the punch, but took the yellow-haired man's punch hard. This really confused Huang Mao. What is going on? Isn't Huoda very powerful? Have I become stronger? Chapter 35, Huoda gets into a dramatic mood and sends young Master Wang to jail. Uncle Hat will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes, please perform to your heart's content. This was the moment Huoda had been waiting for. Knowing that the police were about to arrive at the scene, Huoda suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, then began to groan in pain. Help! Someone is being beaten! Help, come and save me! Huang Mao's expression changed. He didn't use such harsh force at all. Why did Huoda start howling? Several younger brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. Many of them hadn't taken any action yet, but Huoda lay on the ground first. This was too cooperative. Fuck, don't stop! Keep hitting me! After seeing Huoda being knocked down, Wang Hao was so happy. But before he could be happy for long, he saw Huang Mao and others suddenly stop. While urging Huang Mao and others, Wang Hao personally went on the field to kick Huoda a few times. When Huoda saw this, he was worried that he had no chance to get close to Wang Hao, but this guy just came to him. Huoda ignored everyone else and went straight forward to hug Wang Hao's thighs and cried, Master Wang, please stop hitting me. If you continue, someone will die. Let go! Let go, you bastard! Wang Hao didn't expect Huoda to suddenly hug his legs. He was so scared that he punched Huoda's back. Huoda's body was modified by genetic drugs, and his ability to withstand blows is several times that of an ordinary person. This pain is just like a tickle, I can't feel it at all. The reason why he cried so hard was just to put on a show. Master Wang, stop hitting me, or I'll die! At this time, the yellow-haired guy next to him also realized that Huoda was just pretending that nothing had happened. He quickly asked several of his men to stop, as he always felt that there was something strange about this matter. Brother, are we really not going to help young Master Wang? Let's see first, that kid's skills are not like this. Huang Mao and others stopped, but Wang Hao did not stop. On the contrary, he beat more and more fiercely. It was because Huoda's tears, snot and saliva were all on his newly bought Armani trousers. Asshole, how dare you dirty my new pants? I'm going to kill you! Wang Hao had lost his mind. He saw a brick on the ground nearby and picked it up to hit Huoda on the head. However, at this moment, suddenly there was a roar in the distance. Stop it, everyone, put your heads down and squat down. Lin Wanner finally arrived with 3 police officers. When Huang Mao saw the police, he wanted to run away immediately, but there were 3 policemen in uniform on the other side. Both sides were blocked, and Huang Mao and others couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Provoke this arrogant rich second generation and make him fight in front of the police, and he can experience a free 7-day tour. After seeing the intelligence, Huoda immediately came up with a plan. Master Wang, please stop hitting me, stop hitting me. As he spoke, Huoda's voice gradually weakened, and then he fainted. Huoda's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their eyes to Wang Hao. Good job. The police are here, and you still dare to take action. Wang Hao looked at everyone with an innocent face and defended himself. I didn't hit him. I really didn't hit him. He fainted on his own. I didn't do anything. However, at this moment, the brick in his hand made his defense seem pale and powerless. Huoda did not really faint. He had been secretly observing Wang Hao's actions. Seeing that Wang Hao hadn't put down the brick in his hand yet, he wanted to laugh. You said you didn't hit anyone, then what were you doing with the brick? Really? The policeman was not idle either. He immediately stepped forward and controlled Wang Hao. At this time, Lin Wanner immediately ran over, hugged Huoda in her arms and checked his condition. Feeling the majesty of Lin Wanner's chest and the charming fragrance on her body, Huoda suddenly felt confused and infatuated. But as soon as this idea came into his mind, he killed it in his heart. He knew now was not the time to enjoy himself. He had to continue adding fuel to the fire. Huoda pretended to have just woken up, and when he saw the police, he immediately walked up to the police with the help of Lin Wanner and said, Police comrade, you must arrest this criminal who committed a crime in the street. He relied on his family's wealth and power to molest my girlfriend in broad daylight, and even threatened to chop off my legs. He also said that he is the law in Jiangqing and no one can touch him. Boom! As soon as Huoda said this, it immediately aroused the hatred of the rich among the spectators present. In fact, the reason why many ordinary people hate the rich is that they can't stand the fact that they rely on their wealth and power to do evil and then get away with it. Damn it, this is outrageous. It's not a big deal to be rich. Does it mean you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Catch him, police comrades, you must arrest him and send him to jail. I know this person. He is the young master of Jiangqing Wang Group, Wang Hao. It turns out to be Wang's group. No wonder they are so arrogant. We must arrest them. Wang Hao was a little panicked. He didn't expect things to develop to such a serious level. Even his identity was exposed. Although he usually does bad things, he always does it in secret. Because there is no evidence, some things are just turned a blind eye. This time it's different. This time it happened in broad daylight, in public, and the police were there. The key point is that some people took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos, and some even started live broadcasts. Although he was very nervous, Wang Hao knew that with the Wang family's ability, he would be released soon even if he went in. Take away! Snap! As a voice sounded, a pair of silver handcuffs were put on Wang Hao's hands. On the other side, when other policemen were about to handcuff Huang Mao and others, Huoda suddenly stood up. Police comrades have misunderstood. They are acting bravely, not accomplices. Then Huoda said with his eyes wide open. They wanted to save me just now, but the man had a brick in his hand, so they couldn't save me right away. Although Huang Mao was very surprised why Huoda was speaking for them, he knew that Huoda was saying this to save them. So he immediately said, That's right, we are good citizens who see injustice and help others bravely. No matter how the police looked at it, they felt that Huang Mao and his gang were just hooligans, and had nothing to do with the words, heroic act. But since Huoda said so, the police didn't say anything. However, Wang Hao refused to do it. Why did they arrest him alone? He immediately shouted, Comrade police, why don't you arrest them? I called them here. I paid them 1 million yuan to break this kid's legs. Without waiting for the police to question him, Huoda immediately retorted, You just made up such a lie. Huang Mao and I are friends. Why would he help you to fight off my legs? When Huang Mao heard that Wang Hao actually wanted to drag him into the water, he was immediately frightened. Fortunately, Huoda spoke up in time, and he immediately responded, That's right, we are friends with Mr. Hua, how could we help you? You are slandering me. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately started cursing. Huoda ignored Wang Hao and turned to the leading policeman and said, Comrade police, you just heard him offer 1 million yuan to break my legs, right? You must arrest him, or I'm afraid he will retaliate against me. Don't worry, we will enforce the law impartially and will never let a bad guy go. After saying that, he followed the policeman beside him and said, Take him away. Chapter 36. Subdue the yellow-haired man and determined to set up a security company. The police came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, he and Wang Hao disappeared into the crowd. The crowd around, watching the show, dispersed immediately when they saw that there was nothing more to watch. Mr. Huo, thank you for just now. Huang Mao knew that it was Huoda who saved him, otherwise he and his brothers would have to go in and operate the sewing machines. Huoda stepped forward and patted Huang Mao on the shoulder and said, "You're welcome. We are now acquainted. Are you interested in hanging out with me in the future?" He recruited Huang Mao not only because of the system, but more because he understood that money alone could not defeat those powerful people. Just like him in his previous life, he started from scratch but ended up offending a big boss. The company that I had worked hard to run for many years disappeared overnight. So after suffering a loss once, he would never allow himself to make the same mistake. Besides, if he accepted Huang Mao and others as his own, he could also help them return to the right path. Why not do something that kills two birds with one stone? Huang Mao never dreamed that Huoda would actually ask them to follow him. He was a little dazed for a moment. Seeing that Huang Mao was still not answering, Huoda asked with a smile, "Why? Don't you want to? If you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you." "No need to force it, no need to force it, I am willing." Huang Mao agreed immediately, but he said me instead of we. It was obvious that he didn't want to make the decision for his brothers, but left it to them to decide. Huoda also knew what Huang Mao meant, so he looked at the others and asked, "What about you?" After they looked at each other for a few seconds, they said in unison, "We are willing too." "Okay, since you are all willing to follow me, then we are all brothers from now on. We will share the good and the bad together, but I have to say this first." At this point, Huoda's expression changed, and he said seriously, "You are absolutely not allowed to do anything that violates the law or discipline, and you are also not allowed to do anything that violates moral ethics. In particular, you are absolutely not allowed to touch pornography, gambling, or drugs. Do you understand?" "Boss, we can't touch this, and we can't do that. What are we going to do in the future?" At this time, a younger brother asked. Although the yellow-haired man did not speak, he looked at Huoda blankly, waiting for his reply. They are all small-time hooligans, with no education and no skills. They can do nothing but being hooligans. Huoda glanced at everyone, then smiled and said, "Be a security guard." "Be a security guard?" "Yes, I am a security guard. I know you don't have academic qualifications or skills, and you can't do many things you want to do, but you can be a security guard. Think about it, aren't you also protecting those vendors in disguise when you collect protection fees?" Huoda looked at everyone and explained. Huang Mao and others heard this and thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Huoda took in everyone's reactions, and then he continued, "I will invest in setting up a security company, and you will be the manager. Your main job in the future will be to serve as security guards for residential areas, shopping malls, and office buildings, protecting the personal and property safety of every owner and merchant." "Me as a manager?" When he heard that Huoda wanted him to be the manager of the security company, Huang Mao immediately waved his hand and refused. No, I'm not cut out to be a manager, I can't do it." Huang Mao felt that he was at most a security captain, and he was not incapable of being a manager. Seeing Huang Mao's refusal, Huoda suddenly felt like a disappointed Iron Man. The opportunity was right in front of him, but the yellow-haired guy actually backed down. Huoda was so angry that he yelled at Huang Mao. "Huang Mao, do you want to make a lot of money? Think!" Huang Mao blurted out without even thinking. Hearing this, Huoda knew that Huang Mao was not hopeless. So he said earnestly, "Huang Mao, remember one thing, others can look down on you, but you should never look down on yourself." Huoda's tone was firm, and his eyes revealed his trust and expectation for Huang Mao. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. The key is to find a position that suits you. I believe that you are capable of being a security company manager." After hearing what Huoda said, Huang Mao felt a warm feeling in his heart. He never thought that a small gangster like him would be valued so much. He took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became firm. "Thank you for trusting me, boss. I will try my best." Huang Mao's voice trembled slightly, but his tone was full of determination. Huoda nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Change your name from now on. Don't call me boss. Call me boss or Mr. Hua. Boss is a name used by gangsters, and we are not gangsters." "Yes, boss." Huang Mao and the other brothers responded in unison. At this moment, their eyes are full of hope and determination for the future. Afterwards, Huoda and Huang Mao exchanged contact information, and Huoda took Lin Wanner's car back to Haitian Wangfu community. "Huoda, I'll pick you up tomorrow night." "Okay." As he said this, Huoda made an okay gesture and watched Lin Wanner leave. Because tomorrow is Mr. Lin's 80th birthday, Lin Wanner has to go back tonight to help decorate the venue. After returning home, Huoda took a shower and lay on the bed, thinking about ways to make money. Although he still has more than 1 million in his card, it is unrealistic to start a security company with such little money. Besides, he doesn't just want to open a security company, he has more things to do. But the prerequisite is that you have sufficient funds in your pocket. For Huoda, who has a system, it is actually very easy to make money. All he had to do was go to the lottery shop and buy scratch tickets. After all, he made his first fortune from scratch tickets. But the problem is, 1 or 2 wins are fine, but if you win too much, it will definitely attract the attention of interested people. So, this is not a long-term solution. Then, Huoda thought of antiques. After all, he had just bought a Han Dynasty Hetian jade by worth tens of millions at the antique market for 60,000 yuan today. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Huoda. Although it was a good idea to go to the antique market to pan for gold, he observed it carefully today. There are actually not many authentic items in the entire antique market, and even fewer authentic items that are mistakenly thought to be fakes. So, this is not a good solution either. At this moment, Huoda suddenly thought of the random information in the system mall. How could I have forgotten this? So, Huoda immediately opened the system mall and fixed his attention on random intelligence. He had already learned about this random intelligence before, and this time he did not pay attention to the introduction of the random intelligence. I just bought 10 random intelligence to test the waters. As he thought about it, his points instantly decreased by 10,000. Fortunately, he completed some intelligence in the past 2 days, and his remaining points have exceeded 200,000. He doesn't feel sorry at all to spend these 10,000 points. Moreover, the intelligence on the Liangwei case has not been concluded yet. He vaguely feels that as long as the mastermind behind the trafficking of human organs and tissues is caught, he will definitely be rewarded with generous points. As the remaining points became 19W, a piece of floating text appeared in front of his eyes. Consume -1W points, remaining points 19W, exchange for 10 random intelligence. Chapter 37, Information worth tens of millions, picking up a foreclosed property. As Huoda exchanged 10 random intelligence, 10 scrolls emitting blue light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, looking extremely mysterious. Huoda rubbed his hands together excitedly, and even began to perform some magic. Heaven and earth, please help me, Taishang Laojun, please show up. Open! As soon as Huoda finished speaking, the 10 scrolls immediately lit up with dazzling blue light. The next second, 10 scrolls opened at the same time. Random scrolls 10 opened. 3 days later, Typhoon Ginkgo will be upgraded to a super typhoon, which will affect Jiangqing. Jiangqing will experience heavy rains that will last for 2 days. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, there will be a car accident at the traffic light intersection 500 meters away from the community, and there will be no casualties. 10 minutes later, the police will conduct a crackdown on prostitution at a foot massage parlor 1 kilometer away. This operation will arrest 20 people involved in the case. 1 week later, Jiangqing officials will release a plan to renovate the urban villages, and will demolish the current urban villages. Huoda read the first 9 pieces of information in one breath, and suddenly he felt terrible. Although he had guessed that the result would be bad, he did not expect that these 9 pieces of information would be so bad. What the hell is this? One moment there was a typhoon, the next there was a car accident, and even the police came out to crack down on prostitution. Huoda was speechless. Even though there was still one last piece of information left to read, Huoda no longer had any expectations in his heart. But when he saw the last piece of information, his eyes suddenly lit up. At first, Huoda thought he had seen it wrong, but then he rubbed his eyes and made sure he was not seeing it wrong. In half an hour, the village house at number 30 Qingzhong Road in Qingzhong Village will be auctioned off, with a starting price of 100,000 yuan. 1 week after the house is auctioned, its value will soar 100 times. How many? 100 times? Could it be that there is something wrong with the system? He still believed it even if the price increased tenfold. After all, there was just a piece of information indicating that the government would transform and demolish the urban villages in a week. But even if the house is demolished, its value will not increase 100 times. Although Huoda didn't understand why the system said that the value of this house would skyrocket 100 times in a week, it didn't stop him from wanting to buy this house. After all, putting aside the 100 times value, he can still make a lot of profit even if it is only demolished a week later. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the judicial auction interface of Alipay. Sure enough, the homepage of the screen was a notification that the house was about to be auctioned. Huoda clicked on it immediately. There are 28 minutes and 31 seconds left until the auction begins. The starting price is 10W. The number of people who want to bid is still 0. But if you think about it carefully, people who can casually spend 100,000 yuan would not even look at the houses in this urban village. Those who want to bid for houses in urban villages may not be able to afford the money. The most important thing is that few people pay attention to foreclosed properties. In the eyes of ordinary people, if a house is put up for auction, the original owner is not a good person. Huoda didn't think too much about it. He registered an account immediately before the auction started. After paying the deposit, the number of people who wanted to bid also became 1. Half an hour passed quickly. During this half hour, Huoda kept his eyes on the screen of his mobile phone. When the auction started, he was still the only one who wanted to bid for the village house. He decisively clicked the bidding button. The entire auction will last half an hour. If no second bidder bids after half an hour, the village house will be bought by Huoda for 100,000 yuan. This half hour was extremely torturous for Huoda. He has to keep his eyes on the phone screen all the time, and if someone bids, he has to bid immediately. Fortunately, during this half hour, no one else made a bid except him. It was not until the auction time reached 0 that Huoda breathed a sigh of relief. Now, this village house nominally belongs to him. But relevant procedures still need to be completed. However, it is already evening and the relevant departments have long been closed. If you want to go through the procedures, you can only wait until tomorrow morning when they open. After exiting Alipay, Huoda soon received a text message. Inform him to bring relevant documents to the housing authority tomorrow to go through the formalities. The next day, Huoda went out early in the morning. The housing authority's office hours are 8:30, and it's too early to go there, so Huoda plans to have breakfast first. I strolled into Baiji's breakfast shop and found that business was still so good. But Baiji was finally not busy alone today. Bai Yongqiang had fully recovered and was even healthier than ever before. Boss, give me a basket of Xiaolong Bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Okay, do you want to take it away or eat here? Eat here. Baiji deftly took out a basket of dumplings from the steamer, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Huoda. Huoda, you are here, please come in. After Baiji greeted Huoda, she immediately shouted to Bai Yongqiang in the inner room. Dad, Huoda is here. Upon hearing that Huoda was coming, Bai Yongqiang immediately put down the work in his hands and ran out from the inner room. Xiaohua, you're here, please come in. Girl, go get another basket of dumplings, not 2. This amount won't be enough for us to eat. Bai Yongqiang looked at the basket of dumplings in Baiji's hand and said with a stern face. When Huoda heard this, he quickly waved his hands and said, Uncle Bai, no, 1 basket is enough. I can't eat so much. It's okay. If you can't finish it, just pack it up and take it away. Really? 1 basket is enough for me. After some refusal, Huoda could not resist the enthusiasm of the Bai family father and daughter, and finally Huoda reluctantly ordered 2 baskets of dumplings and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Then, just as Huoda found an empty seat and sat down, Baiji brought over a bowl of sweet soy milk. Then he sat down opposite Huoda. Just go and do your work, don't worry about me, Huoda said casually. I'm off duty. Get off work. Huoda looked up and saw that there were still many people eating breakfast in the store, and there were quite a few people queuing in front of the store. How come they were off work? Baiji explained. Well, my dad asked me to get off work, and he told me to come and accompany you. After saying that, Baiji shyly lifted her hair in front of her forehead, revealing a shy expression. At this time, Baiji saw the documents and information that Huoda had placed on the table, and asked curiously, Are you going to do something later? Huoda nodded and said, Well, I bought a house last night and I will go to handle the paperwork later. Hearing this, Baiji immediately showed an admiring expression and said, You are amazing. You bought a house at such a young age. Huoda scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, It's nothing, it's just a foreclosed house. That's great too. My biggest dream is to make money to buy a bigger house for my dad, Baiji said. You can do it, Huoda said with a smile. Baiji's breakfast shop is doing good business. Based on the current revenue, as long as housing prices do not skyrocket in a short period of time, Baiji will be able to realize her wish within a few years. After breakfast, Huoda secretly scanned the code to pay, then said goodbye to Baiji and took a taxi straight to Jiangqing Housing Authority. Chapter 38 Debt Collection, We Are Professionals. 9:30 in the morning. Huoda took a taxi to the Housing Authority in Jiangqing. When you walk into the hall of the Housing Authority, it is crowded with people coming to handle various procedures. Huoda waited in line for more than an hour before it was his turn to handle the business. Fortunately, he had prepared all the documents and information in advance, and the procedures went surprisingly smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, he got a brand new property certificate. Then he got the key to the village house from the staff of the Housing Authority. However, before Huoda left, the staff of the Housing Authority said with an embarrassed look on his face, Mr. Hua, please go take a last look at your house later so you can be mentally prepared. What do you mean? Huoda asked in confusion. You'll know when you go and see. The staff didn't give much explanation and just asked Huoda to go and see for herself. In fact, even without the staff telling him, he also wanted to go and see the house he had bought. After all, this is his first house, so he has to go and see it. After leaving the Housing Authority, Huoda took a taxi to the urban village. It's really inconvenient not having a car. I have to buy one in a few days, otherwise I have to take a taxi every time I go out. Huoda muttered to himself in the 37-degree heat. Recently, with global warming, the summer in Jiangqing is getting hotter every year. In previous years, the highest summer temperature in Jiangqing was only in the early 30s, but this year it soared to 37 or 38 degrees, setting a record high. If you go out without a car, you will be so hot that you will die. Huoda followed the road signs and found his house. This is a 2-story village house with a yard of about 10 square meters. But the decoration is a bit old. Hey, why is this door open? Huoda walked to the door and found that the iron gate of the yard was open. Huoda walked into the yard with a puzzled mood and found that there were clothes just hung up in the yard. What is going on? Is there anyone still living here? Isn't this a foreclosed property? How could someone live there? For a moment, Huoda's mind was full of question marks. Who are you? Why are you coming to my house? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman came out from the inner room and asked with an unfriendly look when she saw the stranger, Huoda. Hearing this, Huoda was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Is this number 30 Qingzhong Road? Yes, this is number 30 Qingzhong Road. Who are you? Zhao Guifang asked again. After hearing the other parties say this is number 30 Qingzhong Road, Huoda confirmed that he was not in the wrong place and said, This is my home, who are you? What do you mean your home? This is obviously my home. Who are you? You are trespassing. If you don't leave, I will call the police. As she spoke, Zhao Guifang picked up the broom beside her and was about to chase Huoda out. At the same time, a shirtless middle-aged man holding a shovel rushed out of the house. The other party is a tenant here and has lived here for 20 years. After the original owner went bankrupt, he mortgaged the house to the bank. The bank tried to evict the tenants many times but failed, so it auctioned the house at a super low price. After seeing the information from the system and combining it with what the Housing Authority staff had said before, Huoda finally realized what was going on. It turns out that I didn't get a good deal, but was cheated. No wonder the starting price is so cheap, only 10W. No wonder no one has ever bid against him. It turns out there is a trap here. Facing the vicious tenant couple, Huoda was not at all panicked. He directly took out the property certificate and said, "Look carefully, this is the property certificate. My name is written on it. This house belongs to me now. Please move out immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "Humph, you're not being polite. I've lived here for 20 years. If you asked me to move, I'll move," Lu Dazhuang said with a ferocious look on his face, holding a shovel. A notorious deadbeat, he also knew that the house was auctioned off, so he wanted to stay and not leave or ask for a resettlement fee. Although this house is located in an urban village and is not worth much, it can be sold for at least 500,000 yuan. It turned out that the owner of the house had failed in his investment and wanted to sell the house to get emergency funding. Who would have thought that Lu Dazhuang and Zhao Guifang would refuse to move out, and even drove away buyers who came to view the house several times. The original owner came to negotiate many times, but Lu Dazhuang refused to budge and claimed that he had lived here for 20 years and was half the owner of the house. If you want to sell it, you have to give him half of the money before he agrees to move out. Of course, the original owner refused, so the sale of the house was delayed. Then, the original owner made up his mind and mortgaged it to the bank. However, even the bank was unable to repossess the house. In the end, it could only be auctioned at a low price. As luck would have it, Huoda became the one who took the blame. Huoda knew that this place was going to be demolished soon, so he had to find a way to drive the deadbeat couple out as soon as possible, otherwise there would be even greater trouble. Lu Dazhuang is a bully who is afraid of the strong and is addicted to gambling. He has a lot of gambling debts. You can start from this aspect. An idea suddenly came to Huoda's mind and he had already thought of a solution. "I'll give you 1 day. If you don't move out, you'll have to wait until you get in and start working on the sewing machine." Huoda said something harsh and turned away from the village house. After Huoda left, Zhao Guifang asked worriedly, "Dad, do you think this kid will really call the police?" Lu Dazhuang said with disdain, "It doesn't matter. The police have been here before, and we are doing fine." Zhao Guifang finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lu Dazhuang say this. The other side. After leaving the village house, Huoda did not leave immediately, but found an empty corner and called Huang Mao. "Boss, you're looking for me?" "Huang Mao, bring your brothers to the village in the city now. I'll be waiting for you here." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then he lit a cigarette and waited quietly for Huang Mao and others. He planned to let Huang Mao and his men pretend to be debt collectors to scare Lu Dazhuang so that they would give up. When Huoda finished smoking his third cigarette, Huang Mao and a group of his younger brothers finally arrived at the village in the city. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "You will take your brothers and pretend to be debt collectors to go to number 30 village house to find a man named Lu Dazhuang and ask him to pay back the money. If he doesn't have the money, ask him to use his house as collateral. Remember, you can teach him a lesson when necessary." "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. We are professionals in debt collection." After saying that, Huang Mao waved his hand and called his younger brothers to march towards the village house at number 30 Qingzhong Road. "Lu Dazhuang, get out here!" Chapter 39, Taking Back the House. "Lu Dazhuang, get out here!" After a while, Huang Mao and a group of his younger brothers walked into the yard of village house number 30. Lu Dazhuang heard the noise outside and walked out immediately. When he saw a group of thugs outside, he was immediately shocked. He quickly asked in a low voice, "Brothers, what do you want to talk to me about?" Huang Mao did not answer Lu Dazhuang immediately, but took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, the younger brother next to him immediately lit it for him. Huang Mao took a deep puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and then slowly said, "Lu Dazhuang, your memory doesn't seem to be very good, then I will help you recall. When will you pay us back the money you owe us?" "Money? What money? When did I ever owe you money, brothers?" After hearing what Huang Mao said, Lu Dazhuang felt a little nervous, but he still pretended to be calm and asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao narrowed his eyes and looked Lu Dazhuang up and down. Then he raised a playful smile and waved his hand, saying, Go and loosen the old man's shins so that he can recall the past. As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, the two younger brothers walked towards Lu Dazhuang. However, before the two of them could take action, Lu Dazhuang knelt on the ground and cried, "Brothers, you can't break your promise. Brother Shouho said he would give me 3 days, but these 3 days haven't passed yet. Why are you?" What Lu Dazhuang said afterwards was no longer important, but Huang Mao heard some important information from Lu Dazhuang's words. Lu Dazhuang's creditor was Shouho, and Shouho gave Lu Dazhuang 3 days. Damn it, you said that Shouho gave you 3 days grace, but now Shouho can't even save himself. Do you think what he said is still useful? As Huang Mao spoke, he took out a dagger from his pocket and walked in front of Lu Dazhuang. What are you doing? Don't come over here. When Lu Dazhuang saw the yellow-haired man take out a knife, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. Huang Mao squatted down, slapped Lu Dazhuang's face with the dagger, and said fiercely, "Pay back the money, or I will chop off your hand." "Brother, I also want to pay back the money, but I really have no money," Lu Dazhuang cried. Huang Mao's face darkened and he threw his cigarette butt to the ground. "No money, right? Then use the house as collateral." At this moment, Huang Mao finally revealed his true purpose. When Lu Dazhuang heard this, his face turned pale instantly. He said in a trembling voice, "I'll give you the house, but where should I live?" "Then I don't care, either pay me back or use the house as collateral. Otherwise, I don't mind seeing your blood." The yellow-haired man threatened viciously, then waved the dagger in front of Lu Dazhuang, scaring him so much that he trembled all over. Seeing the dagger dangling in front of him, Lu Dazhuang thought to himself, the house is not his anyway, so he might as well give it away. Not only will he not suffer any loss, but he can also pay off his gambling debts. Thinking of this, Lu Dazhuang immediately pretended to be reluctant to give up his love, and said to Huang Mao in a trembling voice, "Brother, I can give you this house, but what about the gambling debt? We only want money. As long as you hand over the house, the gambling debt will be written off," the yellow-haired man said readily. Although Huang Mao said this, he was thinking in his heart, "You don't owe me money. Once I get the house, who will care about your gambling debts?" When Lu Dazhuang heard Huang Mao say this, he was immediately delighted and hurriedly started packing things with Zhao Guifeng. An hour later, the two handed the keys to Huang Mao and left the village house dragging their bags. After making sure that Lu Dazhuang had left, Huang Mao called Huoda. After a while, Huoda returned to the village house. "Boss, it's all solved." As he said that, Huang Mao handed the 2 keys to Huoda. "Well done, you guys have worked hard today." Then, Huoda transferred 10,000 yuan to him in front of Huang Mao, and said, "Take this money and treat the brothers to a meal later." "Boss, this..." "Don't be so picky. Just take it when I tell you to," Huoda said with a stern face. "Since you followed me, I have to be responsible for you. Things in the security company don't happen so quickly. You should rest at home during this period. You can also contact the brothers you met before. If they are willing to mend their ways, you can gather them all together and wait for my notification later." "Yes, boss." "Okay, you guys go back first." After Huang Mao and others left, Huoda walked into the house. He wanted to see what treasure was hidden in this house that could increase the value of the house 100 times. But unfortunately, after looking around, he did not receive any intelligence prompts from the system. However, when he was leaving the village house, a piece of information about Lu Dazhuang suddenly popped up in front of him. After Lu Dazhuang moved out of the village house, Shouho thought he owed money and ran away. Shouho caught him and beat him into a vegetable. After seeing this information, Huoda did not feel any psychological burden. As the saying goes, evil will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come. People like Lu Dazhuang don't deserve sympathy. After leaving the urban village, Huoda did not go home directly, but took a taxi to the mall. He was going to attend Mr. Lin's birthday party in the evening, so he had to buy some decent clothes. Arriving at Jiahai Shopping Center, Huoda went straight to the men's clothing area. Men pay attention to efficiency when shopping and go straight to the destination. Unlike women, they like to wander around, compare prices, look at this and that, and finally either buy nothing or go back to the first store. "Sir, how can I help you?" As soon as Huoda walked into the Armani counter, a shopping guide came up to her enthusiastically. Sure enough, the quality of shopping guides for international brands is different. Those shopping guides in novels who judge people by their appearance are all liars. However, some plots in the novel are true. For example, the loser male protagonist always encounters some unpleasant experiences when buying things. Just like now. Before Huoda could savor the moment, a discordant voice reached his ears. Hey, isn't this Huoda? Why are you here to buy clothes? Is this a place for a poor loser like you to come? Can you afford it? My lady, I'm telling you, this guy is just a poor loser who only earns 3,000 or 4,000 a month and can't afford the clothes here. You'd better kick him out. Hearing this, Huoda frowned slightly and turned to look at the source of the sound. He saw a couple of different ages standing not far away. He didn't know the man, but the woman was the original owner's former colleague Lin Feifei. What's even more embarrassing is that the original owner had once pursued the other party, but the other party did not agree to the original owner's pursuit. Instead, he humiliated the original owner in public, making him unable to raise his head in front of his colleagues. The original owner couldn't bear the blow, so he tried to find a sense of existence on the internet, frantically giving gifts to some anchors, which eventually led to tragedy. Originally, Huoda had no intention of causing trouble for Lin Feifei, but since he had met her, he had to help the original owner vent her anger. Chapter 40. The original wife fights the mistress. A vain woman, who unexpectedly made the list of the rich, became arrogant and wanted to humiliate her former licker when she saw him. The man's original wife is shopping with her bestie in the mall. All you have to do is make a big noise and the original wife will come out to catch the mistress, and you can get away with it. Humph, Lin Feifei, you asked for this. Huoda snorted in his heart, then said in a flattering manner. It turns out to be Sister Feifei. Are you here to buy clothes for Uncle? Hello, Uncle. My name is Huoda and I am Sister Feifei's former colleague. As he spoke, Huoda stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with the man. Lin Feifei pushed Huoda's hand away and said with disgust. What, Uncle? This is my husband. Are you blind? Husband? Huoda pretended to look puzzled, and then said with regret. Sister Feifei, you are so beautiful, why did you find an old man? What a pity, what a pity! Lin Feifei was about to retort when Huoda suddenly shouted. I know, you are someone's mistress! Huoda's shout immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Chinese people love to watch the fun, especially such an exciting mistress script. Huoda, what nonsense are you talking about? You are the mistress. Your whole family is a mistress. Although Lin Feifei was refuting, she was obviously starting to panic. The man saw more and more people gathering around him, and was afraid that things would get worse, so he immediately said to Lin Feifei beside him. Feifei, let's go quickly. At this time, Lin Feifei also saw that someone had taken out his mobile phone to record the scene. She knew her identity, and if it was exposed and posted online, she would be in trouble. So she glared at Huoda, took the man's arm and prepared to leave. The other party's original wife is about to arrive at the battlefield. If we let them go now, all our efforts will be wasted. Hey, Sister Feifei, don't go. If it's not you, then it's not you. Why are you running away? We finally met. How about I treat you to a meal? Thank you for taking care of me before. Huoda stepped forward to stop the two men and said sincerely. Seeing Huoda blocking her way, Lin Feifei's face instantly turned gloomy, and she gritted her teeth and said, Huoda, don't go too far. I warn you, get out of the way quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Huoda, however, seemed not to have heard Lin Feifei's threat, and continued to say with a smile. Sister Feifei, don't be in a hurry to leave. We old colleagues finally get to meet each other, so let's chat more. Besides, your husband is obviously a rich man. I was thinking of treating you to a meal and learning more from your husband. When the man heard what Huoda said, his face became even uglier. He looked at Huoda and said coldly, We don't know you, and we are not interested in having dinner with you. Get out of here! Just at this moment, a woman with noble temperament and stern face suddenly rushed out from the crowd. With lightning speed, he slapped the man in the face. Before everyone could react, the other party slapped Lin Feifei in the face again. Li Mao Yuan, if it weren't for my dad, you wouldn't be in the position you are today. How dare you find a mistress behind my back? And you, a vixen, actually seduced my husband. I'll beat you to death. The woman went all out and grabbed Lin Feifei's hair and started beating her up. After being slapped twice, Lin Feifei finally came back to her senses from her previous shock, started changing hands, and then started wrestling with the woman. During the scuffle, both sides fought to the death. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound. A long slit was torn in Lin Feifei's suspender skirt, revealing an erotic scene. Upon seeing this, the men present burst into exclamations. The next second, the male compatriots who came shopping with their wives and girlfriends were all hit in the ass. Li Maoyuan on the side was in a dilemma and didn't know whether to help anyone. In the end, I had no choice but to take out my cell phone and call the police. After a while, Uncle Hack came and took all 3 people back to the bureau. Without the excitement to watch, the crowd dispersed immediately. As for Huoda, he quietly sent a video to his moments with a caption. Jiahai Shopping Center, the original wife fights the mistress. Then I selected the original work grouping and sent it out. Although Huoda quit his original work group, he did not delete the WeChat accounts of some of his colleagues. He believed that once this post was published on his moments, the fact that Lin Feifei was beaten by the original wife for being a mistress would soon become known to everyone in the company. Lin Feifei, let me show you how it feels to be pointed at by others, Huoda thought to himself. As for what will happen to Lin Feifei in the future, it is none of Huoda's business. After the farce was over, Huoda walked into the Armani counter again. Following the shopping guide's recommendation, Huoda picked out a gray casual suit. After putting it on, Huoda's whole temperament became different. Standing in front of the mirror and looking at his handsome self, a famous saying suddenly emerged in Huoda's mind. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Sir, this dress really suits you very well. At this moment, even the shopping guide's eyes changed when she looked at Huoda, and there was a pink love in her eyes. The salesperson's praise made Huoda even happier. He smiled and said to the salesperson, "This is it. Please pack the beige one for me, too." "Yes, sir." After removing the decimals, the total is 50,000. Huoda swiped his card directly and left the mall under the shopping guide's scorching gaze. Not long after returning home, Huoda received a call from Lin Wanner. "Huoda, I'm downstairs at your house, come down quickly." "Okay, I'll be right down." Huoda hung up the phone, picked up the Hetian jade bai from the Han dynasty that he was going to give to Mr. Lin, and went downstairs. When he came downstairs and saw Lin Wanner's Pamela, Huoda opened the passenger seat and sat in. Perhaps today is a special day. Lin Wanner specially put on some exquisite makeup. It adds a bit of charm and elegance to the originally clean and refined face. Lin Wanner's outfit today was also particularly charming, a bright red strapless evening dress that perfectly outlined her figure. With the pearl necklace on her neck, her whole body exudes a noble temperament. After Huoda got in the car, his eyes were involuntarily attracted to Lin Wanner. He couldn't help but praise. "Wanner, you are so beautiful today!" Lin Wanner blushed when she heard this, and smiled shyly. "Really? Then tell me what's beautiful about me?" "Everywhere is beautiful." "Humph, you're so smooth talking." Lin Wanner glared at Huoda in reproach, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly, showing the woman's duplicity to the fullest. She gently lifted the hair by her ear and said, "You look handsome today too." "Then what's so handsome about me?" Huoda asked with a smile, imitating Lin Wanner's previous tone. "Humph, I'm not kidding you anymore. Let's go quickly, Grandpa and the others are still waiting." Having said that, Lin Wanner started the car. However, Huoda kept asking, "How am I handsome?" "They are both handsome, both are handsome," Lin Wanner said perfunctorily. Chapter 41 Mr. Lin's Birthday Banquet. Half an hour later, Lin Wanner brought Huoda to a restaurant called Gaojiazwang in Jiangqing. A time-honored restaurant that has been passed down for more than 50 years. If nothing unexpected happens, it can develop into a century-old restaurant. Today, in order to celebrate Mr. Lin's 80th birthday, the Lin family specially booked the entire banquet hall and even invited a wedding company to decorate the venue. Although the birthday party has not started yet, many guests have already arrived. When Lin Wanner walked into the banquet hall holding Huoda's arm, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and there were bursts of exclamations. Lin Juana is naturally beautiful, and as the eldest daughter of the Lin family, her appearance will naturally become the focus of the whole audience. But no one expected that Lin Juana would come in with a man's arm around her. Although this man was very handsome, today's birthday party was not just a birthday party, it was also the engagement party for Lin Juana and the eldest son of the Wang family. And Huoda is obviously not the eldest son of the Wang family. Who is the man next to Miss Lin? He looks unfamiliar. I don't know if he looks familiar or not, I just know there will be something interesting to watch soon. Yes, today is the engagement party for the Lin and Wang families, but the eldest daughter of the Lin family is actually holding the arm of a strange man. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Wang family? I see this young man has a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing. Could he be the eldest son of a certain family? If that's the case, it's going to be exciting soon. Huoda's hearing ability was already amazing, and these people did not deliberately lower their voices when they were talking. So, all these discussions were heard word for word by Huoda. What's going on? Isn't this girl Lin Juana addicted to using me as a shield? This is not an ordinary birthday party. After being humiliated by you, Wang Hao begged his father to propose marriage to the Lin family. After the Wang family paid for the urban village reconstruction plan, Mr. Lin agreed to the marriage. Wang Hao came out so soon. Didn't he just go in yesterday? Huoda still underestimated the capabilities of these wealthy and powerful people. But what about this urban village renovation plan? The official approval will not come down until a week later. How did the Wang family know about it in advance? How did they get this plan? Is there some shady dealings going on? For a moment, Huoda frowned and fell into deep thought. Seeing Huoda's frown, Lin Juana thought that Huoda was angry with her. After all, she had just heard the discussions of the people around her. So she hurriedly explained. Huoda, it's not what you think. Listen to my explanation. I just found out this morning that my grandfather was going to get me engaged. Lin Juana's voice pulled Huoda back from his thoughts. He looked at Lin Juana and found that her eyes were full of anxiety. Huoda patted Lin Juana's hand gently, smiled and said, Juana, you don't have to explain. I don't mean to blame you. I know you don't want to marry that Wang Hao, and I will never allow you to marry another man. Although the window paper between Huoda and Lin Juana has not been broken yet, he has already chosen Lin Juana as the one. Besides, he knew very well what kind of person Wang Hao was. The Lin family married Lin Juana to Wang Hao, which was like pushing Lin Juana into the fire pit. So no matter what, Huoda will never sit idly by. Huoda's words made Lin Juana feel warm, but more of it was shyness. Is he confessing his feelings to me? Should I agree to him? Your domineering speech has made this rich girl fall in love with you and will not marry anyone else but you. I'll go. Am I that attractive? Huoda felt the majesty of Lin Juana's chest and suddenly felt a sense of elated. Who says it's hard to pursue a rich girl? All you need is a good mouth. Lin Juana, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar rang out in the banquet hall, instantly drowning out the noisy discussions at the scene. At this time, Wang Hao, dressed in a black suit, appeared at the door of the banquet hall. He was seen walking towards Huoda and Lin Juana angrily, his eyes full of anger. The eldest son of the Wang family is here. It's going to be a good show. The real protagonist has appeared. Now we just sit back and watch the show. Seeing Wang Hao show up, everyone in the banquet hall was excited and looking forward to the good show that was about to happen. Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Wang family? He got out of the detention center so quickly, and he was able to commit a crime in the street without any harm. He is worthy of being the eldest son of the Wang family. I admire him. Without waiting for Wang Hao to speak, Huoda took the lead in attacking. His words were like thunder from a clear sky, instantly causing an uproar. What? Young Master Wang committed a crime in the street and was put in the detention center? It's fake. How could young Master Wang be put in a detention center? I remember now. Yesterday I saw a short video of someone committing a crime in the antique market. I heard that the man was a rich second generation. Could that person be Mr. Wang? I got it too. The man seems to be called Wang Hao as well. That's right, it should be young Master Wang. Wang Hao heard the discussions of the crowd, but instead of feeling ashamed, he felt very proud. He looked at Huoda with disdain, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph, well, you didn't expect that I would come out so soon. You are too young to fight me. Today is the day that Lin Wanner and I get engaged. You are not welcome here. Get out of here! Facing Wang Hao's provocation, before Huoda could speak, Lin Wanner, like a tigress protecting her cub, pulled Huoda behind her and blocked him. You are the one who should leave. Besides, today is my grandfather's birthday party, not an engagement party. Huoda is also a friend I invited. Lin Wanner, I tell you that the engagement banquet was promised by your grandfather himself, and you can't change it even if you want to, Wang Hao said ferociously. Although he was very unhappy that Lin Wanner was still defending Huoda at this time, he couldn't help feeling proud when he thought that Lin Wanner was about to become his fiancée. At this time, Huoda pulled Lin Wanner behind him and said directly to Wang Hao, You said it was just an engagement, not a marriage. I don't know what you are so happy about. You. Wang Hao looked at Huoda, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Humph, kid, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I advise you to give up on this idea. Lin Wanner is destined to be my, Wang Hao's, woman. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again. A group of people filed in, led by Mr. Lin Jinghua, who was wearing a red tang suit, and Wang Xiaolong, chairman of the Wang Group. The appearance of the two instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience, and the originally noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Lin Jinghua had a smile on his face, and his eyes revealed a kind of indifference and calmness that came from having experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although Wang Xiaolong is much younger than Mr. Lin, his brows reveal an aura of majesty without even being angry, which is an aura that naturally forms after being in a high position for a long time. Dad, Grandpa Lin, you guys are finally here, you have to make the decision for me. Chapter 42 The Conspiracy of the Wang Family and Their Sons. Dad, Grandpa Lin, you guys are finally here, you have to make the decision for me. Seeing Wang Xiaolong and Mr. Lin appear, Wang Hao immediately walked up to them and pointed at Huoda and cursed. Mr. Lin, this. Wang Xiaolong pointed at Lin Wanner and Huoda, waiting for Mr. Lin's explanation. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. The two families are going to become relatives soon. How can it be wrong for your granddaughter to be so affectionate with another man in front of so many people? At this moment, Lin Jinghua also frowned, feeling that he had lost all his face. He roared angrily. Security, get this man out. Let's see who dares. At this moment, Lin Wanner suddenly stood in front of Huoda, and protected him behind her. Seeing this scene, Lin Jinghua's face instantly became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that his granddaughter would defend a stranger like this. You know, this was absolutely impossible in the past. Wanner, do you know what you are doing? Lin Jinghua's voice was filled with anger and disappointment that was hard to conceal. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, looked at her grandfather firmly and said, Grandpa, I know what I am doing. Huoda is my friend and my savior. As soon as the words, savior, came out, Lin Jinghua's face changed immediately. He knew that Lin Wanner had been held hostage by robbers a few days ago, but fortunately someone had bravely rescued her at that time. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was actually his granddaughter's savior. Lin Jinghua's expression eased a little, but he still maintained his dignity. Even if he is your savior, you are about to get engaged to Wang Hao. How can you have such an intimate behavior with him? That was the marriage you arranged for me. I never agreed to marry Wang Hao. Lin Wanner's words were undoubtedly a slap in the face of Lin Jinghua and Wang Xiaolong in public. The banquet hall suddenly fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Wanner. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Lin Jinghua's face turned pale and he was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. On the side, Wang Xiaolong's face was not looking good either, but he was the business tycoon who founded the Wang Group after all. He was very shrewd and soon regained his composure. He looked at Lin Jinghua and said calmly, Mr. Lin, if that's the case, let's just call it quits. As for that matter, I think we should forget about it too. Dad, why are you? Shut up! Do you have the right to speak here? When Wang Hao heard his father's words, his face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that his father would directly give up the opportunity to marry into the Lin family. He was about to try to argue, but Wang Xiaolong's stern eyes made him shut up immediately. Lin Jinghua looked at Wang Jialong with mixed feelings. He knew very well what this marriage meant to the Lin family. Although the Lin family appears to be a glamorous and upper-class family in Jiangqing, their business has not been prosperous in recent years. Especially a previous project, which caused the Lin family to suffer heavy losses. Now the only way to avert danger is to marry into the Wang family and rely on the Wang family's power to obtain the urban village renovation project. In fact, Lin Jinghua has always loved his granddaughter Lin Wana the most, but since it concerns the life and death of the Lin family, he really has no choice. A year ago, the Lin Group acquired a piece of land in the northern suburbs of Jiangqing and planned to develop it into a commercial complex. During the construction period, a major safety accident occurred and the work was forced to stop, resulting in the project being unable to be delivered on schedule and owing a huge debt. The real culprit behind this was Wang Jialong and his son. After Wang Jialong learned that Jiangqing would be undergoing a village in the city renovation, he wanted to use this opportunity to force Lin Jinghua to marry Lin Wana to Wang Hao, so that the Wang Group could swallow up the Lin Group. Wang Jialong is well aware of the current predicament faced by the Lin family, and wants to use retreat as a means of advancement to force Lin Jinghua to agree to a marriage between the two families. Huoda's face changed, and he finally understood the sinister intentions of the Wang father and son. It is true that like father, like son, both the Wang family father and son are not good people. Huoda took a step forward, looked at the Wang family father and son with a joking look on his face, and applauded. What a good move of retreating to advance! First, you let the Lin Group fall into bankruptcy crisis, then you lured Mr. Lin to marry his granddaughter, and then you took the opportunity to swallow up the Lin Group. You, Wang Jialong, really have a good plan. Boy, what are you talking about? When Wang Jialong heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, his eyes revealing disdain. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. If you don't have evidence, don't say anything casually, otherwise. Facing Wang Jialong's naked threat, Huoda met his gaze fearlessly, raised a faint smile and said, Mr. Wang, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking yet. Then, Huoda looked at Lin Jinghua and said, Mr. Lin, do you want to know why the accident happened in the Lin Group project a year ago? What do you mean? Lin Jinghua frowned and looked at Huoda sharply. The Lin family suspected that what happened a year ago was not an accident, but they did not find any clues after investigating for a long time. But from what Huoda said, there seemed to be another hidden story. And it seems to be related to Wang Jialong. Huoda smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I can tell you responsibly that the accident in that project was not accidental, but someone did it intentionally, and this person. At this point, Huoda smiled and looked at Wang Jialong, pointing at him and said, And this person is Wang Jialong, the chairman of the Wang Group. His goal is to force the Lin Group into a desperate situation and then take the opportunity to swallow up the Lin Group. Where's the evidence? Wang Jialong sneered. I have to say that you are really good at making up stories, but everything requires evidence. Do you have any evidence? Yes. Do you have any evidence? Wang Hao also echoed with a look of disdain. Although Wang Jialong still looked calm and composed at the moment, he was already beginning to feel uneasy in his heart. Who is this guy, and how does he know all this? Wang Jialong pondered secretly in his heart, looking back and forth at Huoda, trying to find his flaws. However, Huoda seemed to see through his thoughts, and there was always a faint smile on his face. Huoda did not answer Wang Jialong's question, but continued to talk. Mr. Lin, the reason why you are willing to marry Wana to Wang Hao is because Wang Jialong gave you an offer that you cannot refuse. If I'm not mistaken, this condition should be the Jiangqing Urban Village Reconstruction Project, right? Huoda's words were like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the banquet hall. The guests present were whispering and talking to each other. What? Urban Village Renovation Project? Are the authorities really going to transform the urban villages? If so, that would be a huge piece of cake. If the Lin family really gets this project, it might be possible to come back to life. Wang Jialong is willing to hand over such a big project to the Lin family? I don't think so. There must be a conspiracy. At this moment, Lin Jinghua's face was full of shock. He didn't expect that Huoda even knew about the urban village reconstruction plan. This news has not been officially announced yet, so ordinary people have no way of knowing it. How did Huoda know this? For a moment, Lin Jinghua could no longer understand the young man in front of him. Chapter 43: Uncover the Conspiracy and Rescue Mr. Lin. Who are you? How do you know about the urban village reconstruction plan? Wang Xiaolong stared at Huoda and spoke in a bad tone. The urban village renovation plan is still in the confidential stage, and only a very small number of people know about it. Obviously, Wang Xiaolong did not think that Huoda in front of him would be one of the very few people. But why did he know this? Wang Xiaolong really couldn't understand it. Huoda smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "It doesn't matter who I am, and it doesn't matter how I know it. What matters is that your Wang family wants to take this opportunity to swallow up the Lin group. Am I right, Chairman Wang? You are slandering me. You are slandering me. You keep saying that my Wang family wants to take over the Lin group. Where is the evidence? Show me the evidence." Wang Xiaolong sneered. At first, Huoda's words did make him a little flustered, but after all, he had been in the business world for many years and he still had some shrewdness. He knew very well that Huoda had no evidence, otherwise he would not be here today. The other party is sure that you can't produce any evidence, so don't panic at all. You just need to tell Lin Jinghua that the accident that happened a year ago was caused by feng shui, and he will naturally believe you. Seeing that Wang Xiaolong was sure that he could not produce any evidence, Huoda sneered and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, "Evidence? I really don't have any. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Boy, since you have no evidence, what are you talking about? It's really funny." Wang Hao couldn't help but sneer. Wang Xiaolong also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Huoda would produce some evidence. But Huoda's next words made his smile freeze instantly. "Although I don't have evidence, I know that the accident at the Lin group a year ago was not caused by a machine failure, but by a feng shui problem." At this moment, every word Huoda said was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Wang Xiaolong's heart. Wang Xiaolong's face turned pale instantly. He stared at Huoda with wide eyes in disbelief and asked, How did you know?" Boom! Once these words were spoken, it was undoubtedly an admission of guilt. Lin Jinghua had been paying attention to Wang Xiaolong since the beginning. When Huoda said that the accident was caused by feng shui, he saw that Wang Xiaolong's face looked wrong. Now, after hearing Wang Xiaolong's confession, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had been deceived by Wang Xiaolong. "Wang Xiaolong! Why did you lie to me? What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Jinghua shouted angrily. He almost lost his balance due to anger. Fortunately, Lin Wana was quick to support Lin Jinghua. Seeing that the matter had already failed, Wang Xiaolong stopped pretending. "Old man, since you already know everything, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. Just like what this kid said, I want to annex the Lin family. As long as I annex the Lin family, my Wang family will be able to move to a higher level. By then, my Wang family will not only be able to become the #1 family in Jiangqing, but also a first-class family in China." At this point, Wang Xiaolong stared at Huoda fiercely and said, "It's a pity that all of this was ruined by you, kid. But it doesn't matter. Even without your Lin family, my Wang family can still rely on the urban village reconstruction project to become the top family in Jiangqing, and your Lin family will be completely bankrupt without this project." "Ha! You!" Mr. Lin was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Dad, don't scare me, Dad! Call an ambulance!" No one expected that Lin Jinghua would suddenly fall into a coma, and a good birthday party would turn out like this. When Wang Xiaolong saw that Lin Jinghua had fainted, his previous unhappiness was immediately swept away, and he left the banquet hall with Wang Hao with a smug look on his face. At this time, the Lin family's attention was on Old Man Lin, and no one cared about the Wang father and son. However, when Huoda looked at the backs of the Wang father and son leaving, a bad premonition arose in his heart. He has exposed the conspiracy of the Wang family and their son today, and I think they will not let it go. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is Mr. Lin's physical condition. Lin Jinghua suffered an acute myocardial infarction due to anger. If he is not treated in time within 10 minutes, his life will be in danger. When will the ambulance arrive? Huoda glanced at the Lin family member standing beside him and asked. 15 minutes. It's too late. By the time the ambulance arrived in 15 minutes, Mr. Lin would have been dead. At this moment, a tip about Chinese medicine massage suddenly popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. At this time, human life is at stake, and Huoda can only try his best to save the situation. Let me! Huoda pushed everyone aside and came to Mr. Lin. Can you do it, kid? What are you going to do? Huoda, can you really save my grandpa? Facing the questions from the Lin family and Lin Wanner, Huoda said nothing. He quickly started massaging Lin Jinghua according to the system's instructions. Although he had no experience in saving people before, his technique was very precise, and he followed the system's prompts for every step. First, quick pushes were given on Lin Jinghua's chest to promote blood circulation, followed by deep pressure and kneading of several key acupoints around the heart to stimulate heart function and help relieve the symptoms of myocardial infarction. For a moment, the Lin family and all of the guests present held their breath and looked at Huoda nervously. Most of them did not understand Chinese massage and were full of doubts about Huoda's behavior. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine has long since declined. Compared with traditional Chinese medicine, most people trust Western medicine more. But at this time, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Huoda. Time passed by minute in the tense atmosphere. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Huoda's forehead. He was completely absorbed in it, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment, leaving only him and Lin Jinghua lying on the ground. Sudden. Lin Jinghua's body trembled slightly, and then his eyes slowly opened. Although his eyes were still a little dazed, he had obviously regained consciousness. Grandpa, you're awake! Lin Wanner shouted in surprise, and the other Lin family members also gathered around and asked about Mr. Lin's condition with concern. What's wrong with me? Lin Jinghua looked at Lin Wanner and asked weakly. Grandpa, you just fainted and it was Huoda who saved you, Lin Wanner said truthfully. At this time, Lin Jinghua looked at Huoda, who was sweating profusely, and immediately understood what was going on. He struggled to sit up, and Lin Wanner quickly helped him up. Thank you, young man. Although Lin Jinghua's voice was weak, it was full of gratitude. Thank you for saving the Lin family. Huoda was stunned. He thought that Mr. Lin thanked him because he saved his life, but he didn't expect it was because he saved the Lin family. Huoda smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Since I am Wanner's friend, I will not sit idly by. After a while, the ambulance arrived at the scene. Medical staff quickly conducted a preliminary examination on Lin Jinghua, confirmed that his vital signs had stabilized, and then sent the old man to the hospital for further treatment. Watching the ambulance drive away, Huoda breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that even if he could stabilize the old man's condition with traditional Chinese massage, real treatment would still require Western medicine. Chapter 44. Your grandfather betrothed you to me. Mr. Lin was sent to the hospital, and the birthday banquet had to be ended early, and the guests left one after another. Huoda was originally about to leave, but Lin Wanner stopped him. Huoda, my grandpa wants to see you! So the two of them rushed to the hospital. In an intensive care unit at Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. As soon as Huoda and Lin Wanner entered the room, they saw the doctor examining Mr. Lin. Doctor, how is my grandfather? Lin Wanner hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Mr. Lin is fine, but for safety reasons he should stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Mr. Lin said to the Lin family members who were surrounding the bed, You all go out, I want to talk to Mr. Hua alone. Upon hearing this, although everyone in the Lin family looked worried, they nodded one by one, said goodbye quietly and left the ward one by one, leaving only Huoda and Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner originally wanted to stay and accompany her grandfather, and also to speak for Huoda. But after seeing Lin Jinghua's determined eyes, he finally chose to listen to Mr. Lin and left the ward. In the ward, Mr. Lin looked at Huoda gently, with a look that contained both gratitude and appreciation. Friend Hua, thanks to you, I was able to save my life today. Hearing this, Huoda quickly replied humbly. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. You can just call me Huoda. Besides, you are Wanner's grandfather, which means you are my elder. How can I stand by and watch her die without helping her? Lin Jinghua smiled and said, Huoda, you and Wanner. Huoda knew what the old man wanted to say, and interrupted him hurriedly. Mr. Lin, Wanner and I are just friends. We are not what you think. Huoda, if possible, please help me take care of Wanner in the future. Lin Jinghua seemed to have thought of the ending of the Lin family, and sighed helplessly. He betrothed Lin Wanner to Wang Hao in order to use the Wang family's resources to help the Lin family overcome the crisis. Now it seems that the Lin family is doomed to bankruptcy. Therefore, he wanted to entrust Lin Wanner to Huoda before the Lin family went bankrupt. Lin Jinghua knows that the Lin group is about to go bankrupt, and wants to entrust Lin Wanner to you. Mr. Lin, are you worried about the Lin group? If that's the case, I think I have a solution, Huoda said with a smile. Do you really have a way to help my Lin family? Hearing this, Lin Jinghua instantly spoke excitedly. Huoda smiled and nodded, radiating confidence and composure. Mr. Lin, I do have a way to help the Lin family overcome this difficulty. Huoda spoke slowly, his tone revealing a calmness and confidence. But I need some time. Seeing Huoda's confident look, Lin Jinghua immediately said, Okay, as long as you can help my Lin family get through this crisis, I will betroth Wanner to you. Huoda was stunned when he heard this, obviously not expecting Mr. Lin to say this. However, he seemed to have no reason to refuse Lin Wanner. After coming out of the ward, Lin Wanner pulled Huoda aside and asked, What did my grandfather tell you? Looking at the anxious Lin Wanner in front of him, Huoda suddenly smiled and said, Nothing, your grandfather said he would marry you to me. When Lin Wanner heard this, her face flushed, and she said shyly, Who wants to marry you? Huoda looked at Lin Wanner's shy appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and while Lin Wanner was not paying attention, he quickly kissed her on the cheek. Lin Wanner was startled by Huoda's sudden action, and her cheeks turned red instantly. She looked at Huoda in surprise, then quickly looked around. After making sure that no one saw her, she shyly punched Huoda and said coquettishly, You! Huoda dodged Lin Wanner's fist with a smile, waved his hand, and strode out of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Huoda began to think about how to help the Lin family overcome the crisis. Urban Village Renovation Project. Mr. Lin betrothed Lin Wanner to Wang Hao because Wang Xiaolong came up with the Urban Village Renovation Project. As long as this project is handed over to the Lin family, the crisis of the Lin family will naturally be resolved. But how to snatch the Urban Village project from Wang Xiaolong? Friendly reminder, you can use the universal human skin mask, which can be very useful at critical moments. Not only can you conceal the truth, but you can also kill people with a knife and bring criminals to justice. What's the meaning? Is this a step to turn myself into Wang Xiaolong? But what will you do after becoming Wang Xiaolong? For a moment, Huoda did not understand the purpose of the system's actions. Tip: the universal human skin mask can store 10 identity information. After storing 10 identity information, you can spend 10,000 points to clear all data, etc. The universal human skin mask can't only transform into one person at a time, so Huoda thought he had figured out a solution. If you want to snatch the Urban Village Renovation Project from the Wang family, you must first bring down the Wang family. The best way to destroy such a powerful family is to disintegrate it from within. Thinking of this, Huoda already had a plan in mind. Wang family. Dad, are we just going to give up like this? Wang Hao was filled with reluctance, as he was about to get engaged to Lin Wanner, but ended up failing at the last minute. Of course, he didn't dare to say directly that he was unwilling because he didn't get Lin Wanner. Wang Xiaolong sat on the wide sofa with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, Wang Xiaolong said in a deep voice, However, our current situation is not optimistic. The Lin family's line is completely useless, but we still have the Urban Village project. As long as we can successfully obtain the Urban Village project, our Wang family will be able to soar to the sky. But Dad, Lin Wanner. Wang Hao looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and it was obvious that he was still thinking about Lin Wanner. Wang Xiaolong seemed to see through his son's thoughts. He patted his shoulder gently and said earnestly, She is just a woman. When my Wang family secures its position as the #1 family in Jiangqing, what woman can't you get? Wang Hao sighed when he heard this. He knew his father was right. So what should we do next? Wang Xiaolong smiled slightly, with a sly look in his eyes. According to the original plan, help Secretary Wang build a new source of human organs, and then use it to win the urban village renovation project. I see. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left the Wang family villa. The truth behind Chapter 45. Jiangqing, Tiangong Entertainment Center. After Wang Hao came out of Wang's house, he came directly here. Hey, isn't this Mr. Wang? Please come in. When Li Lei, the manager of Tiangong Entertainment, saw Wang Hao, he immediately stepped forward and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Lei, is Brother Chang here? Wang Hao asked seriously. As soon as Li Lei saw it, he immediately realized that Wang Hao was not here to have fun today, but came specifically to find Deng Chengyan. Brother Chang is in the office. I'll take you there. Having said that, Li Lei took Wang Hao towards the office area. On the surface, Wang Xiaolong and Deng Chengyan have nothing in common, but secretly they both work for Jiangqing's secretary Wang Hongyuan. Over the years, the two men, one black and one white, have helped Wang Hongyuan solve many problems. The human organ trafficking case that caused a stir in Jiangqing some time ago was actually operated by them. The other side. Just as Huoda was about to go home, he received a call from Su Jun. Brother Su, why are you calling me so late? Did something happen? Huoda asked. Liang Guowei is dead. Huoda was shocked when he heard this and asked hurriedly. Dead? When did it happen? Su Jun said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone. Just now, I received a call from the detention center, saying that Liang Guowei was killed in the detention center. What? It is obvious that the other party wants to kill to silence the witness. But Liang Guowei didn't know much, so why did the other party do this? For a moment, Huoda was puzzled. The other party's purpose is to divert the police's attention, thereby buying more time and developing new supply channels. Huoda, what do you think about this? Su Jun asked. Huoda pondered for a moment, and said slowly. Kill him to silence him? I thought so too, but why would the other party do this? Liang Guowei doesn't know much, right? If it weren't for the systematic intelligence, Huoda's thoughts at this time would have been the same as Su Jun's. But unfortunately, Huoda has a cheat. Brother Su, I wonder if the other party is trying to divert the police's attention? What's the meaning? Liang Guowei died at this time, not earlier. There must be something strange about it. The one who wants Liang Guowei to die the most is undoubtedly the organization that sells human organs. No matter how much Liang Guowei knew, all clues are gone after he died. In addition, the police will definitely investigate the cause of Liang Guowei's death and his killer. By then, they will have no more energy to investigate the case, and they can use this time to find new sources of goods. Huoda spoke eloquently and relayed the information provided by the system to Su Jun. After hearing Huoda's analysis, Su Jun on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he spoke. What you said makes sense, but as you said, once Liang Guowei died, our only clue was lost. No, the clue is not broken. Huoda sneered and said. Start with the murderer who killed Liang Guowei. At this time, Huoda remembered that he had asked Su Jun to investigate the whereabouts of the organs, so he asked. Brother Su, how is the investigation of the whereabouts of those organs going? It's not going well. Su Jun sighed and continued. Those organs seem to have been transferred many times during transportation, and each time they were transferred, a different method of transportation was used, making it difficult to trace their final destination. Besides, these organs cannot be stored for a long time. I think they have already completed the transplant operation. The most important point is that those wealthy businessmen will not disclose their medical conditions, so if you want to investigate from this direction, it is probably not possible. But we will continue to investigate, but the hope may not be great. Huoda frowned. He knew that the longer the time went, the harder it would be to trace the whereabouts of the organs. Now I'm afraid we can only start with Liang Guowei's death. Friendly reminder, get to Tiangong Entertainment Center within an hour, you may find an unexpected surprise. Tiangong Entertainment Center? Although Huoda didn't know why the system asked him to go to Tiangong Entertainment Center, he looked at the address of Tiangong Entertainment Center and found that it was not far from where he was. It would only take a dozen minutes to get there. Since the system asked me to go, there must be a purpose behind it. Thinking of this, Huoda ended the call with Su Jun and immediately rushed to Tiangong Entertainment Center. 10 minutes later, Huoda rushed to Tiangong Entertainment Center. This is the largest entertainment club in Jiangqing. It is owned by Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangqing. Go to the general manager's office on the 3rd floor to find out what you want to know. I want to see what's going on. Huoda stepped into Tiangong Entertainment Center. Tiangong Entertainment Center covers an area of 1,800 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. The basement level is a huge bar. The ground floor is a KTV. The 2nd floor is for water club, bathing and massage. The 3rd floor is the office area and Deng Changyan's private area, which is never open to the public. Ordinary guests can only move around on the underground floor and the first 2 floors above ground. At this time, Huoda had just walked into Tiangong Entertainment when he ran into Li Lei, who had just come out of the elevator and was about to go outside to smoke. Hello, Brother Lei. Brother Lei, are you smoking? Let me light it for you. Name, Li Lei, identity, general manager of Tiangong Entertainment, but actually Deng Changyan's right-hand man, personality, cold-blooded, arrogant and domineering. You can pretend to be Li Lei and sneak into the office area on the 3rd floor, but remember you only have half an hour. Huoda immediately went to the bathroom, found an empty single room and went in. When he came out again, he had turned into Li Lei. Even the way he was dressed was exactly the same as Li Lei's. Looking at himself in the mirror, Huoda couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the universal human skin mask. This universal human skin mask can not only change his appearance and body shape, but even his voice and clothes can become exactly the same as the person he is transformed into. Li Lei has already gone to the bar area on the basement floor. You can go to the office area on the 3rd floor without any scruples. After learning that Li Lei went to the basement, Huoda swaggered out of the bathroom and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Hello, Brother Lei. The guy who was guarding the door on the 3rd floor did not have any doubts when he saw Li Lei, who had transformed into Huoda. Instead, he greeted him respectfully. Huoda replied calmly and walked quickly towards the general manager's office. As soon as he reached the office door, he heard Wang Hao's voice coming from inside the room. Brother Chang, I have had Liang Guowei killed. I believe that this will confuse the police in a short period of time. We must take advantage of this time to help Secretary Wang open up new supply channels. Boom! After hearing the news, Huoda's heart trembled violently. He never expected that Liang Guowei was actually killed by Wang Hao. What he didn't expect was that the human organ trafficking case that shocked the whole country would actually involve the secretary of a city. Fortunately, he was smart and recorded it in advance. But this recording alone is not enough. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Jun. Brother Su, bring people to Tiangong Entertainment Center for inspection immediately. Chapter 46 Secret Operation, Capture of Deng Changyan. Su Jun has been under a lot of pressure these days. They were given clear instructions from their superiors, requiring them to crack the human organ trafficking case within a week. As the deadline got closer and closer, they still had no idea. Moreover, even Liang Guowei died in the detention center. Although he got the direction of the investigation from Huoda, Su Jun always felt that there would not be much gain in the end if he pursued this line. However, at this moment, his cell phone on the table suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Huoda. Brother Su, bring people to Tiangong Entertainment Center for inspection immediately. Looking at the message sent by Huoda, he was about to call Huoda back, but the intuition of the old detective made him immediately give up the idea. He had just finished a phone call with Huoda logically. If Huoda had something to ask him, he would definitely call him directly. But Huoda didn't do that. Instead, he sent a message. This means that it is not convenient for Huoda to make a phone call now. If I call rashly, Huoda may be in danger. As a policeman in Jiangqing, he knew very well what Tiangong Entertainment was. That was the territory of Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangqing. Why would Huoda go there and ask him to take people to check it out? Could it be that Deng Changyan is related to the human organ trafficking case? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Sujun felt that this possibility was becoming increasingly greater. Even if Deng Changyan was not the mastermind, given his power in Jiangqing, he must know some important information. Thinking of this, Sujun immediately notified everyone. After a while, more than a dozen police cars roared towards Tiangong Entertainment Center. Huoda calculated the time. Then he suddenly rushed into the office, pretending to be panicked, and said, "Brother Chang, something bad has happened. I just received news that the police are coming to check on us." "What?" Deng Changyan frowned for a moment, but soon recovered and said to Li Lei, who was pretending to be Huoda, "Notify them and have them prepare quickly and hide all the things for me." "Yes." After saying that, Huoda walked out. "Although I don't know what Deng Changyan is talking about, I don't think it's anything good." Huoda came to the entrance of the corridor on the 3rd floor and waved to call the 2 younger brothers who were guarding the door over. "The police are coming for a surprise inspection, and Brother Chang told us to hide our things quickly," Huoda said nervously. "Okay, Brother Lei." After hearing this, I immediately turned around and left. Etc. At this time, Huoda called out to the other party again. "Brother Lei, do you have any other instructions?" the younger brother asked in confusion. Huoda thought for a moment and said, "For safety's sake, I'd better go with you." Then, Huoda followed the younger brother to a grocery room. Under Hoda's surprised gaze, the young man carried a large box down from a shelf in the corner. When I opened it, I saw that it was full of packets of white powdery substances. 50 kilograms of high-purity white powder. Once the police find this white powder, it will be enough to sentence Deng Changyan to death. Wow, 50 kilograms of white powder! You should know that smuggling, selling, transporting and manufacturing 1 kilogram of white powder is enough to be sentenced to 15 years in prison. There are 50 kilograms of white powder here. Even if Deng Changyan had 10 heads, they would not be enough to chop off. Leave the things to me, and you go and notify everyone. Huoda took the box from his younger brother and motioned for him to go and notify others. Although the younger brother was a little confused, he still followed Hoda's instructions and left in a hurry. After confirming that the little brother had left, Huoda quickly picked up the box and found a deserted place to hide. At the same time, Sujun had arrived at Tiangong Entertainment Center with a large group of people. The police quickly took control of all intersections and began a comprehensive search of the entire Tiangong Entertainment Center. As police began searching, Huoda placed the box in a conspicuous location. Soon, the police found the box containing white powder. Seeing this, Huoda immediately changed his appearance, disguised himself as the younger brother just now, and returned to the office on the 3rd floor again. "Boss, it's bad. The police found out that we were hoarding cocaine. Brother Lei has been arrested by the police." Huoda rushed into Deng Changyan's office in a panic and said in a panic. Deng Changyan's face instantly turned pale when he heard this. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "How could this happen?" Wang Hao, who was standing by, was also shocked. Drug trafficking is a serious crime. "Brother Chang, you'd better run away before the police come. I believe Li Lei will take care of everything." Wang Hao knew that Li Lei was Deng Changyan's confidant, and if anything happened he would definitely take all the blame on himself. As long as Deng Changyan is not arrested, he still has a chance to make a comeback with the help of Secretary Wang. "Yeah, boss, you better run." Huoda said this hypocritically, but he snorted in his heart. "You want to run, but none of you can." Deng Changyan knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he immediately said goodbye to Wang Hao and took Huoda to the secret passage. Wang Hao went to the bathroom when no one was paying attention, pretending to be a customer there. Originally, Huoda wanted to capture Wang Hao as well, but if he captured Wang Hao as well, it would definitely attract Wang Xiaolong's attention, which might alert the enemy. So Huoda decided to let Wang Hao go for the time being and deal with Deng Changyan first. At this time, Deng Changyan took Huoda to a bathroom and turned on the mechanism in front of Huoda. Then, the wall of the bathroom suddenly opened, revealing a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. "I'll go down first. You can go down after I do," Deng Changyan said with his back to Huoda, and then prepared to enter the passage. However, at this moment, Huoda suddenly made a lightning-fast move, grabbed Deng Changyan's shoulder, and pulled him back from the entrance of the passage. Brother Chang, where are you going? Huoda sneered and revealed his true identity. Deng Chengyan was instantly shocked when he saw Huoda's face suddenly changed. Who are you? What do you want? It doesn't matter who I am. Huoda stared at Deng Chengyan and said coldly, The important thing is that you have committed too many crimes. Today is your end. After saying that, Huoda suddenly took action and knocked Deng Chengyan unconscious with a palm. Then, Huoda called Su Jun again and told him his current location. After a while, Su Jun came over with his men. After seeing Deng Chengyan, Su Jun immediately asked someone to take Deng Chengyan away. But at this time, Huoda stopped Su Jun. Brother Su, please let them go first. I have a recording here. Please listen to it first. Chapter 47 Breaking into a mansion at night to collect evidence. Although the recording was short, its content surprised Su Jun. Huoda, is everything in this recording true? Su Jun held his phone tightly and looked at Huoda in shock. This recording was exactly the conversation between Deng Chengyan and Wang Hao that Huoda had accidentally recorded before. The content inside has exposed the mastermind behind the human organ trafficking organization. What Su Jun didn't expect was that Jiangqing's municipal party secretary Wang Hongyuan was implicated behind this incident. If this was true, it was completely beyond his ability. To arrest a city's party secretary is not something that a mere deputy director of the Public Security Bureau can do. Seeing Su Jun's shocked expression, Huoda nodded solemnly and said, Brother Su, I can guarantee with my character that the content of this recording is absolutely true. No, I have to report this matter as soon as possible, Su Jun said hurriedly. This matter is no longer something he can handle. He must report the news and wait for further instructions from his superiors. Wait. However, at this time, Huoda suddenly stopped him and said, Brother Su, I think there may be someone behind Wang Hongyuan. Even if there is no one, we can't alert the enemy. We have finally made some progress in this case, so we must not alert the enemy. What do you mean? Su Jun looked at Huoda in confusion and asked. In fact, Huoda already had a solution in mind, but he couldn't explain it to Su Jun in detail. He pointed at Deng Chengyan lying on the ground and said, Brother Su, take Deng Chengyan back first. Keep it a secret and don't let anyone know that he has been arrested by the police. Leave the rest to me. Su Jun looked at Huoda suspiciously. Although he didn't know what Huoda's next plan was, he still chose to believe Huoda. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Su Jun nodded, then called two confidants and took Deng Chengyan out of Tiangong Entertainment through a secret passage. Afterwards, Huoda also bid farewell to Su De, and then found an empty corner and transformed himself into Deng Chengyan. Then Huoda took out Deng Chengyan's mobile phone and found a number in the address book that was marked as the boss. This number is Wang Hongyuan's private number. Calling it now will cause the other party to speculate. He will contact you tomorrow morning. After seeing the information from the system, Huoda decisively gave up the idea of calling Wang Hongyuan. Since the system said that Wang Hongyuan would call me tomorrow morning, I would just wait overnight. Huoda did not return to Heishanwang Mansion, but found a hotel to stay for one night. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. As expected, Deng Chengyan's cell phone rang. Huoda picked it up and saw that it was Wang Hongyuan calling. What happened last night? A deep voice came from the phone. Huoda knew that the person on the other end of the phone was Wang Hongyuan, the secretary of the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee. Huoda took a deep breath and replied in Deng Chengyan's voice. Boss, the police suddenly came for inspection last night and found 50 kilograms of white powder. Lei Zi has been arrested. Where are you now? Wang Hongyuan continued to ask. I'm in a small hotel now and I'm very safe. Hearing that Deng Chengyan had not been arrested, Wang Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said again. Run away now, the farther the better, and don't worry about other things. At the same time, the latest intelligence tips popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. Wang Hongyuan has already decided to kill Deng Chengyan to prevent future troubles. So cruel? But this is a good opportunity for Huoda. Half an hour later, Huoda quietly left the hotel and took a taxi to Wang Hongyuan's home. Wang Hongyuan is currently divorced and lives alone, and his ex-wife and children immigrated abroad several years ago. Of course, This is information that can be found externally. As to whether they are really divorced, only Wang Hongyuan himself knows. Wang Hongyuan lives in a 3-bedroom apartment, which was arranged for him by the Jiangqing authorities. After Huoda sneaked in, he began looking for evidence of Wang Hongyuan's crime. But unfortunately, Huoda searched for a long time but didn't find anything. It seems like a wasted trip. Just as Huoda was about to leave, an intelligence prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. This is only Wang Hongyuan's official residence. He also has a villa in Linglangjuan in secret. Damn! This old guy hid it really well. After learning that Wang Hongyuan also had a villa, Huoda immediately rushed to Linglangjuan. However, when Huoda arrived at Linglong Garden, he found that he couldn't get in at all. Linglangjuan is one of the most wealthy communities in Jiangqing. The security here is extremely strict. Every visitor must obtain permission from the owner before entering, otherwise they will not be able to enter the community gate. Huoda also tried to climb over the wall to get in, but after looking around, he found that the entire community was covered with surveillance cameras, which could be said to be 360 degrees with no blind spots. Besides, it was daytime now, so even if he climbed over the wall, he would be discovered by the security guards immediately. It seems we can only wait until night. 11 p.m. Huoda appeared near Linglong Garden again. He looked around and made sure that there was no one around before he quietly approached the wall of the community. Using the cover of night and the surrounding trees, he leaped over the wall and successfully entered the community. After entering the community, Huoda did not rush into action, but first observed the layout of the community and the location of the surveillance cameras. However, he used his speed to cleverly avoid all surveillance equipment. Only then did they quietly approach Wang Hongyuan's villa based on the location provided by the intelligence. A few minutes later, Huoda came to a 3-story villa, which was Wang Hongyuan's villa. There are 2 people in the villa, and both are in the master bedroom. Master bedroom? 2 people? No need to guess what it's doing. Because the security of the residential area is already very tight, the security of the villa seems to be very lax. Huoda easily climbed over the wall and entered the yard of the villa. Then Huoda saw that there was an open window on the 2nd floor, so he climbed up to the 2nd floor with his bare hands and climbed into the villa through the window. The villa was dark and quiet. Only from the master bedroom on the 3rd floor could intermittent panting sounds be heard from time to time. Huoda moved carefully along the wall, trying to avoid making any noise. The 3rd room on the 2nd floor is the study, where you can find what you want right away. After receiving this information, Huoda's heart moved and he immediately headed towards the study. He gently pushed open the door of the study and walked in quietly. Although the room was dim, Huoda's body had been modified by genetic drugs, which was enough to allow him to see any object clearly in such dim conditions. He looked around and found that the study was simply decorated. There didn't seem to be anything he was looking for. But the next second, new intelligence prompts appeared in front of him. Chapter 48, Revealing the Truth. There is a safe behind the mural on the wall. What you want is inside. Huoda walked quickly to the mural and gently lifted a corner of it. Sure enough, he saw a small safe about 40 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide behind the mural. The safe was found, but the question was how to open it. He doesn't know the password either. Just then, he heard a slight sound of footsteps coming from the 3rd floor. As the footsteps got closer, Huoda instantly realized something was wrong. Oh no, it's Wang Hongyuan! Huoda looked around and found that the study was very empty, and there was no place to hide. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Seeing the window in the study, he immediately climbed out and stuck close to the window. Fortunately, it was late at night and there were not many people in the community. In addition, he was wearing black clothes, and he seemed to blend into the wall. Unless you look closely, no one would know there is another person on the wall. Not long after, Huoda heard a click, and the light in the study came on. Huoda Cat was outside the window, and saw a middle-aged man in pajamas walk into the study. After learning that Wang Hongyuan was the boss behind the trafficking of human organs and tissues, Huoda went out of his way to check Wang Hongyuan's information. So with just one glance, Huoda confirmed the other person's identity, which was Wang Hongyuan. Wang Hongyuan walked to the desk, took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from the drawer and started making a call. The call was connected soon and Wang Hongyuan asked, "Have you found Deng Changyan?" Although it was far away, with Huoda's hearing, he could still hear the voice coming from the phone. "Not yet. It's as if that guy has disappeared from the face of the earth. I can't find him no matter how hard I try. I asked a lot of people involved in smuggling, and they all said they had never seen Deng Changyan. Boss, do you think he is still in Jiangqing?" After thinking for a moment, Wang Hongyuan said, "We can't rule out this possibility. You keep looking, and I'll send people to Jiangqing to continue looking. No matter what, I'll find him no matter how deep I go. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body." After saying that, Wang Hongyuan hung up the phone. Then he came to the mural, removed it, entered the password and opened the safe. And this scene was all seen by Huoda. Wang Hongyuan has a habit. Whenever he stays overnight here, he will take a look at the contents of the safe before going to bed. It records all his criminal records over the years and also serves as his amulet. Because if something happens to him, many people above him will be implicated. So, he must keep these things properly. This not only ensures your own safety, but also the safety of those above you. After confirming the contents of the safe, Wang Hongyuan closed the safe and left the study. Huoda waited for a long time until he heard the door closing in the bedroom on the third floor, and then he went back into the house. He walked quickly to the mural, removed it, and then entered the combination to the safe. Crack! After a slight sound, Huoda successfully opened the safe. There was nothing inside, just a USB drive. This USB flash drive contains all of Wang Hongyuan's criminal records. If we make them public, we can bring Wang Hongyuan down. Note: this item cannot be handed over to the authorities. The authorities have Wang Hongyuan's protection. The contents of this USB flash drive can only be made public through special means. Huoda looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and was suddenly shocked. What shocked him was not that the book recorded Wang Hongyuan's criminal record, but that there were actually people in the official high level who protected Wang Hongyuan. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is that Wang Hongyuan is definitely going to die. Huoda put the USB drive in his pocket and restored the safe and mural to their original state. Then he climbed out of the window again and blended into the night again. After leaving Linglanjuan, Huoda returned to the hotel immediately and called Su Jun. After the operation at Tiangong Entertainment was over, Su Jun handedly lay over to his subordinates for interrogation. He conducted a secret interrogation of Deng Changyan. But what Su Jun didn't expect was that Deng Changyan's mouth was as hard as a bone, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't knock Deng Changyan's mouth open. If it were possible that he could not resort to lynching, he would have wanted to subject Deng Changyan to the 10 most cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty. At this time, Su Jun had just come out of the prison where Deng Changyan was imprisoned, and he received a call from Huoda. As soon as the call was connected, Su Jun couldn't wait to ask, "Huoda, how are you doing? Have you found any evidence?" Huoda whispered, "Well, I found a USB drive from the safe in Wang Hongyuan's villa. I haven't looked at it yet, but I think it should contain what we want." When Su Jun heard this, he was immediately delighted and asked quickly, "Where are you now? I'll come find you right away." But at this time, Huoda asked back, "Brother Su, if I give you the USB drive, what will you do?" Su Jun was stunned, then he subconsciously replied, "Of course, hand him over to the relevant departments, and let them follow up and deal with it." "No!" Huoda refused outright, saying, "I suspect that Wang Hongyuan has official protection. Once this USB drive is handed over to the relevant departments, I'm afraid that only Wang Hongyuan can be punished." Upon hearing this, Su Jun frowned. He just didn't think of this just now, but after listening to Huoda's explanation, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Su Jun absolutely didn't believe that Wang Hongyuan had no one above him. If the USB flash drive is really handed over to the relevant departments, what Huoda said might really happen. As a people's policeman, he always remembers the oath he made under the national emblem. "What are you going to do?" Su Jun asked. Huoda hesitated for a moment, then said, "I am going to expose him to the public." Through this period of contact, he knew that Su Jun was a person he could trust. So Huoda did not hide her next plan from him. Sure enough, after hearing Huoda's plan, Su Jun immediately expressed his support. Okay, be careful. I will continue to interrogate Ding Changyan and see if I can get any useful information out of him. After that, the two chatted for a few more words and then went their separate ways. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, shocking content appeared on major social platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Penguin at the same time. All of Wang Hongyuan's criminal records are recorded above, including bribery, organizing human organ trafficking, acting as a protective umbrella for criminal gangs, and a series of other criminal acts. Not only that, the content also implicated a series of official executives. For a time, the whole of China was in turmoil. The instigator of all this, Huoda, walked out of the internet cafe with a calm face. The reason why he is so calm. Firstly, he exchanged a super hacker card from the system mall to ensure that no one could track him down. Secondly, he used the universal human skin mask to transform himself into Deng Changyan's younger brother, so even if he was caught on camera, no one would be able to trace it back to him. Chapter 49 Multimillionaire. As the incident unfolded, Wang Hongyuan's crimes were revealed one by one. The officialdom of Jiangqing, and even the officialdom of the entire Jiangnan province, experienced a major earthquake, and many provincial-level senior executives were arrested. Not only that, several senior officials from the central government were also implicated. Although this incident caused quite a stir, it also allowed the Chinese people to gain a better understanding of the clean and honest image of the Chinese government. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Of course, the biggest beneficiary of this incident is none other than Huoda. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the God-level intelligence, completion degree, perfect, reward points 1 million, remaining points 1.19 million. Ding! Since the host has perfectly completed the God-level intelligence, the system has evolved and unlocked a new ability, Virtual Warehouse. Virtual Warehouse, a portable storage space with unlimited area that can store all kinds of inanimate objects. Oh my god! Virtual Warehouse. It's actually a virtual warehouse. Seeing the system prompt, Huoda was immediately overjoyed. Isn't this just like the storage ring in the novels about cultivating immortals? With this thing, wouldn't it be possible to rob a bank without anyone noticing? Of course, Huoda was just thinking about it. As a model young man, he would never do such an illegal thing. However, he couldn't rob the bank, but he could sell the Hetian jade buy from the Han dynasty. He had bought this jade disc as a birthday gift for the old man of the Lin family. Unfortunately, some unpleasant things happened during the birthday gift, and he didn't have time to give the jade disc away. In that case, Huoda wanted to sell the jade disc for some cash. After all, he is still quite short of money now. As for gifts, there is nothing better than the urban village renovation project. With the downfall of Wang Hongyuan, Wang's father and son were also arrested, and the Wang group was seized and auctioned off. This urban village project naturally fell into the hands of the Lin family. Ding ling ling! The ringing of the cell phone brought Huoda back to reality. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Wana calling. This is a call from the old man of the Lin family. The Lin family has obtained the reconstruction project of the urban village, and he wants to thank you in person. Huoda smiled and answered the phone. Hello, is this Xiaohua? I'm Lin Jinghua. Mr. Lin, do you have something to talk to me about? Huoda asked, pretending to know nothing. Xiaohua, old man, I want to thank you. We have already obtained the reconstruction project of the urban village. When are you free? I would like to thank you in person. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. You are Wanner's grandfather, which means you are my elder. This is what I should do. When Huoda said this, Lin Jinghua's hearty laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Good boy, then you have to eat this meal, but it's not for thanking you, but for your engagement with Wanner. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lin Wanner's shy voice suddenly came from the phone. It was obvious that she was very surprised by Mr. Lin's sudden proposal of engagement. Lin Jinghua laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. Why, is our Wanner still shy? You and Xiaohua are in love with each other, let alone getting engaged, even getting married right away would be no problem. Huoda was also embarrassed when he heard this. I didn't expect the old man to be so open. After that, Huoda and Lin Wanner chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. As for engagement, there's no rush. As a man, of course you have to build a career before you start a family. When it comes to starting a business, you have to sell the Hetian jade by first. Who to sell it to? The first person that came to Huoda's mind was Wan Yukai. The Hetian jade bai was originally bought from Wan Yukai, and he has always been thinking about this Hetian jade bai, so I think he would be happy to take it over. Thinking of this, Huoda took a taxi to the antique market. Antique market, Wanbao Pavilion. Wan Yukai has been in the limelight these days. After he handed over the emperor's seal to the country, it seemed that he had lost a lot, but in fact he gained a lot. The first is fame. In the antique business, reputation is the most important thing. Secondly, there is a series of titles. He was the president of the Jiangqing Antiques Association and was indeed one of the most prominent figures in Jiangqing, but outside of Jiangqing he was nothing. But now, he has transformed himself into the vice president of the China Antiques Association. Even though he is just a deputy, this is the China Antiques Association. That is a serious national organization. I don't know how many people are waiting to curry favor with him. As a result, his business has improved a lot recently. The income from these few days alone is equivalent to his income for most of half a year. But sometimes happiness comes too suddenly, which is not necessarily a good thing. For example, now there are not many good things left in his treasure pavilion. The rest are basically fakes, which are okay for ordinary people but not for rich people. So, he is worried. I'm worried that I don't have anything good. Just then, Huoda's figure appeared at the door. Mr. Wan, are you busy? When Wan Yukai heard the voice, he looked up and saw that it was Huoda. A smile immediately broke out on his face. Isn't this Mr. Hua? What brings you here? Wan Yukai welcomed Huoda in and personally brewed a pot of the best pu'er tea for him. After tasting it for a while, Huoda got straight to the point and said, Boss Wan, do you still remember the Hetian jade disc I bought? Remember, of course I remember. Wan Yukai replied immediately. It would have been fine if Huoda didn't say this, but he got angry when he did. I have been collecting antiques all my life, but I never expected to fall flat on my face in front of Huoda. However, because of this incident, the two of them became acquainted with each other, which led to the matter of asking Huoda to help identify the emperor's seal. It is no exaggeration to say that Huoda is a wealthy man. However, Wan Yukai thought about a piece of Hetian jade worth tens of millions that he sold for only 60,000 yuan. No matter how he thought about it, he felt like he was losing out. Seeing Wan Yutsai's expression, Huoda guessed what he was thinking. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Mr. Wan, I want to sell the Hetian jade bai, do you want it? Yes, of course. When Wan Yukai heard Huoda say that he wanted to sell the Hetian jade bai, his voice rose 8 octaves in excitement. But after calming down, he looked at Huoda and asked, How much are you going to sell it for? Huoda did not answer but asked, How much are you prepared to give? The other party's psychological price is 15 million. As long as you don't rush to agree, the other party will automatically raise the price. 1500 W. Even though he already knew that this jade disc was very valuable, Huoda never imagined it would be so valuable. Seeing Huoda's weird smile, Wan Yukai tentatively stretched out a finger and said, 1000 W? Huoda didn't say anything and continued to stare at Wan Yukai. 1200 W. Huoda still said nothing. 13 million? 1500 W, no more. Make a deal. Seeing that Huoda finally gave in, Wan Yukai also breathed a sigh of relief. The market price of this Han Dynasty Hetian jade bai is between 1.2 million and 1.4 million. The reason why he spent 1.5 million to buy it was mainly because there were really no valuable items in his store. Secondly, with his current reputation in the antique world, it would be no problem for him to sell the jade bai for a few million more. So for him, he still makes a profit by buying it for 15 million. Then, Wan Yukai readily transferred 15 million yuan to Huoda's account. And Huoda directly handed the Hetian jade bai to Wan Yukai. The deal is done. Huoda has apparently completed the class leap and become a true multimillionaire. Chapter 50. There are idiots every year, but this year there are more of them. After having money, Huoda felt that his back was worth it, and even his steps were like the wind. Huoda walked out of the antique market with a ruthless pace and was about to take a taxi back when he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the side of the road. It turned out to be his beautiful landlord Yi Yunyao. Judging from her anxious look, it seemed that the car broke down halfway. "Hey, pretty, do you need any help?" Huoda stepped forward and greeted him warmly. At this moment, Yi Yunyao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was rushing back to the company, but her car suddenly broke down on the way. I called the 4S store and was told that the tow truck would take about half an hour to arrive. She couldn't just park the car on the side of the road. Just when Yi Yunyao was at a loss, she unexpectedly ran into Huoda. "It's you! You've come just in time, please do me a favor. I've called a tow truck, but I'm in a hurry to get back to the company. Please help me send the car to the 4S store. I'll treat you to a meal later." After saying this, without waiting for Huoda's consent, he hailed a taxi and drove away, leaving Huoda alone, disheveled in the wind. Huoda was speechless. What the hell was this? However, despite all his complaints, Huoda still stayed where he was and waited for the tow truck to arrive. In this way, Huoda waited for half an hour before the tow truck finally arrived. Then, the trailer towed Yi Yunyao's Mercedes-Benz and carried Huoda to the 4S store. Yi Yunyao's car was towed away for inspection, but Huoda did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at cars at the 4S store. He had originally wanted to buy a car for transportation, so he took this opportunity to see if there was one he liked. "Would you like to buy a car, sir?" The sales lady at the 4S store was very polite and did not look down on Huoda because of his ordinary clothes. This is called professionalism. Although in today's society, there are still many people who judge people by their appearance. But those who work in sales should avoid judging people by their appearance. Because no one knows whether there will be some rich people in ordinary clothes coming to buy things. "You can take a look. These are the popular models in our store. There are detailed introductions here." Huoda took the flyer handed to him and read it carefully. Mercedes-Benz CLA 2024 C200 four-door sports car, official guide price 309,200 yuan, now discounted guide price 239,200 yuan, a direct reduction of 70,000 yuan. Mercedes-Benz CLE 2024 C260 sports car, official guide price 457,600 yuan, now discounted guide price 377,600 yuan, a direct reduction of 80,000 yuan. Mercedes-Benz CLE Class AMG 2024 model, official guide price 718,800 yuan, order now and get a full car invisible car cover, full car film, and 5 maintenance services. The handsome cars on the flyers are really attractive. A car worth hundreds of thousands is not expensive for Huoda now. After all, he has more than 10 million in his hands. But the problem is, these cars are not what Huoda wants. "Hello, do you have an SUV?" In Huoda's opinion, men should drive SUVs. Driving a sedan is too petty. The young lady smiled and said, "Yes, please follow me." With that, the sales lady took Huoda to the SUV showroom. As soon as he entered the SUV showroom, Huoda's eyes were attracted by the big car parked in the middle. Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The dream car every boy wants to own. And this is not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz G, but an AMG G63. "Hey, isn't this the licking dog Huoda?" Suddenly, a mocking and unexpected voice sounded in the exhibition hall. Huoda turned his head and saw a hot woman walking in with a well-dressed young man. It was the young man who spoke. Huoda frowned and looked at the other person in confusion, obviously not knowing who the other person was. But the other party called me a dog licker, so he must know me. "Who are you?" "Damn! You dead licker, you don't even know me, are you so arrogant?" Hearing this, Huoda frowned. He felt the hostility from the other party. But the problem is, he doesn't know the other person at all. "Mr. Joe, who is he?" The woman next to him glanced at Huoda, and then showed a look of disgust. "A loser, a poor bastard, a bootlicker, a big idiot who likes toads and wants to eat swan meat. Beauty, I think you should not entertain him. He is just a poor guy who can't afford a car. You should entertain me instead." "Excuse me, sir. Since this gentleman has come to our store, he is our customer, and we should receive him. If you need to buy a car, I can ask other colleagues to come and receive you." The sales lady's answer was somewhat unexpected to Huoda. After all, the other party said that he was poor, but she was still able to respond so calmly, which shows how professional she is. What the hell, I advised you with good intentions but you didn't listen. Go ahead and cry. Come on, I'll take you to buy a car. Mr. Joe, you are so nice, eh? The two of them played a wave as if no one was around, and then started looking at the car by themselves. Huoda was speechless. What the hell was going on? What did he do to offend anyone? That idiot came out for no reason and scolded him. The key is that you don't even know who the other person is or what his or her name is, which is really annoying. Name, Zhou Tao. Profile, an ordinary second-generation rich man in Jiangqing, who used to hang out with Wang Hao. He holds a grudge against you because you slapped the Wang family in the face at Lin Jinghua's birthday party. After Wang Hao was arrested, he wanted to take advantage of you to get to the top. Huoda was completely speechless. What was going on? You may be in a higher position, but it has nothing to do with me. How can I bother you? Sir, I'm really sorry. Let me continue to introduce you. Which car do you like? The sales lady was very polite and her professionalism was impeccable. From beginning to end, he was very respectful to Huoda. Let me introduce you to this AMG G63. Puff! At this time, Zhou Tao, who was not far away, sneered after hearing what Huoda said. You still want to buy a G63? Do you know how expensive a G63 is? I'm afraid you can't even afford a tire, right? Fuck, whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Not only do I want to buy a G63, I also want to pay full price for the top model. This is intolerable. The other party has been provoking us again and again, and even a clay man would get angry. Huoda finally couldn't bear it anymore and confronted him directly. You? And you paid full price for the top model? Are you here to make fun of me? If you can afford it, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. Zhou Tao said this very arrogantly, not believing at all that Huoda could afford the top-of-the-line G63 in full. You should know that the starting price of a top-of-the-line G63 is more than 2 million, which does not include optional equipment and other miscellaneous expenses. The top-of-the-line G63 plus some options, insurance, vehicle tax, etc., costs at least over 3 million yuan. He would never believe that a poor loser like Huoda could afford a G63 worth more than 3 million yuan. Okay, this is what you said, just wait and kneel down and call me daddy. Chapter 51. There is a price to pay for being pretentious. Although Huoda is only 25 this year, he doesn't mind having a big son. After all, the other party was the one who took the initiative to stretch his face out to him for him to hit, so how could he let Zhou Tao down? Beauty, I want this car, swipe the card. As he spoke, Huoda took out a savings card from China Construction Bank. He had just seen that the exhibition car in front of him was a top-of-the-line G63. He was ready to buy the G63 on the spot and make Zhou Tao kneel down and call him daddy. For no other reason than to vent my anger. Friendly reminder, this plan is not the best decision. Please think carefully. If you insist on doing so, the system will not stop you. Huoda frowned, not knowing why the system would pop up such a prompt. But what if it is not the best choice? We should live our lives to the fullest. The original owner of this body lived a very miserable life. Now that he has finally become rich, can't he just act cool and slap someone in the face? Huoda ignored the prompt in front of him and handed the bank card directly to the sales lady. Friendly reminder. It is recommended that you cherish your life and give the car to the other party. What? What's the meaning? Let yourself give your car to the other party. Is this going to make him slap himself in the face? This G63 has safety hazards. Driving this car will 100% result in a car accident. The other party who buys the car will become a vegetable after the car accident, and his female companion will die as a result. Holy crap! Huoda was just about to show off when he was startled by this sudden change. He also immediately took back the bank card that he had handed over. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tao immediately turned on the mocking mode again. Poor bastard, you can't even afford a G63, yet you still dare to act cool in front of your grandfather. Who gave you the courage? Beauty, I want this car, Hurry up and swipe the card. As he spoke, Zhou Tao took out a bank card with a gold border from his pocket. The sales lady looked at Huoda, and seeing that he was indifferent, she had no choice but to take Zhou Tao's bank card and handle the car purchase procedures for him. After a while, she handed the car keys of the G63 to Zhou Tao. Afterwards, Zhou Tao took his female companion and drove the G63 away from the 4S store. After seeing the two leave, the sales lady said to Huoda, "Sir, I'm sorry that you had a bad experience." Huoda didn't expect that the other party would actually comfort him instead. "You know, he gave up this himself. This sales lady is a kind and simple person. Because of your kindness, you saved the other person's life." "What? Did you save the other person yourself?" "If you hadn't given up on buying the car, she would have accompanied you on the test drive and lost her life in a car accident." "I see. You must test drive a car before buying it, unless the system suddenly pops up a message. He will most likely ask the other party to take him for a test drive, and a very serious car accident will surely occur at that time. And because he has been modified by genetic drugs, even if he is injured, it will not be too serious." But she was different. "Beauty, what's your name?" "Ah? My last name is Liu." "Hello, Ms. Liu. My name is Huoda. Do you have any other G63s? I want the top-of-the-line model." "Mr. Hua, do you still want to buy the G63? Liu Anren was confused by Huoda's question. Why did he want a G63? If you want a G63, why did you take out your bank card but not pay for it? Although it was strange, Liu Anren still said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, we only have one top-of-the-line G63 in our store, which is the one just now. If you want the top-of-the-line G63, you need to place an order and wait for the manufacturer to ship it." "How long do we have to wait?" Huoda knew about this kind of luxury car. Because there are many optional parts, the optional parts for different consumers are also different, so there are very few cars in stock and usually one has to wait for several months. Liu Anren picked up the tablet and checked it and said, "It will take at least a month." "A month? That's a bit long." Although Huoda likes the G63 very much, he can't wait for a month. Instead of waiting for a month, you might as well buy a car of another brand. Seeing Huoda's slightly disappointed expression, Liu Anren hurriedly said, "If Mr. Hua doesn't want to wait too long, you can pay more and buy it. You only need to wait about a week. It is very common to pay a premium when buying a car. Some car models are too popular, and car companies have insufficient production capacity, so many 4S stores will launch plans to pay a premium when buying a car. In fact, paying a higher price for a car does not mean that car companies will speed up production, but rather manufacture the higher-priced vehicles in advance. After all, no one knows whose order the car company will produce first." "Okay, I'll raise the price, just place the order for me." As he spoke, Huoda took out his bank card again. This time, he did not take back the bank card halfway. 1 minute later, the G63 driven by Zhou Tao will have a car accident with a mud tanker full of cement tanks at the intersection. Zhou Tao's female companion died on the spot. Although Zhou Tao's life is not in danger, he will become a vegetable. 1 minute later. Just as Liu Anren was processing the car ordering procedures for Huoda, a staff member from the 4S store suddenly rushed into the store in a hurry. "Oh no! Oh no! There's a car accident at the intersection ahead." "It's just a car accident, what's the big deal?" "That's right. There are car accidents every other day at that intersection ahead. I'm used to it." "No, the car that had the accident was the G63 that we just sold in our store. It is said that the cause of the accident was a failure of the brake system." "What? Why don't you go and have a look?" At this moment, Liu Anren was stunned. The G63 had just had a car accident. You should know that this car was originally intended to be sold to Huoda, but in the end it was sold to Zhou Tao by mistake. "Let's go and take a look." Then, the two of them followed the people from the 4S shop to the scene of the car accident. The accident scene was in chaos. The mud tanker overturned and the entire vehicle fell on the G63. The huge weight crushed half of the G63's body. It was for this reason that Zhou Tao's female companion died on the spot. At this time, various sirens were heard in the distance. The fire brigade was the first to arrive and immediately launched a rescue operation. After half an hour of rescue, Zhou Tao was successfully rescued, but he had fallen into a coma. This person suffered a severe blow to the brain, which caused serious damage to the intracranial nerves and will remain in a vegetative state for a long time. After a while, Zhou Tao's female companion was also rescued. However, the other party was not as lucky as Zhou Tao and had already lost all vital signs. At this time, a policeman came to Huoda and Lu Anren and asked Lu Anren, "Excuse me, are you Lu Anren? Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." Lu Anren was taken away by the police to assist in the investigation. After all, the car Zhou Tao was driving was sold by her. It was inevitable to cooperate with the police investigation, but Huoda believed that Lu Anren would be fine. To put it bluntly, she is just a salesperson. Even if she has any problems, she will go to the owner of the 4S store, not him. However, Huoda still called Su Jun and explained what happened to him, asking him not to make things too difficult for Lu Anren. Afterwards, Huoda left the scene by car. Chapter 52 Yi Yunyao encounters trouble, the mysterious Jiang family's third young master. Not long after Huoda returned home, he received a call from Yi Yunyao. "I heard that there was a serious car accident near the 4S store this afternoon. Are you okay?" Yi Yunyao asked worriedly on the phone. "Do you think I'm okay or not?" Huoda teased. "From the tone of your voice, I think everything should be fine," Yi Yunyao said unhappily. The two of them were not very familiar with each other, and they had only met twice, including today. But after this conversation, the relationship between the two became much closer. It's not like a relationship between landlord and tenant, but more like a relationship between friends. "By the way, your car has been sent to the 4S shop for repair. It will probably take a few days," said Huoda. "Well, the 4S store has called me. Thank you for today." At this point, Yi Yunyao paused for a moment, and then spoke again. "Have you eaten? If not, I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. It's impossible to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. Even if I've already eaten, I have to go." "Okay, I'll send you the address, see you later." "See you later." Night falls and the lights come on. Although Jiangqing is just a small third-tier city, it is very lively at night. Huoda took a taxi to the place where he had agreed to meet Yi Yunyao. This is a Western restaurant that looks very nice. When Huo arrived, Yi Yunyao was already waiting at the door. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Seeing Yi Yunyao, Huoda immediately walked over, scratched his head and said, "It's okay. I just got here not long ago." Yi Yunyao smiled at Huoda and then said, "Let's go in." Then the waiter took the two of them into the restaurant. Huoda followed behind Yi Yunyao, admiring her back. During the day, because of being in a hurry, Huoda didn't pay too much attention to Yi Yunyao's outfit. At this moment, looking at Yi Yunyao's charming back, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. What a beauty! Her long, shiny black hair swayed gently with her steps, exuding a faint fragrance. The simple yet elegant black dress perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The two of them sat down at a table by the window, outside of which was the bustling night view of the river city. The waiter handed over the menu. Yi Yunyao ordered a few of the signature dishes here, and then handed the menu to Huoda. Seeing that Yi Yunyao had ordered a lot, Huoda did not order anything else, but he did order a bottle of red wine. Since we are eating Western food, there is no reason not to drink red wine. There weren't many people eating at the Western restaurant, so the dishes were served quickly. After a while, all the dishes were served. Then the waiter poured red wine for the two of them. Yi Yunyao picked up the wine glass and said, "Huoda, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I would be in trouble today." The two clinked glasses and took a sip. Huoda put down his glass and asked, "You look like you're in trouble?" Yi Yunyao smiled and said, "Nothing, it's all been resolved." The other party did not tell the truth. She only solved the problem temporarily, but there will be more troubles later. Huoda frowned slightly. Since Yi Yunyao didn't want to say it, he didn't ask any more questions. The two of them clinked glasses and soon the red wine was almost gone. Of course, most of it was drunk by Yi Yunyao. It can be seen that she was not in a good mood and wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Seeing Yi Yunyao's worried look, Huoda couldn't help but said again, Are you worried about something? Tell me if I can help you. Even if I can't help you, I can help you think of a solution together. Perhaps because she was a little drunk, Yi Yunyao did not refuse this time. In fact, I run several chain beauty salons. The business has always been stable and the reputation is good. But recently, people often come to cause trouble, and there has been a serious loss of customers. Customer loss, that should be caused by competitors, right? Asked Huoda. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Yi Yunyao should not be unaware of such an obvious thing. At this time, Yi Yunyao continued. If it was just a loss of customers, it would be fine. Recently, the relevant departments have come to inspect every few days. There was even a store that was closed for rectification because its fire protection facilities were not up to standard. They came to inspect again this afternoon. Fortunately, I returned in time, otherwise another store would have been closed. Hearing this, Huoda frowned. This was no longer a simple business competition. It was obvious that someone wanted to destroy Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. Do you know who did it? Huoda asked. Yi Yunyao shook her head and said, It would be easier if we knew who it was, but the problem is that we don't know. Have you offended anyone recently? Huoda continued to ask. Yi Yunyao shook her head again, unable to think of who she had offended. Just then, Yi Yunyao's cell phone suddenly rang. After Yi Yunyao answered the phone, her expression changed instantly. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yunyao immediately stood up and said, I'm sorry, something happened in my store and I have to go back immediately. I'll go with you, said Huoda. After all, Yi Yunyao drank so much, and Huoda was really worried about letting her leave alone. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yunyao nodded and agreed to Huoda's proposal. Then, after Yi Yunyao paid the bill, the two of them took a taxi to Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. When the two men arrived, they found the beauty salon in a mess, as if it had just been robbed. Boss Yi, you are finally back. How could this happen? What happened? While the two were talking, Huoda was also observing his surroundings. A beauty salon that had just been smashed by thugs. If the thugs couldn't deal with it openly, they resorted to covert tactics. At this time, Yi Yunyao also learned what had happened from the store clerk. Half an hour ago, a group of hooligans suddenly rushed into the store and started smashing things without saying a word. Many customers were scared away after seeing this scene, and demanded a refund and threatened never to come again. Have you called the police? Yi Yunyao asked. The clerk immediately responded. The police have been here. They checked the surveillance footage and said they will conduct a thorough investigation, but it will take time. The gangsters only did the work for money, but there was someone else behind the scenes. It's useless. At this time, Huoda said, These hooligans are only doing things for money. Even if we catch them, we can't get anything out of them. The most important thing is to find the people behind them. Jiangcheng is neither big nor small. When it comes to finding someone, sometimes the police are not as effective as the gangsters. Let me make a phone call first to see if there are any clues. As he said that, Huoda called Huamao. The call was connected quickly. Huamao, can you help me ask who smashed the Yaoguang beauty salon half an hour ago? Okay, boss. Huamao was very efficient, and soon found out who had smashed the store. Boss, I found out that it's a guy called Vulture. He used to be a subordinate of Deng Changyan, but now he has formed his own faction with dozens of his subordinates. I also heard that he has been very close to the third young master of the Jiang family recently. The third young master of the Jiang family? Huoda muttered. Okay, I get it. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Huoda found Yi Yunyao and asked, Do you know the third young master of the Jiang family? Yi Yunyao frowned when she heard this. She didn't know who the third young master of the Jiang family was, but she did meet someone with the surname Jiang recently. Could it be him? Chapter 53, Undercurrents in Jiangqing. River City. Tianweishan Nightclub. Originally, Tiangong Entertainment was the largest entertainment venue in Jiangqing, but with the downfall of Deng Changyan, Tiangong Entertainment was closed down by the police, and Tianweishan Nightclub became the largest entertainment venue in Jiangqing. Business has increased several times more than usual. At this time, in the supreme box of Tianweishan Nightclub, a dozen heavily made-up women surrounded a few well-dressed men. They were sitting or standing, smiling, posing and trying their best to be charming. The lighting in the box is dim and blurry, and colorful lights are flickering, creating an atmosphere of decadence and extravagance. The air is filled with a mixed smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and perfume, which makes people involuntarily intoxicated. The young man sat in the center, with 4 women sitting on his left and right, enjoying their service like an emperor. This person is none other than Jiang Wenbo, the 3rd son of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Mr. Jiang, as you instructed, I have sent someone to Yi Yunyao's store. I believe she will come to you and beg you soon. At this time, a middle-aged man not far from Jiang Wenbo said flatteringly. Hearing this, Jiang Wenbo raised a smug smile and said, Well done. I agree to that. As soon as Jiang Wenbo finished speaking, the middle-aged man hurriedly picked up the wine glass and thanked him. Thank you for your cultivation, Mr. Jiang. This glass of wine is for you. I'll drink it, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Although foreign liquor is spicy, men's hearts are sweet. As long as he has Jiang Wenbo's support, he will be able to secure his position as the underground emperor of Jiangqing as he wishes. After Deng Changyan's downfall, Jiangqing's underground forces fell into chaos. In addition to some of the forces originally under Deng Changyan, even the underground forces from several other neighboring cities also wanted to come to Jiangqing to get a piece of the pie. Of course, it wasn't just the underground forces in Jiangqing that were in turmoil. There was also some unrest in Jiangqing's business community. The urban village renovation plan is a huge piece of cake, with at least tens of billions of profits. When Wang Hongyuan was around, no one dared to covet this piece of cake. But as soon as Wang Hongyuan fell, some evildoers jumped out. Although this project has now been given to the Lin family, these evildoers will not give up as long as the construction has not started. Jiang Wenbo came to Jiangqing this time for this project. It was just a few days after he arrived that he met Yi Yunyao and fell in love with her at first sight. At the beginning, Jiang Wenbo planned to pursue Yi Yunyao openly. But Yi Yunyao ignored Jiang Wenbo. Afterwards, Jiang Wenbo brought up his title as the 3rd young master of the Jiang family. However, Yi Yunyao still ignored him and didn't even know who the 3rd young master of the Jiang family was. After repeated setbacks, Jiang Wenbo stopped pretending and exposed his true face as a playboy. He began to use some unspeakable means to force Yi Yunyao to submit. It was from this time that Yi Yunyao's store began to be targeted. However, Yi Yunyao didn't know that the culprit of all this was Jiang Wenbo. Yaoguang Beauty Salon. After Yi Yunyao learned from Huoda that it was the 3rd young master of the Jiang family who was behind this, she asked someone to find out more about the other party. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. The 3rd young master of the Jiang family is actually quite influential. Although Yi Yunyao is considered a wealthy woman, she only has a little money. Compared with the huge Jiang family, Yi Yunyao's family background is simply not worth mentioning. The Jiang family has a huge influence in the provincial capital and is involved in many fields. They have a profound influence in both politics and business. Yi Yunyao realized that she might be in big trouble this time. If it doesn't work, I'll just close the store. After thinking about it, Yi Yunyao made the worst plan. However, at this moment, the cell phone in Huoda's pocket suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Mr. Lin calling. Hello, Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? Huoda asked. Xiaohua, you have to help our Lin family this time. The Jiang family in the provincial capital wants our urban village renovation project. If we don't give it to them, they will destroy our Lin family. Mr. Lin said anxiously on the phone. The Jiang family again? Huoda exclaimed. Mr. Lin, I understand. Leave this to me. Although the Jiang family did not provoke Huoda, he would not let it go if they provoked his woman. That's right, from the first moment he saw Yi Yunyao, Huoda decided that she would be his woman. Jiang family? Let me meet this behemoth! After leaving Yaoguang Beauty Salon, Huoda strolled to a barbecue stall alone. Western food is not filling to begin with, and he didn't eat much before following Yi Yunyao to the store, so he was already starving. Huoda ordered some skewers and 2 bottles of beer. The Jiang family is not like the Wang family. The Jiang family is a big family in the provincial capital and a real wealthy family. If you want to bring down such a huge family, you must plan ahead. Huoda drank a glass of beer and ate a few skewers of barbecue, which finally relieved some of his hunger. To be honest, he hasn't eaten skewers like this for a long time. I remember the last time I had skewers was the time before. More than 10 minutes later, after Huoda put the last kebab into his stomach, he still felt only 7/10 full. So he ordered another large bowl of oily noodles. However, at this moment, suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Boy, leave as soon as you finish eating. We want this seat." "Ah? Who are you? Can't you see I haven't finished eating yet? Do you think I'm blind? These are all empty plates, and you told me you didn't finish eating? Who said you can't order more after you've finished eating?" Huoda saw that there were 4 or 5 young people on the other side. They looked so arrogant, and did not look like children from ordinary families. He had seen rich second generations like Wang Hao and Zhou Tao, so he could tell at a glance that the other party should also be rich second generations. But the group of people in front of him were obviously of a much higher level than those two. The contempt in these people's eyes came from the bottom of their hearts. "It feels like everyone is inferior to me." If an ordinary person saw it, he would probably turn around and run away immediately, trying to get as far away from it as possible. But who is Huoda? He is a man with a golden finger, so how could he be afraid of these people? "Here's $1,000, kid. Take the money and get out of here while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." At this time, one of the young men took out 10 $100 bills from his pocket and threw them on the table. Huoda didn't even look at the money on the table. He took out a pack of TNI from his pocket, lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said lightly, "Is 1,000 a lot? I'll give each of you 1,000, now get out of here immediately." When those rich second generations heard this, their faces suddenly changed, a hint of mockery flashed in their eyes, and then they burst into laughter. "You actually use money to get rid of us? This is really funny. Do you know who we are? I don't care who you are, just get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Huoda returned the previous man's words exactly as they were spoken. In an instant, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across the faces of several people, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. Chapter 54, Dog by Dog Plot. Seeing the changes in the faces of several people, Huoda was ready to take action. Unexpectedly, the guy who took out the money before counted out dozens of $100 bills from his pocket and threw them on the table and said, "Here's 5,000, kid. I'll say it one last time. Take the money and get out. The people who are coming soon are not people you can afford to offend." At this time, the owner of the barbecue stall noticed something was wrong and quickly put down his work and ran over. "Let's talk it over. I'll set up another table for you. Please don't offend the harmony. When doing business, harmony brings wealth. No one wants a fight to break out in their store." So as soon as the boss saw that something was wrong, he immediately ran over to mediate. When the rich second generation saw the boss coming, they simply ignored Huoda and started directly from the boss. "Boss, here's 10,000. We've reserved the place for tonight, so please clear the place out." The guy who took out the money before took out a thick stack of $100 bills from his pocket and put it on the table. After saying this, he looked at Huoda provocatively again. It was as if he was saying, "Since you don't want to leave, I'll just book the whole place and see if you leave or not." The boss was also in a dilemma at this time. His barbecue business was good, but he couldn't make 10,000 yuan in one night. This 10,000 is almost equal to his income for half a month. And most importantly, he could see that the people in front of him were of great importance, and not people that an ordinary person like him could afford to offend. The boss hesitated for a moment, but still took the money. Then he said to Huoda with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm really sorry, little brother. How about I give you a free meal? Also, everyone here will get a free meal, it's all mine." Although this time I lost a few $1,000s, it was nothing compared to the 10,000. A middle-aged man who makes a living by running a barbecue stall. He has elderly parents and young children to support. His wife has to take care of the elderly and the children, and is unemployed. The family's income depends entirely on this barbecue stall. This 10,000 yuan is equivalent to the boss's income for half a month. He does not want to miss this opportunity to make money. Seeing this, Huoda sighed helplessly. Every family has its own problems, and it's not easy for anyone. Since the boss has said so, I won't make it difficult for you. Just pack up the big oily sides I just ordered. Okay. Although Huoda gave up his position, he didn't want to just swallow his anger and let the matter go. Hey kid, stop right there! What was that look you just had? As Huoda stood up to leave, he glanced at the other person a few times. I originally wanted to find a place to hide, and then wait for these people to finish eating and give them an unforgettable lesson. Unexpectedly, the other party still held on to it. It's nothing, I just see that your forehead is black. I'm afraid you'll have a bloody disaster, Huoda said seriously. Can you read faces? The other party thought that Huoda would blurt out, let's see what you can do, but he actually said that he would suffer a bloody disaster. Seeing how serious Huoda looked, he actually believed it. Physiognomy and feng shui may seem like illusory things to ordinary people, but in the eyes of this group of rich second generations, they are real things. Of course, Huoda is not a fortune teller. He just thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. This method can teach these people a lesson and put the blame on Jiang Wenbo. That is to turn into Jiang Wenbo's appearance and beat up these guys. Huoda did not answer, but instead gave a meaningful smile and walked away. But he didn't go far, instead he hid in a corner. After a while, an extended version of the executive Palmer stopped by the roadside. A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Fuck, wearing sunglasses at night, you're pretentious than me. Huoda, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but complain after seeing the other person's outfit. At this time, several rich second generations saw the young man and immediately went up to him. Qian Xiao, you are here. The young man nodded and took off his sunglasses. Suddenly, he revealed an angular face with upright features. He was wearing a white casual suit. It was obvious at first glance that he was the son of a wealthy family. Name, Qian Jun. Identity, the second son of the Qian family in the provincial capital. Personality, arrogant and domineering, will take revenge on the blind, and is a playboy. This is the real top second-generation rich man in China. He likes to hang out at roadside stalls, looking for young women. He uses his identity as a second-generation rich man to hunt ordinary girls, and then plays with their feelings. When he gets tired of playing, he will kick them away. After the other party finishes eating barbecue, he will go to Tianweishan nightclub, and it will be the best time to attack there. At that time, a dog-eat-dog plot will be triggered, with the two top second-generation rich people fighting each other. Dog bites dog. I like. Huoda found that the system understood his thoughts more and more. Half an hour later. After finishing their meal, a group of rich second generations drove to Tianweishan nightclub. Huoda also waved and called a taxi to follow. Although it was late at night, Tian was still brightly lit and full of singing. Huoda stopped the taxi 100 meters away from Tianweishan. It's so far away and it's the middle of the night, no one would pay attention to Huoda. But with Huoda's eyesight, he could see people 100 meters away. After Huoda got off the car, he happened to see Qian Jun and his group entering the nightclub. Then the two thugs said a few words to a middle-aged man, who nodded and led the few people into a private room. After everyone had left, Huoda went around to the side of the nightclub and climbed in through the toilet window. Jiang Wenbo was in the Supreme box, Qian Jun was in the Emperor box. The two boxes were next to each other, and neither of them knew of the other's existence. You just need to wait here for a moment, and the two will come to you. At this time, the door of the Supreme box suddenly opened, and a figure walked out of the box. Jiang Wenbo, who was a little drunk, staggered towards the bathroom. Drunk Jiang Wenbo is going to the bathroom, and will arrive in 1 minute. At the same time, in the Imperial box on the other side, Qian Jun was also preparing to release some water. Qian Jun will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Good guy, come together. Huoda originally wanted to pretend to be Jiang Wenbo and beat up Qian Jun, but now that both of them are here, it becomes a bit difficult. Just then, Jiang Wenbo walked into the bathroom first. Then he walked straight into a single room. At this moment, Huoda suddenly had an idea and immediately changed into Jiang Wenbo's appearance and came to the urinal. Just as Huoda was about to pee, Qian Jun walked in and came to the urinal next to Huoda. Each private room in Tianweishan has its own bathroom, so the public restroom is not big and there are only 2 urinals. As luck would have it, someone was using the restroom in Jiang Wenbo and Qian Jun's box, so the 2 of them came out to use the restroom. Since Huoda was occupying another urinal, Qian Jun had no choice but to choose another one. Seeing Qian Jun coming in, Huoda immediately opened the door and started to drain the water. Then he pretended to recognize Qian Jun, turned around and greeted Qian Jun. "Hey, isn't this Qian Xiao?" However, at this moment, a stream of yellow water sprayed onto Qian Jun's white suit. The pure white suit was instantly stained yellow. "Fuck! You fucking!" Chapter 55, Conflict escalates, storm is coming. "Fuck! You have no eyes. Where are you going?" Qian Jun would never have thought that one day he would be urinated on by someone. He was about to get angry when he saw a familiar face. "It's you! Why are you here?" Qian Jun asked. "I'm sorry, Qian Xiao, I couldn't help it. As he said that, Huoda rushed towards Qian Jun again. Now the entire trouser leg was covered with yellow urine stains, and Qian Jun was completely furious. Although Qian Jun and Jiang Wenbo are both young men from the provincial capital, they do not have a good personal relationship. On the contrary, there is still some grudge between the 2. Of course, as descendants of 2 big families, it is normal to have some personal grudges. But Qian Jun never expected to meet Jiang Wenbo here, and he never thought that Jiang Wenbo would do such a disgusting thing. "You're looking for death!" Qian Jun roared, raised his leg and kicked towards Huoda. But Huoda was agile enough to dodge Qian Jun's attack. Not to mention that Qian Jun was drunk now. Even if he wasn't drunk, with Huoda's skills, there was no way he could be kicked. After dodging Qian Jun's attack, Huoda immediately went into an empty single room. At this time, Jiang Wenbo, who heard the noise outside, walked out of another single room. Coincidentally, at this moment, Qian Jun turned around and saw the real Jiang Wenbo. Qian Jun rushed forward with his fists raised without saying a word. Bang! Jiang Wenbo didn't understand what was going on. After being punched in the face by Qian Jun, he instantly became much more sober. Jiang Wenbo rubbed his painful cheek, glared at Qian Jun, and asked loudly, "Qian Jun, what are you crazy about? Why did you hit me for no reason?" "For no reason? You know exactly what you did." Qian Jun was too lazy to talk nonsense, and rushed forward again, wrestling with Jiang Wenbo. At this time, Huoda, the instigator of all this, was hiding in a single room and watching the boxing performance of the 2 men. "Hit him! Hit him! Yes, that's it, hit him in the face! Hey, fight back, this idiot, fight back!" Although Huoda didn't dare to make a sound, he was cheering for the 2 of them in his heart. As a result, the 2 men wrestled for more than 10 minutes without a clear winner. But at this moment, seeing that they had not returned for such a long time, their younger brothers came to look for them. When they saw the 2 people hugging and wrestling each other in the toilet, they all joined the fight. The duel instantly turned into a group fight. Because Jiang Wenbo's side had fewer people, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. A few minutes passed again. The winner was finally revealed. At this time, everyone was injured, but Jiang Wenbo was the worst off. He was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and his clothes were torn into tatters, and he looked in a miserable state. Qian Jun wiped the blood off his hands, walked up to Jiang Wenbo, and said disdainfully, "Jiang Wenbo, remember this matter is not over yet. Let's go!" Qian Jun left with his brothers. "Mr. Jiang, are you okay?" Jiang Wenbo's younger brother helped him up and asked. "Damn it, are you okay?" Jiang Wenbo roared. "Send me to the hospital first. Then we won't seek revenge?" "Revenge? I'm going to tear Qian Jun into pieces." Although Jiang Wenbo didn't know why Qian Jun suddenly went crazy and beat him, it didn't matter anymore. He now has only one thought, and that is to kill Qian Jun. After both groups left the bathroom, Huoda slipped out of the room. Huoda was in a particularly good mood at this time, because he knew that his plan had achieved initial results. Next, the 2 young masters from the provincial capital will be allowed to fight each other. After leaving Tianweishan, Huoda went straight home. At this time, in a VIP ward of Jiangqing First People's Hospital, Jiang Wenbo had bandages on his hands and plaster on his feet, and he was lying on the hospital bed with a gloomy face. His men also stood by the bed with bandages on their bodies, not daring to make a sound, for fear of angering the furious Jiang Wenbo. "Mr. Jiang, calm down first. The doctor said you need to rest," one of the subordinates said cautiously. Jiang Wenbo snorted coldly and glared at the subordinate. "Rest? How the hell can I rest now? That bastard Qianjun actually dared to hit me. I want him to be torn into pieces." Seeing this, another subordinate stepped forward and advised. "Master Jiang, the other party is the second son of the Qian family after all. If we really kill him, the Qian family will definitely go to war with us, and then the old man will blame us." He didn't say anything else, but everyone knew that if the two big families went to war, the consequences would be very serious. Jiang Wenbo certainly knew that the Qian family's power should not be underestimated, but at this moment he was already overwhelmed by anger, and had no time to care about so many things. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Wenbo slammed the edge of the bed, which immediately hurt his wound, and he let out a wail. After recovering from the shock, Jiang Wenbo angrily shouted, "So what about the Qian family? Would our Jiang family be afraid of them? Besides, it was Qianjun who started this incident today. If I don't get my revenge, how can I survive in the provincial capital in the future?" After hearing this, the subordinates looked at each other. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to say anything more, and could only do as Jiang Wenbo asked. At the same time, a group of thugs armed with sticks waited at the gate of Tianweishan just as Qianjun was about to leave. As soon as Qianjun walked out of the gate of Tianweishan, the gang of gangsters swarmed over him. Without any explanation, he beat Qianjun violently. Qianjun, who didn't know what was going on, was knocked to the ground in an instant. By the time the police arrived, Qianjun was breathing more than he was breathing in. He eventually died on the way to the hospital. Provincial capital, Qian family. "What, Junior is dead? Who is it? Who did it?" In a luxurious villa, Qianjun's father Qian Kyandakai was heartbroken and roared in anger after learning of his son's death. "Investigate! Find out who did this! I want his entire family to be buried with him!" At this moment, Qian Ditsai's eyes were red and full of murderous intent. "Master, I heard from the second young master's companions that the second young master had a conflict with the third young master of the Jiang family in Jiangqing before. The two of them fought fiercely, and the third young master of the Jiang family was beaten into the hospital by the second young master. Could it be that the third young master of the Jiang family did this? Jiang family! No matter who it is, they will be buried with my son!" Qian Ditsai roared. The other side. Provincial capital, Jiang family. "Asshole! This rebellious son! Dad, now is not the time to blame my third brother. I think the Qian family will definitely take action against us this time. We should make preparations early." Jiang Yaozong, the head of the Jiang family, had just learned that his youngest son had actually killed Qianjun, the second son of the Qian family. Jiang Yaozong's face turned terribly gloomy when he heard this. "You are right, now is not the time to assign blame, we must take immediate action." Jiang Yaozong took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, "Notify everyone immediately and have them get ready." "Yes." Jiang Yaozong's eldest son Jiang Wahan agreed and immediately turned and left. As the conflict between the two major families in Xinjiang escalates, the entire Jiangnan province seems to have a feeling that a storm is about to come. People from all walks of life in Jiangnan province were closely following the developments between the Qian family and the Jiang family. For a time, the direction of this feud between the wealthy families concerned countless people. Chapter 56. The dust has settled, and new functions have appeared in the system. The next day, when Huoda woke up and turned on the TV, he was stunned after seeing the morning news in Jiangqing. Qianjun is dead. He guessed that the two young masters would have a fight, but he didn't expect that Qianjun would die after just one night. To be honest, the development of the situation has been out of his control. However, the war between the two families was good news for him. First of all, Jiang Wenbo killed Qianjun, so he would have no energy to target Yi Yunyao anymore, and Yi Yunyao's beauty salon could resume normal business. Secondly, no one will keep a close eye on the Jiangqing urban village project anymore. After all, the two families have come to a deadlock situation. Either one of them will become history completely, or both will suffer losses. No matter which one it is, countless resources will appear after their fall. And these resources are much larger than the urban village project. Besides, this is no longer just a contest between two major families. There is also the competition between the forces behind them. This will be a protracted battle, and the outcome cannot be determined in a short period of time. Congratulations on completing a piece of righteous intelligence. You have successfully killed 2 dandy boys who endangered social stability and raped many girls, and wiped out the family behind them in one fell swoop. This act saved many girls in China from being killed. Your contribution is huge. Hereby reward points, 2 million, justice points, 100. A little justice? What is this? As the system prompts appeared, Huoda discovered that the system had some new functions. Over this period of time, he has figured out some of the rules of the system. As long as you complete the task, you will be rewarded with points, and you may also get other special rewards. If the system evolves, new functions will be enabled. However, he was a little confused about what the justice point was this time. At this time, a system panel appeared in front of Huoda. Different from before. There is an additional energy value in the character panel, and at this moment the value of this energy value is exactly 100 points. What on earth is this thing, and what is it good for? Huoda covered it with his consciousness out of curiosity, and then a prompt popped up in front of him. Completing a justice event will earn you random justice points, which can be infused into any life target, allowing them to abandon evil and do good, becoming a righteous person with conscience. Note: people are evil. Everyone has an evil side and a good side. Justice points can affect everyone's good and evil, so please use them with caution. Although he didn't quite understand it, Huoda knew that this point of justice should be able to influence people's minds. If used on a person who has committed heinous crimes, it can make him give up evil and turn to good, and turn from darkness to light, and become a good person. As for what will happen during this process, we can only experiment when we have the chance. After reading the introduction of the new features, Huoda felt more and more that this system was awesome. It's simply an awesome existence. As long as he doesn't get carried away and has the system to help him, he will definitely stand at the top of the world. Ding-ling-ling! Huoda came to his senses and realized that his cell phone was ringing. I picked it up and saw that it was the sales lady from the 4S store who called yesterday. Lu Enren called me at this time. Could it be that something went wrong with my car? Huoda couldn't help but think in his heart. There is nothing wrong with your car. On the contrary, Lu Enren called to inform you that your car has arrived at the store, and you can pick it up at any time. No way! Didn't they say the new car would take a week to arrive? How come it's here in just one night? Huoda answered the phone in confusion. Hello, is this Mr. Hua? I'm Lu Enren from the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. It's me, Miss Lu. What do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Hua, the car you ordered has arrived. So soon? Didn't you say we had to wait a week? Only one night has passed. It's like this, Mr. Hua. The Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the provincial capital previously ordered a G63 exactly like the one you need, but the buyer had an accident and couldn't pay the balance, so we brought the car here. Lu Enren said with a smile. Something unexpected happened? This car was originally ordered by Qianjun, but he died so he couldn't pay the balance. Of course Lu Enren didn't know the inside story. Oh shit! No way! Was this car ordered by Qianjun? After seeing the prompt, Huoda didn't know whether he should take the car. Mind you, this car is brand new and has not been delivered yet. He said he didn't mind, but Qianjun died after ordering the car. Of course, if he didn't know, he wouldn't care. But the key is that he knows it now. At this moment, Huoda suddenly felt that the system prompts were a bit redundant. If the system didn't prompt him, he would definitely feel at ease and go to pick up the car happily. But now, should I mention it or not? After hesitating for a moment, Huoda decided to ask. After all, if you miss this one, you will have to wait another week. Besides, the car is brand new and Qianjun didn't even touch it, so he shouldn't be so unlucky. After hanging up the phone, Huoda immediately took a taxi to the 4S store. Lu Enren, dressed in a professional suit, was waiting at the door early. When he saw the taxi Huoda was riding and stopped, he personally stepped forward and opened the door for Huoda. "Mr. Hua, here are your car keys and your license plate. Your car is being inspected and cleaned. Please wait here for a moment. I'll call you when it's ready." Because of yesterday's accident, the 4S dealership has added an additional inspection procedure before delivering the car. Although not every car will experience brake system failure, they are really scared. If something like this happens again, it will have a huge impact on the brand. Lu Anren took Huoda to the VIP lounge, poured him a glass of water, and then went to follow up on the inspection progress of Huoda's car. Huoda didn't know how long the test would last, so he took out his cell phone out of boredom. He suddenly thought that Yi Yunyao didn't know about Jiang Wenba's accident, so he called her. "Ms. Yi, I'm Huoda. I want to tell you that the third young master of the Jiang family will not bother you anymore, and your beauty salon can operate normally from now on." Huoda did not reveal the specific situation, but only informed Yi Yunyao of the result. "Really? That's great. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner." After hearing the news, Yi Yunyao seemed very happy and immediately expressed her desire to treat Huoda to a meal. "Again, if a beautiful lady invites you, you must go." Huoda smiled and accepted Yi Yunyao's invitation. The two agreed on the time and place for dinner, and then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Huoda called Mr. Lin again and told him that he could develop the urban village project with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin had already received the news last night. But he didn't think that this was done by Huoda. He went to Huoda out of desperation, but after calming down, he felt that even if Huoda had some ability, he could not defeat the big families in the provincial capital. Besides, how could he possibly deal with these two big families in just one night? In Lin Jinghua's view, this is more of a coincidence. Of course, Huoda wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he did it all. Since Lin Jinghua thinks it is a coincidence, then it is a coincidence. Chapter 57, Too Much Joy Leads to Sorrow. The car was rear-ended just after it was picked up. Half an hour later, Huoda was driving his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G63 on the road, and he felt so happy. But, as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. While waiting for the traffic light at an intersection, his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz was rear-ended by someone. At this moment, it seemed as if 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through Huoda's heart. "This is a new car I just bought, and I've driven it for less than 1 kilometer. As a result, he was rear-ended by someone. How can I be so lucky?" Huoda even thought that with such luck, he might have to buy a lottery ticket soon. Huoda got out of the car with a depressed look on his face to check the situation, only to see a pink electric car directly kissing the butt of the G63. Lying on the ground nearby was a woman in business attire, and with a good-looking appearance. Huoda has seen many beautiful women during this period, but the other party gave him a different feeling. Huoda couldn't describe this feeling, but he just felt that the woman in front of him had a unique charm that made people involuntarily attracted to her. Perhaps this is the difference between a young woman and a young girl. 5-star General MacArthur once said that young people do not know the good of young women and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures. In some respects, young women do have advantages over young girls. "Hiss, it hurts!" A cry of surprise brought Huoda back to reality. He didn't have time to check the damage to the car, so he immediately stepped forward, helped him up and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" Susie slowly stood up with the help of Huoda, her brows furrowed. Obviously she had fallen quite hard. She looked at her injuries. Apart from some abrasions, she felt some pain in her ankle, but she could still bear it. She looked up at Huoda, and was stunned for a second by his appearance, but she quickly reacted. "I'm fine, thank you. I'm glad you're okay, but be careful next time you drive. This is a new car I just picked up, and this is a motor vehicle lane. How can you drive an electric bike on a motor vehicle lane?" By this time, Huoda had already taken a look at the damage to the car. Fortunately, the rear bumper was not dented, just some paint was peeling off, which is not noticeable unless you look carefully. After hearing what Huoda said, Susie lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said softly, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry, so I rode on the motor vehicle lane without paying attention. I'm really sorry. Is your car damaged? Just tell me the amount and I'll compensate you." Seeing her sincere attitude, Huoda's unhappiness dissipated a little. Of course, the main reason is that the damage to the car was not serious. Huoda sighed and said, "Forget it, as long as no one is fine, but you must obey traffic rules in the future, otherwise it will be easy to get into an accident." Susie nodded repeatedly and looked at Huoda gratefully. "Thank you, I'm really sorry to trouble you." Huoda waved and helped lift her electric bike. However, at this time, Susie behind him screamed again. Huoda looked back and saw the other person staggering and about to lose balance and fall to the ground. In a flash, Huoda quickly stepped forward and held him firmly in his arms, preventing him from falling again. At this moment, Susie was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed Huoda's arm tightly. Because they were too close, Huoda could clearly feel the faint fragrance emanating from Susie, and her body trembling slightly due to nervousness. Huoda swallowed, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and asked, "Are you okay?" Feeling the hot air coming out of Huoda's mouth, Susie's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shook her head shyly. "It's okay, it's just that my ankle hurts a little." Hearing this, Huoda looked down and then frowned. Susie's right ankle was swollen and looked very serious, so she had to be sent to the hospital immediately. "Your ankle is badly swollen. Let me take you to the hospital." "Don't bother, I have something else to do, Susie wanted to refuse Huoda, but she didn't expect Huoda to pick her up like a princess. She was startled by Huoda's sudden action, but then she felt Huoda's strong arms and warm embrace, and the panic in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security and shyness. "You put me down. I can walk by myself." Susie blushed and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's as she tried to break free from Huoda's arms. "Don't move, your foot is injured. I'll take you to the hospital now." Without further ado, Huoda carried Susie to the passenger seat and fastened her seat belt herself. Then, Huoda pushed Susie's electric bike to the electric bike parking space on the side of the road. After doing all this, Huoda took Susie to the nearest hospital. On the way, Huoda learned that the other person was called Susie and was a teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. "Huoda, can you take me to Jiangqing First People's Hospital?" Susie said. "Of course we can, but why do we have to go to the First People's Hospital? Isn't Jiangqing Third Hospital closer?" Huoda asked, puzzled. Susie hesitated and explained. "One of my students was injured and sent to the hospital. I was going to visit him." After hearing this, Huoda couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Susie. From Susie's anxious eyes, Huoda could tell that she was a good teacher. In this day and age, it's hard to find a good teacher like Susie. Today's teachers are more of a profession. No matter how well students learn, they only care about completing their teaching tasks and have long lost their sense of responsibility as teachers. Regardless of whether they study well or not, that's all they get paid. It doesn't matter how the students are doing in school. But Susie is different. Huoda can feel that she is full of care and responsibility for her students. This spirit is particularly precious in today's society. "Okay, sit tight then." As he spoke, Huoda stepped on the accelerator, the G63 roared, and the speed instantly soared to 100 miles per hour. With the powerful power of the G63, Huoda drove at full speed all the way and shortened the driving time of more than half an hour to just over 10 minutes. When they arrived at Jiangqing First People's Hospital, Huoda looked at the time. "Wow, only 11 minutes have passed." "Thank you, Huoda." Susie thanked her and prepared to get out of the car. However, considering that Susie had an ankle injury and was having difficulty moving, Huoda immediately got out of the car and helped her walk towards the inpatient building. "Teacher Sue, why don't you go and take a look at your foot injury first? You will still have time to visit your students later," Huoda said. Hearing this, Susie smiled at Huoda and said, "It's okay, I'm fine, you go back, I can do it alone." Although Susie kept saying she could do it, Huoda still felt uneasy leaving her alone. "Well, be a good person to the end. I'll accompany you even if it means sending the Buddha to the west," Huoda said with a sigh. "Well, then I'll trouble you." Chapter 58, The Sanctimonious Principle. I will teach you how to be a good person with justice. "Susie, what are you doing here? Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" "Principal, I am visiting." All right, I don't care what you're here for, now please leave here immediately." When Huoda helped Suzy to the door of a ward, they were kicked out before they could go in. The other person was an elderly man wearing glasses. He looked quite knowledgeable and gentle. From the way Suzy addressed him, it seemed that he was a principal. But it is this person who does things and says things that make people very unhappy. If Huoda were asked to use an idiom to describe the person, the first thing that would come to his mind would be a scoundrel. The child's parents are very emotional right now and don't want to see you. It's useless for you to stay here. You should go back and think about how to solve this problem. Name, Chunjigwa, age 50, status, principal of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, personality, greedy, lustful, bullies the weak and fears the strong, treats people differently depending on their situation. This is a hypocritical person. He clearly embezzled the school's construction funds, causing the construction party to use inferior materials, resulting in student injuries, but he falsely accused Suzy of not fulfilling her duty of care. He had long had his eyes on Suzy, and wanted to take this opportunity to take her for himself and make her his lover. This unscrupulous principal is defined as an evil person, evil value 30. Huoda was originally a little unhappy with this old man, and after seeing the evil value given by the system, he became even more certain that this old man was not a good person. Not only did he embezzle the school's construction funds, he also framed Suzy and used this to blackmail her, calling her a scumbag, which is an insult to the word scumbag. Principal I. What do you mean by I? Do you know how much trouble you've caused the school? I'm telling you, if this matter isn't resolved, you won't get your job title this year. At this point, Chunjigwa looked Su Qian up and down and continued. As long as you agree to that, I can help you settle this matter. Suzy's face suddenly changed when she heard this. She certainly knew what Chunjigwa was referring to. Because Chunjigwa had hinted to her more than once or twice, but she had always fooled him by pretending to be stupid. But this time, she felt like she couldn't escape. Huoda saw through the trick at a glance. This year is a critical period for this good teacher to be evaluated for her professional title. She knows that her boss has bad intentions towards her. Although she is unwilling to do so, she does not know how to refuse because she knows that if she refuses, her job may be lost. Chunjigwa's words are no longer just hints, but outright threats. If Suzy is really blamed for this matter, she won't be able to get a professional title, and she won't even be able to keep her job. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. This sentence may be a bit inappropriate here, but the meaning is the same. Su Qian knew that Chunjigwa was targeting her, even though she was very resistant, but for the sake of work. Huoda thought about it, and decided to see what Suzy really thought. If Suzy was willing to sell her body, he wouldn't care. This hard-working teacher was afraid of his boss, but he did not dare to refuse his offer due to work constraints. Her patience was limited. She was struggling in her heart. She didn't want to ruin her innocence because of her work. There is no doubt that Suzy is a teacher with very positive values. In this case, Huoda cannot just sit back and watch. But how can I help? Hint: you can use justice points to mentally interfere with the target, making him admit his mistakes and disclose his crimes. The good teacher in front of you will be free from trouble and get a chance to be promoted and get a raise. Oh shit! It's worthy of being a system. It can actually be played like this. Before, Huoda was still looking for an opportunity to try out the new features of the system, and now it has come. Chunjigwa's evil value is 30 points. According to the system, he only needs to inject 31 points of justice value to make him abandon evil and do good. Then, Huoda injected justice points into Chunjigwa's body according to the system's instructions. You are the principal of No. 1 Middle School, right? If something happens to a student, don't you have any responsibility as the principal? At this time, Huoda suddenly stood up and said. Chunjigwa was stunned and looked at Huoda with a frown. He was just about to teach Huoda a lesson. But suddenly, he felt dizzy and his head was spinning. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and I recovered quickly. However, at this moment, an imperceptible light flashed in Chunjigwa's eyes. Then, the whole person was shocked. Consumed 31 justice points, remaining 69 justice points, target infusion successful. Name, Chunjigwa, evil value, 0, justice value, 1. At this moment, Chunjigwa came back to his senses, and all the crimes he had committed since childhood suddenly flashed through his mind. He just felt that he was an unforgivable criminal and that it would not be too much to be shot 100 times. That's right, execution by shooting. He felt that he should be shot immediately. Thinking of this, Shinjigwa immediately took out his cell phone and called the police in front of Huoda and Suzy. "Hey, is that Jiaoling? I want to turn myself in." A scumbag who has turned from evil to good, he wants to atone for the mistakes he has made, so he chooses to turn himself in to the police. The police will arrive in 10 minutes and arrest him. After his arrest, the Education Bureau will report the incident as soon as possible. Oh shit! Is this justice so awesome? They actually called the police and turned themselves in. Huoda didn't expect that this justice point would be so effective. Suzy on the side was stunned. What's going on? Why did he call the police and turn himself in for no reason? Is he mentally disturbed? Principal Chen, what's wrong with you? Suzy saw that Shinjigwa's face looked unnatural and his eyes were a little confused, and she suddenly felt uneasy. Unexpectedly, after hearing Suzy's voice, Shinjigwa immediately knelt on the ground, slapping himself and confessing. Teacher Su, I am not a human being. This matter is not your responsibility at all. It is me. It was me who embezzled the school's construction funds and caused the construction team to use inferior materials, which led to the student injury incident. Also, I shouldn't have used this to force you to be my lover. I'm not a human being. I deserve to die. Stop talking! Suzy screamed and her face turned red. You know, this is a hospital. People coming and going. Shinjigwa's move alone has attracted many people to stop and watch. Although nothing happened, Suzy still felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed out of the ward. Shinjigwa was beaten violently. You bastard, it's all because of you that you embezzled public funds and cut corners on the work, causing my son to lie in bed now. I'm going to beat you to death, you beast. The middle-aged woman was very strong, and one slap made Shinjigwa bleed. However, surprisingly, Shinjigwa was not angry but enjoyed it very much. Yes, I am a bastard, I am a beast, kill me and I will be free. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman hit Shinjigwa even harder, making a loud slapping sound on the face. Make way, the police are investigating the case. Fortunately, at this time, the police finally arrived. Chapter 59, Fortune Comes. What happened? Who called the police? Suddenly, several men in uniforms and hats pushed through the crowd and came to Shinjigwa. Shinjigwa raised his head, and when he saw the man in the hat, he immediately raised his hands and cried. Comrade police, I called the police, I am guilty, arrest me, arrest me. Guilty, what crime have you committed? Speak clearly. Honestly speaking, several uncles in hats were also a little stunned. In this day and age, there are still people crying and begging the police to arrest them. Shinjigwa began to recount all the crimes he had committed over the years. Comrade police officer, my name is Shinjigwa and I am the principal of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. I embezzled the school's construction funds, accepted bribes from parents, paid for positions, and had improper relationships with men and women at school. Even female students were not spared. I am guilty, I am a scumbag, and I should be taken away and shot. Huoda was dumbfounded. No. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This guy Shinjidong is simply a beast. He even doesn't let female students go. For a moment, everyone showed expressions of shock and anger. Shinjigwa, you are under arrest. After hearing about Shinjigwa's crimes, Uncle Hat immediately took out his silver bracelet and arrested him. Shinjigwa was taken away and the truth of the matter was revealed. The students were injured not because of Suzy's problem, but because of safety hazards in the school building. Teacher Su, I'm really sorry. We shouldn't have misunderstood you, the middle-aged woman said apologetically. Zijian's mother, you don't have to say sorry. I am also responsible for this. It was my fault that I didn't take good care of Zijian. Suzy's face showed a trace of guilt and self-blame. Although the accident was not her direct fault, she still felt guilty. Teacher Su, please don't say that. We all know that you are a good teacher. The matter was resolved, and Huoda accompanied Suzy to see the doctor. But Huoda couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. After what happened just now, he finally understood the purpose of justice points. That is to turn an essentially evil person into a righteous person by instilling points of justice, and then let him repent. This is equivalent to asking him to expose his crimes. On the other hand, after the police took Chinjigwa back, they immediately launched an investigation. Based on Chinjigwa's own confession, the police quickly obtained all the evidence of his crimes. Just as Chinjigwa himself revealed, there is solid evidence for all his crimes. Based on the clues, the police followed the clues and arrested many people. The Discipline Inspection Commission also carried out a major purge within the Education Bureau. Subsequently, the police and the Education Bureau jointly issued a statement to make Chinjigwa's criminal facts public. Huoda, thank you so much for today. After seeing the doctor, Suzy saw Huoda, who had not left yet, and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Huoda shook his head and said with a smile, Teacher Su, you are too polite. If it's all right, I'll leave first. Just then, Suzy's cell phone rang. Yes, I'm Suzy. Oh, really? Thank you so much. I will definitely not let my leader down. The Education Bureau has learned about Chinjigwa's arrest and Suzy's experience. Considering Suzy's good performance, the Education Bureau decided to let Suzy serve as the vice principal and director of teaching of No. 1 middle school. Becoming the vice principal at such a young age, no wonder Suzy was so excited. Huoda, the Education Bureau just called me and said I would be promoted to vice principal. After hanging up the phone, Suzy said excitedly. Congratulations. Before you could even utter a word, Huoda looked at Suzy in surprise. Suzy actually kissed him. Teacher Su, could you please kiss me next time? Huoda touched his face and said with a lingering look. Suzy's face turned red instantly. She kissed Huoda excitedly just now, but she regretted it right after the kiss. But what she didn't expect was that Huoda would actually say such a thing. Humph, you still want to have a next time. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to pick up the kids from school. With that, Suzy limped out of the hospital. Child? Is Suzy married? Name, Su Qian, age 30, status, Vice Principal and Director of Teaching of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, single mother, divorced a year ago because of her ex-husband's gambling addiction. Divorced? That's great! Huoda didn't know why she was so happy when she learned that Suzy was divorced. But none of that matters. What matters is that Suzy is single now. Huoda did not forget his date with Yi Yunyao in the evening. Seeing that it was almost time, he drove away from the hospital. He knew that Yi Yunyao's car had been taken for repair, so he drove directly to Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. At this time, the beauty salon has already started normal nutrition. However, due to the previous looting and vandalism by thugs, the beauty salon's business is not very good. At this time, the beauty salon was deserted, and there was not even a single customer except for the employees. Why are you here? Yi Yunyao was worrying about how to boost the beauty salon's business when she suddenly heard the sound of someone opening the door. She looked up and saw it was Huoda. Huoda put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, Didn't you say you would treat me to dinner tonight? I knew your car wasn't fixed yet, so I came to pick you up. Why do you look so worried? What's bothering you? Yi Yunyao sighed and said, Although we can operate normally, all the customers have run away. Because of the previous vandalism incident, the beauty salon's business has plummeted, but as the saying goes, misfortunes often bring blessings. In 3 minutes, a lucky person will visit our store. If we serve her well and make her satisfied, the beauty salon's business will naturally improve. Don't worry, I have a feeling that maybe things will turn around tonight. Huoda looked so mysterious that Yi Yunyao couldn't help but become curious. She looked at Huoda suspiciously and asked, Do you have any ideas? Huoda smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he said mysteriously, The secret cannot be revealed. Although Yi Yunyao was skeptical, she couldn't help but be infected by Huoda's confident look, and the coach in her heart was slightly relieved. She decided to believe Huoda once, maybe a miracle would really happen. At this moment, the door of the beauty salon was pushed open from the outside again. A lady with elegant temperament and delicate makeup appeared in front of them. Excuse me, can I take care of my skin here? This is a well-known fashion blogger with 5 million fans on the internet. If you can serve her well, she will advertise for the beauty salon for free. 5 million fans is nothing compared to the entire internet. But in this small town, the fashion blogger with 5 million followers is undoubtedly a very influential figure. Every recommendation she makes can potentially bring huge traffic and exposure to local businesses. If Yi Yunyao's beauty salon could get his recommendation, its business would surely take off. Chapter 60, Kiss Twice on the Same Day. You are Sister Maruko. Yi Yunyao also usually watches short videos, so when she saw the other person take off his sunglasses, she recognized him immediately. She knew that the person in front of her was a big blogger with 5 million fans. If I serve her well, the business in my store will pick up soon. At this time, Yi Yunyao suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Huoda, and found that he was also looking at her with a smile on his face. Huoda, did you know she would come? Huoda smiled mysteriously, blinked and said, The secret cannot be revealed, but I do have a little hunch. Huoda knew that a lucky person would come, but he didn't know that this lucky person would be a big blogger with 5 million fans. Yi Yunyao glared at Huoda and said in a pretended angry tone, Okay, you're still keeping me in suspense. But forget it. The most important thing now is how to entertain Sister Wanzi and make her leave satisfied. The beauty salon business is already bad nowadays. If they offend a big blogger, they will really have to close down. On the contrary, if you can serve her well, isn't this a free publicity opportunity? Thinking of this, Yi Yunyao personally took charge and provided a full set of skin care for Sister Wanzi. During the care process, Yi Yunyao not only demonstrated her professional skills, but also carefully asked about Sister Wanzi's skin condition and daily care habits to ensure that every step could meet Sister Wanzi's needs. While she was doing it, she chatted happily with Sister Maru, sharing beauty tips and experiences, making the other party feel at home. Huoda was not idle either. He quickly called the store employees and asked them to prepare tea and snacks for Sister Maru, ensuring that she could enjoy the care while also tasting delicious food. More than an hour later, when the full set of skin care was completed, Sister Maru smiled at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. Compared to before, her skin looked smoother and more delicate. Wow, Yao Yao, your cooking skills are amazing! And your service is so professional! Sister Wanzi said sincerely. I will definitely share this wonderful experience on my social media to let more people know about your excellent beauty salon. After hearing this, Yi Yunyao finally felt relieved. She knew that with the approval of Sister Maru, the beauty salon's business would definitely improve. This blogger, who has 5 million fans, enjoyed an unprecedented comfortable experience, and decided to promote this beauty salon with all her might. After seeing off Sister Maru, it was already dark. Huoda and Yi Yunyao left the beauty salon and prepared to go for dinner. Is this your car? When Yi Yunyao saw Huoda's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, her mouth opened in surprise. Yeah, how about it, not bad, right? Huoda smiled proudly, then opened the passenger door for Yi Yunyao. Yi Yunyao thanked him and sat in the passenger seat. She found herself increasingly unable to see through Huoda. I thought Huoda was just an ordinary guy, but now it seems like he is anything but ordinary. First, he solved the troubles of the third young master of the Jiang family, and then he was able to invite Sister Wanzi, who has such strong financial resources. Could it be that this guy wants to pursue me? At this moment, Yi Yunyao thought that everything Huoda did was just to pursue her. Otherwise, why would such a rich person suddenly come to rent my house, and why would he spare no effort to help me? Friendly reminder. The lady next to you mistakenly thought that you invited Maru's sister and became very interested in you. She thought you were trying to woo her. Oh my God! Huoda almost laughed out loud when he saw the sudden prompt. He didn't expect Yi Yunyao to mistake her for Sister Wanzi, whom he had invited, but Huoda did want to pursue her. Oh, that's not right. I want to sleep with her. Huoda never thought of himself as a good person. On the contrary, he thought of himself as a complete scumbag. Since you are a scumbag, you should be prepared to be a scumbag. No initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. These are the 3 no principles for scumbag men that Huoda has always believed in. It is impossible for him to actively pursue Yi Yunyao, unless Yi Yunyao pursues him instead. Afterwards, the two came to a hot pot restaurant. After guessing that Huoda wanted to pursue her, Yu now became a little anxious and worried, and had no appetite to eat. If this guy confesses his feelings to me, should I accept it? Yu Niao's mind had obviously drifted away. The chopsticks in her hand stirred in the hot pot, but she was slow to pick up a piece of meat. Huoda noticed her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or is the food not to your taste?" Yu Niao came back to her senses and forced a smile. "It's okay, maybe I'm a little tired today. This dish is delicious, eat it quickly." Huoda glanced at Yu Niao and didn't ask any more questions, but he had already guessed something in his heart. He picked up a piece of beef and put it in Yu Niao's bowl, smiling and saying, "Eat more meat and supplement your protein. Look how thin you have become." Yu Niao picked up the beef in the bowl, glanced at Huoda, and couldn't help asking, "Huoda, do you have someone you like?" Huoda was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yu Niao to suddenly ask this question. He thought about it and answered honestly, "Yes, I like Fairy's sister." "Sister Fairy?" "Yes, Fairy's sister, the Wang Yuyan she played was my dream lover when I was young." After hearing this, Yu Niao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but then she felt relieved. She smiled and said, "So you're still a fan?" No, I never chase stars. I just simply admire the beauty of the fairy sister." "Eat quickly, or I'll eat you all." As he spoke, Huoda picked up the last piece of beef and put it into his mouth. "Leave a piece for me. You've eaten so much beef and I've only eaten one piece." After the dinner, Huoda originally wanted to send Yu Niao back directly. But Yu Niao suggested going to the nearby beach for a walk to help digest the food. Huoda readily agreed. So the two of them walked side by side on the sidewalk by the sea, enjoying the tranquility and coolness of the night. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing coolness and also blowing away some of the worries in Yu Niao's heart. She looked at Huoda beside her, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Suddenly, she stopped and kissed Huoda on the cheek the moment he turned around. Damn it! Why was I kissed again? The question is, if you want to kiss, why not kiss the mouth but the face? Chapter 61. A trouble worth 50 million. Time flies, and another week has passed in a flash. Over the past week, Huoda has focused all his attention on setting up a security company. However, we have not found a satisfactory place, which has led to slow progress. Early this morning, Huoda had just come out of Baiji's breakfast shop after breakfast when he received a call from the agency. "Mr. Hua, we have found a place that meets your requirements. The address is in the old industrial area of Jiangqing. Are you free now? Why don't you come and take a look?" "Okay, send me the address and I'll be there right away." In Huoda's opinion, if he wanted to open a security company, he had to have a place for training. With the development of the city, Jiangqing's original factories have long been relocated, and the original factory areas have all been vacated. There are a large area of idle factories and open space here, which is very suitable as a training base for security companies. More importantly, the old industrial area is not far from the urban area and the rent is relatively cheap, which is what Huoda values most. After hanging up the phone, Huoda immediately drove to the old industrial area. Soon, Huoda arrived at the place provided by the agency. This is an abandoned factory, which was previously a cardboard factory. After getting off the car, Huoda looked around. Although the factory is not very large, with only 2 buildings and a factory building, it has an open space as big as a football field. "Mr. Hua, now that you are here, let me give you a brief tour first." At this time, a young man in a suit came forward and greeted Huoda. He is an employee of the agency that Huoda found. His name is Zhang Kong. "Good." Huoda smiled and nodded, agreeing. Then, Zhang Kong took Huoda to visit the entire factory. "Mr. Hua, the entire factory covers an area of about 30,000 square meters. There is a factory building, 2 buildings and an open space as large as a standard football field. According to your request, this vacant land can be used as a training ground for employees in the future. As for the 2 buildings, one is the former administrative building, and the other is the former employee dormitory. They only need a simple renovation before they can be used. As for the factory building, it also only needs a simple renovation to be used as an indoor training ground for employees." While taking Huoda on a tour, Zhang Kong gave him a general introduction to the entire factory. I have to say, after a quick look, Huoda was very satisfied with this place. Just as Zhang Kong said, this factory area basically does not require any major changes. It can be put into use by simply finding a decoration company to renovate it. It's really good. How much is the rent here? What Huoda is most concerned about right now is the rent. If the price is not high, he would rather buy it directly. After all, he still has nearly 10 million in cash in his card, so buying an old factory should not be a problem. Hearing this, Zhang Kong said with difficulty, Mr. Hua, this is exactly what I want to tell you. The seller only sells and does not rent. Only for sale, not for rent. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? How much does the seller want? Huoda asked again. Zhang Kong slowly raised his right hand and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 million? 5 million is a bit expensive, but it is still within his affordability. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kong shook his head and said, It's not 5 million, it's 50 million. What? 50 million? Hearing this, Huoda couldn't help but take a breath. This price has far exceeded his expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that 50 million is enough for him to buy a large piece of land in the main urban area. Although Huoda was very satisfied with the factory, after hearing the astonishing price, he turned around and left without any hesitation. 50 million is not the actual transaction price. If he can help the seller solve his difficulties, he will donate the factory for free. Free transfer? Honestly speaking, after seeing the free donation, Huoda was indeed moved. But there is a prerequisite, which is to help sellers solve their difficulties. What difficulty is worth 50 million? Huoda was really a little curious. At this time, Zhang Kong saw Huoda was about to leave and hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Hua, please don't leave in such a hurry. The price is negotiable. The seller is on his way. How about you bargain with him in person? Okay. The main reason why Huoda stayed was to see what this difficulty worth 50 million yuan was. Not long after, a black Mercedes-Benz E300 slowly drove into the factory and stopped in front of the 2 people. A middle-aged man got out of the car. He was not tall, looking less than 1.7 meters tall. He was wearing a black suit and holding a briefcase in his hand. Seeing the other party, Zhang Kong hurriedly went up to him. Mr. Li, let me introduce you to Mr. Hua who wants to rent your factory. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, took the initiative to extend his hand to Huoda, and said politely, Hello, Mr. Hua, I am Li Wei, nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Huoda, and I am also very happy to meet such an outstanding entrepreneur like you. Sometimes necessary business compliments can quickly bring people closer together. Just like now, after hearing Huoda say that he is an excellent entrepreneur, Li Wei's complexion obviously improved a lot. Mr. Hua, you are too kind. I am just lucky. I don't deserve the title of entrepreneur. Li Wei was modest for a moment, then asked, Mr. Hua, what do you think of this place? It's very good, I'm very satisfied, but I heard from Zhang Kong that Mr. Li, you only sell it and don't rent it, and the price is 50 million. I'm afraid I can't afford it due to my lack of ability, Huoda said with embarrassment. Li Wei had a complicated expression on his face when he heard this. He sighed softly and said, Mr. Hua, to be honest, this price is not what I intended. It's just that I'm facing a big problem, and I need some money urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in a hurry to sell this place. This is a conscientious entrepreneur. Some time ago, he co-founded a real estate company and prepared to enter the real estate industry. He bought a piece of land in a nearby city, but his partner absconded with the money. He decided to sell the factory and pay for the demolition fee with his own money. If you can help the other party recover the demolition compensation, the other party is willing to transfer the factory to you free of charge. Mr. Li, although you are in trouble, I understand, but from a business perspective, don't you think the asking price of 50 million is a bit too expensive? Although Huoda already knew what kind of trouble Li Wei was in, he did not speak directly, but wanted to wait for the other party to say it himself. After all, the effect of speaking yourself and speaking proactively to the other party is different. Li Wei knew that the price he asked for was too high, but there was nothing he could do. 50 million may seem like a lot, but it is not enough for him to pay for the demolition. In order to enter the real estate industry, He invested all his savings over the past few years, but ended up being cheated. Li Wei sighed and said, "Brother Hua, it's not that I'm greedy, I just really have no other choice. Some time ago, I co-founded a real estate company with a friend and prepared to enter the real estate industry. Just when we acquired a piece of land in the neighboring city and prepared to develop it, my friend transferred all the money in the company's account away. You know, that's all compensation for the local people's relocation. I really had no other choice, so I thought of selling the factory. Any compensation is good." Chapter 62. Give him a taste of his own medicine. That's not right. Isn't real estate a way to make money without doing anything? Why would you invest all your wealth in it? Huoda asked, looking confused. The so-called making money out of nothing means to advance a real estate project without spending a penny through equity operations and leverage. Simply put, it means first registering a project company with a relatively small amount of own capital, then introducing other investors by selling part of the project company's equity, and then using the funds raised as project startup capital. At the same time, borrowing a large amount from banks and other financial institutions, using high leverage to magnify the scale of funds for project development. However, once the market conditions are bad, the project is loss-making or sales are sluggish, the debts under high leverage will make the company overwhelmed or even bankrupt. In this process, the company's own funds invested in the early stage are actually very little. This is also the reason why so many real estate companies have gone bankrupt in recent years. But the situation Li Wei faces is somewhat different from that of these real estate companies. Li Wei is an entrepreneur with a conscience. He believes in honesty and integrity when doing business, and does not engage in such operations of making money out of nothing. Of course, if everything goes well, Li Wei will also make a fortune. However, unfortunately, he met the wrong person and was cheated by his partner, and all his money was taken away. In fact, at this time he only needs to package the project and sell it to other developers, and he can still make some profit. However, the project had already been launched, and the fact that the partner absconded with the money was exposed. As the saying goes, the business world is like a battlefield. At this time, other developers naturally want to push prices as low as possible. Take over the project at a low price and then sell the house at a high price. Li Wei naturally refused to agree, but if he didn't transfer the project, he had to continue developing it. If they want to continue development, the demolition compensation alone will be an astronomical figure. Before this, Li Wei had already borrowed some money from the bank through his own connections. But this is just a drop in the bucket. This conscientious entrepreneur has reached the end of his rope. If he cannot raise 300 million yuan within a week, he will commit suicide by jumping off a building due to bankruptcy. All his assets will be auctioned off to pay off his debts, and his family will become penniless and homeless overnight. Seeing this, Huoda already wanted to help the other person. It's not because the other party will donate the factory for free, but more out of admiration for this conscientious entrepreneur and sympathy for his current predicament. Mr. Hua, if you can help me get back the money I was cheated of, I can give you the factory for free. At this moment, Li Wei was desperate and had tried every possible means to cure his illness. Even though he knew nothing about Huoda, in this desperate situation, he could only place all his hopes on Huoda. Mr. Li, although I don't have 50 million, I think it should not be difficult to help you recover the money you were defrauded of. But I need time, Huoda said lightly. Really? Thank you so much, thank you so much. Upon hearing this, Li Wei excitedly shook Huoda's hand and kept thanking him. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I'm not helping you for free, said Huoda. I understand. As long as you can help me get the money back, this factory will be yours, Li Wei said. Okay, it's a deal then. It's a deal. The two agreed that if Huoda could successfully recover the money within a week, the factory would belong to Huoda. Otherwise, Li Wei will die due to bankruptcy. After returning to Heishenwang Mansion, Huoda began to think about where to start to get the money back. After all, the other party seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and could not be found at all. By the way, you can try opening a blind box. Huoda thought of the random information in the system mall. Just do it. Huoda directly opened the system mall and purchased 10 random intelligence. Tomorrow the temperature in Jiangqing will be 30 to 38 degrees, southeast wind level 4 to 5, sunny. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, King Lu, one of the 4 kings of Chinese pop music, will announce the start of a new round of national concert tour. A week later, the famous director Feng Dao will announce the start of filming of a Lunar New Year movie. 10 random intelligences in a row, all turned out to be useless information. There was no choice but to open 10 more. However, the result is still the same. 10 more. Again, nothing was gained. Come on. I opened 50 random intelligences in a row, but there was not a single useful one. Oh my god, what the hell, is my luck so bad today? I just don't believe it. After 90,000 points were accumulated, there was no ripple at all. Give me 10 more. If that's still not enough, give me 100. Anyway, I have a lot of points. I don't believe that more than 2 million points won't yield any valuable intelligence. Huoda once again spent 10,000 points to exchange for 10 random intelligence. The first 9 pieces of intelligence are still some useless garbage intelligence. But when he saw the last piece of information, his eyes suddenly lit up. Here it comes! It's finally here! Name, Qin Dadong, age 39, personality, greedy, selfish, cunning and hypocritical, identity, professional fraudster. He used the alias Qin Yaodong and disguised himself as a professional manager who had been engaged in real estate for many years. He then deceived Li Wei's trust and took away all the money in Li Wei's real estate company account. He thought Li Wei's company was in Lin City, so he took the money and fled to Jiangqing, thinking he could hide it from the world. At this moment, he was wantonly squandering the ill-gotten gains he had swindled from Li Wei and Tianweishan, enjoying a luxurious life. It's actually in Jiangqing. It's really hard to find it without any effort. Looking at this information, Huoda felt ecstatic. If Qin Dadong had fled to some other place, he really would have been helpless, but he chose to flee to Jiangqing. Perhaps this is God's will. Even if we find him, how can we make him return the money? Call the police? If he just called the police, it would be too easy for him. Friendly reminder: the other party is a very superstitious person. You can pretend to be a fortune teller and defraud him of his money. Give others what you have given to you as you would have them give you. Since the other party is a swindler, let him have a taste of being cheated. Thinking of this, Huoda already had an idea in his mind. So, Huoda hurriedly ordered a whole day's fortune-telling props online. Since you want to disguise yourself as a fortune teller, costumes and props are naturally indispensable. After placing the order, Huoda went straight out and rushed to Tianweishan. He had finally found this kid, he couldn't let him get away again. Chapter 63, Impersonating a Charlatan and Taking Back the Huge Sum of Money. Huoda followed Qin Dadong for 3 days. This guy sleeps in the hotel during the day and orders takeout for meals. At night, they would come to Tianweishan to indulge themselves. At 1 o'clock, there would be 2 princesses. They would play until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning before bringing the princesses back to the hotel. After Huoda figured out Qin Dadong's movements and daily routine, the props he bought online arrived. The 4th day of monitoring Qin Dadong. While Qin Dadong was still in the hotel, Huoda went to pick up a courier, then dressed himself up as a fortune teller and returned to the hotel, waiting for Qin Dadong to appear. 7 p.m. Qin Dadong walked out of the hotel shaking his head. Seeing Qin Dadong appear, Huoda immediately walked towards him. Sir, please stay. Upon hearing this, Qin Dadong paused, turned around, and saw a thin old man walking towards him quickly. This person was none other than Huoda, who was disguised using a universal human skin mask. At this time, Huoda looked only about 1.6 meters tall, skinny, wearing a yellow Taoist robe and holding a flag in his hand. It says on it, "One hand can determine the fate of the world, and your destiny is in your hands." Not to mention, just looking at this outfit, he really does look like a charlatan. Old man, you don't want to tell my fortune, do you? Qin Dadong frowned slightly, obviously not believing Huoda. Although he is very superstitious, it doesn't mean that he believes in everyone he meets. This scammer is very wary of you. You only need to make a slight move, tell him his name and background, and what he did, and you can gain his trust. Huoda smiled slightly and said, Mr. Qin seems to be very wary of me. Fuck! How do you know my last name is Chin? Chin Dadong was stunned. He was very sure that he didn't know the old man in front of him, let alone had seen him before. But why does he know his own name? Could it be that he is not a charlatan, but a real master? Huoda took in Chin Dadong's reaction and saw that he frightened the other party as soon as he opened his mouth, so Huoda continued. Mr. Chin, don't panic. I not only know your name, but also your background. You are from Lin City. Am I right or wrong? Amazing! Master, you are really amazing! Chin Dadong said in amazement. At this moment, he had completely believed in Huoda. You have gained the other person's trust, but this is not enough. You still need to point out the mistakes he made before and make him believe in you without a doubt. Mr. Chin, you are too kind. I just passed by here and found that your forehead is black, as if you have suffered a blood disaster. I guess Mr. Chin must have done something shameful not long ago, such as betraying his relatives and friends. After hearing these words, Chin Dadong was completely dumbfounded and was extremely shocked. If he had some doubts about what Huoda said before, then after Huoda said this, he believed him 100%. Because of this, he didn't tell anyone. Apart from him, Li Wei is probably the only one in the world who knows this. But in Chin Dadong's opinion, it is impossible for Li Wei to know the master in front of him. It is even more impossible for Li Wei to come to Jiangcheng from Linshi. So considering all these factors, the person in front of us is a true master. Thinking of this, Chin Dadong immediately knelt down in front of Huoda, hugged Huoda's thighs and cried, Master, please save me, I don't want to die yet. Hearing this, Huoda was embarrassed at first, then he sighed and said, Forget it, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since I can meet you in this vast sea of people, it proves that we have a grudge. In this case, I will help you. Then Huoda pretended to look at Chin Dadong's face, then closed his eyes, stretched out his right hand, and began to calculate randomly. After a moment, Huoda opened his eyes and looked at Chin Dadong in shock. Chin Dadong was stunned by Huoda's sharp eyes and asked anxiously, Master, is there any way to resolve this? Yes, but... But what? Huoda glanced at Chin Dadong and said seriously, But you will have to pay a heavy price. What's the price? Chin Dadong asked quickly. Huoda said, Your calamity comes from the ill-gotten gains you obtained. Only by returning the ill-gotten gains in full can your calamity be resolved naturally. Upon hearing this, Chin Dadong's face turned pale instantly. He knew very well that the ill-gotten gains that Huoda was talking about were the huge sum of money he had defrauded from Li Wei. After a brief thought, Chin Dadong immediately said tremblingly, Master, I will return the money now. As he said that, Chin Dadong immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred all the money in the card back to Li Wei's company account. After the transfer was completed, Chin Dadong looked at Huoda anxiously and asked, Master, I have returned the money. Has my disaster been resolved? Huoda looked at Chin Dadong's face seriously and said, Congratulations, Mr. Chin, your disaster has been resolved. Then, he pretended to be serious and said, Mr. Chin, although your disaster has been resolved, you must turn over a new leaf in the future. Otherwise, there will be retribution, and no one will be spared. You must remember that God is watching what you do, so never do anything that goes against the will of heaven. After hearing this, Chin Dadong nodded repeatedly, his expression full of gratitude and remorse. Master, you are right. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never do anything that goes against my conscience and morality again. Seeing this, Huoda nodded slightly, and smiled in his heart that it was indeed not possible. He thought this matter would be a bit difficult, but he didn't expect to get the money back so smoothly. In that case, Mr. Chin, let's say goodbye here. We'll meet again if we're lucky. After saying that, Huoda left directly. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would laugh out loud. Afterwards, Huoda found a deserted place, took off his Taoist robe, put back his handsome face, and immediately called Li Wei. Mr. Li, you can check the company account to see if the money has been returned. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately checked the money in the company account. When he saw that all the money he had been defrauded of was returned, he immediately said excitedly, It's back, all of it is back. Mr. Hua, how did you do it? To be honest, Li Wei didn't have much hope. But Huoda actually did it, and it took less than 4 days. Huoda smiled and said, Mr. Li, the details are not important. What's important is that your funds have been returned to Zhao. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise to me? Of course. If you are free now, I will send you the transfer agreement immediately. Then let's meet at the factory. Okay. Chapter 64 5-Year Agreement. When Huoda arrived at the factory, Li Wei had been waiting for a long time. Afterwards, Li Wei handed the transfer document that he had prepared long ago to Huoda. From then on, the factory belonged to Huoda. Of course, Huoda did not forget Zhang Kong from the agency and directly transferred an agency fee to the other party. After getting the transfer letter, Huoda declined Li Wei's invitation to dinner and left the factory. On the way back, Huoda received a call from Zhang Kong. Mr. Hua, why did you transfer money to me? Zhang Kong asked on the phone with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, he didn't know that Huoda had become the new owner of the factory. Huoda smiled and explained. Thanks to you, Mr. Li has transferred the factory to me. This agency fee is what you deserve. Really? Did Mr. Li transfer the factory to you? Congratulations. At this point, Zhang Kong changed his tone and said, But Mr. Hua, I didn't help you much, so I can't accept the agency fee. After hearing what Zhang Kong said, Huoda couldn't help but feel more favorable towards the real estate agent. In this materialistic society, there are not many real estate agents as sincere and principled as Zhang Kong. In Huoda's original world, there were many unscrupulous real estate agents. We asked the seller to lower the price a bit. Then he told the buyer that he would not sell the house for any less. Then, both sides make a profit from the price difference. Of course, this is still good. Some unscrupulous real estate agents even sell string houses as if they were boutique houses. By the way, didn't he encounter this kind of thing some time ago? Therefore, Zhang King's sincerity and integrity left a deep impression on Huoda. Zhang Xiqing, you are too polite, Huoda said gently on the phone. Without you, I would not have been able to find such a good factory, so you deserve this money. This is also a recognition of your work. Please be sure to accept it. Also, I need to find a reliable decoration company. I hope you can help me follow up, and then I will pay you part of the reward. Although this factory site meets Huoda's needs, it still needs some renovation. Huoda had just arrived in this world and didn't understand many things yet. Decoration is a complicated industry, and Huoda doesn't think he can handle it fully. Therefore, he decided to ask Zhang Kong for help. After all, as a real estate agent, you must know a lot of decoration companies. Zhang Kong felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard what Huoda said on the other end of the phone. He didn't expect that Huoda not only recognized his work, but was also willing to trust him again and entrusted him to help find a decoration company. Mr. Hua, you are so polite. Don't worry about finding a decoration company. I will find you a reliable one with a fair price. As for the remuneration, please don't mention it anymore, Zhang Kong said enthusiastically. Huoda smiled and didn't mention the reward again, but he had decided to give Zhang Kong a big red envelope after the decoration was completed. The two chatted for a few more sentences, confirmed some details, and then hung up the phone. At this time, Huoda had also returned to Heishenwang Mansion. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Huoda prepared to go out and meet Huang Mao and the others. The security company's site had already been decided, and the next step was to register and establish the company. Huoda's idea was to let Huang Mao be the legal person of the company, while he would stay behind the scenes. In addition, he also needs to ask Huang Mao to buy some facilities and equipment. After Huoda got on the elevator, he pressed the button for the basement floor. The elevator slowly went down and then stopped on the 11th floor. When the elevator door opened, a woman in cool clothes and with a hot body appeared in front of Huoda. Mr. Hua? Teacher Su? Mr. Hua, it's really you. Do you live here too? Why haven't I seen you before? Seeing Huoda, Susie's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect to meet Huoda here. Huoda smiled and nodded. Well, I just moved in not long ago. Well, we'll be neighbors from now on. By the way, where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? Huoda remembered that Susie was riding a donkey before, so he thought of giving her a break. Hearing this, Susie immediately waved her hand and said, No need, I can just ride my bike there. It's okay. It's on the way anyway. Huoda himself didn't know whether it was really a ride or not. He only knew that as long as Susie was willing to take a ride, it would be a good trip even if it was to Mars. Seeing Huoda's enthusiasm, Susie no longer refused. After the two arrived at the underground parking lot, they saw Huoda's Mercedes-Benz, and Susie remembered the previous rear-end collision. At that time, not only did Huoda not hold her accountable, she also stayed with her. Thinking of this, Susie apologized again. Mr. Huoda, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Huoda smiled slightly, opened the door for Susie, and replied, No need to apologize, but you can have dinner. Also, how's your foot? I'm much better now, thank you. Okay, no need to thank me. Huoda waved his hand and said. Then, Huoda sent Susie to Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Then they said see you in the evening and parted ways. Huoda called Huang Mao, and after learning that he was at Miracle Internet Cafe, he drove over. When I walked into the Internet Cafe, it was full of noise, smoke, and the sound of keyboards typing. Because it was a weekday, the Internet Cafe was filled with young hooligans and some young people who had dropped out of school. Huoda walked through the bustling crowd and found Huang Mao in a private room of the Internet Cafe. There were 4 or 5 of his younger brothers with him. Boss, you are here. Seeing Huoda, Huang Mao and his companions immediately stood up and greeted Huoda. Huoda smiled and nodded to everyone, then he felt that the smell of smoke in the room was too strong, even for him, an old smoker, it was a bit unbearable. How many cigarettes did you smoke? Why is the smell so strong? Huang Mao and others looked at each other, scratched their heads and felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, you guys continue playing. Huang Mao, you follow me. Where are we going, boss? After walking out of the Internet Cafe, Huang Mao asked in confusion. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. After saying that, he got on the car first. When Huang Mao saw Huoda get into a Mercedes-Benz G63, he was stunned. Mercedes-Benz G63. This is his dream car. He dreams of owning a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Seeing Huang Mao still standing there in a daze, Huoda immediately rolled down the window and said, Why are you still standing there? Get in the car. Oh. The yellow-haired man finally came to his senses and got on the passenger seat. As soon as he got in the car, Huang Mao asked excitedly, Boss, is this car yours? Why do you like it? Huoda asked back. Huang Mao nodded quickly. I like it very much. I dream of having one. Seeing this, Huoda smiled and said, As long as you follow me and work hard, I guarantee that you will be able to buy a Mercedes-Benz within 5 years. Real? In fact, Huoda originally wanted to say 3 years, but to be conservative he said 5 years. Don't worry, if you can't afford a G-Class within 5 years, I'll give you this car. Boss, don't worry, I will follow you and do my best. At this moment, Huang Mao wanted from the bottom of his heart to follow Huoda and build a career. Not for anything else, just to be able to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class of my own within 5 years. Chapter 65, Per Acting. Boss, why did you bring me here? When Huang Mao saw Huoda taking him to a barber shop, he asked with a puzzled look on his face. Huoda glanced at Huang Mao's hairstyle that looked like the Golden Lion King, and couldn't help but frowned and said, Look at your hairstyle, you don't look like someone who drives a G-Class. Go dye your hair back, and then change it to a neat and tidy hairstyle. I'll take you to register the company later. Register a company? At this time, Huang Mao was even more confused. Yes. Huoda nodded. I plan to let you be the legal representative of the security company. Me? No. The yellow-haired man waved his hands repeatedly. He knew his own limitations and knew how he could be the legal representative of a company. If I say you can do it, you can do it. After saying that, Huoda pulled the yellow-haired man into the barber shop without saying anything. Then we found a professional Tony teacher to help him design his hairstyle. 2 hours later. When Huang Mao walked out of the barber shop, Huoda almost didn't recognize him. You look much better now. The yellow hair you had before didn't suit you. At this time, Huang Mao no longer had his previous non-mainstream hairstyle, and was replaced by a black crew cut, which made his whole temperament look completely different. "Boss, I have dyed my hair back, so please don't call me Huang Mao anymore," Huang Mao said with a look of grievance on his face. That flowing yellow hair has been with him for many years. Now that he has suddenly changed his hairstyle, he is a little uncomfortable with it. Huoda smiled and asked, "If we don't call you Huang Mao, what should we call you, Huang?" "Not as good as Huang Mao. At least Huang Mao sounds like a human being," Huang Mao said with a pout. But then again, Huoda really didn't know Huang Mao's real name, and he hadn't thought of asking before. "I've known you for so long, but I still don't know your name?" asked Huoda. "Yang Fan." "Then I'll call you Afan from now on." "Okay, let's go get a business license before the Industrial and Commercial Bureau closes." Afterwards, the two went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau together. Huoda paid an agent and completed all the company registration procedures in less than an hour. Although it costs a little more money, it is more efficient. If he were to go through the normal procedures himself, he might have to wait for a week. It was almost noon when we came out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Huoda thought about taking Yang Fan out for dinner. However, Yang Fan was anxious to go back and show his brothers his new hairstyle, so he refused. Before leaving, Huoda transferred 1 million in cash to Yang Fan so that he could purchase a batch of training equipment. Seeing that Huoda trusted him so much, Yang Fan couldn't help but become more devoted to Huoda. After separating from Yang Fan, Huoda found a small restaurant in a nearby commercial street to have lunch. This store is doing good business and the store is already full of people. There was an empty seat when Huoda came in. Then he took out his mobile phone to scan the code and place the order. Unexpectedly, just as Huoda finished ordering the food, there was a noise at the door. "Everyone, come and have a look. My son is still in the ICU because of the food from this unscrupulous store." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in her 40s shouted loudly at the door of the store. After a quarrel, it immediately attracted a lot of people to watch. Seeing someone making trouble, the waiter in the store immediately ran to the kitchen and called out the boss. "Hey, big sister, do you have any evidence for what you said? Just your words are not enough. If you say there is a problem, then there is a problem." The boss's words immediately resonated with the onlookers. At the same time, many customers in the store were speaking for the boss. "I've eaten at this restaurant many times and nothing happened. Miss, did your child eat the wrong food somewhere else?" "That's right, how come we are fine after eating it, but your child has problems after eating it? Do you think your boss's business is so good that you want to extort money from him?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started blaming this elder sister. Just then, the eldest sister took out a receipt from her pocket. "This receipt is the evidence. Is this your payment receipt? The payment date is clearly written on it." When everyone took a closer look, they found that it was indeed the payment receipt from this store. All of a sudden, the onlookers turned against the boss and started to scold him for being heartless. But before the boss could explain, many customers in the store spoke up to defend him. "What can a receipt prove? It only proves that you and your child had a meal here. You can't prove that your child's admission to the hospital has anything to do with this store and its owner." Yeah. A small receipt doesn't prove anything." What this young man said makes sense. When the elder sister saw that people around her started to speak for the boss again, she immediately lost her composure and started crying. "I'm a woman, do I need to lie? The doctor said my son had food poisoning. He drank porridge at home in the morning. My whole family drank it and nothing happened. But he ate rice with toppings at your place at noon and became ill." For a while, the two sides could not reach an agreement and started quarreling in front of the store. At this time, the fish-flavored shredded pork rice ordered by Huoda was served. It has good color, aroma and taste, and it whets your appetite at first sight. Huoda picked up his chopsticks and ate while watching the show. At this moment, a real-time intelligence prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. This lady is a temporary actress hired by the owner of the snack bar opposite, in order to ruin the reputation of the shop, so that customers will think that the shop is a black spot and uses unhygienic ingredients, and cause it to close down. Huoda finally understood. This store is doing very good business, and has taken away business from the snack bar across the street, so the other party came up with this dirty trick. This is a boss with good moral character, and a warm heart. He insists on using the freshest ingredients and never uses overnight ingredients. He cleans the kitchen at least 3 times a day. The food in this store is absolutely safe and hygienic. Not only that, the boss will also treat people in need to meals for free. If the two parties are allowed to continue arguing, the reputation of this store will be seriously affected, and the owner will have to close down due to customer problems. Without competition, the snack bar will use waste oil and leftover ingredients to make huge profits, causing a large number of citizens to suffer from food poisoning. Holy crap! Huoda originally wanted to watch the show, but as an upright and good citizen, how could he sit idly by? Huoda put down his chopsticks, walked up to her and said, "My dear sister, you keep saying that your son was admitted to the hospital after eating food from this store. Let me ask you, which hospital, which ward, and what's his name?" Why should I tell you?" said the eldest sister righteously. Huoda smiled and said, "If you don't tell us, how can we believe you?" "Yeah, how can we believe you if you don't tell us?" "Yes, tell me quickly, which hospital is it?" Seeing people around her making a fuss, the older sister immediately made up a piece of false information. "Are you sure what you say is true?" "I'll call the hospital right now. If this person isn't here." Chapter 66. Do you believe in feng shui? When the older sister heard that Huoda was going to call the hospital, she immediately panicked. His expression began to panic, and it was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Huoda sneered, took out his cell phone and started making a call. When the older sister saw this, she rushed forward to try to stop her, but Huoda dodged. "Sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal my phone? Are all the things you said false?" At this time, the eldest sister's face had turned pale, and she stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a word. The people around her immediately started talking and began to doubt what she had said before. At this time, Huoda continued, "Why don't I say it for you? Everything you said before was a lie. Someone deliberately asked you to come here to cause trouble. The purpose is to affect the reputation of this store. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the owner of the snack bar across the street, right?" Huoda's words were like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd. "Little brother, is what you said true?" the boss asked angrily. Huoda did not answer, but pointed to the older sister in front of him. The boss turned around and saw that the other person looked panicked. He knew there must be a problem without asking. "You're talking nonsense. How could I be hired by the snack bar across the street?" As soon as these words came out, Huoda's mouth corner suddenly rose, revealing a confident smile, and said, "Sister, I don't think I said you were hired, but you said it yourself." Boom! All of a sudden, everyone reacted. This person confessed himself. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, I want to go back." Seeing that the matter was exposed, the eldest sister wanted to run away, but was grabbed by the angry boss. "You can't leave, you caused trouble in my store, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Who is causing trouble? Who is causing trouble? Which eye of yours saw me causing trouble? Why, do you still want to hit someone? Come quickly, come and see, someone is being beaten." Seeing that the situation was not good, the eldest sister started to make a scene. At this time, Huoda said to his boss, "Boss, I suggest you call the police first and let the police handle this matter. By the way, you can call the relevant departments such as Industry and Commerce, Food Administration, and Health to report it." When the boss heard this, he immediately understood what he meant and asked the waiters in the store to make the calls separately. Soon, the police arrived at the scene, and after learning the whole story, they took the woman back to the station. The other side. The various regulatory departments also immediately went to the snack bar opposite to conduct a surprise inspection. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. After a surprise inspection, the relevant departments found that the snack bar had serious food safety problems. Not only are the ingredients rotten and spoiled, but the processing environment in the kitchen is extremely poor and the sanitary conditions are seriously substandard. Rats and cockroaches can be found everywhere in the kitchen. In addition, relevant departments also found some poppies in the back kitchen of this store. This thing is illegal, and using it to make food is an even more serious crime. The relevant departments immediately sealed off the snack bar and took away the owner and some other people involved in the case for investigation. Seeing this scene, the onlookers applauded. Little brother, thank you so much for today. The boss shook Huoda's hand and expressed his sincere gratitude. Boss, you're welcome. I haven't finished my meal yet. I'll go back to eat first. Huoda waved his hand and returned to his previous seat, then picked up the half-eaten rice and started to devour it. At this moment, a plate of duck necks suddenly appeared in front of Huoda. When Huoda looked up, he saw a girl with no makeup but outstanding appearance suddenly appear in front of him. Sorry, I didn't order duck neck. Huoda looked up at the girl and said. The girl smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and said, I treated you to this. Thank you for bravely standing up and exposing the lies of that lady, clearing the store and the boss of the wrongdoing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fang Qing. I'm a regular customer of this store. Nice to meet you. As she spoke, Fang Qing generously extended her right hand. Huoda suddenly understood what was going on. He also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Fang Qing. He said, I see. Thank you for your help. My name is Huoda. I am glad to meet you too. After that, the two of them ate and talked. Huoda learned that Su Qing was a self-media blogger who liked to explore food stores in the city. This store was one of the food treasures he had recently discovered. Seeing Huoda's previous brave act, Fang Qing admired him very much. Of course, I was more attracted by Huoda's appearance. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat so we can have dinner together someday. I know a lot of delicious restaurants. Fang Qing took the initiative to suggest. When a beautiful woman adds him on WeChat, there is no reason for Huoda to refuse. I immediately took out my phone and added the other person as a friend. After the two exchanged contact information, they went their separate ways. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. 10 minutes later, the beautiful woman I just met will take a number 28 bus. Half an hour later, when the bus passes the Hong Kong Island Bridge, it will have a car accident with a car driven by fatigue and fall into the sea. All 20 passengers and 1 driver will be drowned in the sea, and no one will survive. Boom! After seeing this prompt, Huoda was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The accuracy of the system intelligence is beyond doubt. He must act quickly to prevent tragedy from happening. This is not only to save Fang Qing, but also to save these 20 innocent people and their families. Without time to think, Huoda immediately drove his Mercedes-Benz and started looking for Fang Qing along the street. I remember that bus number 28 only stops at 2 nearby stations, and the nearest station is 300 meters away. Huoda stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the nearest bus stop. It's only 300 meters away, and you can reach it by turning a corner quickly. But to Huoda's surprise, he did not see Fang Qing at this site. Isn't she here? Just when Huoda was getting extremely anxious and was about to call Fang Qing, he suddenly saw Fang Qing in the rearview mirror drinking milk tea and walking towards the bus stop. Huoda hurriedly got out of the car and shouted at Fang Qing. Fang Qing! Fang Qing heard the shout and looked up in surprise. Seeing it was Huoda, a puzzled look appeared on his face. Huoda? Why are you here? Could it be that you want to pursue me? Huoda was in no mood to joke with Fang Qing at this moment. No time to explain. Get in the car! Hey, what are you doing? Fang Qing was shocked when she saw Huoda pulling her into the car without saying anything. She never expected that Huoda would kidnap her in broad daylight. That's right, in her opinion, Huoda was going to kidnap her. Huoda didn't know how to explain to Fang Qing for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the physiognomy and feng shui that he had used to fool Chen Dadong before. Do you believe in feng shui? Chapter 67, Life Hangs on a Thread. Do you believe in feng shui? Feng shui, also known as Qingwushu and Qingnangshu, is a mysterious art with a long history of the Chinese nation. Feng shui is a comprehensive science that covers a very wide range of content. And face reading is one of the elements in feng shui. The so-called physiognomy is a way of fortune-telling by looking at facial features. Of course Huoda didn't understand feng shui, let alone fortune-telling, but he had a system. It's just that it's not convenient to tell others the system prompts, so he can only convey the system prompts to Fang Qing through feng shui. After all, feng shui itself is a very mysterious subject. Feng shui? You know feng shui? Fang Qing looked at Huoda in surprise. She always felt that Huoda was fooling her. In her opinion, every feng shui master is over 50 years old, with white hair and an immortal look. Huoda is so young and doesn't look like a feng shui master at all. Even if he could, he would only be a half-baked one. Yes, Fang Qing thought so. As a result, her impression of Huoda was greatly reduced. Huoda was concentrating on driving and had no idea what Fang Qing was thinking at the moment. But after hearing Fang Qing's slightly polite question, he said, "To be precise, I can read faces, which is called physiognomy. When we were having dinner just now, I noticed that your forehead was dark, as if you were going to have a bloody disaster. After we separated, I thought more and more that something was wrong, so I read your fortune for you. What's the result?" At this time, Fang Qing became curious and wanted to hear Huoda's conclusion, so she asked cooperatively. "The conclusion is that you will encounter a disaster today, and it is a disaster concerning life and death," Huoda said seriously. "Puff! That sounds like it. According to what you said, if I'm with you now, wouldn't you also?" Fang Qing laughed while holding her stomach. "I'm not kidding you. I came after you just to help you resolve the disaster." Seeing that Fang Qing didn't believe him, Huoda suddenly scolded her in a very serious tone. He must make Fang Qing realize the seriousness of the matter. Seeing Huoda's sudden change of expression, Fang Qing also put away her smile and pouted. "Why are you so fierce? Since you said I'm in trouble, where are you taking me now?" Fang Qing asked. "Hong Kong Island Bridge." 5 minutes later, a number 28 bus carrying 19 passengers will pass by the Hong Kong Island Bridge. The bus will collide with a private car driven due to fatigue. The bus driver will swerve the steering wheel in a hurry, and the bus will accidentally fall into the sea, and all the people on the bus will die in the sea. At this time, Huoda drove his Mercedes-Benz and stopped at a bus stop about 500 meters away from the Hong Kong Island Bridge. The Hong Kong Island Bridge is more than 3,000 meters long, and Huoda did not know where the accident occurred. So the best way is to stop the bus before it gets on the bridge. The stop where he was at this moment was the last stop before the number 28 bus went up the bridge. Seeing Huoda stop the car, Fang Qing asked with a puzzled look on her face. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to the Hong Kong Island Bridge? Why did you stop here? If I'm not mistaken, you were supposed to take bus number 28. When Fang Qing heard this, she was stunned. "How did you know?" Huoda pretended to be mysterious and said, "I told you I can read faces, so I can tell. If I'm not mistaken, your disaster should be in the car." Huoda did not tell Fang Qing what would happen specifically, but only told her that the car might get into an accident. The two waited in the car for a few minutes, and then they saw from the rearview mirror that a number 28 bus was slowly approaching the station. Just when Huoda thought that the bus would stop at this station to pick up and drop off passengers, the bus suddenly accelerated and drove straight past without stopping as Huoda expected. "Not good!" Huoda thought to himself that something was wrong, and immediately started the car and chased after him. But just at this moment, they encountered a red light. The number 28 bus had already passed the traffic light and was heading towards the Hong Kong Island Bridge. "Maybe you calculated it wrong? I think this bus is in good condition," Fang Qing said as she watched the bus going away. "Of course it's okay now, but it may not be the case once you get on the bridge." Fortunately, the traffic light at this intersection was on for a relatively short time, and it turned green again after a few dozen seconds. The moment the green light came on, Huoda stepped on the accelerator, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly burst into a loud roar and rushed out quickly like a wild horse. Huoda increased the speed to 100 miles per hour and soon caught up with the number 28 bus. At this time, the number 28 bus was almost reaching the center of the bridge. In 30 seconds, this number 28 bus will collide with a private car. Due to improper operation by the driver, the bus will fall into the sea and all the people on the bus will die. 30 seconds. Huoda didn't know if he could make it in time. He observed the road conditions and thought about countermeasures. At this time, he saw a private car moving slowly in front of the left side of the bus. The speed limit on the Hong Kong Island Bridge is 80 miles per hour, but according to Huoda's judgment, the speed of this car was only about 40 miles per hour, which can be described as a snail's pace. However, just as the bus was about to overtake the private car, the private car suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right for some reason. The bus driver never expected that a private car in the next lane would suddenly drive into his lane. In a panic, he immediately stepped on the brakes and turned sharply to the right. However, due to the high speed, the left side of the bus still collided with the private car. The violent collision made the already panicked bus driver even more flustered. He tried to steady the bus, but it was too late. The bus had lost control and began to slide towards the edge of the bridge. Huoda was driving behind the bus and witnessed the accident. At this moment, Fang Qing on the side was so frightened that she dared not speak. She never expected that what Huoda said would come true. If Huoda hadn't shown up, she would probably be on that bus right now. As for what the final outcome would be, she no longer dared to imagine it. Seeing that the bus was about to fall into the sea, Huoda didn't hesitate at all. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. "Hold on tight!" He had to prevent the tragedy from happening, and the only way was to rely on the Mercedes-Benz to intercept the bus. At the same time, the passengers on the bus were already panicking. "Oh my God, I haven't found a boyfriend yet, and I don't want to die yet. Mom, are we going to die? I haven't even lost my virginity yet, how can I die here? Old man, I'm coming to see you." They already felt the fear of death, with screams and cries coming one after another. For a moment, the carriage was filled with panic and despair. Chapter 68: A thrilling collision saves countless families. What are you going to do?" Fang Qing asked with a pale face, holding the pull ring on the car door. Before she recovered from the bus accident, she felt a strong push on her back. Then, the next second, she found that Huoda was driving the car and rushing towards the bus like an arrow. "Brake! Brake! If you don't brake, we're going to crash!" By the time Fang Qing reacted, the Mercedes-Benz G was about to hit the bus. The only solution Huoda could think of now was to use his G-Class to force the bus to stop. But if this happens, his newly bought G-Class will be in trouble. In a flash, there was a loud bang. Huoda's Mercedes-Benz G-Class crashed into the front of the bus with a loud bang. The huge impact force instantly overturned the bus and it slid out. Fortunately, this time the bus did not slide towards the edge of the bridge. After sliding forward for more than 10 meters, the bus stopped in the middle of the road. Although the passengers inside were quite frightened and some were even injured, fortunately, their lives were not in any danger. At this time, Huoda also braked suddenly and stopped the car. Then, he hurriedly shouted to Fang Qing, who was still in shock on the passenger seat. "Call the police quickly!" Then, Huoda jumped out of the car immediately and rushed over without even having time to check the condition of his beloved car. At the same time, the owner of the private car woke up instantly. At this moment, I was standing in front of the car, staring at everything happening in front of me. Seeing this, Huoda immediately yelled at the other party. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save people!" "Oh!" The other party quickly agreed and ran towards the bus with Huoda. At this time, the bus had overturned and all the doors for getting on and off the passengers were pressed down, so the passengers could only escape through the windows on the other side. Huoda took a running start, jumped directly on, and shouted to the passengers in the car. "Is everyone okay? I'm here to save you. Come, give me the child first." Huoda shouted as she carefully took a little girl from a mother's arms. Then it was handed over to the owner of the private car. After calling the police, Fang Qing also rushed over to help. Not long after, various rescue vehicles rushed to the scene. With the concerted efforts of various departments, all the trapped passengers and bus drivers were successfully rescued. The 19 passengers and one driver did not suffer any other injuries except for some scratches and shocks. "Hello, I'm from the Jiangqing Traffic Police Brigade. I'd like to ask you about what just happened." At this time, a traffic policeman stopped Huoda and asked him. Huoda said truthfully, "I was just following the bus. When the bus was about to overtake the private car suddenly turned the steering wheel towards the bus's lane, and then the bus also turned the steering wheel sharply, but the two cars still collided. Then I saw the bus rushing towards the guardrail of the bridge. I saw that something was wrong, so I rushed over and hit the bus with my car. After knocking it over, I was able to prevent the bus from rushing through the guardrail and falling into the sea. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. After the traffic police finished taking Huoda's statement, they immediately retrieved the surveillance video from the scene. After realizing that there was no way out of the situation, as Huoda said, he immediately took the private car driver back. What happened was actually very simple. The private car driver caused the accident due to fatigue driving. After the people were rescued, a tow truck arrived at the scene quickly. All 3 vehicles involved in the accident were towed back. At this time, Huoda discovered that the front of his G-Class had been hit beyond recognition. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel sad. After all, I had the car for less than a week when it was crashed into this state. Brother, that Mercedes-Benz G is yours, right? Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly walked up to Huoda and asked. Huoda nodded, looked at the other person and asked, You are? I run a car repair shop. This is my business card. My name is Xiao Xueming. As he spoke, Xiao Xueming took out a business card and handed it to Huoda with both hands. Huoda picked up the business card and looked at it. Xueming Auto Repair Shop. Then Huoda looked at Xiao Xueming with a puzzled look and asked, Boss Xiao, do you have something to talk to me about? Xiao Xueming smiled and said, It's like this. Your car was hit, and I was thinking whether you would like to come to my shop to repair it. I promise to raise the damage to your car, and then return the higher money to you. Hearing this, Huoda frowned. Increasing the damage to the car and then taking rebates is a very common practice in auto repair shops. Of course, if you take the car to a 4S shop for repair, the 4S shop will still report a higher amount of damage to the car. I will never bring you a new one if it can be replaced. It's just that there is no rebate at 4S stores. But if you repair it at a 4S store, all spare parts are original from the manufacturer. So for this reason, there are still many car owners who are not short of money who choose to go to 4S stores for repairs. Of course, more car owners will choose to go to private auto repair shops like Xueming Auto Repair Shop for repairs in order to get rebates. However, these car owners who receive the rebates will return all the money they earned when they want to sell their cars. Obviously, Huoda is a wealthy car owner, and he has no intention of going to a private auto repair shop to get his car fixed. But he still said, I'm sorry, Mr. Qiao, I don't plan to go to your shop to repair the car. To be precise, I don't plan to repair my car. Do you have any connections to have my car declared a scrap car? That's right, Huoda wants to change his car. After all, it was such a serious accident that he didn't dare drive the car even if it was repaired. It would be better to just classify the car as scrapped and then buy another one. This? Well, Huoda could see that the other party obviously didn't want to help. Huoda also expressed his understanding of this. After all, if the car is assessed as scrapped, the other party will not make any money. He came to Huoda to ask him to go to his shop to repair the car, to make money, not to help out of obligation. So Huoda didn't blame him. After thanking him, Huoda walked away. But he still called Lu Anren from the 4S store. Mr. Huo, do you have something to talk to me about? After the call was connected, Lu Anren's voice came from the phone. Huoda got straight to the point and said, Ms. Lu, my car was just hit, and it was pretty serious. I want to ask if you have any connections to have my car declared a scrap car. I want to buy another one. Oh, there was a collision. Are you okay? Lu Anren's voice was full of concern. Huoda felt warm in his heart, and couldn't help but like Lu Anren even more. Huoda replied, I'm fine, but the car was hit a little bit seriously, so I wanted to ask if you could help me. Lu Anren pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Huo, I understand your feelings, but we don't have the final say on this matter. How about this? I'll ask for you and call you back later. Is that okay with you? Okay, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Huoda finally remembered Fang Qing. How is it? Are you okay? Huoda came to Fang Qing and asked with concern. Fang Qing shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for today. Although Fang Qing still looked frightened, she knew that if it weren't for Huoda, she would probably have died in the sea today. Similarly, if it weren't for Huoda, all the passengers in the car would probably have died. So this thank you was not only her thanks to Huoda, but also a thank you on behalf of all the passengers in the car. Chapter 69, trading in an old car for a new one, getting a new G-Class for free. Because Huoda's car was towed away, Huoda couldn't take Fangqing back, so he took a taxi and left. Huoda got on the trailer and went straight to the 4S store. As for why you go to a 4S store, of course it is to buy a car. Although it has only been a few days since he got the new car, Huoda has already experienced the convenience of having a car. I would not be able to get used to it if I suddenly didn't have a car to drive. So, he wants to buy a new car. When they arrived at the 4S store, Lu Anren was already waiting at the door. Mr. Hua, I was just about to call you, but I didn't expect you to come. When Lu Anren saw Huoda, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Today, Lu Anren put on a light makeup, wore a black business suit, a pair of black high heels, and the charming black stockings, which made Huoda take a second look. After Huoda retracted his gaze, he asked Lu Anren, Ms. Lu, do you have any Mercedes-Benz G-Class in stock in your store? To be honest, Huoda is still very satisfied with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so even if he wants to buy a new car, he still chooses the G-Class as his first choice. Hearing this, Lu Anren looked embarrassed and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Hua, we don't have any G-Class cars in stock at the moment. If you want a G-Class, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Huoda had anticipated this, and the reason he asked was to see if his luck would be as good as last time. Obviously, he was not lucky this time. By the way, Mr. Hua, I want to ask, how did you crash the car? Lu Anren asked curiously. Don't mention it. Huoda waved his hand and said, Just now, there was a car accident on the Hong Kong Island Bridge. A private car hit a bus. The bus driver was operating the bus improperly and was about to run off the bridge. I rushed over and forced the bus to stop. Huoda said it lightly, but to Lu Anren, it sounded like a heroic act. Regardless of his own safety, he resolutely used his newly bought car to force the bus to stop and saved several passengers. This is righteousness. At this moment, Lu Anren sincerely admired Huoda. At the same time, she also knew why Chen Zhao's Mercedes-Benz was hit so badly. Mr. Hua, you are a hero! Speaking of which, can my car be deemed a scrapped car? Huoda asked. Lu Anren shook his head and said, I'm afraid not, but you can replace it. Although it is an accident car, it is still worth a lot of money. Yes, it can be replaced. Huoda slapped his forehead and wondered why he hadn't thought of this. In that case, take me to see the car first. Mr. Hua, this way please. As he spoke, Lu Anren took Huoda into the exhibition hall. Mr. Hua, if you want a ready-made car, you can consider this Maybach S-Class. Lu Anren pointed to a black Maybach S580 and said, Although Maybach is a luxury car worth millions, Huoda thinks it is too old-fashioned and does not suit his temperament as a young and wealthy person. I still think the G-Class is more suitable for me. Huoda shook his head. If you want to be proud, drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This? Lu Anren was in a difficult situation for a while. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked into the exhibition hall in a hurry. He looked anxious and looked around as if he was looking for someone. When he saw Huoda, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Hello, Mr. Hua. My name is Zhou and I am the owner of this 4S store. Thank you for saving my mother. As he said this, Zhou Zhihao was about to kneel down towards Huoda. Fortunately, Huoda was quick to act and supported the other person. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? Huoda asked with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Hua, I know everything. You just stopped a bus from falling into the sea on the Hong Kong Island Bridge. I just received a call from my old mother. I was still thinking about how to thank you for saving my life, but I saw your car in the maintenance department, so I came to find you. Huoda understood that one of the people in the car he rescued happened to be the old mother of the 4S shop owner in front of him. Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. I just did what I thought I should do. Zhou Zhihao held Huoda's hand tightly, his gratitude overflowing with words. No, Mr. Hua, you saved my mother, you are the benefactor of our whole family, we must repay this favor. At this time, Zhou Zhihao looked at Lu Anren beside him and asked, Xiao Lu, what car does Mr. Hua like? Mr. Zhou, Mr. Hua wants a G-Class, and he wants a ready-made one, but we… Lu Anren said embarrassedly. Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry, I just love G-Class. Huoda scratched his head and said. I see. After saying that, Zhou Zhihao quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Old Wu, I'm Zhou Zhihao. Do you have any AMGGS? That's great. I have a friend here who needs a car. Can you help me? Just consider it as a request from me. I owe you a favor. What friend? My benefactor, the benefactor of my entire family. No more talking. I'll arrange for a cart to go over there right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zhihao immediately said with a smile. Mr. Hua, please wait a moment. I have arranged for someone to go to another store to transfer a G-class. It should be here soon. Although Huoda was a little surprised, he still thanked her. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. No. Mr. Hua, please take a rest first. Zhou Zhihao then called Lu Anren aside and whispered. Xiao Lu, don't charge Mr. Hua for the car later. I'll pay for it. Although Zhou Zhihao spoke softly, Huoda heard every word he said. Boss Zhou, this won't do. Zhou Zhihao was shocked that he could hear it from such a distance. However, Zhou Zhihao quickly came to his senses and said, Mr. Hua, compared with my mother's life, a car is nothing. But this... Mr. Hua, please let me express my gratitude, otherwise I will feel really bad. No, I don't save people for any reward. Huoda thought about it and refused. Although Huoda doesn't think he is a good person, he has a bottom line. At this time, Lu Anren on the side said, Mr. Hua, don't you still have an old car? You can exchange it. Yes, swap. When Zhou Zhihao heard Lu Anren's words, he immediately gave her an approving look and immediately felt that Lu Anren was a good person and should be trained in the future. Replacement? That's right, Mr. Hua, if you feel bad about it, just trade your old car to us, and the difference will be mine. That's fine, right? Zhou Zhihao said with a smile. Huoda thought about it and decided that this was a good idea. Although he had taken advantage, Zhou Zhihao had not paid too much, so he nodded and agreed. That's it, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Of course. Chapter 70 I don't like Wangzai buns. Half an hour later. Huoda saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz AMG G. Unlike his original G-Class, this car was actually a red G-Class. There is a sense of sexiness from the inside to the outside. However, Huoda loved it. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, I didn't know this car was red. Zhou Zhihao would never have thought that the G-Class that was transferred over would be a red one. It's not that red is a bad color, but few men like to buy red cars. Except sports cars, of course. Huoda waved his hand. It's okay, red is good. Seeing that Huoda really liked this red G-Class, Zhou Zhihao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just like it. Xiao Lu, please help Mr. Hua with the follow-up procedures. I have something else to do. Okay, Mr. Zhou, go ahead and get busy. Zhou Zhihao had to go back and settle accounts with old Wu. Although Huoda accepted the car, it didn't mean he accepted it. If Huoda didn't accept it, he would be the one who would be embarrassed, so he had to settle the score with old Wu. Huoda didn't know about this. He was observing the new car carefully at the moment. Another 10 minutes passed. Lu Anren handed a file bag to Huoda. Mr. Hua, here are all the documents for this car, please keep them. Thanks. Huoda took the file bag and saw that Lu Anren seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he asked curiously. Anything else? Hearing this, Lu Anren looked up at Huoda and mustered up the courage to say, Mr. Hua, can I treat you to dinner tonight? After she finished speaking, Lu Anren's heartbeat quickened, but she still tried to stare into Huoda's eyes, waiting for his answer. She knew the gap between herself and Huoda. Huoda is not only handsome, but also young and rich. Such a person will never lack girlfriends. But Lu Anren still wanted to give it a try, because she knew that Huoda was different from those rich second generations. He could stand up in a critical moment, which proved his kindness. Huoda smiled slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It is undeniable that Lu Anren is indeed very good-looking. Huoda was still somewhat moved. But unfortunately, Lu Anren's appointment was for tonight, and he already had an appointment. Miss Lu, I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be possible tonight. Ah, then. God knows, Lu Anren almost cried after hearing that she was rejected by Huoda. However, at this time, Huoda changed the subject and continued. It should be possible tomorrow night. Real? Lu Anren asked in surprise. Huoda nodded and said, Well, tomorrow night I'll pick you up when you get off work. It's a deal. It's a deal. Then, Huoda drove the new car away from the 4S store. He looked at the time and it was almost time to go home from school, so he drove towards Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Originally, Susie had an evening study class tonight, but she had already made an appointment with Huoda, so she had to find someone to switch classes with her. Teacher Zhu, are you free tonight? Can you take my evening study session? Susie asked the young girl next to her. Teacher Su, you seldom change your evening self-study classes. Why did you think of changing them today? Are you going to have a date in the evening? Teacher Zhu teased with a smile. Teacher Zhu's words instantly attracted the attention of other teachers in the office. Everyone was concerned about Susie's date tonight. Teacher Su, are you really going on a date tonight? Who is the other person and what does he do? Teacher Su, you really need to think about your life. You are still young and Xiaoyan is still young, so you have to hurry up. Teacher Su, you haven't told me who it is yet? Is it the new PE teacher? I guess it's Mr. Wang who teaches mathematics. He has been pursuing you. Susie blushed as she listened to her colleague's teasing and concern. Don't guess, it's not a date, it's just a meal. You said it wasn't a date, but we're having dinner together. Teacher Zhu seemed to have heard a huge joke. All right, let's not guess anymore. I'll help you with the lesson tonight, but you have to let us see what that person looks like. But I don't have a picture of him, said Susie. Why not just take one at night? Then I'll give it a try. At this time, Wang Weijie, who happened to walk to the door of the office, heard everyone's discussion. Susie found a boyfriend? Impossible! This is impossible! Although Susie has been married once and has a 3-year-old daughter, she still maintains a good figure and appearance. Coupled with her gentle and kind personality, she is quite popular in Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School and has many suitors, and Wang Weijie is one of them. After hearing the news that Susie might have a boyfriend, Wang Weijie suddenly felt inexplicably irritated and unwilling. He has always had a crush on Susie and has confessed his feelings to her many times, but was rejected by Susie every time. At first he thought that Susie was unwilling to accept him because she was afraid of marriage after a failed marriage. Now it seems that he was wrong and took it for granted. At this moment, hearing that Susie was about to date another man, the fire of jealousy in Wang Weijie's heart was instantly ignited. Susie, how could you do this? Wang Weijie couldn't help but muttered. You clearly know how I feel about you, why do you still want to date another man? However, Wang Weijie also understood that he had no right to interfere in Susie's private life. He just couldn't accept that the woman he had admired for so long was taken away by someone else. At this time, Susie had packed up her things and was ready to leave the office. She didn't know that Wang Weijie heard their conversation outside the door. Seeing Susie's leaving back, Wang Weijie immediately chased after her. And the other side. Huoda has already driven to the gate of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. It was the time when students were about to finish school, and there were many cars parked on the roadside, all of which were parents coming to pick up their children. A red Mercedes-Benz G suddenly appeared at the school gate, immediately attracting a lot of people's attention. Wow, it's a Mercedes-Benz G. Who in our school is so rich? His family drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Could it be Xie Qiao? I heard her family is quite wealthy. It should be Kai Yujie. I heard his father runs a company and is worth tens of millions. Look, Xie Qiao is walking over there. It can't really be her car, right? Amid the discussions of the students, a girl in school uniform and a ponytail suddenly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This person is none other than the school belle of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, Xie Qiao. As she walked into the car, she saw Huoda getting out. Uncle, is this car yours? Xie Qiao asked. Uncle? When Huoda heard Xie Qiao calling him uncle, he was immediately happy. He is only 25 years old, at most 6 or 7 years older than these middle school students. Huoda must be unhappy to be called uncle. Hey beauty, have you ever seen such a handsome uncle? Xie Xiao was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then a bright smile spread across her face and she said, "Okay, handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend?" "Does it matter to you whether I have a girlfriend or not?" Huoda asked with a puzzled look on his face. Xie Xiao said seriously, "If you don't have it, I don't mind being your girlfriend. If you do have it, I don't mind being your girlfriend either." "What? Just you?" Huoda looked Xie Xiao up and down in surprise, then said disdainfully, "Sorry, I don't like steamed buns." Chapter 71, Capture Suzy. At first, Xie Xiao didn't react to what Wang Zai meant, but when he saw Huoda's obscene eyes glancing at his chest, he understood instantly. "Little bun? You actually called me a little bun?" Xie Xiao puffed out her chest and said angrily. But in Huoda's opinion, Xie Xiao's action was very funny. Did she think that if she pushed forward like this, the airport would turn into a mountain? Seeing Huoda's disdainful expression, Xie Xiao felt extremely humiliated. That's right, this was the first time she had felt this way since she grew up. In school, everyone gives in to her and compliments her. She is the recognized school beauty of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Wherever she goes, she is the center of attention and is held in the palm of everyone's hand. But today, the man in front of her actually dared to humiliate her like this. Xie Xiao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying hard not to let her tears fall. Just then, Huoda saw Suzy walking out of the campus. Huoda pouted at Xie Xiao and said, "Look, see, that's my favorite dish. You should go home and eat more papaya." Xie Xiao looked back and saw the majestic breasts of Suzy. She admitted that her features could not compare to Suzy's. But what made her angry was that Huoda actually asked her to go home and eat papaya. It was obvious that he disliked her for being too young. What's wrong with being smaller? Do you understand what it means to have everything under control? You just wait. Xie Xiao said this through gritted teeth, then turned and ran away, leaving Huoda standing there in shock. Huoda ignored Xie Xiao. In his opinion, Xie Xiao was just a little girl. Although he was lustful, he would not go so far as to make a move on a high school girl. After all, a young and ignorant girl is not as good as a charming and seductive young woman. "Teacher Su!" Seeing Suzy coming out, Huoda waved and shouted at Suzy. The loud voice immediately spread throughout the gate of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. "Oh my god, this guy is here to pick up Teacher Su. No way, is this guy Teacher Su's boyfriend? Oh my god, how could my goddess be taken away by a pig? Have you ever seen such a handsome and rich pig? It doesn't matter. What matters is that my goddess is destined not to belong to me anymore." Suzy saw Huoda leaning on her red G-class at the school gate. Seeing Huoda's showy look, Suzy frowned, then chuckled and walked over quickly. "Your car? I changed the color. Isn't it sexy?" Suzy covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then nodded. "Let's go, get in the car." Immediately afterwards, Huoda drove away from Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School in a bright red Mercedes-Benz G. After seeing this scene, Manhwaedit, who was hiding in the crowd, clenched his right fist and hit the tree trunk hard. "Hateful! Suzy, I never thought you were such a vain woman. I was so blind." He originally thought that Suzy was different from others, a woman who focused on inner qualities, was not materialistic, and did not follow the crowd. However, what he saw today made Wang Weijie realize that Suzy was just like those women, a vain person who liked to cling to the powerful. And he finally understood why Suzy had always rejected him. Because I have no money, because I am a poor person. At this moment, Wang Weijie's heart began to twist. He wanted revenge on Su Qian. Then he disappeared into the crowd. The other side. Huoda asked Suzy as they drove. "Where are we going?" "Supermarket." "Supermarket?" Huoda was stunned. Didn't he agree to treat him to a meal? Why did he go to the supermarket? Seeing Huoda's puzzled expression, Suzy smiled and explained. "Yes, I think it's not sincere enough to invite you out for dinner, so I plan to cook a sumptuous dinner myself." Huoda's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a good relationship. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to Heishenwang Mansion carrying large and small bags. "Come in." Susie brought Huoda a new pair of slippers, and Huoda changed his shoes and walked into Susie's house. The layout of Susie's house is the same as the one he rented, both with 32 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, but the decoration of Susie's house is more cozy. At this time, Huoda saw a family photo placed on the TV cabinet. This is a family photo of 3 people. The girl in the photo is Susie. Next to her is a policeman in uniform, and in her arms is a cute baby. Although Huoda had guessed that Susie might be married, his heart still ached when he saw this family photo. "Teacher Sue, why don't I see your husband and children?" Huoda asked casually. When Susie heard Huoda's question, her expression changed instantly. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she immediately regained her calm. "I am usually busy with work and don't have time to take care of the child, so I sent him to my mother's place. As for the child's father, he unfortunately died while chasing a suspect 2 years ago." Huoda didn't expect that Susie had such a heavy past hidden behind her. He was silent for a while before he said softly, "Teacher Sue, I didn't know, I'm sorry." Susie shook her head and forced a smile. "It's okay. These are all things of the past. I have moved on from it." Seeing Susie's strong smile, Huoda couldn't help but feel more sympathy for her. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Sit down for a while. I'll go cook and it will be ready soon." With that, Susie picked up the ingredients and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Susie busy in the kitchen, Huoda did not sit idle either, but followed in to help. "How did you get in? Get out now. I promised to treat you to a meal. How can I let a guest like you do this?" "Sister Sue, please let me help you. It's boring for me to sit here." Huoda walked over to Susie and started helping wash and cut vegetables. Although his movements were a little clumsy, his attitude was very serious. Susie was slightly stunned at this moment. This scene reminded her of the past. At that time, she and her husband also cooked together and washed dishes together. After coming to her senses, Susie looked at Huoda in surprise and asked, "What did you just call me?" "Sister Sue, I think it's too formal to call me Teacher Sue. You won't mind, right?" Huoda asked with a smile. Susie smiled and said, "Of course I don't mind. This makes it feel more intimate." "That's good." With the tacit cooperation of the two, exquisite dishes came out of the pot one after another. Soon, the table was filled with a variety of home-cooked dishes. "Huoda, come and try my cooking." Susie picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Huoda's bowl. "Sister, before we taste the food you cooked, shouldn't we have a drink first?" "You're right, we have to have a drink." Hearing this, Huoda hurriedly took out the red wine he bought from the supermarket and poured 2 glasses. Then, the two raised their glasses, clinked them lightly, and then each took a sip. "Come, eat some food. It's delicious. If it tastes good, eat more." The two of them ate and chatted, and soon the bottle of red wine was empty. At this time, Susie's face was flushed, which made Huoda feel hot all over. "Sister Sue, you are so beautiful." "Really?" "Really, Sister Sue." "Woo." Huoda didn't expect Susie to be so bold as to surprise him. Then he immediately turned from passive to active and kissed Susie passionately. After a long time, their lips parted. A transparent silk thread broke in midair. "Huoda, carry me to the bedroom." Chapter 72 Wang Weijia's Revenge. If he can't get it, he will destroy it. Early the next morning. In a daze. Huoda felt a pain in his arm. When consciousness took over his brain, he suddenly thought of something. When he opened his eyes, he saw Susie lying naked beside him. Boom! Huoda suddenly felt a headache. The 4 words, "drunk and promiscuous," instantly popped up in my mind. Although Huoda also wanted to have something beyond friendship with Susie, he didn't want to take advantage of her. But now, what to do? In fact, Susie had woken up a long time ago, but when she woke up and saw herself and Huoda beside her, she was in a daze. She didn't know what to do for a moment, and could only continue pretending to sleep. At this moment, Huoda looked at Susie beside him, his brain working rapidly. The beauty beside me has woken up, but she chose to pretend to be asleep to escape everything that happened last night. What? Susie is awake. Huoda was stunned at first. wondering why Susie was pretending to be asleep if she was awake. Shouldn't she give herself a big slap and then question herself? But she chose to pretend to sleep. Could it be? Huoda suddenly had a bold guess. In order to verify his guess, Huoda's hands slowly reached out to Susie's white and plump breasts. Just as he expected, when his hand touched Susie's sensitive parts. Susie didn't wake up, but couldn't help frowning. Seeing Susie like this, Huoda became bolder. Then he pressed towards Susie without saying a word. Half an hour later. Are you born in the year of the ox? Susie looked at Huoda with resentment, and couldn't help but complain. She never expected that the first thing Huoda would do after waking up was to do morning exercises. At first she wanted to pretend that she was not awake, but when her feelings were deeply rooted, she could no longer pretend and could only try her best to cater to Huoda. At this moment, she threw all her shame behind her. It must be said that after morning exercises, the two of them no longer felt awkward as before. Looking at Susie's resentful eyes, Huoda scratched his head and said, "Who made Sister Sue so sexy? No one can resist it." Loquacious. Susie glared at Huoda, then pretended to be angry and said, "Get up quickly and take me to work. I'm almost late." "Okay." Seeing that Susie didn't seem angry with him, Huoda immediately got up and put on his clothes in no time. Then, while Susie was putting on makeup, she thoughtfully prepared breakfast for her. Then I sent her to school. After separating from Susie, Huoda was in a particularly good mood. Even though I managed to capture Susie in a muddled way last night, the result was good. Susie didn't blame him, which meant that his happy sex life would be guaranteed in the future. When Susie arrived at school, the first class had already begun. Fortunately, the first class today was not hers, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. As soon as Susie entered the office, everyone's eyes turned to her. "Teacher Sue, you are late today." "I remember that Teacher Sue was never late. Why is he late today? Tell me, did you do something bad last night?" "Teacher Zhao, do you even need to ask? Just look at Teacher Sue's improved mood and you'll know. She must have had a great time last night." Listening to the teasing of the people in the office, Susie was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. In fact, she didn't know that her charming appearance at this moment was obviously moisturized. Although these people are teachers, they are also women. In private, they would also talk about some sexy topics. At this moment, Manhwaedit, who happened to pass by, overheard the conversation of the crowd. At this moment, Manhwaedit's mood was like being shrouded by dark clouds, gloomy and heavy. Last night, when he saw Susie get into Huoda's car, he was already upset. Just now, he saw Susie getting out of Huoda's car again, and it was like a sharp knife in his heart, shattering his last bit of fantasy about Susie. At this moment, standing outside the office door, listening to his colleague's frivolous teasing of Susie, he wished that Susie could fight back forcefully, but Susie's reaction told him that all this was true. His inner defenses completely collapsed at this moment. Susie, the woman who had once haunted him and whom he had dreamed of, now made him feel extremely disgusted. Why? Why is this happening? Manhwaedit asked himself this question over and over in his heart, but unfortunately no one could answer him. After a moment, Manhwaedit's eyes changed, becoming extremely gloomy and resolute. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, but he felt no pain at all. He wants to take revenge on Su Qian, he wants to destroy this woman with his own hands. Manhwaedit quickly returned to his office. At this moment, his office was empty as all the other teachers had gone to class, which gave him a good opportunity. He turned on his computer, skillfully opened a colorful website, and then selected a few large-scale photos and saved them. Then he found the photos of Susie that he had taken secretly before and photoshopped Susie's face onto those large-scale photos. After finishing photoshopping the picture, he registered a small account, posted it on various social media platforms, and gave it a very eye-catching title. Indecent photos of a teacher from Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School leaked. A teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School is willing to sell her body in order to get promoted. A teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School cheated with a student's parent. Soon, these posts quickly fermented on the internet, causing an uproar. All of a sudden, many netizens began to dig up the identity of the female teacher in the photo. Wang Weijie looked at the ever-increasing number of clicks, and a twisted sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Since I can't get you, I will destroy you with my own hands. At this moment, he seemed to have seen Susie's disgrace and despair, which gave him a morbid pleasure. The other side. After adjusting her mindset, Susie began to prepare for the next class. However, at this moment, Teacher Zhu on the side suddenly shouted, "Oh no! Oh no! Teacher Zhu, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at Teacher Zhu curiously and asked. Teacher Zhu looked at Su Qian with an embarrassed look on his face. "Teacher Su, you should take a look yourself." Teacher Zhu spoke hesitantly, and handed his cell phone to Susie. Susie took the phone, took a closer look, and was so scared that she almost dropped it on the ground. The contents on the screen were some photos that she dared not look at. "No, this isn't me." Susie denied it immediately, saying that she was very sure that she had not taken these photos, but the problem was that the person in these photos was her. At this time, everyone had gathered around and saw the content on Teacher Zhu's phone. "What is going on? Teacher Su, it's impossible to do such a thing. Someone must want to harm Teacher Su. This is too much, who on earth did this?" At this time, Teacher Su said, "I believe Teacher Su. This photo is obviously photoshopped. We must find this person." Just then, Susie's cell phone rang. Susie picked it up and saw that it was a call from the new principal. "Susie, come to my office right now." Chapter 73. The indecent photo incident begins to ferment. Huoda takes action. "Today, the common people are really, really happy." Huoda was humming a song while strolling in Jiangqing. Today is definitely a memorable day for him. It is not to commemorate the fact that he conquered Susie, but to commemorate the fact that after conquering Susie, he had a greater sense of belonging to this world. Well, they may look similar, but there are actually some differences. He has been in this world for some time, but only he knows that he actually has no sense of belonging to this world. Because there is no one or thing in this world that he can care about. But now it's different. He now has someone he cares about. As Susie is the first woman that Huoda has in this world, Huoda is going to give her a gift. The first thing that Huoda thought of was cars. He remembered that when he first met Susie, she was riding an electric bike. Now that the weather is getting hotter, he doesn't want Susie to ride an electric bike to and from get off work under the scorching sun all day. But Huoda changed his mind and wondered if the car would be too expensive to be given directly. What if Susie refused to accept it? How about a small gift first? No, how can a small gift show my sincerity? I still have to give you a car. After much thought, Huoda decided to give Susie a mobility scooter. So Huoda drove towards the auto city. Since it's a gift for Susie, it has to be a car suitable for a girl to drive. And the people who understand women best are naturally women. Huoda immediately thought of Lu Anren. However, when Huoda arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, he found that Lu Anren was actually taking a day off and not working today. What's even more coincidental is that there was not a single female salesperson in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store at that time. I don't know if they are on a collective holiday or if they are all out accompanying clients on test drives. In desperation, Huoda had to move to the BMW 4S store next door. As one of the three major luxury brands, BMW is also a car brand that many girls love. "Welcome to the BMW 4S store, please come in, sir." As soon as Huoda entered the door, a male salesperson greeted her enthusiastically. Huoda glanced at the other person and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, can you please replace us with a female salesperson?" The male salesperson was stunned when he heard this, but since the customer is God, he could only nod and call a female salesperson. "Hello, sir. My name is Gu Qing. You can call me Xiao Gu. I am very happy to serve you." Why does this sound so weird? It feels like what the technician in a foot massage parlor said. Huoda asked curiously. "Beauty, you used to work in a foot massage parlor, right?" A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Qing's eyes. "Sir, how did you know?" "Oh my God, it's true!" Huoda was speechless for a moment. He had just said it casually, but he didn't expect it to be true. Nothing, I'm just guessing. I'm planning to buy a car for my girlfriend. Can you give me some advice? Huoda quickly changed the subject. Okay, please follow me. Although today is a weekday, there are still many customers in the BMW 4S store's showroom buying cars. At this time, these customers were led by sales consultants, and were looking at the display cars in the showroom in groups of 3 or 5. At this time, a customer suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck! How can teachers nowadays be so rude that they actually take such disgusting photos? It's really immoral." For a moment, everyone present was attracted by the sudden exclamation and cast curious glances. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly said thoughtfully, "This woman looks so familiar, I seem to have seen her somewhere. It can't be a celebrity. Aren't there always private photos of female celebrities exposed on the internet?" someone in the crowd said. Quickly checking, someone broke the news, saying that this is a teacher from Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Teacher from Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. After hearing these words, Huoda suddenly became curious. Isn't Susie a teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School? Maybe I can get some first-hand information from her. However, when Huoda saw the photos on the phone, he was stunned. The photo was none other than Susie. How is this possible? The photo is heavily photoshopped, and was done maliciously. Man-made. Someone is targeting Susie. After learning that someone was deliberately targeting Susie, Huoda was instantly filled with anger. As a teacher, he knew very well that these photos would cause serious damage to Susie's reputation. The person who photoshopped the picture and spread it behind her back wants to ruin Susie's reputation. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale, and whoever touches it will die. And at this moment, Susie is his Achilles heel. He was determined to find out who was behind this and give Susie justice. "Miss Gu, I remember I have something else to do. I'll leave first." After saying that, Huoda hurriedly left the 4S store. Now is not the time to buy a car. He must find the person behind this before things get any worse. Open the system mall. Exchange for super hacker card. After returning to the car, Huoda immediately opened the system mall and exchanged for a super hacker card. Ding! Super hacker card redemption successful, 50,000 points deducted, remaining points 1.14 million. Use the super hacker card. Ding! Super hacker card used successfully, remaining time, 2 hours. Although he had no computer and only a mobile phone with him at the time, for a world-class hacker, a mobile phone was enough. All Huoda has to do now is delete all the posts about Susie's indecent photos. Keep this matter to a minimum. Huoda's fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen. A few minutes later, all the videos and posts about Susie's indecent photos on the internet were deleted at the same time. After doing all this, Huoda quickly rushed to Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. The other side. Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Manhwaedit is refreshing the background data from time to time. With each refresh, the number of clicks on these posts will increase exponentially. Just when he was immersed in it, it suddenly refreshed. The post is gone. What's going on? Why is it gone? Is it blocked? Manhwaedit checked several social platforms in a row, and finally he found that all the posts were gone. This is impossible! If he could understand that the posts on 1 or 2 platforms were gone, it might be that they were blocked. But if all the posts on all platforms are gone, then it's not as simple as being blocked. Because it is impossible for these platforms to block his posts at the same time, there must be an order of priority. But the problem is that these posts disappeared at the same time. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Manhwaedit felt that someone didn't want him to continue spreading Susie's indecent photos. Humph, I'll see how many I can block. Manhwaedit skillfully opened Penguin, then opened a game group and began to mobilize his friends in the game to help post. Chapter 74 The Truth Revealed. Manhwaedit is a game fan and has loved playing games since he was a young student. When he was in college, he joined a gaming guild. Over the past decade, he has risen from an ordinary member to the management level of the guild. As a manager, as soon as he spoke in the group, he received a lot of responses. Of course, Manhwaedit was not stupid enough to say that he wanted to ruin Susie's reputation. Instead, he told everyone that he had a big news. "Oh my god, this melon is quite big! No, I want to share this melon with more people. No picture, no truth. Yes, just talking without pictures won't work. Hurry up and post the pictures. Post the pictures." Manhwaedit sneered in his heart and immediately clicked send. However, when the image was loaded to 99%, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen indicating that the image sending failed. Manhwaedit didn't care about it, thinking that the school's network was not working properly, so he clicked send again. But this time, after the picture was loaded to 99%, it prompted that the sending failed. Manhwaedit tried several times, but the result was still failure. What's going on? What on earth is going on? Just when Manhwaedit was feeling depressed, Susie had already arrived at the principal's office. "Principal, you're looking for me?" Susie asked as she walked into the principal's office with a nervous look on her face. The new principal, Xiaji Gang, raised his head, looked at Su Qian, and said expressionlessly, "Teacher Su, please sit down." Seeing Xiaji Gang's expressionless face, she felt even more uneasy. She knew that Xiaji Gang suddenly came to her because of those photos. Xiaji Gang was silent for a while, as if he was considering how to start. At this moment, the office was eerily quiet. Describe it with a line from a song. I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Principal, just say whatever you want to say. Susie couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere and couldn't help but speak. Xiaji Gang sighed and said slowly, "In this case, Teacher Su, I will speak frankly. I already know what happened online. To be honest, the impact is very bad. Not just for you personally, but for the school as well. Principal, those are all fake. Someone deliberately photoshopped the pictures to frame me," Susie hurriedly explained. Xiaji Gang waved his hand, signaling Susie to stay calm. "Teacher Su, I believe you are innocent, but it's useless for me to believe you. Do you think the students will believe you? Do you think the parents of the students will believe you? Do you think the leaders of the Education Bureau will believe you?" Xiaji Gang's three soul-searching questions were like a heavy hammer, hitting Susie's heart hard. She realized that no matter how much she explained, she could not immediately eliminate the negative impact of those false photos. At this time, Xiaji Gang continued, "Teacher Su, my suggestion is that you suspend your duties immediately and resume them when the truth comes out." Susie was silent for a moment, then nodded helplessly. "At this point, this is all we can do." Susie didn't know how she walked out of the principal's office and returned to her own office. As soon as Susie came back, several other colleagues in the office immediately surrounded her and expressed their concern. "Teacher Su, what does the principal want to see you about? Is it because of those photos? What did the principal say?" Susie forced a smile and said, "The principal asked me to suspend my duties first and resume my duties after the matter is thoroughly investigated." After hearing Susie's answer, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became heavy. Colleagues looked at each other, worried expressions on their faces. How could this be? Those photos are obviously fake, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that. So what if it's fake? It's obvious that someone is deliberately targeting Teacher Su. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise I will make him pay. It's better to take a rest. This matter will definitely get to the bottom of it. Everyone comforted him. Susie looked at her colleagues around her gratefully. She took a deep breath and said, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. It's just that during the time I'm away, I'd like to trouble you to take care of the students who are handling the matter." "Don't worry, Mr. Su. We'll take care of it. Well, this is our job." Susie packed up her things, said goodbye to everyone and left the office. When I walked to the school gate, I saw Huoda getting off the G-class. "Why are you here?" Susie said as if nothing had happened. Huoda hugged Susie in his arms and said, "I already know about your situation. I have found the person who spread the photos." Susie was delighted when she heard this. She looked up at Huoda and asked excitedly, "Really?" Huoda nodded. "Of course it's true." As he spoke, Huoda took out his cell phone, and a red dot was displayed on the screen. I asked a hacker friend to help delete all the posts online, and asked him to help track the address where the post was posted, which is the location where the red dot is flashing. Huoda explained. This is. Susie looked carefully and found that the red dot was flashing inside the school. The poster is inside the school, and now we can catch him red-handed. Let's go and arrest the person who framed you, Huoda said viciously. Are we just going to go there like this? Susie asked. Huoda thought for a moment and said, It's not good for just the two of us. Let me make a phone call. Then, Huoda called Sujun. After giving a brief account of Susie's situation, Sujun said he would send someone over immediately. Not long after, a police car appeared at the gate of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Hello Mr. Hua, my name is Lu Chong, and Director Su sent us here. The leading policeman shook hands with Huoda and said, Officer Lu, thank you for your help. It's not a problem. We are all serving the people. By the way, where is the suspect? It's inside the school. I'll take you there. Seeing the police, the school's security immediately let them go. The poster is in the first office at the back of the third floor of the teaching building. After seeing the prompt, Huoda and a few others went straight to the teaching building. Teaching building? Huoda, is the person who posted this in the teaching building? Susie asked. Huoda nodded. According to the IP address my friend gave me, those posts were sent from an office at the back of the third floor of the teaching building. Do you know whose office that is? The innermost office on the third floor is the mathematics department's office, said Susie. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the third floor of the teaching building. Then several people quickly rushed to the mathematics group's office, and Lu Chong rushed in directly with two policemen. At this moment, there was only one person in the mathematics group's office. When Wang Weijie saw the police rushing in, he knew he was finished. Chapter 75, Susie resumes her job and reveals her relationship. Wang Weijie was taken away by the police. The truth behind the indecent photos incident was finally revealed. It turns out that Wang Weijie was the one behind all this. This Wang Weijie is so abominable. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Humph, he got it easy. If the police hadn't come quickly, I would have taught him a lesson. Teacher Su, now that the matter has been clarified, do you not need to be suspended? Suspended? Huoda listened to everyone's discussion and immediately asked with concern. Suspension? What suspension? Before Susie could answer, Teacher Zhu at the side immediately explained for Susie. Handsome boy, this is obvious. Wang Weijie caused this incident. For the sake of the school's reputation, it was decided to temporarily suspend Teacher Su and wait for the results of the investigation. Now that the truth of the matter has come to light, there is no need to suspend him, said Huoda. I hope so. Susie sighed softly and smiled helplessly. Seeing this, Huoda took Susie's hand and held it tightly. Anyway, the matter has been resolved. I believe you will be able to return to class soon. Susie nodded shyly and wanted to pull her hand out of Huoda's hand. After all, so many people were watching. But she tried several times but couldn't pull her hand out, so she had to give up in the end. This whole scene was seen by the colleagues around. Yo! What's going on? Teacher Su, shouldn't you explain it to us? Several people laughed and joked. We are just ordinary friends. Susie's cheeks blushed, and she quickly explained. Ordinary friends? We're holding hands and you're telling me we're just ordinary friends. Teacher Zhu blinked, with a stronger hint of sarcasm in his voice. The colleagues around also joined in the fun, and the atmosphere became more relaxed for a while. Only Susie was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She quickly pushed Huoda, signaling him to let go. Huoda, however, tightened his grip. Huoda looked at Susie's shy look, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, and he introduced himself to Susie's colleagues around him. Hello everyone, my name is Huoda, and I am pursuing Teacher Su now. Ahem! Just then, a cough was heard at the office door. Everyone turned around and found that Xia Jigang had appeared at the door at some point. Headmaster! Everyone greeted Xia Jigang. Xia Jigang nodded, then walked up to Su Qian and said, Teacher Su, I have understood the situation. After research and decision by the school leaders, your suspension has been revoked, and you can return to work. Really, Principal? Susie asked excitedly. Xia Jigang nodded, Really work hard. Xia Jigang came quickly and left quickly. After he left, everyone congratulated Suzy. Teacher Su, congratulations. Teacher Su, you don't have to be suspended. That's great. Suzy's eyes were slightly red, and she said with a slightly choked voice, Thank you, everyone. Since Teacher Su doesn't have to be suspended anymore, we must celebrate tonight. Yes, it's time to celebrate. Everyone suggested. At this time, Huoda said, In that case, I'll treat you tonight. First, we want to celebrate for Teacher Su, and second, I want to thank you all for taking care of Teacher Su on a daily basis. When the colleagues heard this, they all smiled knowingly and accepted Huoda's invitation. Teacher Zhu at the side even joked, Xiaohua, since you want to pursue our Teacher Su, we have to test you carefully to see if you are sincere to our Teacher Su. Huoda was stunned when he heard this, and asked with a smile, How to test? That, of course, depends on your sincerity tonight, Teacher Zhu said with a smile. Since Huoda is treating us, we must seize the opportunity to make good use of the money. Of course, they also sincerely wish Suzy the best. Huoda smiled and said, Tonight, at the Haoding Hotel, it's my treat. Haoding Hotel is the most famous hotel in Jiangqing. It is said that a meal there would cost at least 18,000 yuan. You have to know that in Jiangqing, a small third-tier city, the average salary of ordinary people is only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. One meal costs nearly 3 months' salary, which is unaffordable for most people. Everyone was shocked when they heard Huoda say that she would treat them to dinner at the Grand Court Hotel in the evening. Are you serious? That's the Grand Court Hotel. Teacher Zhu widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Huoda nodded and said, I know. Haoting Hotel, a table at Haoting Hotel costs 18,000. Teacher Zhu continued. Yeah, I know. It's just the Grand Court Hotel, Huoda said nonchalantly. Teacher Zhu was so excited that he was speechless. He quickly took Su Qian's hand and said, Teacher Su, who is this person in your family? Why is he so rich? As the saying goes, the speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. Teacher Zhu's unintentional words made Suzy feel embarrassed. Because she didn't know what Huoda did, she only knew that Huoda seemed to be very rich. Seeing Suzy's inquiring look, Huoda smiled and said, I just opened a small company. In Huoda's opinion, the security company is indeed just a small company compared to the listed company in his previous life. It's just a small company? Teacher Zhu was really upset. Handsome boy, why don't you dump Teacher Su and chase me? I'm easy to chase, and I've never been in a relationship before. Huoda couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Teacher Zhu, please stop joking with me. I am sincere to Teacher Su. Although Teacher Zhu is good-looking, can such a thing be said in front of Suzy? The answer is definitely no. This kind of thing can only be discussed in private. Suzy has been reinstated, so she's going to stay and continue working. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Huoda said goodbye to everyone. Then we'll see you tonight. See you tonight. After leaving Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, Huoda originally wanted to go back and buy another car, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. However, Huoda still went to the mall and bought a necklace as a gift for Suzy. Soon, it was time for the students to go home from school. Huoda arrived at the gate of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School early and waited. Ding-ling-ling! As the brisk school bell rang, countless energetic students, carrying their school bags, poured out of the school gate in groups of 3 or 5. Hey, pervert uncle, why are you here again? You're not really interested in me, are you? Huoda was leaning against the car and had just lit a cigarette when he heard a crisp but somewhat teasing voice in his ears. He looked up and saw that it was not Xie Qiao from yesterday, so who else could it be? Huoda curled his lips, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then slowly blew out the smoke ring and said, I say, little girl, if you are sick, go see a doctor. What do you think is so good about you that I would like you? You actually said I was sick? Xie Qiao immediately became unhappy and waved her hand to hit Huoda. Huoda grabbed the other person's small hand and controlled her. Xie Qiao tried to break free, but Huoda's hand held her tightly like a pair of pliers. Xie Qiao struggled for a few times, and when she found that she couldn't break free, she said angrily, Let me go, you're hurting me. After hearing this, Huoda let go of Xie Qiao Qiao. After Xie Qiao Qiao regained her freedom, she rubbed her wrist, then stared at Huoda fiercely and said, "You stinky pervert, you dead pervert, just wait for me, I will not let you go." But in Huoda's eyes, Xie Qiao Qiao's behavior was not a threat, but more like flirting.